disciplined twice in 1 year, and transferred schools 3 times in a row. In the eyes of every teacher and classmate, Chen was nothing but a complete loser and a troublemaker. He would space out in class like he was demented and never spoke to anyone during breaks. Even the goofy kid sitting next to him, who was always in the bottom 10, thought he was a hopeless wallflower. No one had any expectations for him, and even fewer cared to understand him. Because in this world, aside from his fiercely protective parents, absolutely no one knew what kind of terrifying trump cards he was hiding. 2 years ago, because of a mind-numbingly boring challenge to stare at the sun for a minute, his eyes mutated and quietly awakened, making him 1 in a million among the superpowered. While others were still stressing out over college entrance exams, he was on the midnight Route 13 hoverbus, using the crimson vortex in his pupils to devour an entire bus full of malevolent ghosts. Rich heirs, evil spirits, or ghosts. In his eyes, they were nothing more than ants to be crushed or nutrients to refuel his strength. He is no loser. He is just so strong that he cannot be bothered to waste time with these ordinary people. Whenever he wants, he could use those blood-red eyes to overturn the entire social order. But before that, he has to finish the task his parents gave him and peacefully earn his high school diploma. And this undercover life, disguised as a problem transfer student, has only just begun. Let us go back to that afternoon in May 2041. In a classroom at Wrong District No. 8 High School in Shu City, the atmosphere was unusually stifling. Chen sat in the very last row, watching the teacher at the podium. Afternoon, 23rd May 2041. Science Class 4, Cohort 39, No. 8 High School in Wrong District, Shecheng, Liangzhu. Chen sat in the back row, staring blankly out of sheer boredom at the chemistry teacher explaining equations on the blackboard. He was a transfer student who had arrived at No. 8 High School just over a week ago. As for why he had to transfer, the reason was simple: he beat someone up. Not only did he beat someone up, but he did it twice on separate occasions, resulting in 2 transfers. Chen was originally a freshman at Wrong District Experimental High School. He thought he could spend a wonderful, memorable high school life there, but in the second semester of his freshman year, someone inexplicably came looking for trouble. The troublemaker was the son of a local wealthy man. He claimed he could not stand Chen's cold and defiant eyes, and having heard that Chen was too arrogant, he wanted to have a little chat with him. As a result, he gathered over a dozen people to surround Chen, intending to make this arrogant-looking kid kneel and beg for mercy. Who would have thought that the slightly frail-looking Chen would fight like he had a cheat code, single-handedly taking down all dozen of them before calmly walking away. Next day, the wealthy man furiously came to the school and reported what had happened to his son. When the school leaders heard this, they thought it was a joke. One person beat up that many people. Are you all useless? Of course, the school leaders could not voice their inner thoughts. Instead, they immediately called Chen in to understand the situation. Chen was a good kid who did not lie, so he directly admitted to beating them up. The wealthy man was furious and wanted Chen to pay with his blood. Fortunately, the school leaders stopped him. Otherwise, he might have ended up lying in the hospital right next to his son. Considering that Chen was only a 16-year-old boy with good grades, no bad habits, and no prior disciplinary record. After placating the wealthy man, the school leaders hurriedly called Chen's parents. Chen's father, Sun Bao, and his mother, Lin Jai, rushed to the school as soon as they heard their son had beaten someone up. After understanding the whole story, the couple suggested settling the matter privately with the wealthy man. The school leaders, not wanting the incident to escalate and ruin the school's reputation, also urged him to accept a private settlement. As a result, the couple and the wealthy man discussed it privately in the office. Not long after, a loud slap was heard. Then, the wealthy man came out covering his face and fled the school as if running for his life, no longer pursuing any charges against Chen. The school leaders waiting outside were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were the parents beating people up too? The school leaders were very confused, but seeing how fierce Chen's parents were, they did not dare to ask too much. Since the other party was no longer pursuing Chen for the fight, the school leaders also downplayed the matter until it was resolved. However, Chen's parents felt that he had caused too much of a stir this time. Not wanting him to live under the strange looks of others, they arranged for him to transfer schools. Chen transferred from the experimental high school to No. 7 High School in Wrong District. However, just when Chen thought he could finish high school at No. 7 High School, a similar incident happened again. During the second semester of his sophomore year, a young master from an official family targeted Chen. He felt that this transfer student was too arrogant, especially his gaze, which was even more arrogant than his own, so he sent people after Sun Chen. Sun Chen went obediently, entering a private room in a high-end clubhouse. By the time he came out, everyone inside was on the floor. That very night, the young master's father called the police without a second thought and had Sun Chen arrested, alarming the leaders at number 7 high school. At the request of the school leaders, the police station called Sun Bao and Lin Jai that night, and so the two came once again to clean up their son's mess. After a few days of dealing with the situation, the young master's father compromised. It was unknown what price Sun Bao and Lin Jai paid to make him drop the matter against Sun Chen. However, the incident had too huge of an impact. The entire number 7 high school knew about it, and Sun Chen knew he had to transfer yet again. That was how he ended up at number 8 high school in Rong District, the school he was currently attending. It is now the second semester of my sophomore year, with a little over a year left until the college entrance exam. I hope no one bothers me during this time. I just want to study, peacefully study. Sun Chen prayed inwardly while also cursing at the same time. Why were there so many nosy people in this world? Whether my gaze is arrogant or not is none of your damn business. The defect in his eyes was not congenital, but caused by an accident. Sun Chen had not expected that stupid accident to bring him so much trouble, leading to him transferring schools over and over again. My parents are from the post-2000s generation after all. How could they be so pedantic? They insist I finish high school, then go to college, and if possible, even go to grad school to get a high-level diploma so they will not lose face. Sun Chen sighed in his heart. Sun Chen's academic performance was very good, and Sun Bao and Lin Jai had high expectations for him. At this stage, the couple just wanted Sun Chen to smoothly take the college entrance exam, preferably becoming the top scorer in Liangzhu, to bring honor to their ancestors and family name. It was not that Sun Chen hated studying or did not want to. If it were just for the college entrance exam, he could completely self-study at home. But in order for him to live like a normal person, a normal student, the couple strictly demanded that he attend school, study with his peers, and soak up the academic atmosphere. The balding chemistry teacher at the blackboard finally stopped, leaving time for the students to digest what he had just taught. Before long, quiet discussions began in the classroom, with many people constantly checking the time. Today was Thursday, and this chemistry class was the last period. Once it was over, school would be dismissed for the afternoon. Since it was only sophomore year, there was no mandatory evening self-study. Many of them were not boarders and had to rush home for dinner after school. After an entire afternoon of suffering, they were already starving. Class is almost over. Beside Sun Chen, someone was giggling foolishly, wearing an expression full of excitement, thrill, nervousness, and overwhelming affection. This person was Sun Chen's desk mate, named Mo Ziu. It sounded like a girl's name, but he was actually a plain-looking boy, slightly more robust than Sun Chen. Mo Ziu originally sat alone in the very back row. It was not until Sun Chen arrived and was assigned there by the Class 4 homeroom teacher that Mo Ziu finally got a desk mate. Even though they were desk mates, they had actually spoken less than 10 sentences to each other. During breaks, Mo Ziu was always talking to others. It was not that he was intentionally isolating Sun Chen, but rather that Sun Chen had nothing to talk to him about. During class, Mo Ziu's eyes were always glued to the girls in front, occasionally letting out a creepy smile, as if fantasizing about some unspeakable scenes. This was perhaps the pain of frequent transfers. You could not find anyone with common interests in a short time, let alone make friends. At this moment, Mo Ziu's right hand was resting inside his desk drawer. Sun Chen knew he was clutching a rose, which he had not let go of all afternoon, because he was planning to confess his love to a sweet and cute girl in the class. Sun Chen also knew that the girl Mo Ziu was going to confess to was named Wang Qinhua. She was the widely recognized class beauty, with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Wearing her blue and white school uniform, she was youthful, beautiful, and had excellent grades. Even in the entirety of number 8 high school, she was a top-ranking campus goddess. Rang. Dismissal bell rang, and the balding chemistry teacher packed up his things and left. The students in the classroom breathed a sigh of relief and instantly became hyped up. They had survived another painful day. They began to pack their bags, getting ready to go home. Right at this moment, Mo Ziu took a deep breath, pulled out the rose he had been hiding all afternoon, stood up, and shouted loudly, "Wang Qinhua, wait a minute." Mo Ziu had a loud voice, and this shout stopped everyone in the class, prompting them to turn and look at him. Wang Qinhua was also stunned. A look of confusion appeared in her clear, water-like eyes, but upon seeing the rose in Mo Ziu's hand, she instantly understood. Not only did Wang Qinhua understand, but the rest of the classroom saw right through it as well. In the class, Mo Ziu's crush on Wang Qinhua was no secret. Everyone had known about it for a long time, and even Wang Qinhua herself knew. Normally, during breaks, the surrounding classmates would often tease Wang Qinhua about Mo Xiu, but she never showed any reaction. No one had expected that Mo Xiu would finally be unable to hold it in today, taking a rose to confess to Wang Qinhua. The whole class snickered, putting on expressions of enjoying a good show as they watched Mo Xiu and Wang Qinhua. Sensing the gazes around him, Mo Xiu gathered his courage and blushing shouted loudly, "Wang Qinhua, I have liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend?" This was the first time Wang Qinhua had been publicly confessed to. Under the numerous stares, a blush crept onto her fair face, making her look as enticing as a red apple. Wang Qinhua's gaze remained very calm, without the slightest hint of being moved. She said, "Mo Xiu, you are a nice person, but our values do not align and we are not suitable to be a couple. Moreover, we're students and we will be seniors next semester. I just want to study hard and get into a good college. Thank you for your affection, but we should focus on our studies. I need to go home for dinner, so I will be leaving now." Hearing Wang Qinhua's words, Sun Chen could not help but laugh out loud, though he quickly held it back. A professionally trained person should not laugh. Wang Qinhua glanced at Sun Chen, not understanding why he was laughing, nor did she care to know. She immediately put on her backpack, turned around and walked out of the classroom. Before Mo Xiu could react, Wang Qinhua's figure had already vanished. Even if he wanted to chase after her, he would not be able to catch up. Let us go, let us go." With the confession rejected, the scene was extremely awkward. The classmates in the room cast looks of pity and mockery at Mo Xiu. Not daring to linger, they scrambled to leave the classroom. Anyone who knew Wang Qinhua clearly understood that she would never fall for Mo Xiu. Setting aside Mo Xiu's family background, just looking at his personal academic grades, he was perpetually ranked in the bottom 10 of the class. If he was lucky, he was exactly 10th from the bottom. Meanwhile, Wang Qinhua was beautiful. Her grades were steadily in the top 3 of the class, and she studied hard every day. Why on earth would she take a liking to an underachiever sitting in the back row like Mo Xiu? Soon, the entire classroom became empty, leaving only Mo Xiu with a bitter expression on his face. He looked at the rose in his hand. Having gripped it all afternoon, it was covered in his hand sweat and had long since wilted, dying just like his heart. The broadcaster's greeting voice drifted in from outside. Mo Xiu slumped alone in his seat, staring blankly in agony. His heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife, experiencing a pain worse than death. It was not until half an hour later that a dejected Mo Xiu walked out of the classroom, slowly making his way home under the glow of the setting sun. Returning from school, Sun Chen went back to the apartment he rented near the campus. It was a large studio, quite spacious, equipped with a washing machine, air conditioning, a desk, a water heater, and other furniture, plus a large bed, more than enough for one person to live in. The only downside was the rent, which was a bit pricey at $2,500 a month. Fortunately, utility costs were low, so the total monthly cost was under $3,000, which was actually considered cheap for school district housing in 2041. By the year 2041, human technology had overcome one difficulty after another, advancing rapidly with a plethora of convenient, energy-efficient, and eco-friendly technologies springing up like mushrooms. Take energy, for instance. By 2041, humans had mastered solar energy, converting it into other forms with a 90% efficiency rate, which meant there was no longer a need to burn coal or build nuclear power plants. Modern mobile phones, when out of power, could simply be placed in the light, and the phone would automatically convert light energy into electricity. However, if you were playing on your phone in total darkness and it ran out of juice, you would still need a charger. Nowadays, artificial intelligence has also matured, replacing humans in many dangerous jobs. Fully autonomous driving has been achieved, and space travel is no longer a luxury. Of course, all this costs money. If you're broke, you're stuck on the ground. The rich are the ones going to space. That is why Sun Chen's monthly electricity bill was only a dozen or so units of currency, as 1 kilowatt-hour cost less than half a unit, even cheaper than water. After washing up, Sun Chen stood bare-chested, his body covered in muscle, even boasting an 8-pack with perfect definition that would make any woman shriek. "Close curtains, lights off," Sun Chen said calmly. At that, the originally transparent glass turned gray, the curtains closed automatically, and the lights in the room went out. In this era, almost every household was equipped with a smart home system that could comfortably handle human life with great convenience. Once the room was dim, Sun Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. This was something he had done every day for the past 2 years. Time slipped away unconsciously. Soon, the phone alarm went off and Sun Chen slowly woke up. He knew the time he had set had arrived. Sun Chen looked down. It was exactly 10:30 p.m. He turned off the alarm, hurriedly put on his clothes and shoes, and headed out into the night. "The last bus of Route 13, do not let me down," Sun Chen murmured with a faint sense of anticipation. Since transferring to Wrong District Number 8 Middle School, Sun Chen had heard many in his class discussing the paranormal events surrounding the last bus of Route 13. They said that over the past 2 months, anyone taking the bus after midnight had encountered something unclean. It was terrifying, and after getting home, they were too scared to sleep, as they would have nightmares the moment they drifted off. In the dream, their bodies would be torn apart by countless blood-stained hands, shredded into pieces, bloody and gore-filled, and they would wake up in a terror. Sun Chen judged that this was definitely not groundless, and there had to be some truth to it, so he decided to see for himself. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. It is coming. At 11 p.m., the bus stop was deserted except for Sun Chen. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the white Route 13 bus finally arrived. There was not a single person on the bus, not even the driver. In this age of technology, drivers could remotely control the buses from home using simulators without needing to be physically present. Of course, this was only for the night. During the day, bus drivers still had to sit in the driver's seat to control the vehicle. Ever since the paranormal incidents started, the number of people taking this bus at night had gradually dwindled, until now it was completely empty, with everyone scared away by the rumors. Modern vehicles no longer needed wheels. Humanity had conquered anti-gravity technology and applied it to vehicles, improving transport efficiency. However, anti-gravity technology could not be abused. Humans had set regulations on the height of vehicles from the ground. They could not just fly away, otherwise, it would easily cause all sorts of air accidents. The bus hovered just above the ground as it drove, completely empty. As it slowly pulled up, it looked like a spooky ghost ship, as if controlled by something unseen. With a soft hiss, the doors opened, and Sun Chen stepped on board. The bus had an automatic facial recognition system, and he immediately received a text message about the fare payment. Sun Chen went to the middle of the bus and sat down. Detecting no one else, the doors closed, and the bus continued to move slowly forward. Because it was an anti-gravity hover vehicle, there was no vibration at all, though one could still feel the forward momentum. Once on board, Sun Chen felt not a hint of panic or fear. He pulled out his phone and started checking the activity in the class group chat. Class monitor Yan Penghua, at Moziu, where are you? You made it home, right? Study representative Li Chengxi. Qinhua speaks directly, but she is right. Do not be too sad. You can still be good friends in the future at Moziu. Wang Xuliang, at Moziu, if the beauty Qinhua is not interested in you, there's still the little beauty at Luo Lan, right? Luo Lan, come out and comfort your brother Moziu. Luo Lan, at Wang Xuliang, drop dead. Stop trying to set us up, or I will chop you into pieces tomorrow. Songjing at Moziu, come out. The beauty Qinhua just posted on her social media. Usually you are the first to like and comment. Why have not we seen you today? You are not giving up because of a little setback, are you? Haha. Shurong Moziu would not have taken it so hard that he is doing something stupid, would he? At Wang Qinhua, go and comfort him. Wang Qinhua, I cannot reach him. He might be asleep. Study representative Li Chengxi, try finding his deskmate Sun Chen. He might know where Moziu is. Songjing, do not mention him. Since he joined our group, he has not said a word. Maybe he thinks we are annoying and has muted us. Class monitor Yan Penghua, Sun Chen, are you there? After reading the messages in the group, Sun Chen put his phone away. Seeing someone tag him, Sun Chen had no intention of replying because he was not close to them in reality. Even if he spoke in the group, no one would respond. It was better to remain silent. As for his deskmate Moziu's situation, it was not Sun Chen's place to worry. Moziu was an optimistic person by nature. The blow of a failed confession should not be enough to make him suicidal. Sun Chen was more concerned about the matter of the last bus of Route 13. Another dozen or so minutes passed, and the bus finally stopped. Route 13 ran along the outer ring, with a long route and few stops. Unless there was traffic, a stop only appeared every dozen minutes or so. Some stretches took half an hour between stops. The bus came to a halt, the interior lights flickered on, and Sun Chen put away his phone, looking out at the bus stop. Sun Chen saw many people waiting on the platform, and once the bus stopped, they crowded on in a bustle. There were old people, children, women, and young men, looking quite harmonious. They were laughing and chatting in small groups, but grew silent the moment they stepped on the bus. Soon the carriage was packed. The elderly and children had seats, but whether they were sitting or standing, each one had a blank expression, as if lost in thought. With a hiss, the doors closed and the bus moved forward again. This time, the lights inside went out. Although the lights inside were off, the street lamps along the outer ring road still illuminated the interior. It was then that Sun Chen saw those people had changed. Those pale white faces now wore sinister, eerie grins. Everyone turned to look at Sun Chen, their eyes glowing with a green light, staring fixedly at him. Sun Chen looked closely and saw their clothing had changed as well. There were elders with long hair in ancient robes, soldiers with braids wearing blood-stained jackets, women with disheveled hair in Republican-era gowns, and young people with short hair in modern clothes. They slowly approached Sun Chen, their pale, ghastly faces drawing near to his. Sun Chen looked down and discovered that none of them had feet. They were hovering above the ground just like the bus. If anyone else saw these nasty things, they would probably drop dead on the spot, Sun Chen thought, feeling no ripples in his heart, even finding it a bit funny. If this were 2 years ago, seeing these things would have made him faint instantly. But after the accident 2 years ago, Sun Chen was not just unafraid of these things, he even had an appetite for them. "Hello, everyone." He looked up and gave a shy smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and politely greeted these beings. Seeing Sun Chen greet them, they grinned even more eerily, their mouths stretching to their ears to reveal blood-red maws. Some lolled out long tongues, others had no tongues at all, and they reached out with their bloody, pale hands toward Sun Chen. Death is like a lamp going out. The world belongs to the living after all. Although you may have suffered grievances before you died, lingering in this world out of resentment to harm the living is simply wrong. The prosperity of today's golden age does not allow for you to come out and hurt people. So for the safety and well-being of humanity, come into my eyes. With that, Sun Chen's eyes turned blood-red, and his pupils swirled into a vortex. As the vortex appeared, all the beings in the carriage distorted. Their grins vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Their bodies were torn apart by the power emanating from the vortex in his eyes, turning into wisps of black energy that were sucked into Sun Chen's gaze. In less than a second, everyone in the carriage had vanished, leaving it empty once more. Oh no. Sun Chen closed his eyes in satisfaction. Next moment, his body pulsed slightly, like a heartbeat, and Sun Chen silently recited his internal technique, returning to a state of calm soon after. Sun Chen opened his eyes again. They had returned to normal, though they still looked just as arrogant. The sun gave me bright eyes, yet I used them to seek out wandering ghosts. Mimicking the lyrics of a classic old song, Sun Chen sighed with emotion. The reason Sun Chen could see these wandering ghosts was not something he was born with. It was the result of a stupid accident. The summer after middle school graduation, Sun Chen was bored at home and decided to challenge the sun to a staring contest. At high noon, when the sun was at its brightest, he used no protection, opened his eyes wide, and stared directly at the sun. He managed to stare at the sun for a full minute. A minute later, his vision went black, or more accurately, he went blind. At the time, his parents Sun Bao and Lin Jai were frantic and rushed him to the hospital for treatment. At the hospital, the attending physician bluntly stated there was nothing they could do, declaring that Sun Chen's eyes were permanently damaged and unlikely to recover. However, just when the couple thought their son would be blind for life, Sun Chen's eyes inexplicably recovered. Furthermore, after his recovery, Sun Chen could see things that ordinary people could not, such as wandering ghosts, human souls, and the weak points in people. More importantly, his eyes could devour those spirits, converting the energy they contained into his own. It was precisely because of this that, when he heard about the paranormal events on the last bus of Route 13, he felt excited, even going in person to experience the supernatural firsthand. In reality, Sun Chen was just out for a snack. After swallowing and digesting all the energy, Sun Chen looked toward the back row of the bus and found that there was still a little boy in red sitting there, shivering as he looked at Sun Chen. To think someone actually slipped through the net, it seems my control over the blood eye is not quite there yet, Sun Chen criticized himself. Because his eyes had turned blood red after mutating, Sun Chen named them the blood eye. The appearance of the blood eye was controlled by Sun Chen's mind. After 2 years of adaptation, Sun Chen could now use the blood eye at will, making it appear whenever he wanted. Sun Chen looked at the boy in red and smiled harmlessly. "Little guy, do you have any relatives or friends? Take me to see them." In the eyes of the little boy in red, Sun Chen was currently an unforgivable devil, a treacherous man who appeared harmless on the outside, but was purely evil on the inside. A whole bus full of uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas vanished with just one look from you, and you think I would let you go see my relatives? The little boy in red seemed unable to speak. He did not answer Sun Chen, his pale face covered in fear. Just then the bus stopped again. It had arrived at another station. Sun Chen looked outside expectantly, but seeing that there was no one there, he immediately felt disappointed. With no new prey getting on the bus, Sun Chen lost his expectations and decisively got off. As for the little boy in red who had luckily escaped with his life on the bus, Sun Chen did not do anything to him and simply let him go. Before getting off, Sun Chen did not forget to warn him, "Little guy, do not come out and scare people in the future. Although the 9 provinces are in an era of peace and prosperity, there are still quite a few bad people out there." You are the damn bad person. There is no one in this world worse than you. Little boy in red cursed inwardly. After watching son Chen get off the bus, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He made up his mind that he would never come out to play in the middle of the night again. The outside world was too dangerous, and the living were so evil. After getting off the bus, son Chen took a look at the transit app and saw that another bus heading home was on its way, so he hurried to the bus stop on the opposite side to wait. The return bus was also route number 13, but there were no wandering ghosts or wild spirits on board. After getting on, son Chen took out his phone again and started reading the news. The most common and most talked about things online were still entertainment news. Son Chen was not a fan of any celebrities, but he still read some celebrity gossip to kill time. Soon the bus arrived at the station. By this time, it was already 1 in the morning. Thinking about the fact that it was already Friday and he still had to go to school after daybreak, son Chen felt a wave of helplessness. While walking back to his apartment, son Chen passed by an artificial lake. Right then, he heard a murmuring sound coming from the lakeside. Lord. It was a painful murmur, as if someone was enduring immense agony. Following the sound, son Chen saw a person kneeling on the ground, continuously smashing his head against the earth, as if trying to shatter his own skull. Moreover, this person's back looked a bit familiar. Mo Xiu. Sun Chen saw clearly now that the person kneeling on the ground and murmuring in pain was none other than Mo Xiu, who had failed in his love confession during the day. Why is he here? Is he really going to seek his own death and drown himself in the lake? Sun Chen guessed silently. Sun Chen observed first. A few minutes later, Mo Xiu suddenly stopped screaming. At this moment, an aura that Sun Chen found familiar emanated from Mo Xiu's body. This is awakening. Awakening was a term Sun Chen was familiar with because he had already awakened 2 years ago. His pair of blood eyes was the ability he gained after awakening. To think this guy actually awakened an extraordinary ability after his confession was rejected. It seems Wang Qinhua's rejection hit him really hard. I wonder what kind of ability he awakened. Sun Chen was very interested in Mo Xiu's awakened ability. After observing for another few minutes, Sun Chen saw Mo Xiu lying on the ground, so he walked over. What ability did you awaken? Sun Chen walked over to Mo Xiu silently and suddenly asked. Whoa! Mo Xiu was startled. He bounded up from the ground and looked at Sun Chen in horror. Phew, why is it you? You scared me to death. Mo Xiu panted heavily, then plopped back down onto the ground. Looking at Sun Chen with resentment, he said, "It is the middle of the night. Why are not you sleeping, and what are you doing here?" In class, Mo Xiu rarely spoke to Sun Chen, his new desk mate. It was not that he did not know Sun Chen, but he just focused most of his attention on Wang Qinhua and did not have time to bother with Sun Chen. Are not you here too? What, trying to commit suicide? Sun Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile. After school in the afternoon, Mo Xiu confessed to Wang Qinhua. After being rejected in front of everyone, Sun Chen could tell that Mo Xiu was very embarrassed and extremely sad. And encountering such an embarrassing situation, most people might choose to just leave, but those with weaker psychological endurance might really choose to commit suicide. He just did not know which type Mo Xiu belonged to. Mo Xiu wiped the dirt from his forehead and smiled bitterly. Am I that pathetic? I just could not sleep at night and wanted to come out for a walk. I sat by the lake for a while, and then I felt waves of tearing pain in my head. It tortured me for a long time. Do I have some kind of terminal illness? He was already heartbroken, and his head was hurting. At a certain moment just now, he really thought he was going to die. At the moment he thought about how sad his mother, who had raised him single-handedly, would be if he died, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, breaking free from the vortex of death. Sun Chen said, "It is not a terminal illness. Close your eyes and feel it for a moment, see if you have any other changes." Mo Xiu did not understand Sun Chen's intentions, but he still listened to him and closed his eyes to feel. I can actually sense the things around me, and I can even control them. The next moment, Mo Xiu was shocked, looking at Sun Chen in pleasant surprise. Round Mo Xiu, pebbles, water droplets, and leaves all floated into the air. Under his control, the levitating objects swayed left and right, like a magician performing a trick. But Sun Chen knew clearly that this was not magic. The power of telekinesis. Sun Chen was surprised, having understood Mo Xiu's extraordinary ability. Mo Xiu played with great delight, like a child who had just gotten a new toy, playing so completely absorbed. In less than 2 minutes, the pebbles fell one after another, and Mo Xiu also became listless. However, Mo Xiu was still thrilled. He looked at Sun Chen and said, "Did you see that? This is not magic, this is my ability. I can control these pebbles. I have become a Superman." Sun Chen corrected him. This is not called a Superman, but an awakened. Anyone who has awakened extraordinary abilities is called an awakened. Congratulations. and awakens. Moziu became even more excited. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and said, I have to quickly tell Kinjua that I have become an awakened. I am not a loser. I can protect her from now on. During the day, Moziu had failed his confession. Now that he had suddenly become what Sun Chen called an awakened and possessed extraordinary abilities, his first reaction was to tell Wang Qinhua, hoping to change her mind and make her accept his confession. Sun Chen sneered. Seeing Moziu's hopeless state, he took out his own phone, found the newest audio file in it, and tapped play for Moziu to hear. Listen to this first. Sun Chen turned up the volume and handed the phone over to Moziu. I really do not understand where he got the nerve to confess to me. He does not even look at his own shabby state. He looks average, and his grades are a total mess. I thought that since he grew up relying on his mother scavenging for trash, he would be somewhat more mature than his peers. I did not expect him to lack self-awareness to this extent. If you girls ever look for a boyfriend, never find someone raised by a single mom. Otherwise, he will be exactly like him and ruin your whole life. Ho. As the recording ended, Moziu was stunned on the spot, and a look of anger gradually appeared in his eyes. Since his freshman year of high school, Moziu had liked Wang Qinhua, and he often interacted with her. Of course, he could tell that the person saying those words in the recording was Wang Qinhua. He would not hear it wrong. As for whose laughter it was at the end, it was no longer important to Moziu. Moziu did not care what Wang Qinhua said about him, or how she mocked him, but he simply could not accept that she was actually satirizing his mother. After his mother divorced his irresponsible father, she raised Moziu amidst the eye rolls and cold words of countless people. In Moziu's heart, the greatest person in the world was his mother. He could not stand anyone mocking and ridiculing her, not even the person he liked. After a moment of painful struggle in his heart, Moziu's expression returned to calm. He glanced at the message he had prepared for Wang Qinhua and deleted it right away. He did not suspect that Sun Chen had artificially forged this recording to deceive him, because there was no need to. He believed in the authenticity of this recording without reservation. This was after Moziu's confession failed. On his way leaving the school, Sun Chen happened to hear what Wang Qinhua said. Thinking it was interesting, he casually recorded it. He never expected it to come in handy so quickly. Given up hope now, Sun Chen put away his phone. Moziu smiled in relief. Thanks. Can you tell me more about the awakened? Sun Chen had allowed Moziu to see through Wang Qinhua's true nature. Moziu was very grateful to him. Otherwise, he would definitely have continued being a fool. However, all Moziu wanted to know now was about the awakened. Sun Chen said, anyone who awakens and gains extraordinary abilities is called an awakened. Everyone has a different way of awakening, and what is more, not everyone can awaken. Are there many awakened in this world? Moziu asked. Sun Chen replied, not many. You are the third awakened I have ever met. Perhaps we will meet others in the future. 2 years ago, Sun Chen awakened by accident and gained the extraordinary ability of the blood eye. Only then did he find out that his parents were also awakened. Aside from his parents, Sun Chen had not met any other awakened. It was not until tonight, witnessing Moziu's awakening, that he saw his third awakened. So that means you are also an awakened. What is your awakened ability? Moziu asked. Sun Chen gave Moziu a somewhat profound look and said, as an awakened, do not easily reveal your awakened ability to others. This is your first lesson as an awakened tonight. Moziu widened his eyes, feeling as if he had been humiliated by Sun Chen, yet he was powerless to do anything. Society is complicated and human hearts are sinister. In this brief moment, Moziu experienced both. Moziu continued asking, the awakened also have distinctions in strength, right? Just like what is described in cultivation novels, with divisions like Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Moziu usually read a lot of web novels and knew about the things written in them. Of course. Sun Chen said, as far as I know, the current definitions of awakened levels are divided into the Viscount level and the Marquis level, and each level is further divided into 10 stages. You have just awakened as an awakened, so right now you are at the first stage of the Viscount level. Only at the first stage of the Viscount level, an awakened strength can be improved, right? Moziu despised his own weakness and was eager to increase his power. Sun Chen said, for an awakened to improve their strength first, they need a cultivable scripture to absorb the extraordinary matter between heaven and earth and refine it into extraordinary power within the awakened's body. The more you refine, the faster you improve. Regarding matters of the awakened, what Sun Chen knew was also quite vague. These things he was telling Moziu now were all things his parents had told him. He had once tried to obtain information about the awakened through other channels, whether it was entering the library or searching online, but he found nothing. Therefore, what he knew right now was also very limited. Scriptures. Superhuman strength. Superhuman matter. Superhuman abilities. Is not this pretty much the same as what is written in those fantasy cultivation novels? Mo Xiu felt a surge of secret excitement. Back when I read novels, I always wished I could be like the protagonists, gaining all sorts of superpowers, flying through the sky and burrowing into the earth, living a life of passion and vengeance. Now that I have accidentally awakened and gained a superpower, I guess this is a dream come true. Who would have thought I would actually have a day where I become a real powerhouse? After secretly gloating for a while, Mo Xiu suddenly came to his senses and quickly asked, "Right, do you have the scriptures? Give me a copy." Sun Chen sneered, "You have read so many novels, surely you know that secret techniques are never passed on to outsiders." Met with Sun Chen's cold refusal, Mo Xiu's fantasies were shattered in an instant. Without cultivation scriptures, one cannot improve their superhuman level and will be stuck at the level of controlling a few pebbles forever. Then he really awakened for nothing tonight. Mo Xiu immediately put on a flattering smile and said, "Brother, do not be like that. We are desk mates after all, we have a deep bond. Look, I have already told you about the superpower I awakened. We know everything about each other, and I, Mo Xiu, would never betray the sect." A deep bond. Sun Chen looked at Mo Xiu with disdain. "We have been desk mates for 2 weeks and have not even said 10 sentences to each other. You call that a deep bond?" However, Sun Chen thought, Mo Xiu's object control ability is quite strong and suitable for some sneaky work. Once his power increases, he might even be able to steal airplanes and rockets. "It is not impossible to pass it on to you," Sun Chen said thoughtfully. Mo Xiu was overjoyed, immediately rushing over to hug Sun Chen's thigh and shouting, "Master." Yet lost, Sun Chen pushed Mo Xiu away in disgust. Sun Chen said, "But we have to make an agreement first. You must not pass the scriptures on to others easily, and you must acknowledge yourself as an outer disciple of Mount Qingcheng." Mo Xiu patted his chest and promised, "Do not you worry, brother. Forget being an outer disciple. I would even be an illegitimate child outside the gates if you wanted." Scriptures Sun Chen currently practices were taught to him by his father, Sun Bao. Sun Bao said the scriptures originated from Mount Qingcheng in Shu City, and anyone who practices them must acknowledge themselves as a disciple of Mount Qingcheng, not commit evil, and abide by the rules of Mount Qingcheng. Now Sun Chen is passing these scriptures to Mo Xiu, and he requires Mo Xiu to uphold these same conditions. At this moment, Sun Chen sat cross-legged and said, "This scripture is called the Tao of Change. Now I speak and you remember, then I will teach you how to circulate the energy and communicate with superhuman matter." Mo Xiu was very excited, listening and memorizing intently, his gaze towards Sun Chen turning to one of admiration. Mo Xiu never expected that the desk mate he had ignored for half a month was actually a superhuman, and perhaps a very powerful one at that. At this moment, just like his own master, he was teaching him how to cultivate and how to increase his superhuman strength. Sun Chen spoke, Mo Xiu remembered. Sun Chen demonstrated, Mo Xiu imitated. At this moment, Sun Chen suddenly felt a bit trance-like. Seeing Mo Xiu's innocent appearance, Sun Chen seemed to see his former self, and at this moment, he seemed to have the shadow of that deceased person. 5 years ago, before he was a superhuman, that sunny boy also taught him step by step how to take care of his life. Those warm memories from many years ago appeared again tonight. The two of them sat by the lake all night, under the dim streetlights, starting to communicate with the superhuman matter in the world. When Mo Xiu could skillfully circulate the Tao of Change, Sun Chen told him to practice it a few more times on his own. Then Mo Xiu asked, "Why is it that sometimes I still cannot feel the existence of superhuman matter?" Sun Chen said, "Be content. 2 years ago, no matter how you practiced, you could not feel it at all. Now it is already much better. Even in this big city, one can feel superhuman matter. Following this trend, more may appear in the future. The reason you cannot feel it is because it is scarce. If there were plenty, there would be no need to sense it at all." Because he had to study, Sun Chen had stayed in the big city for the past 2 years, and he was the one most aware of the changes in the superhuman matter of this world. 2 years ago, after Sun Chen awakened and started practicing the Tao of Change, he was in an environment far away from the Shu City metropolis, and even then, it was intermittent. In the city, he could not feel any superhuman matter at all. Mo Xiu nodded, already planning his future path. He would practice every day to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Once he had strength, would he ever need to worry about not having money to spend? "By the way, can I show my superhuman abilities in front of others?" Mo Xiu asked. Sun Chen sneered, "If you do not want to be dissected on a hospital bed in some biological research institution, then live your life quietly. Do not think that just because you are a superhuman you can do whatever you want. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than laser guns and laser cannons?" Hearing Sun Chen's warning, Mo Xiu instantly extinguished those little schemes in his heart and sighed, "Then I guess I will just continue to be an ordinary person." At this moment, Sun Chen checked his phone and suddenly exclaimed, "It is 5:30. What? Mo Ziu was also panicked. The two of them had been busy all night, only to realize it was already 5:30 in the morning and the sun was about to come up. Today is Friday and they have to go to class. Morning exercises start at 7:00, morning study starts at 7:20 for 20 minutes, followed by a 5-minute break, and formal classes begin at 7:45. In other words, from now until morning exercises, there is only an hour and a half left. Minus the half hour needed to get to school, there is only 1 hour left. What can you do in an hour? Sleep. Can you even wake up after falling asleep? Definitely not. But they could not skip class, and even if they wanted to ask for leave, they could not find a reason, because asking for leave requires a parent's phone call for permission. So they just had to bite the bullet and go to class. Oh crap, hurry back. Mo Ziu panicked and got up, needing to get home before his mother woke up, to pretend that he had been sleeping all night. He did not want his mother to know that he had been by the lake all night, and with another guy, no less. I need to go back and wash up too. Sun Chen watched Mo Ziu's disheveled figure leave and set off on his own way back to his apartment. With only 1 hour left, by the time they finished washing up, it was already 6:00. Then Sun Chen sat in meditation on his bed for half an hour, only to hear his phone ring shortly after. It was time for school. Before long, Sun Chen saw the excited-looking Mo Ziu again. Manshu City is very hot, from morning till night, which is incredibly uncomfortable for students walking to school. At this moment, Mo Ziu's uniform was soaked with sweat because he had not walked here slowly, but ran. Young people are just different, staying up all night, yet still so energetic in the morning. For Mo Ziu, his destiny might have changed that night, because he had become a superhuman and was striving to get stronger. He firmly believed that one day, he would no longer be bound by worldly constraints, no longer burdened by money, houses, or cars, and would truly be himself. A group of teenagers in identical uniforms, dancing high-energy moves on the playground. This was the morning exercise of every school in this era. This was the scent of youth. After the exercises, Mo Ziu followed closely behind Sun Chen, and they entered the classroom together. At this point, classmates were looking at Mo Ziu with strange expressions, not understanding why he was so excited. Could it be that the beauty Chen Hua had a change of heart last night and agreed to be Mo Ziu's girlfriend? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. What surprised them even more was that Mo Ziu actually stopped bothering Wang Chen Hua and stopped pestering her. This complete reversal of his usual habits caught many off guard. Did Mo Ziu finally come to his senses, or did he get hit so hard he went stupid? In the classroom, the petite beauty Luo Lan in the front row started gossiping about Mo Ziu. Luo Lan and Wang Chen Hua were desk mates, sitting in the third row of the second group. Luo Lan was petite, and they were collectively known as the two beauties. Wang Shui Liang, sitting behind the beauties, whispered, "Ask the beauty Chen Hua. Something might have happened between them that we do not know about." Wang Shui Liang's desk mate was also a girl, very pretty. One could say he was the happiest boy in the class, surrounded by beauties. Xu Rong, who sat in front of Wang Chen Hua, turned around and whispered to her, "Chen Hua, what happened last night? Look at Mo Ziu, he has been so excited and keeps giggling to himself. Did you irritate him into madness?" Wang Chen Hua turned to glance at Mo Ziu, seeing him whispering to Sun Chen, then opened her phone and showed her chat logs with Mo Ziu to those in front. "Look for yourself, nothing happened." Wang Chen Hua proved her innocence and put her phone away. Li Chengxi, the class monitor sitting in the front of the first group, said, "Being sensible is a good thing. Let us all study together and not waste our beautiful high school years." As expected of a class monitor, everything she says is about studying. Her eyes are only on her books. There were 5 classes in the morning. The first 2 were math, the middle 2 were Chinese, and the 5th was biology. Next to Sun Chen, Mo Ziu opened a math textbook to stand up in front of him, then lowered his head to talk to Sun Chen. "Brother, do you think we can make it through the day?" Since Sun Chen was also practicing the Tao of Change and was an outer disciple of Mount Qingcheng, it was correct for Mo Ziu to call him brother. "Of course we can," Sun Chen said with full confidence. They were the type who rarely pulled all-nighters, so having stayed up the night before, they were still in a state of hyper-excitement. Ring-a-ding. The bell for class rang, and math class began. In any generation, math is a dull subject. Halfway through the first period, the textbooks at the back of the fourth group stood up, and Sun Chen and Mo Ziu were already slumped behind them, fast asleep. Their previous grand ambitions had long since vanished like smoke, as if they had never said them. Math teacher was very serious. Even though he saw people sleeping in the back, he did not have the heart to speak up, because the other students were listening intently, and if he were to call out the sleeping students, he would surely disrupt everyone else's flow. Therefore, the math teacher did not criticize them and continued teaching. He would not disturb others for the sake of 2 back row students. He was quite a wise teacher. In the eyes of all teachers, those sitting in the back row are not great students. Those who want to study sit in the front. 2 math periods passed, and Sun Chen and Mo Ziu were sleeping even more soundly. By the 3rd period, Chinese, they were not so lucky, as the Chinese teacher called them out directly. 2 students sleeping in the back, this is Chinese class. Please do not use your math books as windbreakers. The teacher did not wake them up directly, but used the books as an introduction. The whole class turned to look at them and burst into laughter, but the 2 were sound asleep on the desks and could not hear the teacher's voice at all. Sun Chen and Mo Ziu had not woken up. Nearby classmates pushed their arms, only for Mo Ziu to swat the person's hand away, causing another wave of laughter. Seeing that the 2 had no intention of waking, the Chinese teacher sighed helplessly. Fine, sleep if you want to. Once the college entrance exam scores come out, you will not be able to sleep even if you want to. The classroom erupted into laughter again. In the end, so as not to make the Chinese teacher too embarrassed, the students in the back row took away Sun Chen and Mo Ziu's math books and replaced them with their Chinese textbooks, standing them up in front of the pair. The Chinese class ended, and the 2 people in the last row of the 4th group were still sleeping. During the break, Wang Qinhua could not stand it anymore. She walked over to Mo Ziu, intending to wake him up. Many people thought that perhaps Wang Qinhua had spoken too harshly, causing Mo Ziu to give up on himself and start sleeping in class. So they asked her to wake him up, and to wake up the newly transferred student while she was at it. Mo Ziu, wake up. Your mom worked so hard to send you to school, not for you to sleep. Even if you do not care about yourself, think about your mom. Do not just give up. As Wang Qinhua spoke, she even shook Mo Ziu's desk. Sun Chen's desk was right next to Mo Ziu's. When Mo Ziu's desk moved, Sun Chen's naturally moved along with it. Shaken by Wang Qinhua, the 2 sleeping boys slowly raised their heads. Their faces alternated between red and pale as they squinted at her, both showing looks of disgust and impatience. Are you done yet? Seeing it was Wang Qinhua, Mo Ziu gave her no face at all and spat out impatiently. Sun Chen was even more direct, cursing, "You are sick." After speaking, the 2 of them simultaneously lay back down on the desk to sleep. At this moment, the rest of the class was shocked. Was this still the Mo Ziu they knew? To actually dare show a look of disgust towards Wang Qinhua, could his love have turned into hate? And that Sun Chen actually dared to call Wang Qinhua sick to her face. What nerve. You! Wang Qinhua's eyes widened. How could this person be so unreasonable? She had out of the goodness of her heart gone to wake them up, so they would not sleep in class, and as a result she gets called sick. Always surrounded by admirers and flatterers, how could she swallow such an insult? She was infuriated on the spot. Her delicate and cute face was filled with anger, yet she had no way to deal with the 2 sleepers. In the end, she could only storm off, sitting back in her seat, puffing with anger. Facts have proven that you should never disturb someone who stayed up all night. At best, you will get scolded. At worst, they will get physical. Either way, they recognize no one, and no one can stop them. Do not be mad. If those 2 guys want to sleep, let them. We have the homeroom teacher's class this afternoon. Let him deal with them. Shu Rong glared at the 2 sleeping boys and comforted Wang Qinhua. The homeroom teacher of science class 39-4 was their physics teacher, and out of the 3 classes in the afternoon, 2 were physics. Sun Chen and Mo Ziu sleeping in class caused an extremely bad influence. Let alone whether the class monitor Yan Penghua would snitch. The morning teachers would definitely report the class situation to the homeroom teacher, who would certainly come looking for the 2 sleepers in the afternoon. The entire morning passed quickly. When lunchtime arrived, the 2 were still sleeping, not even bothering to go eat. It was not until the afternoon bell rang that the 2 slowly woke up. They leaned back in their chairs in a daze, staring blankly ahead, their minds completely empty. The first 2 periods of the afternoon were physics, and the last was the students' favorite, PE class. For the afternoon class, the homeroom teacher Yan Zichen arrived. Yan Zichen was a man around 50 years old. His hair was a bit gray but not balding. Wearing a plaid shirt, he walked into the classroom with a dark expression. Entering the classroom, Yan Zichen put his textbook down on the podium and walked straight to the back of the 4th group. Here he comes. The whole class was gloating, turning their heads to the back to watch the show. Yan Zichen glared at Sun Chen and Mo Ziu with a stern face and said, "What is wrong with you 2, sleeping in class? Is this a place for you to sleep?" Hearing Yan Zichen's voice, Mo Ziu shuddered and sobered up instantly. He looked at Yan Zichen evasively, subconsciously touching his own head. In their student days, who would not be afraid of their homeroom teacher, Mo Ziu was naturally no exception. While Mo Ziu avoided his sharp gaze, Sun Chen chose to meet Yan Zichen's eyes, saying flatly, "Sorry, I really could not hold it back." Everyone was stunned, looking at Sun Chen weirdly. Really could not hold it back. What kind of outrageous excuse is that? Yan Zichen was also taken aback. In their first confrontation, Sun Chen had directly thrown him a curveball. If Sun Chen had made a common excuse like being sick, Yan Zichen would have given him an out for the sake of him being a new transfer student and let him go to the clinic. As for whether he was actually sick, that would depend on Sun Chen's wits. But who knew Sun Chen did not even bother to find an excuse, directly admitting he just could not resist the urge to sleep. In Yan Zichen's eyes, this attitude was arrogant and domineering, lacking any awareness of being a student. Yan Zichen said with a dark face, "Because you could not hold it back, you just sleep. Is the classroom a place where you can sleep whenever you want? Do you have any respect for the school rules?" The whole class held their breath. The classroom instantly fell silent as everyone watched Yan Zichen nervously. Anyone who knew the homeroom teacher knew that Yan Zichen was already furious. Mo Ziu was right in front of Yan Zichen. Hearing his tone, he immediately sat up straight, his forehead sweating profusely. Moreover, Mo Ziu frantically winked at Sun Chen, signaling him to apologize quickly. Angering the homeroom teacher was like the sky falling, nothing good would come of it. Who knew that Sun Chen not only did not back down but continued, "When sleepiness hits a person, it is like getting a terminal illness. You cannot cure it, so you can only die. I have no cure, so I can only sleep." The whole class felt their scalps tingle. This guy actually dared to talk back. And to even compare himself to a patient, does this logic even make sense? Sun Chen's response directly cemented his lawless image in the minds of everyone in class 39-4. He was already in the wrong to begin with, and after being reprimanded by the homeroom teacher, it would be one thing not to apologize, but he actually dared to talk back and argue. He simply did not treat the teacher with any respect. Besides Sun Chen, Mo Ziu was already shivering, wishing he could dig a hole right now and get away from his lawless senior brother. Yes, you are a transcendent, but do you dare to expose it? You do not. Then should not you obediently admit your mistake, or even make up a lie, spouting such brutally honest nonsense? Now I am going to be dragged down with you. Mo Ziu wanted to cry, but had no tears, feeling that Sun Chen had completely screwed him over. Twisting words and forcing logic. Do you think you are justified for sleeping in class? Call your parents in tomorrow. Yan Zichen's face was ashen as he sternly reprimanded Sun Chen. Yan Zichen's strict voice intimidated everyone. Not one dared to look back at Sun Chen anymore. They all pretended to read their books, but in reality, they were already sweating from the teacher's imposing aura. Serves him right. Hearing Yan Zichen tell Sun Chen to call his parents, the whole class suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, all gloating inwardly. The happiest of all was Wang Qinhua. "That is what you get for calling me sick. Now your parents are being called. Let us see how you hold your head up in class from now on." In school days, having your parents called in was incredibly humiliating. Furthermore, Yan Zichen had asked Sun Chen to call his parents in front of the whole class, letting everyone witness this shameful moment. No need for tomorrow. Upon hearing that he needed to call his parents, Sun Chen did not hesitate at all. He directly took out his phone, skillfully opened his contacts, clicked on a number saved as Dad, and dialed it right in front of Yan Zichen. Beep. Beep. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and Yan Zichen, standing next to him, was a bit dumbfounded. Not only was Yan Zichen dumbfounded, but the whole class was as well. They turned back to look at Sun Chen again, very curious to see just how far his arrogance could go. "How dare you, you insolent brat!" Yan Zichen almost roared out loud, only to hear Sun Chen start speaking, "Dad." A joyful voice came from the phone saying, "Hey son, what is up? Today is Friday. By my calculations, you should be in class. How do you have the time to call me? Do not tell me you beat up another blind idiot again." After connecting, Sun Chen had directly put the phone on speaker and placed it on the desk, making it convenient for Yan Zichen and Sun Bao to talk. But who knew the moment Sun Bao opened his mouth, he exposed the fact that Sun Chen beat people up. The word "agan" was used with particular accuracy. The whole class and Yan Zichen looked at Sun Chen in horror simultaneously. Beat someone up. Yan Zichen felt like he was going to pass out. What the hell kind of thing transferred into his class? Would not it ruin the reputation of his class? In schools, especially middle and high schools, if a troublemaker appeared in the class and got reported to the whole school, the homeroom teacher would also lose face, and it would be a huge disgrace. They would invisibly be labeled as incompetent in teaching, leading to awards like Teacher of the Year and Excellent Teacher having nothing to do with them. Even more terrified than Yan Zichen were the students in the class. With this newly transferred student being so violent, what good days did they have ahead of them? It was as if a fierce tiger had snuck into a flock of sheep, ready to crush them at any moment. Noticing the crowd's gazes, Sun Chen quickly said, "Dad, I am on speakerphone, the whole class heard that." Sun Bao immediately laughed it off, saying, "Hello to all the teachers and students. I was just joking with my son just now, please do not mind it." Everyone sneered inwardly, a joke, who are you trying to fool? Then Sun Bao continued, "My son is a good person with a kind heart. Do not be fooled by his silly look, his academic performance is actually very good. From now on, if any of you students encounter difficult problems in your studies, you can always ask my son to solve them." The whole class was stunned, staring blankly at Sun Chen. Why was he promoting his own son? A normal person would say that they want their child to learn from all the excellent students, and ask everyone to take good care of their child. Instead, Sun Bao was telling the other students to go to Sun Chen. Did not that mean the whole class was inferior to Sun Chen? Well then, with just one sentence, Sun Bao had directly turned Sun Chen into the public enemy of the whole class, the isolated kind of public enemy. Finally, Sun Bao came back to his senses and asked, "Son, why did you call me?" Sun Chen said, "I pulled an all-nighter last night, so I slept all day today." He did not say why he pulled an all-nighter, tossing the problem to Sun Bao instead. Hearing Sun Chen say all-nighter, Yan Zichen shot him a fierce glare, certain in his heart that this troublemaker must have stayed up playing games. But then Sun Bao laughed, "Hello teacher, my son's schedule is a bit different from ordinary people. He's used to studying at night, studying all night long. After all, it is quiet at night, teacher, you should understand. But please rest assured, teacher, this is my son's only flaw. In everything else he is ridiculously good, and he will absolutely not lower the class's average score." Ridiculously good, what the hell is that? Yan Zichen rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Sun Chen's parent, regardless of whether Sun Chen was studying last night or not, he slept through class all day today, violating classroom discipline. This is a fact. I ask you to supervise him properly outside of school, so he does not continue to violate school rules." Sun Bao's voice came from the phone. "Haha, well said, teacher, you are right. From now on, I will definitely supervise him well. I will never let him commit murder, arson, or do any evil deeds again. Otherwise, the teacher can do whatever you want with him." Hearing Sun Bao's fierce response, Yan Zichen froze for a few seconds and stared deeply at Sun Chen. Murder and arson. Doing all kinds of evil. He did not hear anything else, but everyone heard those 8 words loud and clear. This guy is actually a murderer too. Because of Sun Bao's boastful words, everyone was misunderstanding Sun Chen, and the looks they gave him changed again and again. Well, Sun Chen's guardian, I have a class to teach now, so let us discuss any issues later." Yan Zichen did not dare let Sun Bao speak anymore, for fear that he might dig up something even more shocking and then get silenced by this father and son duo. Hearing Yan Zichen was about to hang up, Sun Bao hurriedly said, "Do not be in such a rush, teacher. There is more. Are there any students in your class with really good grades? If not, I will have my son put in some effort and get the top score in the whole school for you. Did you hear that, son? The final exams are in over a month. Do not get questions wrong on purpose. Do your best." Yes, I got it. It's hanging up now." Hearing his old man pushing him into the fire pit, Sun Chen quickly grabbed his phone, gave a perfunctory reply, and hung up the call immediately. If he kept talking, his shameless father might just paint him as the future leader of the world. In a room in the wrong district, Sun Bao was lying on the sofa shirtless. As soon as Sun Chen hung up, he quickly switched his phone screen to his game. At that moment, he could only hear his teammates roaring in anger. Sun Bao immediately apologized with a smile, sorry, the internet cut out just now. Do not worry, I will definitely carry this match." After saying that, he tapped frantically on his phone screen. After hanging up, Sun Chen saw everyone staring at him. Yan Zichen said righteously, "We live in a society ruled by law. Read the law more often when you are free. It will be good for you." After finishing, he turned and walked toward the podium. Sun Chen sighed internally. The misunderstanding was huge now. He should not have made that call to his dad. In the eyes of his classmates, the image of Sun Chen as a fierce and dangerous person had been firmly established. No wonder he never took the initiative to talk to others. No wonder his gaze was always so condescending. Now they all understood. This interlude passed quickly, and Yan Zichen began the lesson. However, Yan Zichen did not forget the other person who was sleeping, Mo Ziu, because of the incident with Sun Chen. "Mo Ziu, come up and help the class review what I covered in the last lesson." Yan Zichen looked at Mo Ziu with an icy gaze. Mo Ziu's eyes widened instantly. He shouted, "Oh nine," his heart, knowing Yan Zichen was about to punish him. Mo Ziu scratched his head and stood up, stammering, "Last lesson. The last lesson." Before yesterday, Mo Ziu had eyes only for Wang Qinhua. How could he possibly know what was covered in the last physics class? Many people were snickering, gloating over his misfortune. Seeing Mo Xiu's awkward state, some even laughed out loud. Yan Zichen did not even look at Mo Xiu, nor did he tell him to sit down. He looked directly at Sun Chen and said, "Sun Chen, you tell us." The sleeping duo had met their immediate retribution. Sun Chen sneered in his heart, knowing Yan Zichen wanted to punish them. He stood up and said calmly, "The last lesson covered the law of conservation of energy." After stating the key points of that lesson, Sun Chen also explained the difficult parts, along with every formula that was guaranteed to be on the exam. After finishing that, Sun Chen did not stop, continuing. The lesson before that covered the work energy theorem. The lesson before that covered. Sun Chen rattled off everything taught over the last 2 weeks in one breath, including the difficult points and how much homework had been assigned. Suddenly, everyone looked at Sun Chen in shock. At this moment, Mo Xiu looked at Sun Chen as if he were looking at a monster. "Is this my desk mate?" Compared to Sun Chen, Mo Xiu felt like an ignorant clown. Yan Zichen was slightly stunned. He actually did not stump him. His memory is this good. "Yeah, good, sit down," Yan Zichen said flatly. If it were anyone else, Yan Zichen would have beamed with joy and been unstinting in his praise, lauding such a student in public. Unfortunately, this was Sun Chen, who had just talked back to him, so he did not even offer a word of praise. Sun Chen sat down expressionlessly, and as soon as Mo Xiu heard Yan Zichen say, "Sit down," he cheekily followed suit. "I did not tell you to sit down." Before Mo Xiu's rear end even touched the chair, Yan Zichen's murderous voice came, and Mo Xiu had no choice but to awkwardly stand up straight again. For the rest of the 2 physics classes, Mo Xiu had to stand. Anyway, since he sat in the last row, he would not be blocking anyone. After the physics class came PA, which was every student's favorite. Unfortunately, happy times are always fleeting, and the PE class ended quickly. In the evening, Sun Chen called Sun Bao again to inform him about Mo Xiu's awakening last night. Telekinesis, a very good supernatural ability. You do not need to worry about the Yi Dao Jing. As long as you feel he is worth teaching, go ahead. That stuff is as cheap as the 300 Tang poems. If King Cheng Mountain comes looking for it later, I will go explain it to them. After learning the situation, Sun Bao did not object. On the contrary, he highly approved of Sun Chen's actions. Sun Bao then said, over the last few months, supernatural matter between heaven and earth has become increasingly dense, and more people are awakening. You need to be careful on your own. Up to now, there are no written laws to regulate supernatural beings, and the Zodiac cannot keep track of everything. So after gaining supernatural abilities, many people will use them first and foremost to satisfy their own desires, wanting to stand above the law and do things that harm others for their own benefit. In any era, there is no shortage of selfish people who want to be above the law, those with arrogant and evil hearts. After accidentally awakening supernatural powers, these people feel that the law can no longer restrain them, and they begin to do things that hurt others to satisfy the impulses they could not fulfill when they were just ordinary people. Of course, it is not like no one can stop those unrestrained supernatural beings. The Zodiac Sun Bao mentioned is an organization in the 9 provinces of China, specifically tasked with constraining supernatural beings. They are equivalent to the police for ordinary people. Sun Chen said calmly, "No problem. If any short-sighted supernatural being tries to mess with me, I will not be polite. Just keep your own sense of measure, and do not let anyone trace it back to you, that is all." Sun Bao believed in his son's strength. Ever since Sun Chen accidentally awakened supernatural powers 2 years ago and became a supernatural, Sun Bao had rarely interfered with him. The fact that he let Sun Chen move out and live on his own was the best proof of that. The couple believed that Sun Chen could live independently and wanted to give him his own space, which was exactly what Sun Chen wanted. In the end, Sun Chen did not let them down either. He was capable of handling many issues, including those 2 incidents where he fought. "Are you on the phone with our son? Give it here." Sun Bao had just been about to say something else to Sun Chen when Lin Jai's voice came through the line. Sun Chen heard the buzzing of the phone and then his mother's voice. "My baby, have you eaten? It is so late and you are still not resting. You must be tired from a full day of classes. Hurry up and get some sleep." Hearing her doting tone, Sun Chen felt a wave of warmth in his heart. On the other end of the line, seeing the speed at which Lin Jai changed her demeanor, Sun Bao shook his head and sighed. Indulgent mothers make spoiled sons. Bang! As soon as Sun Bao finished speaking, he flew sideways across the room, smashing through the sofa and the cabinet. "Mom!" Sun Chen was startled, as he had heard the sound of things smashing on the other end. No wonder when he went home last time, all the furniture in the house had been replaced. He knew his fierce mother well. He already had a mental image of Sun Bao flying across the room. He just did not know if the bed broke or if the wall collapsed. Accompanied by the groans coming through the phone, Lin Jai said with a sweet, syrupy laugh, "Baby, no one is bullying you at your new school, right? If anyone bullies you, do not do it yourself this time. Tell mom and I will have your dad go deal with them." No, all the classmates are great," Sun Chen said hurriedly, terrified that his fierce mother might charge straight over to the school. After that, Sun Chen kept Lin Jai company for half an hour until finally, Sun Chen said he needed to cultivate, and only then did Lin Jai hang up, clearly reluctant to do so. Sun Chen took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on his bed, and began to circulate the Yi Dao Jing within his body. Soon 2 hours passed. Sun Chen opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. Usually when I cultivate the Yi Dao Jing, even if I run it for a whole night, I might not even finish one minor cycle, but it only took 2 hours to finish a minor cycle now. It seems that with the concentration of supernatural matter, the efficiency of cultivation has really improved a lot. Yi Dao Jing can be divided into 36 minor cycles. Only after completing 36 minor cycles does one achieve a major cycle. Since becoming a supernatural, Sun Chen started cultivating the Yi Dao Jing, and he has not even completed 5 major cycles yet. You can imagine how strenuous the cultivation has been over these 2 years. However, just as Dad said, the gradual concentration of supernatural matter will cause more and more people to awaken and become supernaturals. Although we are in a society governed by law today, every country has never stopped researching weapons. If the appearance of supernaturals causes world turmoil, I fear that those high-tech weapons developed will be brought out of the laboratories. It is not that Sun Chen is worrying needlessly. Anyone who has studied history knows that today's prosperous era is hard one, and no one wants to stop living in a peaceful world. Peace and prosperity have continued until now, but if the appearance of supernaturals upsets the balance of the world, then it would be better if they never appeared at all. It is not that Sun Chen is being a hypocrite, feeling that he can be a supernatural while others should not be. Not everyone who awakens supernatural abilities, after obtaining power beyond the ordinary, can stay as low-key as Sun Chen and avoid using their powers to do evil. Everyone has a demon living in their heart. When power beyond what they can mentally handle appears, that inner demon will be unleashed, and no one can stop it. Forget it, no need to think too much about it. Let the people in the zodiac worry about those things. For now, I should just focus on finishing high school and getting into a good university. In his heart, Sun Chen did not think of himself as a supernatural. He considered himself an ordinary person who could still stress over the college entrance exam and strive for a good university. He was still in his youth, after all. The night passed, and when he woke up in the morning, Sun Chen continued to meditate. But not long after, he received a message from Mo Xiu. "Senior brother, what are the plans for the weekend?" Mo Xiu now addressed him as senior brother quite naturally, and Sun Chen did not refuse. In terms of seniority, Mo Xiu was indeed correct to call him that. "Going to Jiuzhang Valley," Sun Chen replied to Mo Xiu. He did not say anything else, but before long, Mo Xiu caught up with Sun Chen. "Senior brother, you actually live alone." Entering Sun Chen's large single room, Mo Xiu looked around in surprise, very envious that Sun Chen could live outside by himself. From this, it could be seen that Sun Chen's family conditions were definitely not bad, and moreover, his parents were very reassured. "Let us go." Before Mo Xiu could sit down, Sun Chen directly went out the door. Mo Xiu still wanted to look around, but was pulled out by Sun Chen. Two went downstairs. At this time, Mo Xiu smiled and said, "It is not summer vacation yet, so there are very few tourists in Jiuzhang Valley. Now is the perfect time to visit. Although I am from Shu City, I have never been to Jiuzhang Valley, which is really a bit of a pity. Today I will just go with you, senior brother." Mo Xiu thought Sun Chen was going to Jiuzhang Valley for fun, and immediately became interested. "Is Jiuzhang Valley fun?" Sun Chen turned his head and asked. "Lo." Mo Xiu froze for a moment and asked, "If we are not going for fun, what are we going there for?" Sun Chen said, "To look for extraordinary substances." "There are extraordinary substances in Jiuzhang Valley." Mo Xiu was startled. Sun Chen gave Mo Xiu a calm look and said, "From the information I know, the probability of extraordinary substances appearing in some famous scenic spots and historical sites is very high. Also, remember to pay attention in your language arts classes in the future. If we knew exactly where they were, could it still be called looking for them?" Mo Xiu smiled sheepishly, but his whole person became even more excited. The fact that Sun Chen could take him to look for extraordinary substances meant that he was starting to accept him, and even intended to cultivate him and help him improve his strength. There was nothing more delightful than this. After becoming an extraordinary the night before yesterday, Mo Xiu was confused for a while, because he did not have any understanding of extraordinaries. For him, the only way to gain a deeper understanding was through Sun Chen. Jiuzhang Valley was in the Qiang region, which was quite far from the Rong region. With the current traffic speed, it would still take an hour to go from the Rong region to the Kiang region. The two of them got on a track-based high-speed train, traveling at 500 kilometers per hour, heading to the Kiang region. Nowadays, high-speed trains were no longer driven by electricity, but they still used track-based trains. The purpose was to ensure the safety of the trains, keeping them running on fixed tracks at all times, taking safety measures to the extreme. The train was full of a sense of technology. Every seat had many service buttons, as well as a smart screen and headphones. If passengers felt bored on the train, they could surf the internet and watch videos to pass the time. An hour passed quickly. The train arrived at the station and stopped. Sun Chen and Mo Xiu walked out of the high-tech station and got into an anti-gravity hovercar, heading to Jiuzheng Valley. As they approached Jiuzheng Valley, the vehicle stopped. The driver told the two that he could only drop them off here, because outside vehicles were not allowed inside. If they wanted to go in, they had to buy tickets. The two got out of the car helplessly and soon arrived at the ticket office. Mo Xiu complained directly, "We are still over 10 kilometers away from Jiuzheng Valley, and we have to buy tickets here. Is not this a scam?" The ticket price was a bit expensive, but in order to enter Jiuzheng Valley, the two still reluctantly bought the tickets. Fortunately, the service here was not bad. There would be sightseeing cars to take tourists inside for free. The two knew that the fare had already been included in the ticket price just now. "The car is over here, come quickly." While the two were looking for a sightseeing car, someone suddenly shouted. They saw two young men carrying things, surrounding two pretty girls in their 20s, constantly calling out to them. "Mana Xiaoshuang, Kaio Zhang and I will help you carry your things. With us here, how could we bear to let you two beauties suffer?" The young man named Gu Fengkai said with a smile. The man named Kaio Zhang next to him hurriedly nodded and smiled. Yes, Mana, let me help you carry it." Gu Fengkai and Kaio Zhang each reached out to the two beauties, but were rejected by them. Kai Mana chuckled softly, "Thank you, but no need." After saying that, she pulled Jai Xiaoshuang and walked forward. After being rebuffed, the two men looked at each other, turned around, and went to the two middle-aged men chatting behind them. Kaio Zhang smiled. President Luo, let us help you carry your bags." President Lu and President Luo looked to be in their 50s, their heads already covered with white hair, and their voices sounded quite weathered. "Haha, thanks for your trouble then." Two presidents did not refuse, and handed their luggage bags to Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai. These two presidents were Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai's direct superiors. After failing to court Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoshuang, the two seamlessly turned around to flatter their leaders. The six of them got onto the open-air sightseeing car. The weather in May was gradually getting hot, and with the clear skies, it was perfect for taking a ride in a sightseeing car. The sightseeing car was not large, with only 16 seats, and the six people sat wherever they liked. Two beauties naturally sat together. The two presidents sat at the very back, and Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai, in order to continue their courting, sat next to the two beauties. "Driver, you can start the car." After the six of them got on the car, Gu Fengkai urged the driver to start. The big-bellied driver gave Gu Fengkai a calm look and said, "Wait a moment, there are two more people who have not arrived." After a while, two teenagers got on the car. It was none other than Sun Chen and Mo Xiu. People in the car looked at Sun Chen and Mo Xiu. They found one to be a very handsome and cool teenager, while the other looked rather naive. Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoshuang could not help but take a few more glances at them. Gu Fengkai sneered sarcastically, "In all my years, I have never made others wait for me. Brother Kaio Zhang, would you say this counts as having noble character?" Just as they sat down, Sun Chen and Mo Xiu heard this sudden remark. Sun Chen remained expressionless and ignored it, while Mo Xiu could not help but glance at Gu Fengkai. With everyone present, the hovercar started, and the people on board enjoyed the scenery against the wind. The sightseeing car drove very slowly. The beautiful hair of the two pretty beauties fluttered in the wind, and they took out their phones to take pictures. From the back, President Lu smiled and said, "The weather is lovely, and the scenery is pleasant. I really wish I could live here." President Luo joined in with a smile. "Old Lu, how old are you to already be thinking about retirement?" At this time, Gu Fengkai chimed in with a smile. "The two presidents are in your prime. After we go back from this team-building trip, us foot soldiers will still be waiting for you two to lead us in expanding our territory." The group of six were employees from a company in Hecheng, Yangzhou. They came here for team building. Since the company was paying for it, it would be a waste not to come. "Ha." President Luo laughed and said, "It is travel time now, let us not talk about that." Two presidents refused to talk about business and started picking up the cameras hanging around their necks to take pictures of the scenery along the way. After getting on the car, Sun Chen and Mo Xiu remained silent. Sitting nearby, Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoshuang exchanged a glance. Jai Ziyashwang looked at Sun Chen and Mo Ziyu and smiled. Hello, are you guys here to travel too? Sun Chen gave Kai Mana and Jai Ziyashwang a calm glance. Before he could speak, Mo Ziyu beat him to it and smiled. Yes, yes. Is it your first time in Jiuzhang Valley, beautiful older sisters? Jai Ziyashwang's original intention was to strike up a conversation with Sun Chen, seeing as Sun Chen was more handsome than Mo Ziyu, but it turned out to be Mo Ziyu who responded. Since you should not slap a smiling face, Jai Ziyashwang smiled and said, Yes, what about you? Mo Ziyu smiled and said, It is our first time too. We took advantage of the weekend to see the long-famous splashing waterfalls, so we can boast to our classmates when we go back. Kai Mana said in surprise, You are still students, no wonder you are so young. As they said this, Kai Mana and Jai Ziyashwang's eyes sized up Sun Chen a few times. They found that the cool aura Sun Chen possessed was very attractive. Sun Chen and Mo Ziyu were not wearing school uniforms, so naturally, they could not tell at a glance that the two were high school students. Meanwhile, Gu Fengkai and Kaio Zhang in the back saw Kai Mana and Jai Ziyashwang actively striking up a conversation with the two teenagers, talking and laughing, and they suddenly burned with jealousy. Kaio Zhang took the initiative to lean in and said, So you two are still in school. I wonder what grade in high school you are in and how your grades are. To actually have time to come out and play on the weekend, your grades must be very good, right? As someone who had been through it, Kaio Zhang knew that no matter what era, students were most annoyed by others asking about their grades. Mo Ziyu was stumped by Kaio Zhang's question. His academic performance was truly too poor, and he found it a bit hard to say. He said guiltily, It is okay, not bad, passable. At this point, Gu Fengkai also leaned in and said, Learning in the high school stage is very important. It relates to whether you can get into a good university in the future, and whether you can find a good job after graduation. Kaio Zhang, how was your college entrance examination score back then? Kaio Zhang cooperated well and sighed, saying, Very average. I originally wanted to get into a university in the capital, but in the end my score was too poor, and I only got into a key university in Yangzhou. Fortunately, after graduation, I was able to enter a large enterprise and had the honor of being appreciated by my two superiors to reach where I am today. Haha, I heard that you bought a house in Hacheng just 5 years after graduation and just changed to a million-yuan car this year. It is really enviable, Gu Fengkai praised. Kaio Zhang also smiled and said, Not at all. My little achievements cannot compare to Brother Gu. You became a general manager at such a young age, and even I am a soldier under Brother Gu. I hope Brother Gu will guide me more in the future. Haha, you flatter me, Gu Fengkai laughed proudly. How could Kai Mana and Jai Ziyashwang next to them not know that these two were mutually complimenting each other, showing off and flaunting in front of them? They had long revealed a look of disdain in their eyes. Mo Ziyu was rendered speechless by the two of them, so insecure that he dared not raise his head. General manager, is that a very high position? Sun Chen asked very seriously. Hearing Sun Chen's cold tone, Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai thought Sun Chen was despising them. A trace of sarcasm curled the corner of Kaio Zhang's mouth as he said, I wonder what abilities this little brother has, to dare look down so much on the general manager of a company with a market value of tens of billions. Sun Chen said seriously, I was born in the 2020s. Oh. Everyone froze for a moment, unable to react for a while. Born in the 2020s. Why did that tone sound so familiar? Gu Fengkai and Kaio Zhang's mouths twitched, not knowing how to respond. Once upon a time, they had also said to those older than them, I was born in the 2000s, what do you amount to? Now, decades later, they actually fell to the point of having someone else flaunt their age to them, just like they were flaunting their wealth just now. Giggle. Looking at Sun Chen's serious expression, the two beauties did not care about Gu Fengkai and Kaio Zhang's awkwardness at all, and could not stop laughing on the side. Mo Ziyu seemed to have also found his own capital, and seizing the opportunity to twist the knife, he said, Sorry, I was also born in the 2020s. You. Gu Zhao and Kaio Rigu faces turned ashen. Youth was indeed capital. Kaio Zhang said with a cold face, So what if you were born in the 2020s? For someone as unhardworking as you, taking a high school diploma out there in the future, nobody would even want you as a migrant worker. In the era of a technological explosion, those singular, dangerous, and heavy-lifting jobs had long been replaced by intelligent robots. Even the sanitation workers sweeping the streets were gone, all replaced by robots. People in this era really could not get rich without some skills or a unique talent. Sun Chen said calmly, What I do in the future is none of your damn business. Are you really that fond of being a busybody? At this point, Sun Chen felt a sense of disgust towards Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai. Why did he run into busybodies again? Retorted by Sun Chen, Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai's faces looked increasingly ugly. Seeing Sun Chen's words being so aggressive, Mo Ziyu also grew bolder. He directly stood up and sneered at the two of them. Yeah, how we end up is none of your damn business. If you keep blabbering, believe it or not, I will beat the crap out of you. Since Mo Xiu had already awakened as an extraordinary, he had nothing to fear. With Sun Chen standing in front, he directly threatened Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai. Threatened by Mo Xiu, everyone on the vehicle changed color, and the way Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoshuang looked at Mo Xiu also shifted. Seeing the dispute in front, the two bosses in the back hurried over. Boss Luo looked at Mo Xiu with a smirk and said, "What is going on? We live in a society ruled by law, so let us be civilized. Do not go around talking about killing people. Young man, do not be so impulsive. Think about your family." With the two bosses backing them, Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai sneered immediately, looking provocatively at Sun Chen and Mo Xiu. Jiuzhang Valley is here. The driver suddenly shouted, and the sightseeing vehicle came to a stop. Having reached their destination, Sun Chen did not want to waste any more time on these people. He glanced lightly at Boss Luo and Boss Lu and said, "Keep your dogs on a leash." After saying that, he and Mo Xiu got off the vehicle. Yo! Kaio Zhang was infuriated and wanted to go up and argue, but was grabbed back by Gu Fengkai. Boss Lu shook his head and smiled. These young people today, they have not seen much of the world and think they are invincible. Once they get a taste of reality, they will understand how insignificant they really are. Two bosses lectured Sun Chen and Mo Xiu with the attitude of those who had seen it all, though deep down, they looked down upon them. Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoshuang felt awkward and began to grow disgusted with Boss Lu and Boss Luo. It was originally Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai who were show-offs meddling in others' business, but these two bosses chose to side with them regardless of who was right, even lecturing the two high school students, which was truly disappointing. Gu Fengkai smiled and said, "Boss Lu is right. Bosses, we have arrived at Jiuzhang Valley. Do not let two clowns ruin your mood. Let us get off the car." People on the vehicle got off one after another and walked into Jiuzhang Valley. Sun Chen and Mo Xiu were the first to get off, and by now, they had already walked inside the valley. They did not take what happened on the vehicle to heart. For them, extraordinary materials were the top priority. "Brother, how are we going to find them?" Mo Xiu asked in a low voice. Jiuzhang Valley is vast, with dense trees everywhere. To attract tourists, it maintained its original ecology, looking like a deep mountain forest. First, let us avoid the surveillance cameras here. We need to go to places where there are no people to look. Why? Mo Xiu asked, confused. Sun Chen said calmly, "In places where there are people and cameras, even if you find extraordinary materials, would you dare to practice in public?" Mo Xiu suddenly understood and began to pay attention to where the cameras were located. Every scenic area has public viewing zones and restricted areas. Viewing zones are bound to have surveillance, and when there are many tourists, guards are required. However, it was May, so there were not many tourists in Jiuzhang Valley. Staff only appeared occasionally, and there were still blind spots in surveillance. Look for a restroom. After searching for a while and finding it hard to locate a dead corner, Sun Chen thought of the restroom. That is perfect. Mo Xiu understood Sun Chen's meaning and quickly found a restroom. There were cameras all over the scenic spot, but they would not install them inside a restroom, so it became their place to escape surveillance. The two entered the restroom, and while no one was there, Sun Chen lifted Mo Xiu through a hole in the wall, then followed him out into the mountains where there were no cameras. On the other side, the six from Shanghai had finished walking through Wuhua Lake and Five-Colored Pond, and by the time they reached the Huanglong scenic area, it was already afternoon. Exhausted, the group decided to take a break. Looking at the lush greenery of the Huanglong scenic area, Kaio Zhang suddenly suggested, Boss Luo, why do not we go into the mountains to take a look?" Boss Lu and Boss Luo were tempted. Having come to such a beautiful place, it would be a pity to only look from the outside. Jai Xiaoshuang was a bit reluctant and said, "I do not think that is a good idea. What if there is danger in the mountains, or if we damage something? The scenic staff will definitely hold us accountable." Gu Fengkai, good at reading people, saw that the two leaders were interested and said, "It is just grass and trees. What could we possibly damage? There is no one around, so we can definitely go in. Besides, if we run into any danger, Kaio Zhang and I will protect you." Gu Fengkai patted his chest, projecting an air of machismo. If you did not know his character, you would truly think he was a responsible person. Jai Mana also wanted to go into the mountains and pulled on Jai Xiaoshuang, cooing, "Let us go together, nothing will happen. We will not go too far." While Jai Mana was acting coquettish, her chest rose and fell, and Kaio Zhang and Gu Fengkai nearby stared wide-eyed, secretly swallowing their saliva. At this moment, Boss Luo also said, "Let us go in and take a look. There is no one guarding this place, so we should be able to go in." With the leader's consent, the six began to walk into the mountains, getting up close to the exotic flowers and plants, and kept taking photos with their cameras. Without realizing it, the six went further and further. What they did not know was that after they entered the mountains, two people had been keeping an eye on them. Those two chicks are not bad. Two people wearing scenic area uniforms were watching from the shadows. They were two men in their 30s, tanned and dark. Seeing people trespassing into the mountains, instead of stopping them, they let them go in and then revealed lewd smiles. "Josong, I want the chubby one. You can take the thinner one," Ryu and Feng chuckled. The chubby one was Kai Mana, and the thin one was naturally Jai Zioshwang. Josong smiled, "Either one is fine. What about the men?" "What else could we do? Slaughter them and bury them directly. When we go back, delete all the surveillance footage. As for the two women, once we are tired of playing with them, we will bury them too." A flash of ruthlessness crossed Ryu and Feng's eyes. The two were staff members at Jiuzhang Valley. When they saw the six trespassing into the deep mountains, they should have stopped them, but upon seeing the two beautiful women, they were overcome with lust and let them pass. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us do it," Josong said impatiently. Ryu and Feng said, "Do not rush. Let them go deeper so we are not discovered." Seeing the six walk further away, the two set off to follow them. Ryu and Feng moved through the bushes in a flash, and Josong took a leap and jumped 20 meters away. The two were actually extraordinaries. The six went further and further. Jai Zioshwang felt the surroundings becoming increasingly eerie. Like Kai Mana, she could not help but rub her arms. Finally, Jai Zioshwang could not help but speak. "It is already 4 in the afternoon. Should we head back?" Boss Lu suddenly realized and patted his forehead. "You see, we got so lost in the fun that we forgot we were deep in the mountains. Mother Nature is truly fascinating." The others followed with a laugh. "You are not leaving since you are already here." Suddenly, Josong and Ryu and Feng slowly walked out with sinister smiles, their gazes scanning Kai Mana and Jai Zioshwang without restraint. The six did not notice the sinister smiles on the faces of Josong and Ryu and Feng. Seeing them wearing scenic area uniforms, they assumed they were there to escort them back. Kaio Zhang stepped up and smiled. "Thanks for the reminder. We are heading out now." Heading out. Josong and Ryu and Feng exchanged a smile, and the next moment, Josong took action. Josong targeted Kaio Zhang, who had walked up first. Kaio Zhang saw the man who had been 10 meters away suddenly appear right in front of him. The man threw a punch, and with a crunch of breaking ribs, Kaio Zhang was sent flying, crashing onto the ground unconscious. Remaining 5 were stunned for a moment. Only when they saw blood spilling from Kaio Zhang's mouth did Jai Zioshwang and Kai Mana let out terrified screams. How could you kill someone?" Boss Lu and Boss Luo looked at Josong in horror, realizing that the two in front of them were not there to urge them to leave, but had malicious intent. "Kill someone." Ryu and Feng laughed and said, "We are killing ants, and you are just ants too." With that, Ryu and Feng vanished from his spot and appeared behind the 5 the next moment. "Look, we are gods while you are just ants." When Ryu and Feng's voice came from behind them, the 5 turned around in terror and saw that Ryu and Feng had truly reached them. The 5 were dumbfounded, their minds unable to process it. At any other time, they would have applauded, praising such a spectacular magic trick. But at this moment, with Kaio Zhang lying on the ground in critical condition, they no longer believed it was magic. You. The 5 were paralyzed with fear, unable to speak. However, while they were turning around, Josong had already come up behind them. Josong placed his hands on the shoulders of Boss Lu and Boss Luo. With a light squeeze, the excruciating pain of shattered shoulder bones caused both to let out miserable screams. Josong let go, and they collapsed to the ground. Gu Fengkai was pale with fear. Looking at Josong's sinister smile, he knelt down directly before him. "Two big brothers, spare my life. You can have anything you want. I have money. I will give you all my money." Gu Fengkai's voice choked with sobs as he kowtowed, begging Josong to let him live. Deep in the mountains, his pleas went unheard. He did not want to die and could only seek a way out in the most cowardly way. "Anything you want. We want those two. You do not have an objection, right?" Josong wore a smug smile, pointing at the terrified Jai Zioshwang and Kai Mana. Gu Fengkai thought the man was giving him a chance and quickly promised, Of course, those two cheap women are still virgins. They are quite wild, actually. If you big brothers take a fancy to them, it is their honor." To survive, Gu Fengkai did not hesitate to offer Jai Zioshwang and Kai Mana up. Jai Zioshwang and Kai Mana were dumbfounded, tears streaming down their faces. Before they came in, Gu Fengkai and Kaio Zhang had promised to protect them, but to save his own life, Gu Fengkai had sold them to these shameless criminals. "Gu Fengkai, you coward with no spine," Kai Mana roared, hating Gu Fengkai so much she wanted to kill him. Josong sneered, kicking Gu Fengkai away. Before he could react, he went flying, hit a tree, and fell unconscious. Boss Lu and Boss Luo, whose shoulders had been shattered, had already fainted from the pain. Now, only the two delicate beauties remained. Do not be afraid, sisters. Even though it is your first time, I will be very gentle. Jo Song and Ryu and Feng, one after the other, wore evil smiles and slowly closed in on them. In despair, Jai Xiaoshuang fumbled for her phone. She wanted to call the police. But thinking to call the police in front of two extraordinaries was far too naive. Slab. Bad girl, you still want to call the police. Once we are done playing with you, you can go underground and report it there. Ryu and Feng flashed forward, appearing instantly before Jai Xiaoshuang, and slapped her across her fair, tender face. The slap left a bright red print on her cheek, and she was knocked to the ground, her phone flying away. Do not be so rough with a beauty. This one is mine. If you want to hit someone, hit your own. Jo Song was a little displeased because Ryu and Feng had hit Jai Xiaoshuang, the one he had his eyes on. They had agreed before making a move that the slightly chubbier Kai Mana belonged to Ryu and Feng, and Jai Xiaoshuang belonged to Jo Song. Ryu and Feng's action was overstepping the line. Ryu and Feng did not mind and gave a faint smile. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked towards the distant mountainside, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. There is someone over there, Ryu and Feng said in a deep voice, his gaze instantly turning vicious. Jo Song was startled and quickly turned to look at the mountainside, only to see figures moving in the bushes, though he could not see clearly who they were. Help! Hearing that someone was nearby, Kai Mana tried to scream for help, but before she could finish, Jo Song knocked her out cold with a chop to the neck. Ryu and Feng also knocked out Jai Xiaoshuang. Then, he and Jo Song exchanged a glance, and the two dashed towards the mountainside at top speed. Over on the mountainside, Mo Xiu was holding his phone, with the video recording function turned on, hanging it on a tree to record the figures of the people below. Mo Xiu had started recording as soon as Jo Song and Ryu and Feng appeared. He did not have any other motive than to see what those people down there were trying to do. Senior brother, those idiots got sent flying. So scary, yet so satisfying. Mo Xiu made sarcastic remarks while recording. Chen stood right under the tree. Seeing the two men in work uniforms bullying the other two, he showed no intention of stepping in to help. Wait, those two seem to have spotted me. Such incredible speed. Could those two be transcendents? Mo Xiu was startled. Suddenly realizing the danger, he quickly jumped down from the tree, put away his phone, and bolted. But after running a few steps, Mo Xiu looked back and saw that Chen had no intention of running. Mo Xiu hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, those two are chasing after us. They are both transcendents, run quickly." Sun Zheng was left speechless by Mo Xiu's panic and scolded him. "You are a transcendent too. What the hell are you running for?" Wakened by Sun Chen's words, Mo Xiu paused for a moment before realizing, "Oh right, I am a transcendent too. Why should I be afraid of them?" He had not been a transcendent for long and still could not adapt to his new identity, inevitably cowing for a moment. If we do not leave, we are going to have to face them head-on. Mo Xiu was very nervous. Those two were coming in aggressively. They did not look like they were coming over to reason, but rather to start a fight. Mo Xiu had never fought in his life. He usually just talked tough, but if he had to fight in person, he would be more cowardly than anyone else. You're all transcendents anyway. Use your transcendent abilities to fight them. Let me remind you first of those two. One has awakened a strength ability and the other a speed ability. I will leave the one with the strength ability to you. Remember, do not let him get close. Your frail body will not be able to withstand a single punch from him, Sun Chen reminded him. Seeing Sun Chen's serious expression, Mo Xiu swallowed hard and asked, "Are we really going to fight? If you do not want to fight, will they just let you go? You do not actually think they chased us all the way here to talk reason, do you?" Sun Chen sneered. Judging from the situation just now, those two were committing a crime. For them to come looking for them now, it could only mean they wanted to eliminate the witnesses. "They are here, use your transcendent power," Sun Chen said. In less than a minute, Jo Song and Ryu and Feng had already rushed up the mountainside and saw that someone was indeed spying on them, and it was two young men at that. They were not surprised by why these two young men were here, nor were they surprised that the two did not turn and run upon seeing them coming. They only wanted to quickly silence these two witnesses to their crime. "Kill them right now." Ryu and Feng looked at Jo Song. A ruthless glint flashed in their eyes, treating human lives like dirt. Sun Chen stood his ground, looking completely unfazed. Mo Xiu also stood where he was, looking extremely tense and breaking out in a cold sweat. Jo Song made a massive leap, launching himself high into the air. He plummeted toward Mo Xiu's position, intending to crush Mo Xiu to death with a single punch descending from the sky. Jo Song's move brought a heavy sense of oppression upon Mo Xiu, making him feel the deadly crisis. Sensing the impending danger, the nervous Mo Xiu willed it, and countless branches and pebbles around him began to move. His entire transcendent power was mobilized, and with a point of his finger, those branches shot fiercely toward the falling Jo Song. "What?" Zhou Song, who was already falling, was shocked to see these floating branches. Only at this moment did he realize that the nervous teenager in front of him was actually a transcendent as well. But it was too late. Suspended in midair, Zhou Song had no leverage and could not dodge even if he wanted to. Expelled. Zhou Song clearly heard the sound of branches and pebbles piercing into his body. A burst of intense pain washed over him as he fell silently from the sky, instantly losing his life. On the other side, while Mo Ziu was fighting Zhou Song, Yuan Feng had also locked his target on the calm-looking Sun Chen. Yuan Feng let out a sinister grin, turning into a gust of wind as he vanished from his spot. He thought Sun Chen would not be able to track his movements, assuming the boy was just a fool standing there waiting to die. But as Yuan Feng gradually approached Sun Chen, he began to sense danger. He was clearly the one going for the kill, so why was he the one feeling a sense of crisis? Yuan Feng could not understand it. Why would this handsome teenager make him feel threatened? Was it just because he was handsome? In the blink of an eye, Yuan Feng arrived in front of Sun Chen. He swung his fist, intending to crush Sun Chen's throat with a single blow, but the moment he raised his fist, he was utterly shocked. Yuan Feng saw that the teenager's hand had straightened out at some point, and two of his fingers were already pressing against his forehead. He could even feel the warmth coming from those fingers. But that was all. Feeling the warmth from the other party became Yuan Feng's last sensation. In the end, Yuan Feng collapsed silently, his eyes still wide open, lifeless. After disposing of the man who tried to kill him, Sun Chen showed no expression at all. He remained perfectly calm, as if he were completely accustomed to this, and turned his head to look at Mo Ziu's side. He saw that Mo Ziu had already slumped to the ground, staring in horror at the enemy who had been pierced into a hedgehog, muttering over and over that he had killed someone. The souls. After the two transcendents fell, Sun Chen saw their souls. Without any hesitation, he activated his blood eye and absorbed the souls of the two men. Hiss, what pure energy! The energy from these two transcendents is actually more massive than an entire busload of wandering ghosts. Sun Chen seemed to have discovered something incredible, but without time to overthink it, he quickly sat cross-legged and circulated the Yi Dao manual to refine the energy he had just absorbed. Half an hour later, Sun Chen opened his eyes in deep satisfaction. The souls of transcendents are indeed different from those of ordinary people. After an ordinary person awakens, their soul also sublimates, and the energy it contains is beyond compare to that of regular humans, Sun Chen mused to himself. Transcendent substances were hard to find. If he wanted to improve his strength, relying solely on transcendent substances would not be enough. But Sun Chen had his blood eye, and now that he had discovered another path to leveling up, a new direction began to form in his mind. Pushing aside further thoughts for now, Sun Chen stood up and walked toward Mo Ziu. By now, Mo Ziu's emotions had calmed down from the terror of killing a person, and he was sitting there with a blank stare. Sun Chen did not try to comfort him and just said, "Let us go." Mo Ziu snapped back to reality and looked at Sun Chen with an agonized expression. "Senior brother, we killed someone." They had been taught from a young age to abide by the law, and the concept of legality was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Now that they had taken a life, Mo Ziu could not step out of his internal legal boundaries for the moment. Sun Chen said calmly, "If we did not kill them, they would have killed us. I told you before, in the world of transcendence, as abilities grow stronger, desires are infinitely magnified, and all established order will cease to exist." "But we have still become murderers," Mo Ziu said. Sun Chen replied, "That depends on who we kill. As long as we do not rely on our transcendent abilities to harm ordinary people, we are not murderers. By killing these two transcendent scums, we are doing a service for the people." Hearing Sun Chen say this, Mo Ziu felt a lot better. The two dead men were indeed no good. In order to cover up their crimes, they had rushed all the way over here to silence the two brothers. Those two must have been quite frustrated as well. They never could have imagined running into two transcendents deep in this remote mountain forest. They probably regretted it with all their guts right before they died. Then Mo Ziu asked, "Should we bury them?" Sun Chen said, "No one knows we were here. The more you do, the more traces you leave behind. It is getting late, let us hurry back. We still have tomorrow to rest." Today was Saturday, and tomorrow would be Sunday. They had not forgotten their identities as students, rushing back to wrong district for school. As for what happened to the 6 people from Hucheng, that was none of their concern. Two transcendents that posed a threat to them were already dead. If those people still could not save themselves, then they truly deserved to die. Sun Chen and Mo Ziu erased their tracks as they left the deep mountains. Eventually, they found a spot without surveillance cameras and reappeared in the scenic area. As they were about to leave the scenic area, Sun Chen said, "Delete the video you just recorded. Do not leave any traces of yourself behind." Although no one would be bored enough to hack into a student's phone, keeping evidence of one's presence on their own device was a foolish thing to do by any measure. Moziu understood Sun Chen's point and quickly deleted it, even going as far as formatting his entire phone drive. Leaving the scenic area, the two entered a high-speed rail station full of a sense of advanced technology. After boarding the train, Moziu asked in a low voice, how could there be two transcendents in the scenic area? The fact that the scenic area's staff members were actually transcendents was indeed highly unbelievable. Sun Chen explained, the appearance of transcendent substances caused some people to awaken their abilities. What did we go to Jiuzhang Valley for? To look for transcendent substances. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for people who work there long-term to awaken transcendent abilities. Moziu nodded, then said regretfully, there are indeed a lot more transcendent substances in those mountains than in the city, but we cannot just keep running off to that place. Could not we check out Mount Qingcheng or Mount Amei? Oh right, we are even outer disciples of Mount Qingcheng. They did find some transcendent substances upon entering the mountain today, but they absorbed them very quickly. So the two of them searched all over the mountains and plains, and found a bit more, which was right before they encountered the two transcendents trying to silence the witnesses. Mentioning Mount Qingcheng, Moziu suddenly remembered that he and Sun Chen seemed to be outer disciples of Mount Qingcheng. Going there to look around seemed like a good option too. Sun Chen scoffed, you do realize you are only an outer disciple, right? Moziu widened his eyes and asked, the status of an outer disciple would not be that low, would it? Looking at Sun Chen's smile, Moziu suddenly realized that the status of an outer disciple might not even be as good as a watchdog's. Deep in the mountains of the Huanglong's scenic area. Shortly after Sun Chen and the other person left the scenic area, Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoshuang, who had been knocked unconscious, woke up. Seeing that the two individuals with superpowers were gone, they quickly grabbed their phones to call the police. The police response was incredibly fast. Within 5 minutes, they had located the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, the police saw people injured on the ground and immediately called for ambulances to transport them away. Kind-hearted officers first comforted Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoshuang. Once the two women recounted the events in detail, the questioning officer was stunned. They can fly, they can teleport. Several officers furrowed their brows. They could tell that Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoshuang were not lying, and realizing the situation was not simple, they immediately reported it to headquarters. Shortly after, an veteran officer asked, do you know where those two went? Jai Xiaoshuang pointed toward the mountainside and said, before we were knocked out, they mentioned someone was up there. After they struck us, they must have headed in that direction. Receiving the direction from Jai Xiaoshuang, the group of police officers immediately drew their weapons and surrounded the area. When they reached the mountainside, they found two bodies matching the descriptions of the perpetrators, both dead with gruesome expressions, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Alert, seal off the perimeter. Veteran detective gave the order to secure the scene and summoned personnel from the scenic area to identify the two deceased. Seeing that the veteran detective was only securing the area without any intention of entering to investigate for clues, a young officer asked in confusion, Master, are not we here to solve the case? Why just seal it off instead of going in to investigate? Veteran detective said in a low, grave voice, this case is already beyond our jurisdiction. Specialists will come to handle it, we just need to cooperate with them. The young officer remained confused and still did not quite understand what the veteran meant. Historically, the criminal investigation team had always been responsible for cases. Since when was it someone else's turn to take over their duties? Not long after, two figures dressed in black arrived, a man and a woman. The young officer scrutinized them and noticed a rabbit head symbol printed on their chests. The efficient-looking woman walked to the scene, saw the veteran detective, and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Rabbit 9, and this is Rabbit 12. The veteran detective shook hands with them and said, hello, the scene has been secured, please go ahead. Thank you. Rabbit 9 nodded in thanks, then she and Rabbit 12 entered the cordoned-off area. Only then did the young officer realize that the veteran detective had sealed off the scene to wait for their arrival. Rabbit 9 and Rabbit 12 entered the zone to examine the two bodies, still fixed in their dying glares. After looking them over, Rabbit 12 said in a low voice, based on the statements from the two ladies, one of the perpetrators awakened a speed ability, and the other likely had a strength ability. But they both died here, which means there was another superpowered individual present at the time. Rabbit 9 nodded, that is correct. Judging by the state of their remains, they were killed by at least two people, using two different types of supernatural abilities. Can you determine which two? Rabbit 12 asked. Rabbit 9 replied, this person was pierced through the body by branches and stones, likely using a telekinetic ability. As for the other body, there are no external wounds. It is impossible to tell for now what kind of power was used. If there are no external signs, could the damage be internal? Rabbit 12 posed the question. Rabbit 9 thought that made sense, and immediately took out her phone, opened a proprietary application, and scanned Ryu and Feng's body. A beam of light shot out from the phone's camera, scanning and recording the internal state of Ryu and Feng's organs. Then a model of Ryu and Feng's body appeared on the screen, and the system identified that his brain had been completely destroyed. What kind of power is this? Both of them were shocked, glancing at each other. He had been superpowered individuals for a long time, and had collected endless information on various abilities, but this was the first time they had ever encountered such a capability. To be able to directly shatter a human brain was far more terrifying and bizarre than simple strength or speed abilities. At a loss for what to do, Rabbit 12 suggested, "Let us post this information in the group chat and ask around. Even if no one knows, if something similar happens in the future, we might be able to find some clues." "That is the only option," Rabbit 9 nodded. Subsequently, Rabbit 9 sent the information about the mysterious superpowered individuals in the scenic area to a group called Shoe Rabbit to share it with the others. After a moment of silence in the group, everyone agreed they had never seen such a power before. Rabbit 12 said, "It looks like this is an ability recently awakened, but why would they appear here?" Supernatural matter. Rabbit 9 instantly pointed to the core mystery. Rabbit 12 said, "In that case, those two mysterious superpowered individuals must have been outsiders." Rabbit 9 shook her head, not necessarily. They could also be people from the local area. As supernatural matter increases, more and more people will awaken. Especially in places like these ancient mountains and historical sites, we must monitor them closely from now on, register everyone who awakens, and restrict them to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Then let us start by vetting the people in the scenic area, then pull all the security footage to see if there are any suspicious individuals, Rabbit 12 said. With that, the two reached an agreement with the police, relayed their conclusions, and asked for police assistance in the investigation. Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoxuang, as victims, were escorted out of the scenic area under police protection. Since neither was seriously injured, they were settled into a regular hotel. Not long after, they received news from the hospital. Kai Ozhang died due to extensive internal bleeding from a shattered sternum. President Liu, President Luo, and Gu Fengkai suffered various bone fractures and require hospitalization, but their lives are not in danger. In the hotel room, Kai Mana and Jai Xiaoxuang sat on the bed, pale-faced, still shaken by the events of the day. Are there really people with superpowers in this world? After a long silence, Kai Mana finally spoke up. During the day in the mountains, they had witnessed the powers the two displayed with their own eyes. It felt so outrageous that they could not even determine if those beings could still be considered human. Jai Xiaoxuang hugged her knees on the bed and said, "I believe my own eyes." Jai Xiaoxuang chose to believe. In the past, people only saw humans with superpowers in movies, but they knew those were fictional, brought to life through film technology. But today, they had seen humans in the mountains who only belonged in movies. Upon returning, they were more convinced than ever that those were not circus tricks, but genuine human beings. "It is just a shame we do not know who saved us," Jai Xiaoxuang said with some regret, as she never saw their rescuers. Kai Mana said, "The police said those two murderous guys are dead. It seems the ones who killed them were also superpowered people. It makes sense that they would not want to show themselves to us." In an era of advanced technology, if the identity of a superpowered individual were leaked, it would surely become global news. Both women assumed their rescuers avoided them because they did not want their identities exposed. Could it be them? Jai Xiaoxuang began to let her imagination run wild, thinking of the two high school students who had entered the scenic area with them. Soon, Jai Xiaoxuang dismissed the thought. Those two young high schoolers were just there for a weekend trip. It could not possibly be them. The death of 3 people led to the lockdown of the scenic area, making headlines the next day. However, the news reports made no mention of anything about superpowered individuals, only stating that the area was undergoing renovations and increasing security, though in reality, it was being placed under strict surveillance. As for Sun Chen and Mo Xiu, who had eliminated the 2 superpowered individuals, they returned to Wrong City and stayed in their respective homes, not venturing out again. By Monday, both were back at school as usual, as if nothing had ever happened. Science Class 39, Grade 4. During the break, students in the classroom were fooling around, some girls bullying a boy, some boys bullying a girl, but none of that concerned Sun Chen and Mo Xiu. The two sat in the last row of the 4th column, seemingly isolated and indifferent to the world. Just then, Mo Xiu scrolled past a news item about Jiuzhang Valley. He showed his phone to Sun Chen and chuckled, "Look, we were not discovered." Knowing that their whereabouts had not been traced made Mo Ziu very happy. It meant they could continue to keep a low profile and secretly increase their strength. Sun Chen glanced at the phone screen, then glared at Mo Ziu, saying, "I was not the one panicking. Is it really worth being that happy?" Mo Ziu looked awkward, stifled his smile, and felt a sense of admiration for Sun Chen's composure. At this moment, someone in the class actually brought up the murder case in Jiuzheng Valley. Murder happened at Jiuzheng Valley. Some tourists from Shanghai entered the mountain privately. One was killed, and now the place is locked down, said the chubby boy Song Jinged. "We live in a society ruled by law, and yet some people still break it. Have they caught the killer?" asked a female student named Mao Yahui. Wang Xuliang said, "The news said the perpetrator was caught, but somehow rumors are spreading that the perpetrator was also killed, totaling 3 deaths, which is why the entire area was sealed." "The killer was killed. Was the person who killed the killer found?" asked a boy named Liu Zhan. Wang Xuliang shook his head no, and it is said that because of that, checkpoints around the Qiang area have started vetting suspicious individuals. "Those villains are truly insane. Why do such self-destructive things for no reason?" Class Representative Li Chengxi said with indignation, acting as if she loathed wrongdoers. Liu Zhan sighed, "It is a pity. I was planning to go there with my parents next week, but now that this happened, I can only stay at home." Mao Yahui laughed, "Just go somewhere else then." Liu Zhan said, "I have already been to all the places nearby. If I want to go further, I have to consider leaving the city. Otherwise, I am stuck at home, and I am not allowed to play games. It is boring as hell." Little fatty Song Jing said with an angry look, "As the future of the nation, all you think about is playing. You are a total loser." "Get lost," Liu Zhan retorted. While they were talking in the front, Mo Ziu had been listening carefully, laughing to himself. "You would never expect it, but the true hunters are actually right beside you. If I were to tell you, it would scare you all to death." Mo Ziu looked at Sun Chen beside him. While others were discussing the event, Sun Chen was just playing on his phone, not caring at all about what others thought. At this moment, Mo Ziu understood what Sun Chen's dad had said. It was now mid-June. Early in the morning, Mo Ziu wore a joyful expression, greeting everyone he saw. Those who did not know him might think he was a polite, good student, but those who did would assume he was sick, and with an incurable disease at that. Morning class rep. Study committeemen do not always keep a straight face, smile a little. Little beauty Luo Lan, you have grown taller lately. Little fatty, is your face swollen from being beaten, or did you just get fatter? Chen Hua, did not you wash your hair yesterday? It is fine if you did not, you are pretty anyway. In the classroom, Wang Qinhua and the others looked at each other in dismay, staring expressionlessly at Mo Ziu. For a moment, they were quite unused to his enthusiasm. Ever since Mo Ziu was rejected by Wang Qinhua, he rarely spoke to anyone else in the class. What was wrong with him today? He was suddenly so out of character and abnormally hyped up. What is wrong with him? Wang Xuliang's eyes showed a strange look. Has he gone crazy or stupid? The little fatty Song Jing said. Who knows? Luo Lan rolled her eyes. Mo Ziu sat happily next to Sun Chen, but Sun Chen did not even glance at him. However, Mo Ziu still leaned in close to Sun Chen and chuckled in a low voice, "Senior brother, I broke through to the second tier of the sublevel." After saying that, he let out another burst of giggles. Just last night, Mo Ziu, who had been circulating his energy, suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. After continuous verification, he finally confirmed that his transcendent level had broken through. Because of his successful advancement, he fell asleep with a smile last night and woke up with a smile this morning. For him right now, nothing was more joyous than an increase in strength. Oh, what is there to be so happy about? Sun Chen gave Mo Ziu a mild glance, then turned his head to continue playing on his phone. With the emergence of transcendent substances, combined with the cultivation of the Yi Dao scripture, as long as a transcendent was not completely useless, a level up was to be expected. To Sun Chen, it was not something worth being happy about. Love. Mo Ziu was hit hard by Sun Chen's cold response. It was like a basin of cold water had been poured over him, and his burning inner excitement vanished in an instant. But then Mo Ziu thought about it and felt that Sun Chen made a lot of sense. He had only gone up 1 tier, and the sublevel had 10 tiers in total. Was it a bit too early to be excited? Soon it was time for class, but the teacher did not show up. Instead, class rep Yan Penghua walked up to the podium holding a schedule and addressed everyone, classmates. The college entrance exams are over, and we are now officially high school seniors. The school notified us last week that to avoid affecting next month's final exams, this semester's physical education exam has been moved to today. Everyone can head to the sports field to gather now. College entrance exams for the seniors had only passed a few days ago, so the sophomores naturally moved up to become the upcoming seniors. The The advancement of educational reforms, school life placed more and more emphasis on physical education. Therefore, students at any stage, except for those with physical disabilities, had to pass physical exams. After Yan Penghua finished speaking, the whole class left the room one after another. Because Sun Chen and Mo Ziu sat at the very back, they were the last to come out, trailing at the very end of the class line. PE exam was not just for one class, but rather the entire grade was taking it separately, class by class. Arriving at the soccer field, groups of teenagers in school uniforms showed youthful and sunny smiles. Basking in the sunlight, they chased and played around the field, full of vitality. A while later, the students from the humanities classes arrived, drawing the cheers and attention of the male students from the science classes. Humanities classes tended to have more female students. This was a common phenomenon, so naturally, there were more sweet-looking girls there than in the science classes. Seeing the beauties from the humanities classes appear, Mo Ziu also went to join the fun, leaving Sun Chen standing there alone. Student Sun Chen, are not you going to take a look? Seeing Sun Chen all by himself with no one talking to him, Luo Lan took the initiative to go over and interrogate him. Sun Chen turned his head and saw the little beauty Luo Lan, who was a head shorter than him. He was taken aback for a moment and asked back, "Are not we having a PE exam? Go where?" Luo Lan, dressed in her school uniform, originally had a hint of disdain in her eyes, but upon hearing Sun Chen's reply, she froze, a flash of confusion passing through her bright eyes. Luo Lan raised her beautiful neck, pointed at the movement of a group of boys, and said, "Go look at the beauties from the humanities classes with them." Sun Chen asked back again, "They want to act like little cuties, so why should I join them?" Little cuties. Luo Lan was speechless, completely unable to grasp Sun Chen's logic. Looking at beauties makes you a little cutie. Luo Lan smiled strangely, so you're saying Mo Ziu is also a little cutie? Is not he? Sun Chen asked back again. I suppose he is, Luo Lan said, feeling slightly awkward. Everyone in the class knew that Mo Ziu and Sun Chen were the closest of friends, but she had not expected Sun Chen to call Mo Ziu a little cutie behind his back. This instantly made Luo Lan's impression of Sun Chen plummet. To think you are actually such a hypocritical person, Luo Lan secretly despised Sun Chen. Turning around, Luo Lan sent Mo Ziu a message, telling him that Sun Chen was calling him a little cutie behind his back. However, Mo Ziu's reply left her stunned for a long time. Mo Ziu replied, "I am." Luo Lan felt the urge to cough up blood. She directly put away her phone and walked away, feeling like she was the real little cutie now. The exam is starting, come over here. As the class rep, Yan Penghua started calling the students over for the exam. PE exam consists of 3 events. The first is a 50-meter sprint for both boys and girls. The second is pull-ups for boys and jump rope for girls. The third is a long-distance run, 1,500 meters for boys and 1,000 meters for girls. However, the third event will be done last, so do not run around wasting your energy later. Saying that, Yan Penghua led everyone to the 50-meter track, where a PE teacher had already been waiting for a long time. It was a male PE teacher named Yi Wenfeng. He had a burly build, and one could tell at a glance that he worked out regularly. Yi Wenfeng took the roster for science class 44 and shouted, "Girls will test first, then the boys after the girls are done. 2 people will run at a time, pair up freely. Let us begin." Everyone started pairing up in twos, then began warming up their bodies for the exam. Without a second thought, Mo Ziu directly paired up with Sun Chen. He approached Sun Chen and whispered, "Senior brother, it is only 50 meters. If we finish it in 1 second, would it scare everyone to death?" After cultivating the Yidao scripture, Mo Ziu found that his physique had grown much stronger. Even if he could not reach a speed of 50 meters per second, he could still finish it at a very fast pace. Not to mention Sun Chen, who had been cultivating the Yidao scripture for 2 years. His physique was vastly superior to Mo Ziu's. And then get sliced up for research tonight. Sun Chen shot Mo Ziu a side glance. Mo Ziu laughed awkwardly. Haha, I was just joking. How could I be that stupid? Female students in the class started their exam, and the group of boys did not forget to cheer them on from the sidelines. Mo Ziu joined in as well. At this moment, Mo Ziu saw the little fatty Song Jing nearby and sneered, "Little fatty, can those short legs of yours even run?" Normally, Song Jing often argued with Mo Ziu. Whether in the classroom or in the class group chat, he would mock Mo Ziu for no reason at all. Now, Mo Ziu seized the opportunity to mock Song Jing in return. An angry expression appeared on Song Jing's chubby face. His squinty eyes widened as he yelled furiously, "Mo Ziu, how dare you look down on me? If your score is lower than mine later, I will definitely teach you a lesson." "We will see about that," Mo Ziu smiled smugly. Looking as if his scheme had succeeded, Mo Ziu happily shouted, "Beauties, run faster, I am coming to chase you." All the girls in the class rolled their eyes at Mo Ziu. ignoring his crazy talk. Science class 39-4 had a total of 54 students, with slightly fewer girls at 24. The 24 female students finished their exam quickly, and next it was the boys' turn. After pairing up the 15 pairs lined up on the track, Moziu pulled Sun Chen along and, as luck would have it, lined up right behind Song Jingde. Soon it was Song Jingde's turn. At this point, Moziu teased from behind, "You should just forget about it with those short legs. We are all friends here. We can testify that your legs are crippled so the teacher can just give you full marks." "Get lost." The little fatty was furious. He glared at Moziu and then prepared for the exam. At this moment, Moziu took out his phone and started recording Song Jingde. Beside him, Sun Chen glared at Moziu, having already guessed what Moziu was up to. Song Jingde and another boy started running, and Moziu tapped his phone to start recording. Song Jingde's short legs swung at a very fast frequency, faintly showing a tendency to overtake the other person beside him. However, when Song Jingde was halfway through the run, his waistband started to loosen. As he kept running, his pants slowly slid down, revealing his yellow anime-themed underwear.
Anime.
The crowd burst into maniacal laughter. Someone even dropped to their knees, slapping the track and clutching their stomach, unable to stop laughing. Girls watching from the sidelines also blushed and laughed uncontrollably, hugging each other for fear of collapsing from laughter. Hearing everyone's laughter, Song Jingde was going crazy. He wanted to stop and pull up his pants, but it was an exam right now, and the finish line was only 5 meters away. He could not stop. Gritting his teeth, Song Jingde pushed through to the end. It was not until he crossed the finish line that he pulled up his pants, completely humiliated and furious. Meanwhile, Moziu had finished recording the entire process and put his phone away. The crowd was still laughing wildly. "Stop laughing, stop laughing." Little Fatty's chubby face was bright red. Clenching his waistband tightly with both hands, he roared at the laughing people nearby, but no one paid him any mind. The more embarrassed Song Jingde got, the harder everyone laughed. At this moment, Song Jingde wished he could dig a hole and hide in it, never to appear in front of another human being for the rest of his life. The way people were looking at him made him feel like he was being subjected to utter humiliation. "Little fatty, I did not expect you to be into this." Wang Shuliang laughed the hardest, already rolling on the ground. "Oh no, I forgot to take a picture." Liu Zhen was filled with regret. He had been so focused on laughing just now that he actually forgot to capture such a brilliant moment. On the other side, Moziu shouted, "Fatty, you can go down in history now. The colorful high school life is complete with you in it." Beside him, Sun Chen was infected by the laughter. Seeing Song Jingde's flustered state, he also joined the crowd in laughing. Sun Chen knew that Song Jingde had been pranked by Moziu using his transcendent ability, but he did not stop him. The two were mortal enemies to begin with, and given Moziu's personality, it was only a matter of time before he played a trick on the little fatty. Song Jingde was so anxious he was about to cry. Fortunately, the PE teacher Yu Wenfeng took control of the situation and shouted sternly, "All right, let us continue the exam. Those at the back, remember to tighten your waistbands. Do not let your secrets out."
Secrets halala.
The crowd burst into laughter once again at the underlying meaning of Yu Wenfeng's words. Song Jingde just covered his face and sat on the ground, ignoring anyone who came near him. The fun time has passed. Now it is Sun Chen and Moziu's turn to take the test. Before they started running, Sun Chen suddenly asked, "How many seconds is considered a perfect score?" "For men, I think it is under 6 seconds, Moziu replied, not entirely sure. "Then let us run it in 5.5 seconds, said Sun Chen. Moziu froze for a moment. 5.5 seconds. Bang! The starting pistol fired, and the two of them began to run. The onlookers standing on both sides saw them flash past like a gust of wind. "So fast," Yan Penghua exclaimed in surprise. In less than 6 seconds, they both crossed the finish line. Physical education tests nowadays no longer use manual timing. Instead, they rely on specialized intelligent instruments. Hovering above Yu Wenfeng was a small drone, which recorded the results of Sun Chen and Moziu. Once the test was finished, the scores were automatically uploaded to the academic system, making it impossible to change them. That was precisely why, when Song Jingde realized his pants were falling down earlier, he did not dare to stop and pull them up. He was terrified his PE score would be a failing grade. 5.5, 5.94, not bad. Yu Wenfeng looked at Sun Chen and Moziu and could not help but offer a word of praise. Moziu looked up at the drone hovering above. The screen on it actually showed Sun Chen's result as exactly 5.5 seconds. He stared at Sun Chen in astonishment. "Senior, how did you do that?" Moziu whispered. To say 5.5 and then hit exactly 5.5, just like the drone recorded, is the senior brother of his a human stopwatch. Sun Chen said calmly, "You will get the hang of it if you practice more." Getting such a simple answer from Sun Chen made Mo Xiu feel like spitting blood. Sun Chen made it sound too easy, and Mo Xiu felt like he was just being brushed off. 50-meter test for class 39-4 soon ended. In the end, the top spot went to Sun Chen, followed closely by Mo Xiu. As for the others, none of them managed to break the 6-second mark. Those two were in a league of their own. After the 50-meter dash, the boys and girls separated. The boys went to do pull-ups, and the girls went to do jump rope. "Where are the girls doing their jump rope test? I need to go cheer for them." Wang Xuliang began inquiring about the girls' location before he had even finished his pull-ups. A group of male students gave lewd grins and chimed in, saying they wanted to go too.
Ahem.
Yan Penghua, knowing exactly what they were up to, interrupted them. "Do not get distracted, just focus on your test." During the pull-up test, Mo Xiu hit his limit at 20, while Sun Chen did 30 with ease, earning a perfect score once again and drawing a crowd of curious male students. "He even has a six-pack," Song Jing said, filled with envy. When Sun Chen was doing his pull-ups, his midriff was exposed. Everyone could see his sharply defined six-pack, which made the people around him gasp in admiration and jealousy. Soon the pull-ups were over. Sun Chen was undoubtedly the leader again, with a perfect score to boot. After a short break, the 1500-meter run began. Sun Chen was like a tireless machine, maintaining a high speed the entire time. He ended up lapping the other students and secured another perfect score. Mo Xiu tried desperately to keep up with Sun Chen's pace, only to find his physical stamina was not quite up to the task. Still, he managed to finish half a lap ahead of the rest and also earned a perfect score, even if he did rank behind Sun Chen. After the PE exams concluded, everyone began talking about Sun Chen. Sun Chen must have been a sports talent student before. His abs are so mesmerizing. Even as a guy, I want to touch them, Wang Xuliang said to Wang Qinhua and the others with envy. "Pervert," Luo Lan said, full of contempt. Wang Xuliang sneered, "That is because you have not seen them. If you had seen how handsome Sun Chen is, and with a build like that, you would have been acting like a total fangirl already." The bickering between the two ended. The study commissioner Li Chengxi asked, "Since he is so good at sports, why did he transfer schools?" Liu Zhen laughed. Did not his dad say it already? Murder and arson. Everyone rolled their eyes. No one believed that for a second. This is a society ruled by law. If he really had committed murder or arson, Sun Chen should be behind bars, not sitting in a classroom studying with them. At this moment, Xu Rong leaned in and whispered, "Maybe he is involved in street gangs. You all must have seen how Mo Xiu followed Sun Chen around like a lackey, letting him boss him around at will." "I do not think so. What I see is that shameless Mo Xiu Chinese letter attaching himself to Sun Chen, only to be ignored by him," Song Jing said. Song Jing and Mo Xiu had long been at each other's throats in class, and Song Jing never missed an opportunity to smear Mo Xiu's reputation. "Beauty Qinhua, what do you think?" Wang Xuliang looked over at Wang Qinhua, who was pretending to read. Wang Qinhua answered coldly, "I do not want to talk about them." Everyone else exchanged glances and said nothing more. Ever since Wang Qinhua had been scolded for trying to wake Sun Chen and Mo Xiu up, she had not looked at either of them directly, nor would she participate in any discussions about them, as if they were her enemies. Morning was for physical education exams. After a 2-hour lunch break, all the students returned to the classroom for lessons. Fortunately, the afternoon passed quickly. Sun Chen and Mo Xiu left school together as usual, but outside the gates, they saw a group of people gathered at the street corner, appearing to be in the middle of a conflict. "Senior, those people seem to be bullying someone from our class. Should we go take a look?" Mo Xiu glanced at Sun Chen. Without waiting for Sun Chen to nod, Mo Xiu had already rushed over. Sun Chen looked over, and indeed, it was someone from class 39-4 being surrounded, so he followed behind. "You are Liu Zhen, right? Do not you know Xia Tong is my girl? You actually dare to flirt with her. You are asking for death." A student in a school uniform shoved Liu Zhen, glaring at him with a twisted expression. The person shoving Liu Zhen was Xin Qingyang, a student from the second-year liberal arts class who had quite a reputation for being the self-proclaimed top dog of the liberal arts stream. Xia Tong, mentioned by Xin Qingyang, was a talented beauty of the liberal arts stream. Not only was she gorgeous, but she consistently ranked first in academics, possessing both talent, beauty, and imperialist temperament. During the PE exams this morning, Liu Zhen had bumped into the top beauty of the liberal arts class, Xia Tong. He was instantly captivated by her incomparable temperament and could not resist going up to start a conversation. Unexpectedly, Xin Qingyang found out about this. He had always regarded Zia Tong as his own private property and would not tolerate anyone else touching her, so when school ended, he brought people to block Liu Zhen outside. "What is going on? You want to fight?" After Liu Zhen was shoved, Wang Xuliang and Song Jing shouted out, stepping forward to defend him by shoving Xin Chengyang back. But there were over a dozen people on the other side. Seeing Xin Chengyang get shoved, the dozen or so guys behind him grew angry, swarmed forward, and surrounded the three of them. 3 against a dozen, they were vastly outnumbered, and fear immediately washed over their faces. In this era, school bullying is rare, but jealousy and petty squabbles remain an issue in every age. Liu Zhen, Wang Xuliang, and Song Jing were terrified, their faces turning from red to white. If a real fight broke out, they knew they stood no chance against these dozen people. "My dad is a police officer. Just try touching me and see what happens." In his panic, Wang Xuliang brought up his father's occupation, hoping to scare them off with the name of the police. "The police."
How?
Hearing Wang Xuliang try to threaten them with the police, the group laughed hysterically. "What year is this? You are still using the police to scare people. How childish," Xin Chengyang sneered. Xin Chengyang's father was a well-known entrepreneur in Rong City, paying at least $1 billion in taxes every year, and he had never done anything illegal. Even if he beat Wang Xuliang up, the police would just smooth things over and would not do a thing to Xin Chengyang. As far as Xin Chengyang was concerned, a mere police officer could not scare him. Wang Xuliang was too anxious to speak. Just then, Liu Zhen, face flushed, said, "Zia Tong does not even have a boyfriend, and you are not her boyfriend either. Why cannot I talk to her?" Xin Chengyang sneered. "Why? Because my name is Xin Chengyang, because my dad is worth billions, and because I can give Zia Tong happiness. And you have nothing. How dare you have designs on her? You are just a toad trying to eat swan meat. How ignorant." Publicly humiliated and mocked, Liu Zhen turned bright red, his eyes filled with shame. When it came to family backgrounds, Liu Zhen came from an average, well-off family. He was no match for a billionaire's son like Xin Chengyang. The two were worlds apart. Some people are not for poor wretches like you to dream about. If you are smart, get on your knees and apologize now. Otherwise, you would better never step foot outside the school again, one of Xin Chengyang's cronies threatened with a wicked grin. Liu Zhen, Wang Xuliang, and Song Jing were deathly pale with fear. They were just kids from ordinary families who had never seen the dark side of society. If someone with that much power targeted them, how would they even be able to continue their studies? Because it was the end of the school day, the scene of a dozen people surrounding 3 others drew quite a crowd. But when the threats were issued, no one dared to move closer for fear of getting involved. When it came to disputes between peers, onlookers only dared to watch from afar, adopting a not-my-business attitude while silently mourning for the 3 trapped students. "It is Xin Chengyang from the liberal arts class." Someone recognized the troublemaker, and they immediately moved away, seemingly terrified of him. Seeing that no one dared to help, Liu Zhen and the others grew even more desperate. Were they really going to have to kneel and apologize? Just as they were hitting despair, a discordant voice came from nearby. "Sorry, everyone, sorry to interrupt, but is this Zia Tong you're talking about pretty?" Everyone turned their heads and saw Mo Ziu looking at them with a completely serious expression, as if he genuinely wanted to meet this Zia Tong. Wang Xuliang and the others were dumbfounded. For a split second, they were touched, thinking Mo Ziu had come to save them, but when they heard he was there for Zia Tong, they plunged back into despair. "Hey brat, who are you?" Xin Chengyang turned, looking at Mo Ziu with hostile eyes and sizing him up. Mo Ziu said earnestly, "Who I am does not matter. Do you have a photo of Zia Tong? Let me take a look." Another one eyeing Zia Tong.
Asking for death.
Xin Chengyang's eyes breathed fire. Everyone wanted to covet Zia Tong. Did they think he was already dead? At that moment, Sun Chen's voice came from the side. "Too much talk, speed it up." Hearing Sun Chen's instruction, Mo Ziu chuckled. "You got it." The next instant, Mo Ziu's expression changed, and he reached out to swing at Xin Chengyang.
Snap.
Xin Chengyang's head buzzed. The world spun, and he fell directly to the ground. It took him a while to come to his senses, and he looked at Mo Ziu in total disbelief. Everyone else was similarly stunned. They could never have guessed that Mo Ziu would suddenly make a move, let alone land a clean slap on Xin Chengyang. "How dare you hit me? Kill him!" Xin Chengyang roared wildly. Immediately, that dozen or so people rushed toward Mo Ziu all at once. Mo Ziu's expression changed slightly, and his gaze grew more serious. After all, he was not Sun Chen. He still felt the strain when facing these grunts. Fortunately, he had already awakened as a superhuman, so all of his physical abilities had improved. Along with his continuous practice of the Yi Dao Sutra over the past half-month, both his reaction speed and strength were much greater than those of an ordinary person.
Bang!
2 of them rushed up, trying to tackle Mo Ziu. Mo Xiu reacted quickly, turning around and landing a back kick that sent both of them flying at the same time, crashing into the people behind them. Then 3 more came rushing at him with their fists raised. After a swift dodge, Mo Xiu knocked out 2 of them with left and right hooks and directly kicked the 3rd one away. The bystanders were stunned. They originally thought Mo Xiu would be beaten half to death by Xin Chengyang and his gang. Unexpectedly, things developed in the opposite direction. It was Xin Chengyang's people who were getting beaten up. Does he know Kung Fu? Seeing Mo Xiu fighting multiple opponents single-handedly and actually beating them, the eyes of the female students around them lit up. Just a moment ago, they thought Mo Xiu was just a little cutie, but they did not expect him to be someone so capable. Is this really Mo Xiu? Wang Shuliang and the other 2 were also dumbfounded. This completely subverted their impression of Mo Xiu. The current Mo Xiu seemed to have become someone they did not recognize.
Stop.
Seeing that Mo Xiu had real kung fu skills, someone from the other side quickly called for a halt to prevent anyone else from going up and getting beat. The other side were not naive either. Knowing they could not win, they just stopped fighting and ordered everyone to hold back. Holding his face, Xin Chengyang glared coldly at Mo Xiu and said calmly, "Good kung fu, bro. Where are you from?" Knowing that Mo Xiu was highly skilled, Xin Chengyang started trying to feel out Mo Xiu's background. How could Mo Xiu not understand what the other party meant? He sneered, trying to find out my background. "I am not afraid to tell you. I am Song Jing from science class 39-4. Chubby boy next to Wang Shuliang had a face full of question marks. Hearing this wicked guy Mo Xiu actually use his name, he hurriedly shouted, "His name is Mo Xiu. His name is Mo Xiu. He is not Song Jinged, I am Song Jinged." Mo Xiu said disdainfully, "Can you be a bit more of a man? This is your chance to become famous throughout the whole school, and you are just giving it up like that." Song Jinged glared fiercely at Mo Xiu. Seeing that Mo Xiu had stepped in to save them, he did not talk back this time, but in his heart, he had already cursed Mo Xiu 10,000 times. Xin Chengyang, however, sneered, "Mo Xiu, right, I will remember you. Let us go." After saying that, he turned and yelled at the others, and the group quickly left. Mo Xiu could hear the threat in Xin Chengyang's words. He gave a cold laugh and turned to look for Sun Chen. "Where is senior brother?" Mo Xiu did not see Sun Chen. Sun Chen had left at some unknown point. Afterward, Mo Xiu did not greet Wang Shuliang and the other 2. He just turned and walked away. Although Mo Xiu and Su Shuliang's group were in the same class, they were not close enough to walk home together. Normally, Wang Shuliang, Liu Zhen, Song Jingde, Wang Qinhua, Luo Lan, and the others formed a small clique that completely excluded Mo Xiu. Mo Xiu never belonged to any clique in the class before. Ever since his awakening, his clique consisted solely of Sun Chen. Stepping in to save them was purely out of consideration for their being classmates. As for anything else, Mo Xiu did not overthink it. Bystanders also dispersed, and soon, the news of Xin Chengyang getting beaten up spread. "Brother Chengyang, many people know that you got beaten up by some unknown guy. We cannot just let this go." Besides Xin Chengyang, a person was extremely unwilling to accept it. Having their faces slapped by some kid, how could they show their faces around school if word got out? Xin Chengyang kept a cold face and said gloomily, "First, go and find out about this Mo Xiu's background. If he is a nobody, tomorrow night I will definitely make him crawl on his knees all the way from the school gate to his house." Soon, Xin Chengyang mobilized his forces in the school, digging up information on Mo Xiu from all angles. That night, the group chat of science class 39-4 became lively. "Luo Lan, Liu Zhen, I heard you got beaten up after school, is it true?" At this time, Wang Qinhua sent a picture to the group of Wang Shuliang and the other 2 being surrounded, obtained from heaven knows where. Zhu Rong first sent a terrified emoji, then said, "And Wang Shuliang and Song Jing too. What kind of wicked things did you 3 do to get caught by people?" Song Jingde asked him at Liu Zhen. Wang Shuliang asked this little cutie at Liu Zhen. Liu Zhen, hahaha, stop talking about it, it is embarrassing. As soon as Liu Zhen popped up, the group chat exploded, with everyone asking about the whole story. Unable to fend off everyone's questions, Liu Zhen could only tell them exactly what had happened, from start to finish. "Luo Lan, haha, serves you right. Mao Yahui, haha, serves you right. Wang Qinhua serves you right." Various gloating remarks and emojis flew around the group chat. Just then, the class monitor Yan Penghua posted a short video. It was actually the video of Mo Xiu fighting multiple opponents alone, causing everyone to send out surprised emojis. Study Commissary Li Chengxi, is this Mo Xiu? Luo Lan, Mo Xiu actually knows Kung Fu. Mao Yahui, was it Mo Xiu who saved you guys? Wang Shuliang, yeah, thank you at Mo Xiu. Liu Zhen, I cannot repay this life-saving grace at Moziu. Song Jinged, even though you are a bit wicked, I still have to thank you for this afternoon at Moziu. Some people also started coming out to tease Moziu. Those moves were pretty good, find a chance to teach me at Moziu. No matter how much everyone tagged him, Moziu did not appear. Yan Penghua said, it seems like ever since Moziu confessed his feelings, he has not shown up in the chat again. Mentioning this, the group chat fell silent for a moment. Starting from that night, Moziu seemed to have vanished from the group chat, no longer flattering Wang Qinhua. Little did they know, Moziu was actually cultivating and had no intention of looking at his phone at all. Even if he saw a bunch of messages and people tagging him afterward, he would just clear the notifications without reading them. In his eyes, these people were very boring. He felt it was much better to act like his senior brother and focus on improving his strength. Later on, Wang Shuliang said, actually, we also need to thank Sun Chen. Liu Zhen seemed to recall it too. Right, thank you for saving us, Sun Chen. Song Jinged, thank you, Sun Chen. Everyone in the group chat was puzzled, not understanding why they were suddenly thanking Sun Chen. Was not it Moziu who saved them? Not only did Moziu not appear, but ever since Sun Chen transferred and joined the class group chat, he had not said a single word, as if this person did not exist in the class. Li Chengxi, why, what else happened? Liu Zhen, it is not appropriate to talk about this in the group. It was indeed inappropriate to say in front of everyone. They could not possibly say that Moziu acted like Sun Chen's dog and only went to save them because he listened to Sun Chen's orders, right? So the few of them switched over to their small clique's group chat to talk. It was only then that the others learned that it was actually Sun Chen and Moziu together who had saved Liu Zhen and the other two. Luo Lan, does that mean Sun Chen also knows Kung Fu? It was not hard to guess. Since Moziu only made a move to save them because of Sun Chen, it was possible that Moziu's Kung Fu was all taught by Sun Chen. Furthermore, Moziu had been following Sun Chen around these past few days. Although to them, it looked like Moziu was warmly sucking up to Sun Chen's cold shoulder, Sun Chen would actually respond to Moziu occasionally. The relationship between the two of them was better than everyone imagined. Next day, during morning exercises, Moziu noticed that many people were staring at him, and the way his classmates looked at him had also changed. Judging from those people's gazes, Moziu came to a conclusion. He had become famous. Senior brother, what should I do? What should I do? Look at the video they posted. Now the whole school knows me. Back in the classroom, Moziu frantically pleaded for help from Sun Chen. Sun Chen did not give Moziu any comfort. He said flatly, is not this what you wanted? Moziu asked in astonishment, when did I ever want the whole school to know me? Sun Chen chuckled lightly, given the nature of those people. After looking into your background, they might bring even more people to ambush you this afternoon. Relax, this is just the beginning. What? Moziu was frightened by Sun Chen's gloating. Yesterday afternoon, he already struggled quite a bit dealing with just a few people on his own. If 50 or 100 people came, would not he be beaten to death if he did not use his superhuman abilities? No way. I cannot just sit here and wait for death. He, senior brother, you will not just sit by and watch me get ganged up on, right? Moziu smiled ingratiatingly at Sun Chen. This was Moziu's solution. I will, Sun Chen answered without hesitation. So for the entire morning, Moziu wore a miserable expression. It was not until the afternoon that Moziu's face changed from bitter to terrified. News from the liberal arts class says that Xin Qingyang has already called his people and plans to block the school gate this afternoon. Everyone in the classroom was startled and subconsciously looked at Moziu and Liu Zhen. This incident was originally caused by Liu Zhen, but Moziu had slapped the other party's face yesterday. As the saying goes, if you hit a man, do not hit him in the face. After finding out Moziu's background, Xin Qingyang was determined to get his pride back no matter what. After hearing this news, the atmosphere in the classroom became oppressive. How about we call the police? Yan Penghua suggested calling the police directly. If they let things escalate, both Moziu and Liu Zhen might get hurt. Song Jinged frowned and said, will calling the police really solve the problem? The crowd fell silent. Right now, the other party was doing this openly. If they called the police now, the other party might hold back on the surface, but secretly there was no telling how many insidious tricks would be waiting for the two of them. Let us tell the homeroom teacher. With the school intervening, they definitely will not dare to act recklessly. Luo Lan suggested telling their homeroom teacher to let the school teachers mediate. Liu Zhen smiled bitterly and said, we cannot hide in the school for the rest of our lives, and we cannot have the teachers escort me home either. School teachers had limited reach. The other party had a strong background. Once outside the school, they would do whatever they pleased. Moreover, it was just a rumor right now. Nobody had actually seen the other party bringing people to ambush them. If they told the school now, the school might not even take it seriously. It might instead infuriate the other party and make them act even worse. Just when everyone was looking distressed, Moziu suddenly said, "To hell with being afraid of them. I will beat up as many as they bring." Moziu's voice was full of power, instantly making everyone's blood boil with excitement. "Right, let us fight them together. Let us see what they can do to us." As the class monitor, Yan Penghua was the first to stand up and agree with Moziu's view. "Our whole class will go together, to hell with being afraid of them." Whole class's passion was ignited. One by one, they were filled with righteous indignation, determined to share the burden with Mo Ziu and Liu Zhan. "I will join you guys in being crazy for once." Luo Lan sneered with her arms crossed, planning to face the evil alongside the male students, together with Wang Qinhua, Li Chengxi, and the others. The other female students in the class were not to be outdone. They planned to leave together with the male students after school, wanting to see just how arrogant the other party actually was. At this time, Mo Ziu glanced guiltily at Sun Chen and found that Sun Chen had not raised his head throughout the entire process, seemingly not wanting to look at such a tragically heroic scene. The atmosphere was suffocating until school ended. Ring-a-ling. When the dismissal bell rang, everyone except Sun Chen became tense. It felt like a final showdown. Everyone wore a grave expression with a look of determination. After taking a deep breath, they shouldered their backpacks and headed out. "Let us go together." Class 39-4 was remarkably united, walking out of the classroom together, and under the gaze of other classes, marched out of the school gate with great spirit and pride. Are they trying to take on Xin Chengyang all by themselves? Students from other classes were surprised. They had not expected Class 39-4 to be so united, with even the girls joining in. News about Mo Ziu and Xin Chengyang had spread throughout the school, causing quite a stir, and by now, a dense crowd had gathered on the street outside the school. Most of them were there to watch the drama, wanting to see what kind of person this Mo Ziu was to dare slap Xin Chengyang in the face. Xin Chengyang has powerful connections. I heard he not only gathered some street thugs but even invited young Master Yu to oversee things. Class 4 is doomed, a sophomore boy whispered, a look of dread on his face. "Who is young Master Yu?" a girl next to him asked. Boy said in a low voice, "Every high school in Rong District has someone we cannot afford to offend. For our number 8 high, it is Xin Chengyang. For number 7 high, it is young Master Zhao. And for experimental high, it is young Master Yu." Compared to the other two, Xin Chengyang is way lower in status. After all, his family's influence is only in Rong District, while the other two are untouchable even in the entire Shu city. Gasp! Upon hearing how extraordinary young Master Yu was, those around them gasped and began to mourn for the students of Class 4. But someone immediately laughed. "Relax, it will not come to a fight." "What do you mean?" a girl asked. Man chuckled. "We live in a society governed by law. Hitting people is illegal, even if the other party has connections. They cannot just ignore the law." "Then what is the point of Xin Chengyang calling all these people over?" The girl was speechless. "Was to shout and cheer, maybe talk some trash. It is like 3-year-olds arguing, showing off how many toys they have and how impressive each toy is. Besides, the one he called this time is Yu Gui. Although Yu Gui is the son of the richest man and lives a life of luxury, I have never heard of him doing anything illegal. He is probably just here to intimidate people. If it really came to blows, Yu Gui would be the first to back off," the man laughed. Legal knowledge was widespread, and unless they were desperate outlaws, they would not do anything that violates the law. "Where is senior brother?" When they reached the street, Mo Ziu looked back and realized Sun Chen had not followed, and he panicked immediately. Mo Ziu considered Sun Chen his trump card. With Sun Chen missing, Mo Ziu instantly wanted to retreat. Do not let the loud posturing of the classmates fool you. In his opinion, they were useless. If someone fierce-looking showed up, half of them would probably be scared out of their wits. "No, I cannot be the one to provoke them." As they walked, Mo Ziu realized he had been pushed to the very front, which meant he was the one expected to be the first to stand out and talk trash. "How unkind. They are here." Before Mo Ziu could find a way out, the opposition arrived. A line of luxury hovercars drove up. Under the sunlight, their sleek, beautiful frames were blinding. Mo Ziu even counted them. There were 17 in total. The front 2 cars pulled up right in front of Mo Ziu, and the rest parked one after another, filling the entire long street. They are all luxury cars. Half of them are limited editions, and none of them cost less than 5 million. Seeing the street packed with luxury cars, those who knew about cars immediately made sounds of surprise, and even those who did not were stunned by this domineering scene. When all the cars stopped, the doors rose and opened, and a group of young men in suits stepped out, all wearing famous brands, luxurious enough to make everyone envious. Each car had a private chauffeur, simply outrageously wealthy. At this moment, Zin Chengyang stepped out of one of the front luxury cars. Today, he was even wearing sunglasses, sneering as he looked at Mo Ziu and the others. Another young man stepped out of the other lead car, wearing a white shirt with a loose tie, leather shoes, and sunglasses. After stepping out, he looked around and said with disgust, "The environment at your number 8 high is truly poor. Can this place even produce good students?" This was the young Master Yu from Experimental High. Zin Chengyang had actually invited him. Students from number 8 high heard young Master Yu's remark and felt insulted, but no one dared to stand up and call him out. In fact, they quickly backed away, distancing themselves from class 39-4. Mo Ziu and the others were immediately isolated by the crowd, looking very conspicuous. Young Master Yu glanced at them, and then at Zin Chengyang with a sneer. "You cannot even handle these few losers. How did you end up being the number 1 at number 8 high?" Zin Chengyang hurriedly apologized with a smile. "Young Master Yu, one of them knows some kung fu, and he is a bit tough, which is why I invited you to oversee things and at the same time, let everyone witness your great power." "Kung fu, there is no such thing as kung fu in this day and age." Young Master Yu laughed mockingly. Mentioning kung fu, while young Master Yu laughed on the outside in his heart, he could not help but recall a handsome, indifferent face. Remembering the figure who walked away calmly after breaking his leg that day, his body trembled involuntarily. "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. He is at number 7 high now," young Master Yu reassured himself, trying to calm the fear in his heart. At this moment, the people behind also walked up, a dark mass of dozens of people, each with a defiant look on their faces, eyeing everyone with disdain. Some were even swinging golf clubs around. They were all prominent young rich heirs from Shu City. Because young Master Yu had the strongest background, they followed his lead. They came to number 8 high this time just to show off and let the people here see the world. "Young Master Zin, do not tell me you were bullied by a bunch of sissies," a young man named Bai Heiyang sneered. Bai Heiyang saw a group of girls with Mo Ziu and his friends and mocked them immediately. "What if we are sissies, Bai Heiyang? Why do not you come and spar right now?" A red-haired girl with a graceful look emerged from behind young Master Yu. She was also wearing a white shirt and holding a baseball bat, staring coldly at Bai Heiyang. Bai Heiyang turned, and seeing the red-haired girl glaring at him, he quickly laughed nervously. "Sister Sheng Jing, my mistake, all right. Do not let her beauty fool you. She was actually a violent woman. When she went crazy, even a group of men would shrink back." Bai Heiyang had been beaten by her before and was scared, which was why he admitted defeat. "HMPH," Sheng Jing snorted. Young Master Yu mediated. "Enough, let us get Chengyang's business handled quickly. Cannot you see they have been waiting for a long time?" At this moment, everyone looked at the students of class 39-4. Zin Chengyang looked at Mo Ziu and sneered. "Mo Ziu, right? You were quite the fighter yesterday. Step out here." Before Mo Ziu could speak, Luo Lan beside him looked up and shouted angrily, "Trying to bully us with numbers, are you? If you have got the guts, come at us all at once." Beside Luo Lan, Wang Qinhua looked at young Master Yu and said, "Yu Gui, you really are putting on quite a display of power." Yu Gui was slightly surprised. After being named by Wang Qinhua, he quickly took off his sunglasses and sneered, "I did not expect Miss Wang to be here too. What a pleasure." Students of class 39-4 were shocked. Wang Qinhua actually knew the guy. That meant Wang Qinhua's family background must be quite significant. Bai Heiyang and the others seemed to recognize Wang Qinhua too and sneered. It was clear that although they knew each other, their relationship was not exactly friendly. "What exactly do you want?" Wang Qinhua asked coldly. Bai Heiyang sneered. "Nothing much, just want to invite those two called Mo Ziu and Liu Zhen to accompany us for a trip, apologize and admit their mistakes. If they are not willing, do not blame us for being impolite." Hearing them mention him, Liu Zhen's legs went weak and he almost collapsed. If he went with them, would he ever come back? Mo Ziu asked earnestly, "Where to? Do they serve food?" Hearing Mo Ziu's question, dozens of them burst into laughter. Zin Chengyang grinned viciously. "You do not need to know where yet, but you will definitely be fed well." Mo Ziu nodded. "I can go with you, but I need to wait for someone. He will be out in a moment." "Calling people to back you up, I can do that too." The person Mo Ziu was waiting for was Sun Chen. "Mo Ziu, you have lost your mind." Students of class 39-4 changed color. Class monitor Yan Penghua immediately grabbed Mo Ziu, telling him not to be impulsive. Anyone could see that going with these people would not be about eating, and certainly not just about apologizing. Now is not the time to play the hero. Wang Qinhua looked at Mo Ziu with annoyance, thinking he was showing off intentionally, but Mo Ziu completely ignored her. Mo Ziu was not a naive kid. Of course, he knew nothing good would come from following them, which was why he needed to wait for Sun Chen. In Mo Ziu's heart, as long as Sun Chen was there, he would dare to Chinese letter, break into the 18th level of hell. But got some guts, then we might as well wait with you and see who can save you. Bai Heiyang sneered, seeing that Mo Xiu was waiting for someone to save his life. Yu Gui thought he had seen through Mo Xiu's intentions and chuckled. Want to be a hero in front of so many people, huh? Your plan backfired. In front of me, heroes usually do not end up very well. His words carried a faint tone of threat. Mo Xiu did not reply. He just kept looking behind him, anxiously waiting for Sun Chen to appear. Xin Chengyang, what do you think you are doing? Just then, a beautiful, spirited girl wearing a school uniform and a ponytail appeared, glaring at Xin Chengyang in front of everyone. "So what are you doing here?" Xin Chengyang asked with slight surprise. "I have told you how many times now. We are not close. Call me Ziatong." The girl named Ziatong looked at Xin Chengyang with disgust. The Ziatong in front of them was the girl who caused this drama. Yesterday, Liu Zhen had just struck up a conversation with Ziatong on the playground, which led to Xin Chengyang's encirclement. You could say Ziatong was the root cause of this whole farce. It was impossible for Ziatong not to know that Xin Chengyang was blocking people at the school gate. When she learned the matter started because of her, she took the initiative to find Xin Chengyang, wanting to stop him from hurting others. "So this is Ziatong." Mo Xiu carefully looked at the young girl and was immediately captivated by her fresh and refined temperament. She was a quintessential campus goddess. One could not help but look twice, 3 times, never tiring of seeing her. "You have got good taste." Mo Chen poked Liu Zhen with his elbow, his eyes playful. Liu Zhen was nearly crying. They were about to be dragged away, and Mo Xiu was still in the mood to tease him. He felt both anxious and angry. Yu Gui put on his sunglasses, glanced at Ziatong, and smiled. "So this is the Ziatong you were talking about. Not bad at all." Hearing Yu Gui's tone, Xin Chengyang's heart tightened. Could it be that Yu Gui had taken a fancy to Ziatong? Xin Chengyang hurriedly said, "Young Master Yu, Ziatong does not know the rules and offended you. Please forgive her." It was clear Xin Chengyang was a bit nervous. Yu Gui patted Xin Chengyang's shoulder and laughed. "Since everyone calls me Young Master Yu, I still have some honor to uphold. Do not worry, I am not interested in your crush." Xin Chengyang realized he had misunderstood Yu Gui and gave a sheepish smile. At this, Ziatong glared at Xin Chengyang. "Xin Chengyang, I am not yours. I do not need you to apologize for me. As for who I talk to, that is my freedom. You have no right to restrict me. If someone gets hurt just because they talk to me, I will hate you forever." Being confronted publicly by Ziatong, Xin Chengyang's face showed embarrassment. Yu Gui laughed. "She has got personality." Then Ziatong glared at Yu Gui. "Who are you? What are you capable of? What are your grades like?" Yu Gui was stunned. Had he just been looked down upon? He, the majestic son of the richest man in Shu City, had been looked down upon. Immediately, the people behind Yu Gui cast strange looks and began to sneer. "Good question." Just as Ziatong finished speaking, Mo Xiu on the other side could not help but cheer and started clapping all by himself. Everyone turned to look at him, wondering if there was something wrong with Mo Xiu's brain. This kid really does not know what fear is. Bai Heiyang's face darkened. He snatched a golf club from the person next to him and with a sinister glare, dragged the club along the ground as he walked toward Mo Xiu. Ziatong was clearly humiliating these rich kids, and for Mo Xiu to chime in and agree, was not he just asking for a death wish? Seeing Bai Heiyang's murderous look, everyone's expression changed drastically. Some students from science class 39-4 could not help but take a few steps back. "Damn it, do you really think I am afraid of you?" In front of so many people, there was no way Mo Xiu would back down. In a moment of hot-headedness, he took the initiative to meet him head-on. It looked like a fight was about to break out. "Mo Xiu, do you have a death wish? Come back here," Wang Shuliang shouted anxiously. He rushed forward to grab Mo Xiu, but Mo Xiu shook his hand off. "You are asking for it." Bai Heiyang was furious. The fact that the other party dared to confront him meant he was completely looking down on him. Just as Bai Heiyang raised the golf club in his hand, a deep, resonant voice stopped him. "Stop, who are you people?" A burly middle-aged man stepped forward, walking right up to Bai Heiyang and shielding Mo Xiu behind him. "Mr. Ye." Seeing the newcomer, the students of science class 39-4 showed looks of joy, and even Mo Xiu felt a bit touched. The newcomer was the physical education teacher for science class 39-4, Yi Wenfeng. Yi Wenfeng worked out all year round and exuded an aura of fortitude. To others, he naturally carried a sense of oppression. But for Bai Heiyang, who had seen all kinds of people, Yi Wenfeng's appearance did not make him back down in the slightest. Pointing his club at Yi Wenfeng, Bai Heiyang said sternly, "Mind your own business, or I will cripple you too." At this moment, Yu Gui walked over with his followers. Looking at Yu Wenfeng, he sneered. "You must be a teacher from 8th high school, right? How much do you make a month? Is it enough to buy a house and a car? Given your age, you probably have elderly parents, a wife, and kids to support. Tell me, if you end up crippled, will your family's world completely collapse?" Yu Wenfeng's expression changed drastically. Yu Gui had hit his weak spot. Nowadays, high school teachers' salaries were quite high, but the cost of living was also high. A month's salary was barely enough for the family's daily expenses. If someone at home got sick, they would have nothing left. He could not save any money at all. Compared to his own poverty, the extravagance of these rich kids before him made Yu Wenfeng feel heartbroken, envious, and even resentful. It made him deeply realize that having money really meant you could do whatever you wanted. Seeing Yu Wenfeng stunned, Bai Heiyang immediately burst into loud laughter. "Old man, if you do not want to lose face in front of your students, go back to where you came from. Do not come here acting like you are going to turn the tide. It is ridiculous." Reprimanded to his face by Bai Heiyang, Yu Wenfeng's face turned red and white in turns, and he fell into a deep internal struggle. His student was being bullied. Could he just stand by and do nothing? But if he made a move, he might not only fail to save his student, but also drag himself down with them. The young and old at home were still depending on him to survive. Before Yu Wenfeng could make a decision, Xin Chengyang sneered, "Young Master Yu, that guy is stalling for time on purpose." Coldness flashed in Yu Gui's eyes as he signaled, "Then we will not wait anymore. Take them away." Immediately, over a dozen people swarmed forward, surrounding Mo Xiu and Yu Gui, intending to take the two of them away by force. Right at that moment, a figure appeared in Mo Xiu's line of sight. He was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Senior brother, I am over here." Sun Chen, whom Mo Xiu had been constantly thinking about, finally appeared. Everyone followed Mo Xiu's gaze and saw a handsome young man with his hands in his pockets. He looked over with his head slightly raised, then slowly walked toward the crowd. People from science class 39-4 were momentarily stunned. Mo Xiu was calling Sun Chen his senior brother. Senior brother and junior brother were traditional forms of address that were already quite rare in this era. This could not help but make everyone find it a bit strange. Xin Chengyang glanced at Sun Chen and sneered, "Senior brother. Even if your grandmaster came today, he would not be able to save you." Xin Chengyang did not know Sun Chen, but he failed to notice that Yu Gui, Bai Heiyang, and the others next to him were already dumbfounded. Bai Heiyang stared straight at Sun Chen walking over, his face looking awful as he said, "Young Master Yu, that looks like Sun Chen." Yu Gui took off his sunglasses, his face full of fear as he said, "What do you mean looks like? That fucking is him. How could he possibly not recognize this person?" Almost a year ago, they could not stand his arrogant attitude. A group of over a dozen of them went looking for trouble with Sun Chen, only to be completely beaten down by Sun Chen alone, and Yu Gui even got his leg broken in the process. Afterward, Yu Gui's furious billionaire father pressured the school, insisting that Sun Chen must pay the price. Who would have thought that in the end, he would take a slap from Sun Bao and leave with his tail between his legs? Meanwhile, Sun Chen, not wanting to be isolated by his classmates, chose to directly transfer to 7th high school. Yu Gui knew about Sun Chen going to 7th high school. He originally thought Sun Chen was at 7th high, so who could have expected that he would run into this menace as soon as he came to 8th high school? Yu Gui was not the only one afraid. Even Bai Heiyang, Sheng Qing, and the others behind him showed looks of terror. They were truly terrified of being beaten by Sun Chen again. As Sun Chen slowly walked over, Yu Gui turned his head and ran, diving straight into his hovercar. "Hurry, hurry, turn around, drive the car now," Yu Gui roared fiercely, like a desperate fugitive fleeing for his life. It was not just Yu Gui who rushed back into the car. Bai Heiyang, Sheng Qing, and the others scattered like mice running from a cat after seeing Sun Chen. Without prior coordination, they unanimously dashed back to their cars, wishing the vehicles could take off and fly away from this cursed place. "What is wrong? What happened?" Yu Gui and the others' desperate flight left everyone dumbfounded. Just what exactly happened? Did the sky fall, or was there an earthquake? Why did they suddenly turn around and run away? "Young Master Yu." Xin Chengyang was completely bewildered. When he turned his head, he realized that Yu Gui and the rest had already fled to their cars without even looking back. They were incredibly fast. The people of science class 39-4 looked confused, while the onlookers were frightened by Yu Gui's roaring. How come Mo Xiu just called out "senior brother," and these arrogant rich kids instantly chickened out? Seeing Sun Chen approaching, they formed a terrifying guess in their minds. Is it him? Why would Yu Gui and the others be afraid of him? Impossible. The students of science class 39-4 stared wide-eyed at Sun Chen, their hearts filled with disbelief and doubt. Ever since Sun Chen transferred to 8th high school, he had kept an extremely low profile in class. He rarely spoke to others, making all his classmates think he was an introverted person. In reality, he was not. Sun Chen just did not have any common topics of conversation with them. Moziu's face lit up with joy. Only he knew of Sun Chen's extraordinary nature. These arrogant rich kids were nothing in front of Sun Chen. The fleet of luxury cars belonging to the rich kids had just started up when Sun Chen waved his hand at them, as if calling a pack of dogs. What is he doing? Seeing Sun Chen waving, the crowd became even more dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. Was he waving at Yu Gui? Is he crazy? However, the fleet of luxury cars actually stopped. Inside the hovercar, Bai Heiyang saw through the high-definition screen that Sun Chen behind them was waving at them. With an ugly expression, he said, "Young Master Yu, he seems to be calling us. Should we go over?" Yu Gui also saw it, his face looking as awful as if he had eaten 10 pounds of shit, and he said angrily, "What do you think?" Before Bai Heiyang could figure out whether they were going or not, Yu Gui had already opened the door and gotten out. His awful expression instantly transformed into a smiling face, though the smile was uglier than crying. Yu Gui got out, and the others hurriedly followed suit. The crowd watched as Yu Gui actually trotted all the way back, finally stopping 5 meters away from Sun Chen. "Brother Chen, long time no see," Yu Gui chuckled awkwardly. Yu Gui's bowing and scraping behavior made everyone's jaws drop. Was this the same incredibly arrogant Yu Gui from just a moment ago? "Hello, Brother Chen." Following Yu Gui, Bai Heiyang and the others also arrived. They stood behind Yu Gui and greeted Sun Chen. Everyone was flabbergasted, looking at Sun Chen in shock. Especially the people from science class 39-4. Their initial feeling of unfamiliarity with him deepened into even greater unfamiliarity. They never would have imagined that this person sitting in the back row of the classroom was actually a big shot that even Yu Gui had to bow his head to. Wang Qinyue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She understood Yu Gui's background better than anyone and knew where his confidence came from. Yet Yu Gui actually bowed his head to Sun Chen. Just how terrifying could Sun Chen's background be? Sun Chen glanced expressionlessly at Yu Gui's left leg and said indifferently, "You recovered pretty fast." Being looked at by Sun Chen like this, Yu Gui felt bursts of chill emanating from his already recovered left leg, and even his right leg started to tremble. In an instant, Yu Gui broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Gui forced a smile and said, "It is all thanks to Brother Chen's mercy, plus medical technology is so advanced now, so it recovered in a month." Bringing up this matter made the scalps of the people behind Yu Gui tingle with numbness, and panic rose in their hearts. He was not going to break Yu Gui's leg again, was he? Hearing Yu Gui's response, the surrounding people widened their eyes, feeling like they were going to suffocate. Mercy. So this meant Sun Chen had beaten Yu Gui up, and he did not go easy on him either. Moziu's gaze toward Sun Chen became even more worshipful. A senior brother is a senior brother indeed. No wonder I also felt this guy needed a beating. Turns out he has been beaten by senior brother before. Looking at Yu Gui 5 meters away, Sun Chen said, "Why are you standing so far away?" Yu Gui's smile stiffened, continuously cursing loudly in his heart. "Why the fuck do you think? How do you even have the nerve to ask why? It is obviously because I am afraid you will break my leg again." Yu Gui did not answer Sun Chen's question, but instead asked cautiously, "Was not Brother Chen at 7th high school? Why are you at 8th high?" After Sun Chen transferred from experimental high school, Yu Gui had inquired about Sun Chen's whereabouts and knew that he had gone to 7th high. It was precisely because they knew Sun Chen went to 7th high school that Yu Gui and the others came all the way to 8th high school. Who would have expected to bump into Sun Chen here at 8th high? This made Yu Gui incessantly curse his own terrible luck in his heart. He had finally gotten a chance to show off at another high school, who knew he would run into this menace. Sun Chen smiled faintly. "You guys can go check why I came to 8th high school." At this point, Sun Chen was not afraid of people knowing his past. Anyway, there was only 1 year left. No matter what others thought of him, he could just endure it and it would pass. Hearing Sun Chen's words, Yu Gui's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that some unlucky bastard had been beaten up by him? Yu Gui realized that since Sun Chen had previously left experimental high school because he beat him up, this time Sun Chen transferring again probably meant someone had replicated his tragedy. "Brother Chen must be joking. You can go wherever you want. How could we possibly investigate you?" Bai Heiyang laughed awkwardly. Yu Gui hurriedly echoed, Right. Brother Chen can go wherever he wants. As long as Brother Chen is willing, experimental high school welcomes you back anytime." After saying this, Yu Gui felt a bit of regret. If this menace actually came back, would not his days as the local tyrant come to an end? Before transferring from 7th High to 8th High, Sun Chen was actually from experimental high school. The students of science class 39-4 looked at each other in dismay. After the surprise, they all showed expressions of confusion. Why did Sun Chen have to transfer schools? Even Yu Gui was terrified of him. Who could possibly bully him? They did not know much about Sun Chen's situation, so they could only keep guessing in their hearts. Number 8 high school is fine, I will not be going back. Why are you guys here? Sun Chen could tell that Yu Gui did not want him back at experimental high school. By stating his stance publicly, he immediately let the dozen people with Yu breathe a secret sigh of relief. Ai Heiyang hurriedly laughed and said, "Nothing, why would there be anything? We were just passing by and found the scenery here beautiful and full of academic atmosphere, a great place for talent, so we could not help but stop to take a look." As soon as he said this, everyone around showed looks of contempt. Was not it just a moment ago someone was saying this place could not produce good students? Yu Gui, standing to the side, chimed in, exactly. Mo Ziu, directly exposed by Heiyang's lie, pointed at him and said, "Senior brother, they wanted to kill me." With Sun Chen backing him up, Mo Ziu was fearless. Senior brother. So Mo Ziu is Sun Chen's junior brother. No wonder he is so good at fighting. Mo Ziu's words nearly scared them to death. Bai Heiyang hurriedly apologized with a smile. "It is all a big misunderstanding. Brother Chen, if we had known Mo Ziu was your junior brother, we would not have dared to touch him even if we had the guts."
Yeah, exactly.
Yu Gui also forced a smile, then turned to look at Xin Chengyang and sternly shouted, "Xin Chengyang, hurry up and apologize." Xin Chengyang was completely stunned. His head was spinning. The change in attitude from Yu Gui and the others happened too fast for him to react. These people were supposed to be here to help him deal with Mo Ziu. How did they turn around and demand he apologize the moment Sun Chen appeared? Are you guys really here to help me? With his allies becoming his enemies, Xin Chengyang felt his worldview collapsing. Did it have to be this realistic? But under the threat of Yu Gui's fierce glare, Xin Chengyang looked at Mo Ziu with a grim expression, looking completely unwilling, and gritted out, "I am sorry." Mo Ziu sneered, "Not good enough. My classmate just said a few words to someone who has absolutely nothing to do with you, and you almost crippled him. I do not dare accept your apology. Who knows when you will decide to take my life next?"
Yo.
Xin Chengyang was furious on the spot and wanted to strangle Mo Ziu right then and there. As a wealthy second-generation heir, he apologized to a nobody, only to be rejected and humiliated. Sun Chen looked at Yu Gui, who was visibly embarrassed, feeling that Xin Chengyang was making him lose face. Apologize and be sincere about it. Bai Heiyang pulled out his golf club again and held it against Xin Chengyang's neck to threaten him. Xin Chengyang did not recognize Sun Chen, but seeing Yu Gui's attitude, he was deeply shocked. Among the people he knew, Yu Gui already had a high status, and for Sun Chen to make someone like Yu grovel, it could only mean Sun Chen's background was even more terrifying. After realizing this, Xin Chengyang suppressed his anger, though he was still unwilling. He walked up to Mo Ziu, bowed 90 degrees, and said very sincerely, "I am sorry." Mo Ziu was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, Xin Chengyang had already turned to Liu Zhan, bowed 90 degrees again, and said, "I am sorry." Liu Zhan, looking flattered and nervous, quickly waved his hand. It is nothing. I was at fault too. Liu Zhan knew that Xin Chengyang was only apologizing because of Sun Chen's pressure. He had to be humble now, otherwise, if Sun Chen was not around, Xin Chengyang would definitely take revenge on him. After apologizing to the two, Xin Chengyang retreated behind Yu Gui. Being forced to apologize publicly to Mo Ziu and Liu Zhan made him feel he had lost all his dignity. He could not face Xia Tong anymore, so he hid behind the crowd, silently carving today's humiliation into his heart. After the apology, Yu Gui put on a fawning smile and said to Sun Chen, "Brother Chen, look." Whether this matter was over or not depended on Sun Chen's intentions. Sun Chen said, "I am going home." Yu Gui and the others immediately broke into smiles, understanding that Sun Chen meant the matter could rest there. Bai Heiyang fawned, "Brother Chen, let me drive you home." "I think it is dirty," Sun Chen refused. How could Bai Heiyang not know that Sun Chen was calling him dirty? He hurriedly found an excuse. "Brother Chen is right. These cars are too dirty. We will get new ones tonight."
Hez.
Switching out over a dozen luxury cars just like that, the extravagance of these rich kids made the onlookers gasp. They finally witnessed what the world of the wealthy was truly like. Everyone watched as Sun Chen left. Mo Ziu did not linger. After shouting, "Wait for me, senior brother," he rushed to catch up. After Sun Chen left, Bai Heiyang looked at everyone and laughed. "Folks, it was just a misunderstanding. A minor misunderstanding. Sorry for the scene." The crowd looked at him strangely. You made such a huge fuss, and you have the nerve to call it a minor misunderstanding. When these rich kids arrived in their luxury cars, they were walking with such arrogance, looking down on everyone. But once Sun Chen appeared, they first scrambled in a panic, only to be beckoned back and forced to grovel before him, looking pathetic. Now they wanted to downplay the incident to minimize the impact, both to suit Sun Chen's low-profile personality and to protect their own reputations. However, that was already impossible. With so many people watching, they would not even have to wait until tomorrow. By tonight, every student at number 8 high would know that the school's top figure was not Xin Qingyang, but Sun Chen, hidden in class 39-4. The uncrowned king, Sun Chen. Just by showing his face, he scared Yu Gui and the others half to death, causing them to flee like mice seeing a cat. "Teacher, I was speaking without thinking earlier. I am truly sorry," Yu Gui said, holding Yu Wenfeng's hand with both of his. Sun Chen was gone, but the pressure he exerted remained. To avoid Sun Chen coming after him later, Yu Gui apologized to Yu Wenfeng. Yu Wenfeng, a mature and seasoned teacher, accepted the apology gracefully. At the same time, he was secretly thankful to Sun Chen. Without him, he would have likely been humiliated in front of so many students today. "Go, let us go now." Following that, Yu Gui and his group rushed back to their cars and sped away from number 8 high without looking back. Watching their panicked exit, the crowd was once again stunned by Sun Chen's influence. When did such a powerful figure appear at number 8 high? "Everyone go home now." Everyone remained in shock until Yu Wenfeng urged the students to leave. Only then did they snap out of it and head home, their minds still reeling. Since it was dismissal time, the onlookers soon dispersed and headed their separate ways. The remaining students from class 39-4 looked at each other, at a loss for words. "What do we do?" Song Jing asked Yan Penghua with a wry smile. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that Sun Chen, the guy sitting in the back who never said a word, was actually a hidden big boss. Just by showing up, he scared those arrogant rich kids half to death. To find out he was in their class all this time, they did not know whether to consider themselves lucky or unlucky. It was better when they did not know. They just thought of him as a quiet transfer student. Now that they knew, how were they supposed to live their lives from here on? Try to suck up to him? Or isolate him? What kind of attitude should they take when interacting with him? These questions became their worries. Yan Penghua, as the class monitor, thought for a moment and said, "What is there to do? Sun Chen is not the type to show off. Having him in our class means at least no one will dare to bully us from now on." Wang Shuliang smiled bitterly, "Not just our class. Looking at the attitude of those people with Yu Gui, number 8 high is about to become a forbidden zone for them. With such a powerhouse watching over us, anyone who comes here will have to back down." Luo Lan looked at Wang Qinhua and asked Qinhua, "What exactly is Sun Chen's background?" Everyone turned their heads, filled with curiosity about Sun Chen's history. Wang Qinhua knew those people with Yu Gui, so Luo Lan assumed she might know Sun Chen. Wang Qinhua shook her head. "I am not sure. I have never seen Sun Chen before." "By the way, Mo Ziu called Sun Chen's senior brother. He must know something. Should we ask him?" Li Chengxi suggested. Song Jing curled his lips. "Mo Ziu, are you sure he knows?" Song Jing thought Mo Ziu was just latching onto Sun Chen, and the whole senior brother thing was probably just something Mo Ziu made up. Wang Qinhua said, "I have a few junior high classmates at Experimental High and number 7 High. I will ask them when I get back. They should know something." They would not dare ask Sun Chen or Mo Ziu directly, so they could only try to find out about Sun Chen's past through other channels. "Forget about Sun Chen for now. It has gotten late. Everyone should go home," Yan Penghua suggested. After that, the students of class 39-4 dispersed. Meanwhile, Yu Gui and the others returned to a massive villa and collapsed onto the sofas, feeling as though they had escaped death. Their complexions began to improve slightly. After a moment of silence in the spacious villa, someone could not help but ask, "That guy clearly transferred to number 7 high. How did he end up at number 8 high?" Bad luck. Shangqing sat on the sofa with her eyes closed, her slender legs crossed, her handsome face full of irritation. At that moment, Bai Heiyang ended a call outside the villa, tossed his phone onto the glass table with a clatter, and sighed, "Yeah, truly bad luck." "Brother Heiyang, did you find anything out?" Everyone looked toward Bai Heiyang. On the way back, Bai Heiyang had already contacted people at number 7 high to investigate Sun Chen's history there. They had lost face in front of so many people today. If they did not even dare to investigate, they would be pathetic. Bai Heiyang sneered. "The incident that happened between us and Sun Chen at Experimental High was reenacted by Sun Chen at number 7 high." Someone hurriedly asked, "Number 7 high is Zhao Guangli's territory. Do not tell me Zhao Guangli took care of him." I think it is more like he took care of Zhao Guangli, Yu Gui said calmly. Ai Heiyang nodded. Young Master Yu is right. Just like with us, Zhao Guangli could not stand Sun Chen's arrogance and tried to force him to kneel. As a result, Sun Chen broke his hand. That happened last month, and Zhao Guangli's hand still has not recovered. How could he dare? Xin Chengyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Gui sneered. Is there anything he does not dare to do? I will not hide it from you. My leg was broken by Sun Chen a year ago. It is no surprise Zhao Guangli met the same fate. Xin Chengyang was stunned by Yu Gui's words. Was Sun Chen supposed to be hitting people? Xin Chengyang then asked, who on earth is this Sun Chen, to dare mess with both young Master Yu and Zhao Guangli? Someone who is very good at fighting, Sheng Qing replied. Xin Chengyang asked strangely, good at fighting. Even setting aside the whole of Shu City in the wrong district alone, there are plenty of people good at fighting. If brute force could conquer everything, what is the point of money and power? Ai Heiyang came up behind Xin Chengyang and patted him on the shoulder. Young Master Yu and us have business backgrounds, and Zhao Guangli has political connections. Sun Chen hurt both of you and Zhao Guangli and still managed to walk away unscathed. Do you think money and power can achieve that? Being told this by Bai Heiyang, Xin Chengyang realized the crux of the problem, and his expression turned solemn. Yu Gui took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he said, Sun Chen is not that simple, and he is even more terrifying than we imagined. Actually, there is something I have never told you. Considering we are all brothers here, I feel it is necessary to let everyone get to know Sun Chen all over again.
What is it?
It was the first time the crowd had seen Yu Gui so solemn, and their expressions grew serious as well. Yu Gui said in a deep voice, a year ago, Sun Chen broke my leg, and his dad beat up my dad. Afterwards, my father and I could not swallow our anger, so we hired a hitman through a middleman.
Hired as hitman?
Everyone was shocked. This was a serious crime punishable by law, and they could even face the firing squad. What did Yu Gui mean by telling them this? Seeing their terrified looks, Yu Gui said calmly, do not worry, even if the police find out now, they will not be able to find any evidence.
What happened? Bai Heiyang asked. That is exactly what I am about to say.
Yu Gui said in a deep voice. Later, the hitman we hired through the middleman died. He died in my dad's bed without a single wound on his body. My dad even slept next to the corpse for a whole night.
What?
Everyone's pupils shrank, and some even could not help but cry out in alarm. They completely did not expect such an outcome. As he said this, a look of fear still lingered in Yu Gui's eyes. That morning when Yu Gui's father, Yu Huai, woke up and saw the corpse, he was scared half to death, his soul almost flying out of his body. In his panic, he wanted to call the police, but upon recognizing the corpse as the hitman sent to kill Sun Bao, he ultimately held back. Yu Huai contacted the middleman, only to be told that the middleman had also died, hanged from a crooked tree. Immediately, Yu Huai realized things were not that simple. Burning with anxiety, he told everything to his son, Yu Gui. The crowd was still in shock as Yu Gui continued. Later, we checked the security cameras at home and found that the corpse had entered the house the night before. Moreover, it floated into my dad's villa.
How is that possible?
Young Master Yu, it has just gotten dark. This joke is not funny at all. Hearing Yu Gui say this, a few people turned deathly pale with fright, goosebumps breaking out all over them. Yu Gui smiled bitterly. I also hoped what I saw was fake, but I secretly took the footage to my family's tech company for verification. The final conclusion was that the video was absolutely real, without any tricks, because more than one camera captured the floating corpse. If it was a trick, it could not have been so flawless. A year had passed since the incident, but whenever he recalled it, the image of the floating corpse kept replaying in his mind, and fear welled up spontaneously. It was simply too creepy. The spacious villa fell silent once again. The atmosphere was oppressive and filled with a bizarre eeriness.
Wow.
The wind gently rustled the bead curtain, making a slight noise that caused the timid ones to scream immediately. The timid boys' scream startled everyone, making their hair stand on end and scaring them half to death. What the hell are you screaming for? Do you have a death wish? Bai Heiyang was terrified and almost broke down. He yelled, covering his fear with anger, and directly kicked the guy over. Xin Chengyang rubbed his arms to smooth out his goosebumps and said calmly, this does not prove that Sun Chen has powerful backing. Maybe it is just a coincidence. Yu Gui looked at Xin Chengyang as if looking at a naive fool and sneered. The other party's intention was merely a warning, not to harm anyone. As long as someone is not a total fool, they would know to stop right there. Are you saying that experiencing this once is not enough, and you have to wait for them to come knocking on your door to kill you before you are satisfied? The crowd all looked at Xin Chengyang as if looking at an idiot. How did Sun Chen's family know that Yu Huai had hired a hitman? Why would the hitman's corpse be lying in Yu Huai's bed? Why did the middleman who contacted the hitman suddenly hang himself? There are not that many coincidences in the world. Yu Hua and his son were not fools, so they stopped while they could. Xin Chengyang quickly said, "Young master, you misunderstood. That is not what I meant." Yu Gui waved his hand. "No need to explain. With your IQ, there is no need to stay at number 8 high school anymore. If you do not want to be beat to death by Sun Chen, hurry up and transfer schools. And do not even think about getting revenge. If revenge was possible, do you think Zhao Guangli or I would have swallowed this insult?" Yu Gui was not the only one beaten by Sun Chen. There was also Zhao Guangli, who held grudges even more than Yu Gui. Neither of them were people who easily let their enemies off, unless they truly could not afford to provoke them. At the mention of transferring, Xin Chengyang looked conflicted. It seemed he did not plan on transferring and wanted to stay at number 8 high school. Cannot bear to leave Ziatong, Yu Gui saw right through him. Xin Chengyang was not reluctant to leave number 8 high school. He was reluctant to leave that elegant beauty named Ziatong. Ai Heiyang shook his head and said, "You are hopeless. Even if you stay at number 8 high school, Ziatong will not look at you twice. If she really liked you, she would have liked you by now. Cannot you see through this?" Smile curved on Sheng Qing's lips. "Xin Chengyang, I did not realize you were so infatuated. Stay if you want. Young love is always pure. You will understand once you experience a bit more." "Sister Qing, have you experienced a lot?" Someone next to her chuckled, very interested in Sheng Qing's stories. Sheng Qing sneered, "As if you are worthy of knowing. Get lost." With Sheng Qing's banter, the eerie atmosphere dissipated, and the villa became cheerful again. That night, the class group chats for every class were unusually lively. Everyone, this is the guy who scared away Yu Gui and forced Xin Chengyang to bow and apologize in public. Be careful when walking around school from now on. Do not bump into this demon king. Attached below was a photo of Sun Chen with his hands in his pockets. Then a flurry of terrified emojis was sent out consecutively. At the very end, a love-struck girl sent a heart eyes emoji. "So handsome. Which class is he in? Does he have a girlfriend?" The people who replied after her were completely speechless. Sure enough, boys and girls focused on entirely different things. Various headline topics appeared on the school's forum. Shocking, it is actually him. The only true god of number 8 high school. All demons and monsters bow down. A male god appears at number 8 high school. My male god is in class 4. The big boss of number 8 high school. My senior brother is a hidden king. Every headline was accompanied by Sun Chen's photo, followed by some anecdotes about him. Below were countless comments from freshmen, sophomores, and even seniors who had just finished their college entrance exams. Even alumni in college came to join the fun, marveling that their alma mater had produced such an influential figure. Not only students from number 8 high school, but students from experimental high school, number 7 high school, and other schools also came to join in the excitement. When they saw Sun Chen in the pictures, those who had met him immediately recognized this incredibly arrogant-looking guy, and some even knew about his past. Consequently, they posted on the number 8 high school forum, detailing the grudges between Sun Chen and Yu Gui, as well as between Sun Chen and Zhao Guangli. However, because the posts involved Yu Gui and Zhao Guangli, they were deleted within a minute of being posted before they could even be pinned, leaving only a few people who managed to see them. Sun Chen never expected that merely showing his face without doing anything would cause such a storm at number 8 high school, giving everyone the feeling of a change in dynasties. While the group chats of every class in the school were exceptionally lively, the group chat of science class 39-4 was dead silent. It was not that they lacked activity, but rather because they knew Sun Chen and Mo Ziu were in the group, they did not dare to speak. As a result, Luo Lan immediately created a new group chat and pulled everyone in the class into it, except for Sun Chen and Mo Ziu. Wang Shuliang scared me to death. If I had known Sun Chen was this powerful, it would not have been Mo Ziu's turn to be a lackey. I would have offered up my own ass long ago. The crowd sent contemptuous emojis. Luo Lan, it is not too late to offer it now. The others also joined in the jeering. Li Chengxi, regardless, Sun Chen and Mo Ziu are from our class. Is not it a bit bad to make this group chat without them? Doing this felt a bit like isolating Sun Chen and Mo Ziu. If those two found out, they might think the whole class was ostracizing them. Yan Penghua, it is a special situation, so we have no choice. We will just dissolve it after tonight. The things they were going to discuss were about Sun Chen, which might offend him, so they had to resort to this bad plan. Liu Zhan said, "Our great beauty Chen Hua, did you manage to dig up any information on Sun Chen?" Wang Qinhua, I just asked around, and it is a bit scary. Everyone sent surprised emojis. Wang Shuliang urged, hurry up and tell us. Wang Qinhua, Sun Chen originally attended experimental high school as a freshman. A year ago, Yu Gui and his gang went looking for trouble with him, and Sun Chen ended up breaking his leg. Afterwards, Sun Chen transferred to number 7 high school. Just over a month ago, Zhao Guangli messed with him, and Sun Chen broke his arm in return. It was only then that he transferred to number 8 high school and ended up in our class. The crowd sent terrified emojis. Song Jinged, I can see it now. This guy is not just a big shot, he is also ruthless. Liu Zhan, breaking arms and legs, that is too ruthless. What is he going to break next? Mao Yashui, no wonder Yu Gui ran away without looking back when he saw Sun Chen. He was beaten into a psychological trauma. Wang Shuliang, he even dares to beat up Yu Gui and Zhao Guangli. The forum was not exaggerating. He really is a demon king level figure. Xu Rong, who is Zhao Guangli? Wang Qinjue explained, think of Yu Gui as the top dog of experimental high school, and Zhao Guangli as the top dog of number 7 high school. Yu Gui has a powerful business background, while Zhao Guangli has a powerful political background. Xin Qingyang is nothing compared to these two. After Wang Qinhue's explanation, everyone sighed in awe at Yu Gui and Zhao Guangli's backgrounds, while simultaneously developing a strong curiosity about Sun Chen's background. Luo Lan asked, were you able to find out Sun Chen's background? Wang Qinhue, no. I asked a lot of people, but nobody knows. Song Jinged, a mysterious big boss. Li Chengxi, does not Mo Ziu call him senior brother? Could he be the heir of some martial arts sect? Wang Shuliang, that does not sound right. Even if he comes from a legendary sect, why would they take Mo Ziu as a disciple? Are they crazy? Xu Rong, Mo Ziu saved you guys after all. Is it really appropriate to talk about him like that? Song Jinged, shut up, old Wang. Mo Ziu is now part of the Demon King's inner circle. Do you want your arm broken or your leg? Yan Penghua, thinking back on it, what Sun Chen's dad said on the phone last time actually made sense. Recalling that previous phone call, the crowd fell silent again, all of them thoroughly spooked. At this moment, Wang Qinhua said, rumor has it that the reason Sun Chen hurt them was not because he started it. It was Yu Gui and Zhao Guangli who could not stand his attitude and deliberately went looking for trouble, only to end up getting hurt by him. Mao Yashui, why do people always go looking for trouble with him? Wang Qinhua, because his academic grades have always been number 1 in the whole grade. Everyone sent coughing up blood emojis. Song Jinged wailed, we are doomed. A powerful background, extraordinary skills, great academic grades, and he is even handsome. Is he trying to leave us no way to live? Yan Pengshua, alright, we have learned what we needed to know. It is getting late, let us wrap it up. Finally, Yan Penghua had Luo Lan dissolve the group chat, bringing this discussion to an end. Next day, Sun Chen and Mo Ziu went to school as usual, but they were watched by everyone along the way, which made Mo Ziu feel very uncomfortable. Brother, are we wanted by the police? Mo Ziu, who had felt uneasy the whole way, ducked his head to ask Sun Chen once they reached the classroom. Neither of them looked at the school forum, and the rest of the class had even created a new group chat excluding them to discuss current events, leaving the two of them completely in the dark about the chaos outside. However, Sun Chen could guess a thing or two. Yu Gui and the others' change in attitude yesterday was too obvious. Anyone interested could easily find out about Sun Chen's tough past. In this technological age, any minor disturbance in reality spreads across the entire internet, and everyone hears about it. We are not wanted, it is just that every pretty girl in school knows you now. Are not you happy? Sun Chen teased. How could that be? If anyone is to be known, it should be you, brother. It is enough if just half the pretty girls know me. Mo Ziu secretly rejoiced and chuckled naively. Seeing Mo Ziu grinning foolishly, Sun Chen ignored him. Students in the front rows kept glancing back at the two, whispering to each other. When they realized Sun Chen did not seem as fierce as they thought, many secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Chen did not care about their stares, nor did he plan on transferring schools again. He would just let the remaining year play out like this. Whether in the classroom or on campus, no one approached Sun Chen except for Mo Ziu, the class monitor Yan Penghua, and the study committee member Li Chengxi. Sun Chen himself rarely struck up conversations with others, looking exactly like someone with autism. July was approaching, and time reached the end of June. Over 10 days had passed, and the students of number 8 high school had gotten used to the presence of the low-key big demon king, Sun Chen. In the first few days after his exposure, Sun Chen was constantly surrounded by onlookers who kept their distance, fearing he might take a bite out of them. Now 10 days later, they were used to his low-profile nature. Even if they bumped into him on the street, they would turn a blind eye, walking past him while chatting and laughing as if he were just a normal person. During a break that day, Mo Ziu hurried into the classroom to Sun Chen's side and said excitedly, brother, Xin Qingyang has transferred schools. Sun Chen, leaning back in his chair, gave him a faint look and said, and. Mo Ziu's excitement was like being doused with cold water. It vanished, and he paused, saying, "Right, what does that have to do with us?" Mo Xiu thought about it and felt Sun Chen's calm reaction made perfect sense. Whether Xin Chengyang transferred or not had nothing to do with them, because Xin Chengyang was no longer a threat. Mo Xiu sat down and began the lesson. Perhaps because the Chinese exercises were a bit boring, Mo Xiu started playing on his phone, wondering what he was scrolling through. This was the benefit of sitting in the back row. It felt like being far away from the emperor's reach. However, Sun Chen noticed that Mo Xiu was getting angrier the more he looked, as if he had found something that stung his heart. "Brother, look at these villains." Mo Xiu shoved his phone in front of Sun Chen, his face full of rage. Sun Chen was a bit puzzled, not knowing what had triggered Mo Xiu. He picked up the phone and saw the day's headline news. Multiple incidents occurred in the wrong area yesterday. Fire broke out in a residential complex in the middle of the night. 23 people burned to death in their sleep. The fire department fought the blaze all night, and the police are currently investigating the cause. A landslide on the mountainside buried 4 households at the base of the hill. Rescue teams dug through the night, saving only 7 people, with 5 still missing. 7 poisonous snakes suddenly appeared in a kindergarten yesterday. 3 children and 2 teachers were bitten. 2 of the children and 1 teacher passed away despite emergency treatment, while the others are still fighting for their lives. Hopefully, they can pull through. Massive swarms of poisonous insects appeared in a residential area. Several people were bitten, 4 died on the spot, and the entire complex was forced to evacuate. A school bus burst into flames for no reason. Luckily, the students and driver evacuated quickly. A bank was robbed in the dead of night, with no figures captured on surveillance cameras. It is suspected to be a prank by an insider. A married couple was found pierced by tree branches in their home, suspected revenge killing. After reading the information, Sun Chen's first reaction was, transcendent ones. If Mo Xiu could tell at a glance that these incidents were caused by transcendence, how could Sun Chen not see it? However, Sun Chen did not show the same anger as Mo Xiu. He only frowned slightly. He returned the phone to Mo Xiu and stopped paying attention to the class, taking out his own phone to check. "Brother, these must be the work of those unscrupulous transcendents. Is there no one out there to manage them?" Mo Xiu expressed his contempt for the transcendents who were endangering others. Having been with Sun Chen for a while, Mo Xiu knew that with the appearance of transcendent matter, more and more people would awaken to become transcendents, but not everyone was as law-abiding as the 2 of them. For those who have just gained transcendent abilities, they do not hide their powers at first, but instead experiment with them. Clearly, ordinary people were becoming their subjects. Sun Chen said in a low voice, "There are, but they cannot monitor every place every second. They are similar to the police, and they are called the 12 Zodiacs." The 12 Zodiacs, Mo Xiu was puzzled, his first thought being the traditional 12 Chinese zodiac signs. Sun Chen said the 12 Zodiacs are an official organization with 12 leaders, each corresponding to the attributes of the zodiac signs. China is divided into 9 regions. 3 leaders are stationed in Yizhou, 2 sit in the capital, and due to special reasons, 2 are stationed in Yangzhou, with the remaining 7 stationed in the other 7 regions. Our Shu city belongs to Liangzhu, which is under the jurisdiction of the rabbit leader of the 12 Zodiacs. Be careful of any codes related to rabbit in the future. Anyone who reveals their identity as a transcendent will be under their constant surveillance. Every transcendent must be registered and monitored. It was precisely because he did not want to be constantly monitored by the 12 Zodiacs that Sun Chen hid his status as a transcendent. One more thing, if your status as a transcendent is discovered by the 12 Zodiacs, they will tirelessly try to persuade you to join them. If you choose not to join, once you use your transcendent powers, they will directly deem you a threat to ordinary people and lock you up, or even strip you of your powers entirely if the case is severe. After all, this is a harmonious society. Even if the 12 Zodiacs are an official organization, they cannot take lives at will. Unless a transcendent commits murder, it is not a death penalty. At most, their abilities will be stripped. Mo Xiu wondered, is not joining the 12 Zodiacs a good thing? It is as honorable as being a police officer, with the power to enforce the law. If any transcendent dares to act out, they can just beat them down. Sun Chen said the 12 Zodiacs are quite special. They have great restrictions and can only manage transcendents. Ordinary people are still under the police. Furthermore, they cannot display their transcendent abilities in front of ordinary people. If the 12 Zodiacs violate the law, the police can arrest them too. After all, the human world is still primarily made up of ordinary people. Even though more transcendents are appearing, they remain mysterious to ordinary people, with only a few aware of their existence. Plus, since the proportion of transcendents in the human world is still very small, society still operates under the laws of ordinary people, and no specific laws restricting transcendents have been born yet. What should we do about the wild transcendents who are harming ordinary people now? Moziu felt very angry, using the word wild to describe those unscrupulous transcendents. Chen said softly, that depends on the efficiency of the 12 zodiacs. If they are serious about their work, they might have already apprehended those wild transcendents. If they are incompetent, those wild transcendents might continue to commit crimes tonight. If no one stops them, those newly awakened transcendents will surely believe that because they have transcendent abilities and act in secret, no one knows, and they will certainly commit crimes again, showing off their abilities and continuing to endanger society. Thinking of this, a flash of coldness appeared in Moziu's eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother, the rabbit group is responsible for a place as large as Liangzhu. Surely they cannot cover everything. Should we help them out and take out those wild transcendents causing trouble in the dark?" Moziu was, after all, a youth raised in a harmonious society who despised all those who broke the law and defied morality, wanting to take action against the unscrupulous wild transcendents. Chen gave Moziu a faint look, and Moziu saw deep contempt in Chen's eyes. Moziu quickly straightened his chest and said, "Do not look down on me. I am at least a second stage Xi-level transcendent now. Taking on those newly awakened wild ones is more than enough." Since awakening, Moziu worked hard every night to practice the Yi Dao Jing. With the increasing density of transcendent material, he was currently pushing toward the third stage Xi level. Compared to other wild transcendents, he did have an advantage in terms of cultivation level. Chen said plainly, "Combat is not just about the strength of transcendent power. Do you have combat experience? Do you have combat skills? Do you have combat awareness?" Chen's three questions left Moziu stunned. He had no idea what combat even meant. Since becoming a transcendent, the only time he had taken action was when he killed someone in the Jiuzhengu Mountains. At the time, the other person was also a combat idiot, which allowed him to succeed. If the person Moziu fought had been Sun Chen could have just exhausted Moziu's transcendent power without even attacking him, then finished him off. Chen said, "Do not think that just because you can easily handle an ordinary person now, it means much. It is just because your perception and reflexes are better than theirs after becoming a transcendent. If you were facing an expert fighter, even with your transcendent ability, in a life-or-death struggle, you would definitely be the one to die." Seeing Moziu scratching his face, Chen added, "This is a harmonious society. It is not like the ancient times. There are no street fights for you, and I cannot teach you that either. So if you want to improve your combat skills, go back and watch more of those fighting videos online than practice. I will not say it will make you a formidable fighter, but at least you will not be such an idiot." Because of the environment, both Chen and Moziu had to explore how to improve their combat skills on their own. Moziu sighed, realizing he had gotten a bit carried away. After this scolding from Chen, he finally realized that the people he would be dealing with were also transcendents. Since they dared to kill, they certainly would not be soft-hearted. He was a combat idiot. If he actually confronted those vicious people, he would have no way to fight back, and charging in would be no different from seeking death. "The two students in the back, you have been whispering for half the class. Would you mind doing me a favor and letting me give the lecture for the rest of the period?" The Chinese teacher at the podium stopped Chen and Moziu with a semi-humorous tone. Many people in the classroom laughed, but recalling Chen's terrifying nature, the laughter stopped abruptly. They just glanced at the back row and quickly turned their heads to continue listening to the lecture. The two stopped whispering and, as a courtesy to the teacher, pretended to pay attention to the class. That night after dark, in a small grove in the wrong district, the dilapidated house was covered with colorful venomous snakes, some as thick as arms, others as thin as chopsticks. Venomous snakes wriggled slowly on the house, flicking their tongues and emitting waves of hissing sounds. Buzz! Suddenly, waves of buzzing sounds came from the woods. This was the drone of mosquitoes and flies, and from the extremely chaotic noise, one could tell a massive swarm was approaching. Sensing danger, the venomous snakes on the house all became alert, raised their heads, revealed cold gazes, looked in the same direction, and issued warning sounds to those insects. At this time, the door of the house opened, and out walked an old woman. Her hair was black mixed with white, incredibly dirty, and looked as if it had not been washed in a long time. Her cheeks were sunken, her face was covered in dark wrinkles, and the clothes she wore were also very tattered. After coming out, the old woman looked ahead with a vicious gaze. Through the light projecting in from outside the woods, one could see a huge cloud of insects slowly approaching her, and their buzzing sound grew more and more piercing. In response to this, the venomous snakes on the roof grew angry, letting out sharp warning hisses. "Crazy woman, we are the same kind of people." Right at this moment, the large swarm of flying venomous insects suddenly parted, and out walked a middle-aged man, looking at the old woman with a plain expression. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, the old woman narrowed her eyes and let out a hoarse, cold laugh. I remember you. A cowardly, angry youth, an incompetent piece of trash, mocked by everyone in the neighborhood, and the negative example parents used to educate their children. A hint of viciousness flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Instead of refuting her, he smiled and said, "Are not you the same? Instead of living in a nice neighborhood, you insisted on running off to live in these deserted woods. Every day you go to the streets to fight for trash with the street-sweeping robots, dressed in rags, acting insane. Every child laughs at you and calls you crazy woman. So are you here to court death?" Crazy woman's gaze turned fierce. Middle-aged man said indifferently, "You and I are the same kind of people. Do not be a stranger. Besides, your venomous snakes might be able to poison those kids, but they might not be able to do anything to my venomous insects." Middle-aged man clearly knew that the mastermind behind the incident of venomous snakes biting people at the kindergarten was the crazy woman in front of him. "Did you come to threaten me?" Crazy woman sneered, and the heads of the dozen or so venomous snakes above her all reared up. The middle-aged man said, "Cooperation." "What?" Crazy woman was taken aback for a moment. Middle-aged man said, "Human lives are at stake. With what happened at the kindergarten, it has been on the headlines all day, and everyone in Jeju is paying attention. The police are not fools. They will track this place down sooner or later. Furthermore, are you so sure there are not people like you and me among the police? If you and I cooperate and avoid the police, as long as we are not discovered by others, you can kill whoever you want." Crazy woman was silent for a while, then said coldly, "I am already someone with one foot in the grave anyway, so what if I am found? I just hope to drag a few more young ones down with me before I die. Did not they like to laugh at me? Then I will let them taste what it is like to have their own children killed." Middle-aged man frowned. In Crazy woman's eyes, the middle-aged man saw madness, reckless and unbridled in order to take revenge on those who had mocked her, regardless of the consequences. Crazy woman's philosophy clearly conflicted with the middle-aged man's thoughts. The middle-aged man wanted to take it slow, hide himself well first, and then slowly take revenge later. Middle-aged man persuaded, "It was not easy for the heavens to bestow such extraordinary powers upon you and me. If you are in a hurry to seek death, it would be a huge disservice to heaven's gift. This is our chance to turn the tables, and also an opportunity to strike fear into those who mocked us. Do not you want to see those mortals kneeling before us, begging in agony with your own eyes?" Being told this by the middle-aged man, Crazy woman fell silent again. She really was unwilling to just die like this. After all, this had all just begun. "How do you want to cooperate?" Seemingly swayed by the middle-aged man, Crazy woman became interested in his proposal. Middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Cut your losses. Let those venomous snakes that bit people at the kindergarten die near the kindergarten, sever all clues, and then lay low for a while." "You want me to kill my children?" Crazy woman's voice became sharp, her deep eyes revealing intense killing intent. Crazy woman had lived alone for over a decade. Now awakened as an extraordinaire, her mind could connect with the venomous snakes. To her, these venomous snakes were all her children. How could she bear being told to kill her own children? The middle-aged man was instantly labeled as an enemy. Surrounding venomous snakes became furious, opening their bloody mouths and baring their fangs like blooming flowers. Buzz! Sensing the threat, the insects around the middle-aged man boiled over, tumbling above his head like a cloud of mist. With a thought, the middle-aged man calmed the insects' emotions, and they quickly quieted down. Facing the tense swarm of venomous snakes, the middle-aged man said, "This is the most effective method. As long as the police lose their clues and cannot find where you and I are, we will have enough time to become stronger. Furthermore, we can unite with others of our kind and carve out a world of our own." "You know of the existence of others of our kind?" Crazy woman was puzzled. Middle-aged man laughed. "Of course, you and I are not the only ones favored by the heavens. They are also lowly people who have suffered all kinds of humiliation in modern society. Having endured half a lifetime of grievances, after being favored by the heavens, just like you and me, they directly took action to exact revenge and kill those who deserved to die." Headlines did not just feature the crimes committed by the two of them, but also by others. As a so-called kindred spirit, the middle-aged man could tell at a glance that those murders were no accident, but the work of their own kind. Hello. Suddenly, a faint, cold laugh came from the darkness. "Who is there? Come out." Crazy woman and the middle-aged man tightened their expressions, becoming instantly alert. They turned to look into the darkness, revealing fierce glares, and let out a violent shout. The swarm of venomous snakes and the dense, dark cloud of insects simultaneously turned, staring dead into the darkness. They seemed to feel a powerful threat of death and made no sound. They did not sense anyone's presence in the darkness, nor did they sense anyone approaching. But after awakening as extraordinaires, both their hearing and vision had improved. The two clearly heard that cold laugh. There could be no mistake. While the two of them were completely tense, they finally heard footsteps coming from the darkness, very light, very slow, and very relaxed. Crazy woman and the middle-aged man stared fixedly, and suddenly felt a wave of oppressive pressure closing in, causing their expressions to change. Finally, under the streetlights shining through, the two saw that it really was a person. Newcomer was a person wearing a black hoodie and a black baseball cap. The hood of the clothes was pulled over the baseball cap, covering the sides of their face, and the brim of the baseball cap covered their eyes. Only a mouth could be seen. Newcomer had his hands in his pockets, stopped in front of Crazy Woman and the middle-aged man, and the two of them saw a mocking smirk at the corners of his mouth. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked coldly. Crazy Woman grinned hideously, sneaking around like a coward. "You are up to no good. Let us just kill him." Crazy Woman was just saying that, but did not actually make a move. For the other party to be able to come here silently meant that they were also the same kind of person as them. Seeing the other party did not respond, the middle-aged man guessed, "Many people took action last night. Are you the one who started the fire, or the one who killed people with tree branches?" The corners of the man in black's mouth curled up again, and he said indifferently, "I am the one who kills you." If Mo Xiu were here, he would definitely be able to tell that this voice was none other than Sun Chen's voice. Sun Chen came here not because he was influenced by Mo Xiu's words, but because he had his own thoughts. In class, after Sun Chen saw the headlines, he had already decided to come look for these wild extraordinaires. Therefore, after dark, Sun Chen went to the place where the incident happened, and then relied on his keen observation skills to find his way here based on the clues left at the scene. Hearing Sun Chen's words, the middle-aged man and Crazy Woman immediately sneered, their gazes extremely cold. Middle-aged man sneered, "So young, you should not be a cop. I thought you were one of us, coming here to join us and create a beautiful future together, but I did not expect you came to show off your ignorance." Sun Chen mocked, "One controlling venomous snakes, one controlling venomous insects, is that very strong?" Seeing Sun Chen so arrogant, Crazy Woman said hoarsely, "It is good to be young, ignorant, and fearless, running here in the middle of the night to seek death. Since that is the case, let us fulfill his wish." Having confirmed that Sun Chen was an enemy, the two were decisive in killing. Without any communication, they directly attacked. Both were extraordinaires who controlled animals. With a thought, the venomous snakes and insects around them simultaneously lunged at Sun Chen to bite him. More than a dozen venomous snakes raised their heads and crawled at full speed on the ground, while the venomous insects in the air formed a dense black mass, arriving above Sun Chen's head, trying to drown him out. Bang! Sun Chen circulated the Yi Dao scripture, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, directly blasting away the approaching venomous snakes, and those sweeping venomous insects fell down one after another like rain. What? Crazy Woman and the middle-aged man were shocked. They did not see Sun Chen use an extraordinary ability, but instead used another way to fight against the venomous snakes and insects, their jaws immediately dropping in shock. These two had just become extraordinaires and were still wild, so how could they know that there was something called scripture techniques in this world? Before the two could recover from their shock, Sun Chen took the initiative to attack. Circulating the Yi Dao scripture to the extreme, Sun Chen threw a punch, and a wave of fist momentum crushed forward, pulverizing all the venomous insects. Venomous snakes on the ground wanted to bite Sun Chen, but Sun Chen lifted his foot and stomped. A powerful extraordinary force transmitted from the soles of his feet into the ground, spreading across it. All the crawling venomous snakes were jolted by this force, and their bodies were directly torn apart. "My children!" Crazy Woman let out a cry of grief. Looking at the snake bodies broken into countless sections on the ground, her hunched body trembled uncontrollably, and she looked at Sun Chen viciously. No matter what Crazy Woman's emotions were, they could not affect Sun Chen's killing intent towards them. Switch! Sun Chen's figure drifted, disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Crazy Woman, and two fingers tapped on Crazy Woman's forehead. Crazy Woman's vicious gaze gradually unfocused and quickly lost its luster. "You!" The middle-aged man was terrified, but before he could react, Sun Chen's fingers had already tapped his forehead, and then he fell silently. Both of them died with their eyes wide open, dying in terror. After killing the two, Sun Chen was not panting at all, looking very relaxed. It had been 2 years since Sun Chen became an extraordinaire. If he could not even deal with two newly awakened extraordinaires, he would have lived these 2 years in vain. After taking care of the two, Sun Chen's eyes began to turn red, and a vortex appeared in his pupils, devouring the souls of the two. The souls of extraordinaires are great tonics to me. It is a pity these two are only at the Tier 1 sublevel. If they were Tier 5 or Tier 6 souls, I would definitely be able to break through to the Tier 6 sublevel tonight. Sun Chen sighed with emotion. Sun Chen has been an extraordinary for 2 years now, but he is only at the 5th tier sublevel, still a bit away from the 6th tier, though this is already very fast for him. It is not that he lacks talent, but rather that extraordinary substances in the world have been extremely scarce over the past 2 years. If it were not for the existence of his blood eye, which allowed him to find and absorb the souls of ghosts everywhere, he might still be a first-tier sub-level extraordinary. Nowadays, extraordinary substances are becoming increasingly concentrated, to the point where even Mo Xiu can advance to the second-tier sub-level in just 1 month. Following this trend, the environment will only get better in the future. This means that Sun Chen's path to increasing his strength is no longer limited to absorbing ghosts or the extraordinary substances in the world. He can also absorb the souls of other extraordinaries to improve himself. Because with the changing environment, more and more extraordinaries will awaken. By then there will be more criminals, just like the crazy woman and the middle-aged man Sun Chen just killed. Any extraordinary who targets ordinary people will become Sun Chen's goal. Although Sun Chen gains power by devouring the souls of extraordinaries, he still has a conscience. He will not target innocent people and only keeps his eyes on those extraordinaries who break the law. By devouring the souls of these criminals, Sun Chen feels no guilt. Instead, he believes he is ridding the people of pests and, in a way, protecting ordinary folks. However, because his extraordinary ability is too terrifying, he can only act in the shadows and cannot let other extraordinaries know, or it would certainly invite unnecessary trouble. After devouring and refining the souls of the two, Sun Chen did not bury their bodies and simply left them exposed in the wilderness. In his own words, the more you try to cover something up, the more evidence you leave behind. To avoid exposing himself, Sun Chen only wiped away his own footprints and touched nothing else. This is only just the beginning. Sun Chen smiled faintly and then disappeared into the darkness. He was in no hurry to return to his dorm, choosing instead to continue his search. It was just past midnight, and Sun Chen continued to track his next target. This time, Sun Chen's target was the person who had set fire to the residential area. When he found the arsonist, the man was out in the wild, constantly playing with the fireball in his hand. Sun Chen gave the arsonist no chance. He did not even say a word, just went up and killed him instantly, devoured his soul, and finally returned to the dorm to rest. The next day, Sun Chen went to school as usual, remaining as low-key as ever, as if nothing had happened. After daybreak, someone discovered the bodies of the crazy woman and the middle-aged man, along with the carcasses of countless poisonous insects and snakes. Terrified, the person called the police, who arrived quickly and cordoned off the entire woods. "Officer Guandang, have you found anything?" A young female detective, looking about 24 years old, lifted the police tape, entered the scene, and approached the middle-aged man to ask. Detective Gu Liking had only recently graduated from the police academy and had been encountering strange murder cases frequently of late, which was truly baffling. Guandang was a veteran detective who had been on the force for 20 years. Now 46, wrinkles had already begun to appear on his face. At the crime scene, many police officers were taking photos and collecting evidence, moving carefully as there was little room to walk due to the bodies of poisonous bugs and snakes everywhere. Watching everyone busy at work, Guandang sighed and said, "Another abnormal homicide case." Hearing that again, the female detective frowned and whispered, "Same as the cases from the night before last." Guandang nodded. Just then, a forensic examiner walked over and said to Guandang and Gu Liking, "Officer Guan, these snakes and insects are related to the 2 cases from 2 days ago. Could these poisonous snakes and bugs be the killers?" Gu Liking looked at the mess on the ground in shock. The examiner nodded and said, "Preliminary tests confirm these bugs are identical to those from one of the previous cases, and these snakes are the same as the ones that bit people at the kindergarten." Guandang and Gu Liking exchanged looks, immediately sensing that this situation was not simple. The bugs and snakes died together. Could they have fought each other? Gu Liking asked. Guandang waved his hand and said, "This is beyond our jurisdiction. Let us first identify the victims and then have the rabbit unit come in." At this moment, another forensic examiner came over and said, "We have cleared up the cause of death for the 2 victims. There are no fatal wounds on the surface, but their brain tissue has been completely crushed, as if pulverized by something in an instant. That is why they both died with their eyes wide open." Guandang nodded and said, "Understood. Record that down and get back to work." As the 2 forensic experts left, Gu Liking frowned and said, "Officer Guan, how could there be no wounds? Is not this too bizarre?" Guandang sighed and said, "We have been seeing more and more bizarre things lately. You will have to get used to it. Perhaps these mysteries will be explained soon enough." Soon 2 men in black arrived, with Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 written on their chests. They were indeed from the Rabbit Unit. "Captain Guan, thanks for your hard work." Rabbit 6 shook hands with Guandang. Guandang gave a bitter smile and said, "Our capabilities are limited. You are the ones putting in the real hard work." The 2 were old acquaintances, and without much small talk, went straight to the point. Walking through the pile of corpses, Rabbit 6 asked, "Any discoveries?" Guan Dang replied, "Except for traces of the two victims, we cannot find evidence of a third person. But judging by the cause of death, we can rule out mutual conflict. It is clearly a homicide. There are no surface injuries, but testing shows crushed brain tissue. Also, the death of these snakes and insects is abnormal. They seem to have been crushed by a powerful force." After Guan Dang finished, Rabbit 6 squatted down to pick up a pebble from the ground, but as soon as his hand touched it, the stone disintegrated into sand. Beside him, Guan Dang widened his eyes and said, "This is..." Rabbit 6 stood up, cast his eyes around, and said with a solemn expression, "It is indeed a powerful force, and I am no match for him." Guan Dang and Gu Liking remained stunned. Everything they were seeing now exceeded their knowledge and went beyond the scope of science. Rabbit 10, who had been frowning beside them, suddenly said, "Remember the case Rabbit 7 posted in the group over half a month ago? One of the victims had the same cause of death as these two, crushed brain tissue with no external wounds. The Jiuzhang Valley murder case." Guan Dang and Gu Liking exchanged looks, showing surprise. They clearly knew about that incident. Rabbit 6 looked at Guan Dang and said, "Captain Guan knows about Jiuzhang Valley as well." Guan Dang nodded and said, "I have been following it, just did not expect it to involve extraordinaries." Extraordinaries. Gu Liking took note of the term. It was her first time hearing it, and she kept it in the back of her mind. Rabbit 6 said, "Among the 3 victims at Jiuzhang Valley, 2 were extraordinaries. Who the real killer was remains a mystery." Turning his gaze to the bodies of the crazy woman and the middle-aged man, Rabbit 6 continued, "However, with the killer now operating in the wrong district, we have a lead. But it is only a lead. His power is not something I can counter." Guan Dang was startled and quickly asked, "Then what do we do? If he keeps killing, how can we stop him?" Rabbit 6 gave a bitter smile. "He is like a ghost. We do not even know if he is a man or a woman, so how do we stop him? We will report this immediately and hope someone is sent to oversee the wrong district. Before then, we will cooperate with the police to try our best to prevent him from committing more crimes." Knowing the difficulties the Rabbit unit faced, Guan Dang could only nod. Rabbit 10 pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps we do not need to stop him." Gu Liking asked curiously, "Why?" Rabbit 10 replied, "Looking at the Jiuzhang Valley case, the 2 extraordinaries who died were not innocent. If they had not been killed, the other 5 ordinary people would have died. So the person who killed those 2 actually saved those 5. Now I am 90% sure that the 2 people lying here are the culprits from the 2 cases the day before yesterday. Maybe you suspected it too, but without evidence, you did not dare to conclude. This person does not kill indiscriminately. Judging by the motives, he only targets extraordinaries who break the law. He is protecting ordinary people, much like a hero from a martial arts novel, doing good deeds without seeking fame, like a hidden hand hovering over the world of extraordinaries." Once Rabbit 10 put it that way, the others felt it was quite reasonable, as it was the only explanation that made sense. Gu Liking, however, frowned and said, "This person is a variable. No one knows if he will only target heinous people. If one day he loses his mind and targets innocent civilians, it will be too late to stop him." Rabbit 6 nodded and said, "True. Until his identity is confirmed, we must prevent him from acting again. Even if he kills only evil extraordinaries, he has no legal authority. Killing is still against the law. Of course, if we could contact him and recruit him into our team, that would also be a great choice." Judging by the traces at the scene, Rabbit 6 judged that this person must be very powerful, at least stronger than him. If such a master could join the Zodiac's Rabbit unit, the members would be overjoyed. Rabbit unit secretly governs the Liang province, but the territory is too vast, and they are severely understaffed. Normally, when a new extraordinary appears, the Zodiac units try their best to win them over, and they are especially thirsty for powerful talent. Therefore, Rabbit 6 really hoped this hidden hand could join the Rabbit unit to help ease their burden. Ding! Suddenly, Guan Dang's phone rang. He opened it to find that the police had sent the files on the crazy woman and the middle-aged man. "Let us all look at their profiles." As he spoke, Guan Dang switched his phone to holographic projection mode, displaying the contents of the files before everyone. After the 4 of them finished reading, they looked at each other. Rabbit 10 laughed. "The case is solved. The killers were these 2. Files detailed the backgrounds and histories of the woman and the man. According to their history, after they awakened as extraordinaries, they immediately took revenge on those who had harmed them, resulting in tragedy for many families." Gu Liking asked in shock, "How is that possible? They could control poisonous insects and snakes." Rabbit 6 said, "Nothing is impossible. In the world today, many things cannot be explained by science. From now on, you might encounter cases that have nothing to do with what you learned in the police academy. As a detective, you have to learn to accept all of this." Gu Liking frowned, unable to accept the facts, feeling as if her worldview were crumbling. Guan Dang smiled, "All right, I will explain everything to you slowly later. Turning his head, Guandang looked at Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 and said, "Gentlemen, since the case is solved, we will not bother you anymore. Your task is far more important than ours, so take care." "Take care," Rabbit 6 chuckled, then turned and left with Rabbit 10. Deng! At this moment, Guandang's phone rang again. He took a look and quickly called out to Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10, "Please wait a moment, you two." The two turned around, and Rabbit 6 asked in confusion, "Captain Guan, do you have a new discovery?" Guandang brought up the holographic projection again and smiled bitterly. "It is indeed a new discovery." After looking at the contents of the projection, Rabbit 6 smiled bitterly. It seems this hidden killer from last night killed more than just 2 people. Police found the body of the arsonist. There were no wounds on the body either, and the cause of death was exactly the same as the 2 people next to him. After Guo Liking finished reading, she asked doubtfully, "There are burn marks around the body. Could this person be the arsonist from the residential area?" After the cases involving the venomous insects and snakes, Guo Liking quickly connected certain clues with the incidents that had broken out the day before yesterday. Rabbit 10 said, if this person lived in that residential area, 9 times out of 10, he was the one who did it. Why? Guo Liking was very puzzled, not understanding what the person's motive could be. Rabbit 6 said, when you suddenly gain the ability to control fire, would you be able to resist the urge to try it out? Anyone who suddenly gained superhuman abilities would not be able to resist trying them out. This attempt led to the fire spiraling out of control, directly burning down the residential area. This Guo Liking was stunned. Controlling fire. Is this what a superhuman is? First it was controlling venomous insects, then venomous snakes, and now someone who can control fire. What on earth is happening to this world? At this time, Guandang frowned and said, how could that person accurately find the locations of these murderers? Could it be that he has some special ability? If someone had not reported the cases, the police would have had to expend a great deal of effort and conduct massive amounts of analysis just to track down the whereabouts of these people. Yet this person managed to kill 3 people in 2 different locations in a single night, all connected to the murder cases from the day before yesterday. It was as fast and accurate as if tracking devices had been planted on them. This truly puzzled Guandang. Rabbit 6 said, people who have just become superhumans do not know how to conceal their auras. They will inevitably leave behind their unique presence at the crime scene. Powerful superhumans can capture these auras, and by combining them with a path analysis of the murderer, they can quickly track them down. Usually, our Team Rabbit also catches murderers like this. Unfortunately, our team is currently severely understaffed and simply cannot spare anyone to track these people down. That is why this hidden killer was able to find those murderers a step ahead of us. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the other party has a superhuman tracking ability, allowing them to determine the murderer's locations in a short time. Hearing Rabbit 6's explanation, Guandang's frown deepened. If it was as Rabbit 6 said, would not it be even more difficult for the police to track the whereabouts of these superhumans? Guo Liking said, we can check the surveillance cameras. There is no way that hidden killer could avoid every place with a camera when committing the murders. He must have left some trace on the footage. We can use big data to analyze everyone's movements and gradually narrow down the scope. But Rabbit 10 shook his head and said, we already thought of this method 2 years ago, but it is useless. Powerful superhumans can use their powers to shield their figures. Even with 360-degree, zero blind spot surveillance, nothing can be captured. Her newly conceived idea was immediately blocked. Guo Liking looked as if she had taken a blow, suddenly at a loss for words. However, Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 did not laugh at her. Since she was not a superhuman, she did not know how formidable and powerful they were. Currently, she was still looking at superhumans from the perspective of an ordinary person, which would easily put her at a disadvantage. Then Guo Liking asked in a low voice, is every superhuman like this? Rabbit 6 shook his head and said, no, those with lower strength cannot do it. For example, the 2 of us are unable to shield ourselves in front of surveillance cameras. Guandang sighed secretly and said helplessly, since things have come to this, we can only hope that this hidden killer will not come out to do evil and harm ordinary people. Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 nodded, feeling a bit downcast. The 2 of them had come here thinking they could help the police. They had not expected to be completely helpless after arriving, so they naturally felt somewhat guilty. Next, the 2 from Team Rabbit left, leaving the remaining body collection work to the police. However, the police found themselves in a difficult position. How should they close the case for such abnormal incidents, and how should they explain it to the public? They certainly could not just say it was done by superhumans, because that would be too terrifying. If not handled well, it could cause social turmoil and widespread panic. Therefore, to the families harmed by the venomous snakes and insects, the police could only say it was an animal control issue and that the prime culprits had been dealt with. The relevant departments would pay compensation and offer consolations where necessary, preventing the impact of the incidents from expanding further. As for the arsonist, the police issued a network-wide bulletin stating that he had stubbornly resisted during the arrest and was shot dead on the spot. They also revealed the arsonist's identity to the people in the residential area. Instantly, the arsonist was cursed out by the neighborhood residents, who wished him eternal damnation. Upon returning to the police station, Guo Liking could not help but approach Guan Dang and ask, "Mentor Guan, what exactly is a superhuman?" Guan Dang was sitting in front of the computer, holding a small wooden stick between the index and middle fingers of his left hand, mimicking the gesture of smoking. He had been a heavy smoker for 20 years, but he was currently trying to quit. The craving and habitual motions were still there, so out of desperation, he used the small wooden stick as a substitute for a cigarette to take a drag. Seeing Guo Liking appear, Guan Dang was not surprised. After taking a drag from the wooden stick, he said calmly, "Those who awaken and gain superhuman abilities are superhumans. Just like the superheroes in movies, they possess all kinds of extraordinary powers." Movies reflecting reality, Guo Liking was surprised. "You could say that. I learned about the existence of superhumans a year ago. However, back then, Team Rabbit was around, and you almost never saw superhumans harming ordinary people. It was not until the last month that superhumans started appearing more and more frequently. Superhumans causing trouble began popping up all over the world, and Shacheng is no exception. The people from Team Rabbit are already overwhelmed," Guan Dang said. Team Rabbit had limited manpower. Faced with the frequent awakening of superhumans, even though they had the strength, it was beyond their reach. "Why are superhumans appearing?" Guo Liking wondered. Guan Dang put down the small wooden stick in his hand, carefully wrapped it up and said, "I am not too clear about that either. I asked the people from Team Rabbit, but they spoke ambiguously and it all sounded very mysterious." Within the police force, Guan Dang had the most contact with Team Rabbit. He had asked many things, but still did not quite understand. Perhaps the people from Team Rabbit were playing dumb. Mentioning Team Rabbit, Guo Liking lowered her voice and asked, "Are all the members of Team Rabbit superhumans?" Having seen Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 today, Guo Liking could feel the unique aura they both possessed, and she already had her suspicions. Guan Dang nodded and said, "That is right. Anyone who can enter Team Rabbit is a superhuman. Their duties are the same as ours, only they maintain the order of superhumans, while we maintain the order of ordinary people." The Chinese Zodiac and the police cooperated closely. They could be called comrades in arms, coexisting and helping each other out to maintain social peace and stability. Hearing this, Guo Liking's eyes lit up as she said, "Mentor Guan, do you know how someone can become a superhuman?" Guan Dang, who was drinking water, looked at Guo Liking's expectant face. He put down his glass and chuckled, "You want to be a superhuman?" Guo Liking laughed mischievously. "Of course. Once I have superhuman abilities, let us see which criminals still dare to harm people. I will throw them all in jail to face the punishment of the law." Guan Dang smiled and said, "Then keep dreaming. I do not know how to become a superhuman either." Guo Liking's joyful face instantly fell. She looked at Guan Dang resentfully and said, "Mentor Guan, you cannot keep a secret like that all to yourself." Guan Dang said in annoyance, "If I knew how to become a superhuman, do you think I would still be sitting here?" Guo Liking was suddenly speechless. That was actually the truth. If Guan Dang had become a superhuman, he would have long since gone to mix with the people from Team Rabbit. Why would he still be staying in the police station? "If you do not know, Mentor Guan, the people from Team Rabbit must know, right?" Guo Liking said. Members of Team Rabbit were all superhumans. Logically speaking, they should know best how to become one. Guan Dang said, "Team Rabbit has not told us. Judging from the current situation, there is no pattern to the appearance of superhumans. It is like someone is scattering beans from the sky, and whoever the falling beans hit becomes the lucky one. Ever since the day I found out superhumans existed, I have been waiting for a bean from the sky to hit me. Unfortunately, the street-sweeping robots these days are too efficient. They have swept up all the dog crap, so it is hard to even step in dog shit for a bit of dumb luck." Guo Liking was speechless. If you have bad luck, just say you have bad luck. How could you blame the street-sweeping robots? Looking at it this way, the 3 superhumans who were killed last night really had some dumb luck. Guo Liking felt secretly jealous. If she were allowed to become a superhuman with extraordinary abilities, she would definitely do everything in her power to stop those bottomless superhumans from harming ordinary people and protect the peace of the region. Unfortunately, she was just an ordinary person. When facing those superhumans with extraordinary abilities, she felt incredibly powerless in her heart. After school in the afternoon, in the suburbs of the Wrong district, there was a place that looked like a small factory. A beautiful young girl wearing a school uniform and sporting a ponytail approached the front gate of this small factory. The light above the gate flickered slightly, and a beam of light swept over the girl. "Identity confirmed, please come in." Gate emitted a mechanical female voice. With a click, the gate opened, and the girl walked inside. "Zaioi, why are you here?" Seeing the girl appear, many people inside the gate were very surprised. Looking around, everyone inside wore the same uniform, with a Rabbit 30 serial number embroidered on their chests. Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 were also among them. This was exactly Team Rabbit's base in the wrong district, and it was a base full of technological flair. The interior decorations were simple, pristine, and dustless. Virtual images blanketed the area everywhere, and dozens of flying robots were working in an orderly manner. Near the sky blue ceiling, small flying robots danced around, manipulating holographic images to analyze the public opinion generated by each case, primarily collecting information from netizens online. There were also robots monitoring every corner of the wrong district, recording every face. Through facial recognition comparisons with their database, they screened out those on record to constantly monitor their every move. At this time, the members of Team Rabbit in the base were gathered together, analyzing and discussing in front of a holographic map. When they saw the girl appear, they all turned their heads. "Xiongyi, you should have told me in advance you were coming to the base, so I could pick you up." Rabbit 7, stepping on a white flying device that looked like a wooden board, quickly flew over to the girl's side and chuckled at her. The girl in the school uniform was named Lin Xiongyi. She was currently a prospective high school senior, in the same grade as Sun Chen. Lin Xiongyi grabbed Rabbit 7's hand and acted coquettishly. "I am not a kid anymore. If you still come to pick me up after school, my classmates will laugh me to death." Rabbit 12 was a tall, mature beauty with a classic oval face. She wore a tight black suit that revealed her graceful, curvy figure. "Exactly, if you go to the school gate to pick people up, who knows how many hot-blooded boys will have their souls stolen by you. For the sake of their lives, Sister 7, you would better stay in the base and heal us," teased Rabbit 18, who was lying on a hovering chair at this moment. "Ha!" Everyone else burst into laughter as well. Rabbit 7 shot a glare at the group and ignored them, as she was long used to their teasing. She took Lin Xiongyi's hand and walked over to the holographic map. The holographic map projected the entire wrong district, showing every tiny alley and gutter with dense, clear detail. At that moment, a white flying robot delivered a glass of juice, landing silently in front of Lin Xiongyi. She caught it with her right hand, and the robot flew away. After taking a sip, Lin Xiongyi looked at Rabbit 6 and said, "Brother 6, I saw what you posted in the group. It is very strange. I cannot figure out what kind of supernatural ability it is yet, but I am interested in this black hand. I would like to meet him." It was not hard to see that Lin Xiongyi was also a supernatural being. Despite her young age, in reality, you could count those stronger than her in the base on one hand. During the day, Rabbit 6 had announced the cause of the case in the Rabbit group's wrong district chat. Although it was determined that the culprit had been executed, Rabbit 6 calling the person who killed the 3 supernatural beings, the Black Hand, immediately caught everyone's attention. Rabbit 6 compared Sun Chen to a black hand, implying that he was someone who struck from the shadows. Lin Xiongyi had come to the wrong district base specifically for this matter, wanting to learn the specific details from Rabbit 6. Rabbit 6 frowned instantly and said, "I can tell you, but I must report to the Rabbit Chief first. If the Chief agrees, I have no objections." Upon hearing that they had to report to the Rabbit Chief, Lin Xiongyi smiled playfully and said, "It is just a small matter. Do we really need to tell Master?" Lin Xiongyi was the apprentice of the Rabbit Chief, which is precisely why Rabbit 6 needed to inform the Chief of the situation. If the Chief approved of Lin Xiongyi taking action, then Rabbit 6 naturally would have no objections. Rabbit 7 glared at Lin Xiongyi and said, "Your current task is to focus on your studies. You should stay out of supernatural affairs." Lin Xiongyi immediately acted spoiled and said, "Sister 7, I am working hard at my studies every day and I am going crazy. It is rare to have such an interesting black hand show up. Just let me play with him. You know my strength. As long as the other party makes a move, I will be invincible." Hearing this, the people around looked at each other. Some coughed lightly, awkwardly turning their heads away with expressions of shame. When it came to Lin Xiongyi's strength, they had to admit they were indeed not as strong as her. If she were not still just a high school student with little experience, she could have already been stationed in Shu City on behalf of the Rabbit Chief. Well, it would not hurt to let Zaioi try. Even if we do not know the opponent's strength, we can at least gauge it. Even if the other person awakened 2 years ago, in these 2 years of scarce supernatural energy, being able to reach the 3rd-tier child level is already quite good, Rabbit 33 said. "Exactly, just look at how miserable we are," Rabbit 8 sighed while lying on his flight device. Some of them had awakened 2 years ago, and after 2 years of cultivation, they were at most 3rd-tier child level. Improving 1 level a year, many were already discouraged. When they first awakened, they were ecstatic, filled with fantasies of becoming the saviors they saw in movies. Now that 2 years had passed, their strength had not improved much, and such a blow was devastating to them. What if the other person is a peerless genius like Xiaoyi? Rabbit 10 asked back. Rabbit 8 curled his lip and smiled. Where would there be so many geniuses? Having one genius like Xiaoyi in all of Shu City is enough. In everyone's eyes, the only true genius was Lin Xuanyi. The other supernatural beings were simply not worthy of being called geniuses. Lin Xuanyi did not deny it. She squinted her eyes and flashed a sweet, adorable smile. Then Lin Xuanyi looked at Rabbit 7, who said helplessly, "You can go, but you cannot act alone. Old 6, Old 10, since this is the case you took over, you accompany Xiaoyi. If she does not listen, call the Rabbit Chief directly." Lin Xuanyi was, after all, too young, and Rabbit 7 feared that she would be willful and disobedient outside, so she had to use the Rabbit Chief to intimidate her. "Thank you, Sister 7. Thank you, brothers and sisters. I will definitely be good and listen." Lin Xuanyi was radiant with joy, happier than when school was on break. Although Lin Xuanyi was very strong, the Rabbit Chief had never let her frequently engage in matters involving supernatural beings. It was not just to protect her, but mainly because he did not want her to participate in killing too early. After all, she was just a 16-year-old girl. Having obtained Rabbit 7's approval, Lin Xuanyi finished her juice, raised her arm, and a white flying robot arrived quickly to take the cup with its flexible arm. Afterward, Lin Xuanyi looked at Rabbit 6 and said, "Brother 6, besides the supernatural beings behind the 3 cases being killed, have the culprits of the other cases been found?" Rabbit 6 went to the holographic projection, his fingers nimbly moving the map image as he quickly marked 2 red dots and 1 green dot. Rabbit 6 pointed at the 2 red dots and said, "These 2 places are where the 3 supernatural beings died. They are 13 kilometers apart. The fact that the person could find them in one night shows that they have strong tracking and counter-surveillance capabilities. Among the remaining 4 cases, we have currently only locked onto the culprit of the Twig murder case at this location. Old 10 and I plan to take action tonight. Once we catch this person, we will go on to track the culprits of the other cases." The marked green dot was exactly the location of the perpetrator of the Twig murder. However, since it was still daytime, the culprit would inevitably resist, which would cause trouble if it alarmed ordinary people, so they could only move at night. Lin Xuanyi smiled and said, "Since we know the location, there is no need to rush to arrest them. As long as the culprit does not continue committing crimes, leave them there and wait for the Black Hand to come." Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 understood what Lin Xuanyi meant. Lin Xuanyi determined that the Black Hand would definitely act again to use his own methods to punish these murderers, and by letting the culprit stay, they could play the waiting game and surely catch the Black Hand. Rabbit 10 asked, "If we really run into the Black Hand, should we recruit him or fight him?" Lin Xuanyi said with full confidence, "Offer a polite greeting first, then resort to force. If that does not work, fight until he submits." Rabbit 7 walked over and said, "Do not look down on the other party. Even if this so-called Black Hand resists stubbornly, you must not use excessive force. You can only capture him and bring him back to be slowly guided." Lin Xuanyi smiled sweetly and said, "Do not worry, Sister 7. I am a student who has been awarded the Merit Award. I will definitely reason with him and win him over with virtue." Less chatter, Rabbit 7 glared at Lin Xuanyi, turned around, and stepped onto her flight device to leave. Night soon arrived. At 9 in the evening, Rabbit 10 looked at the surveillance area and found that the culprit had not left. He said, "The culprit thinks they are hiding very well and is still staying in the same place. Let us go. I hope the Black Hand arrives quickly and does not make us wait all night." Wait if we must. Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend, so I can just sleep in." Being able to go on a mission with her brothers from the Rabbit group, Lin Xuanyi was very happy. She finally did not have to read those math, physics, and chemistry books in the classroom. At this time, Lin Xuanyi also put on the Rabbit group's combat suit, a tight-fitting nanosuit that could effectively protect her body. Over it, she wore a generic long-sleeved Rabbit group shirt to cover the suit. It was summer, but wearing the nanosuit was not hot. The suit would adjust the ventilation according to changes in human pores and external temperatures, keeping the wearer in a comfortable state. "Let us go," Rabbit 6 shook his head helplessly. Afterward, Rabbit 10 acted as the driver, driving a levitating car that looked ordinary on the outside, but had a luxurious and cool interior as they left the wrong district base. The car was very fast, and there were no traffic jams at night. Half an hour later, the 3 arrived in the vicinity of the culprit and found a high vantage point to monitor the culprit at all times. What the 3 did not know was that when they arrived near the culprit, they were spotted by Guo Liking, who was on night patrol. "It is them." Guo Liking did not recognize Lin Xuanyi, but she had seen Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 before. Seeing the 3 appear, she was filled with confusion. Why are they here late at night? Could there be a culprit in the vicinity? Gyuo speculated to herself. Out of curiosity, Gyuo found a hidden spot to hide and secretly observed Rabbit 6 and his team. Is she also a supernatural being? While observing, Gyuo saw Lin Xuanyi and felt very surprised in her heart. Because Lin Xuanyi looked very young and sweet-faced, and being with Rabbit 6 and the other, her status must be extraordinary. Having learned from Guan Dang that members of the Rabbit group were all supernatural beings, Gyuo had now confirmed that this sweet-faced girl was also one. Moreover, the three of them coming here must mean something was going to happen. It was likely they were apprehending a culprit. Thus, Gyuo, who longed for the life of a supernatural being, decided to stay and watch the three. If there really was a battle, perhaps she could even help them. As for the three on the rooftop, a silent, thumb-sized flying device hovered outside the window, keeping a constant watch on the culprit. The culprit lived on the third floor. This height was not very high for a supernatural being, so if chased by the police, they could easily escape. That guy is already fast asleep. Do we still need to wait? Rabbit 10 looked at Rabbit 6 and Lin Xuanyi. 3 hours passed and it was now after 12. Through the monitors, they could see the culprit had turned off the lights and was sleeping, while they did not dare to relax even slightly. The culprit did not know he was in danger of death, so he was sleeping soundly without any worries. Lin Xuanyi and the other two had been waiting in the dark to ensure the Black Hand appeared, so the fish would not take the bait without them knowing. Since we are here, of course we wait until dawn. What if we leave and the Black Hand arrives right after, seeing the person's death in the news tomorrow? How ironic would that be? Rabbit 6 said. To avoid such a situation, they would rather spend the whole night waiting than leave. Rabbit 10 said there are still 3 supernatural beings who committed crimes the day before yesterday. What if the Black Hand's target is someone else? Would not we be waiting in vain? So what? Rabbit 6 replied heartlessly. The Rabbit group had limited manpower, so they could only choose 1 out of 4. As for the remaining 3, they could only fend for themselves. They were murderers anyway, so it would not be a pity if they died. Tonight they had only one task, to catch the Black Hand. Lin Xuanyi looked at the footage sent back by the flying device and said, "He will come. That guy below has not learned to hide his supernatural power, and you can sense it even from afar. It gives off a flashy vibe. He is not far from death." People who had just awakened as supernatural beings, without anyone to guide them, would not know how to restrain their aura, which led to the misuse of supernatural abilities and harmed the ordinary people around them. Rabbit 10 coughed and said, "Zioyi, we are not just waiting for the Black Hand here. We also need to protect the culprit from being killed by the Black Hand. If the Black Hand kills someone right under our noses, we will lose face." Really? Lin Xuanyi seemed to have just realized this, putting on a confused expression. Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 looked at each other, not sure if Lin Xuanyi had other ideas. What are they waiting for? In the darkness below, Gyuo had been secretly observing the 3 people upstairs. From past 9 o'clock until now, the 3 of them had stayed completely still. After 3 hours of waiting, Gyuo could tell that they were waiting for something, though she had no idea what it was. Gyuo was also very patient. To figure out the goal of Rabbit 6 and the other 2, she had forced herself to stand there for 3 full hours. Fortunately, Gyuo had trained at the police academy, otherwise she would have collapsed on the ground long ago. Are they waiting for the Dark Hand? After realizing the 3 were waiting for someone, Gyuo made a bold guess, her eyes suddenly widening. How would they know the Dark Hand is coming here, unless there is a transcendent killer nearby? Gyuo took a deep breath, becoming even more certain of her guess. Because only then would it make sense why these 3 transcendents were waiting here. How can they use the killer's life as bait? Realizing their purpose, Gyuo frowned deeply, feeling extremely disgusted by the transcendent's methods. Even if the killer had taken a life, they should not joke around with his life. It was a human life after all. Until he faced legal judgment, no one had the right to strip away his right to live. But the 3 members of Team Rabbit were using a human life to fish for their target, which was unjustifiable both legally and morally. No, I cannot let them treat human life as a game. Having studied law at the police academy, Gyuo now made up her mind. She had to stop this from happening. However, the prerequisite for stopping it was to find the killer and arrest him in advance. She could not just let Team Rabbit throw the killer out to be murdered by the Dark Hand. But Gyuo was not a transcendent. How could she possibly know where the killer was? What do I do? How can I find the killer? Gyuo started to panic, desperately wanting to locate him. It was already past midnight. The transcendent who died last night was killed around this time, meaning the Dark Hand might have already arrived. In other words, the killer could be slain by the Dark Hand at any moment. Oh no, the killer's aura has disappeared. Just as Gu Liking was still pondering how to rescue the killer, Lin Xuanyi suddenly cried out in alarm. The killer had just awakened and did not know how to conceal his transcendent power. Lin Xuanyi had been keeping a lock on his aura the whole time. And in that split second, the killer's aura vanished. There could only be one result: the killer was already dead. Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 immediately looked at the holographic projection and found that the killer's vital signs had vanished. Their expressions changed drastically. Chase him. With the killer dead, the three knew the Dark Hand had murdered someone right under their noses. Now the only way to salvage their pride was to intercept the Dark Hand and capture him. The three did not take the stairs. They leaped straight off the roof, quickly landing on the branches of a nearby tree. Lin Xuanyi took the lead. Using the momentum of the swaying branch, she shattered the glass window with a loud crash and broke into the room where the killer was staying. Downstairs, Gu Liking was just about to stop Team Rabbit from using the killer's life as bait when she saw the three fly down from the building and land effortlessly on the tree. To Gu Liking, these three looked like martial arts heroes from a novel, leaping over roofs and vaulting over walls with flashy agility. The killer lived on the third floor. After breaking through the window, Lin Xuanyi saw a figure in black standing by the bed and a breathless body lying on it. Unsurprisingly, the person on the bed was the killer, but he was already dead, killed by the figure in black standing right there. "Who are you and why did you kill him?" Lin Xuanyi asked with a grave expression, looking at the figure in black warily. She did not attack immediately, but questioned him face to face, because she sensed a dangerous aura from the person in front of her. The figure in black was exactly Sun Chen. After killing the slumbering murderer, he had not left immediately. Instead, he activated his blood eye ability to absorb the deceased soul. Because of this, he was caught red-handed by Lin Xuanyi. Having just finished absorbing the soul, Sun Chen lifted the brim of his hat slightly. His hood shadowed the sides of his face, revealing only his chin. Sun Chen was a little surprised by Lin Xuanyi's sudden arrival, but seeing Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 closely following her, he instantly realized where the three came from. "Team Rabbit," Sun Chen muttered softly. The three wore the exact same uniform, with a golden rabbit head emblem printed on their left chests. Given his knowledge of the Chinese zodiac, Sun Chen guessed they were from Team Rabbit. Rabbit 6 said coldly, "Since you know we are from Team Rabbit, then come with us." Sun Chen looked at the three and chuckled. "Using the old trick of waiting by a stump for a rabbit to catch me, do not you people from Team Rabbit find that a bit ironic?" What a young voice. The moment Sun Chen spoke, the three estimated the rough age of the figure in black. He was shockingly young. Realizing they were being mocked, the three felt a surge of anger. Rabbit 10 said in a deep voice, "It seems you will not come with us quietly unless we teach you a lesson." The corners of Sun Chen's mouth curled up. It is hard to say who will be teaching who a lesson. "Cyclone!" Rabbit 10 shouted softly, taking the initiative to attack. Sun Chen felt the air pressure around him change, as a powerful wind tried to sweep him up. A wind control ability. Sun Chen instantly recognized Rabbit 10's transcendent ability. Seeing Rabbit 10 make a move, Rabbit 6 did not hesitate. He dashed in front of Sun Chen and threw a punch straight at his chest. With the blood eye present, even without activating it, Sun Chen could see that Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 were full of openings. Therefore, Sun Chen appeared completely calm in the face of their attacks. In the next moment, Sun Chen fought back. Bang! Sun Chen spread his arms, his tremendous strength directly breaking through the restraint of the wind, and the air pressure around him returned to normal. Immediately after, he easily dodged Rabbit 6's punch, executed a spinning back kick, and stomped his foot squarely on Rabbit 6's chest. However, this stomp did not send Rabbit 6 flying. Instead, Sun Chen himself was knocked back a few steps by the recoil. The strength of... Sun Chen figured it out. Rabbit 6 had awakened the power of strength. Even though Sun Chen practiced the Yi Dao manual, and his overall physical strength was several times that of an ordinary person, it could not compare to the boost of a strength awakened. Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 could not do anything to Sun Chen. At this moment, Sun Chen looked at Lin Xuanyi, who had not made a move yet, and said, "Are not you going to try?" Sun Chen's tone was full of provocation. Lin Xuanyi smiled faintly. "I might as well see your transcendent ability first. It would be too boring to just suppress you right away." Lin Xuanyi was very confident, seemingly certain she had Sun Chen in the bag. Right now, it looked like she was toying with him, trying to make him submit. Sun Chen smiled and said, "Everyone who has seen my transcendent ability is dead. Your status in Team Rabbit should not be low, and I do not want to be chased all over by Team Rabbit. If there is nothing else, just leave. I still have to find the next person who deserves to die." Those who deserved to die were exactly those transcendents who committed deliberate murder. Lin Xiongyi looked down on everyone, but Sun Chen was even more arrogant than her, declaring right to their faces that he was off to kill the next transcendent. Was this a competition to see who was more conceited? You think you can go after the next one right in front of us? Sun Chen's words infuriated Rabbit 10. Suddenly, a hurricane struck, attempting to tear Sun Chen apart. Sun Chen lightly leaped, stepping on the side wall to evade the hurricane's attack. The hurricane smashed into a stool in the room, instantly shredding it to pieces. After launching off the wall, Sun Chen dove toward Rabbit 10. Seeing this, Rabbit 6 hastily stepped sideways to intercept him. Rabbit 6 threw another punch. The adult Sun Chen directly dropped his body, fell to the floor, spun into a Thomas flare, and kicked forcefully from the bottom up, striking perfectly at the armpit of Rabbit 6's extended right arm. Sun Chen showed no mercy with this kick. Rabbit 6 was kicked completely out of the room, flying out the window and crashing into a tree opposite the building. Lin Xiongyi and Rabbit 10 were startled, but they did not pay much attention to Rabbit 6's condition. Every member of Team Rabbit wore a miniature communication device that constantly monitored their vital signs. Judging from the data sent back by the device, Rabbit 6 was not seriously hurt. However, seeing Rabbit 6 kicked flying by Sun Chen, Lin Xiongyi finally could not hold back anymore. Her petite body was extremely nimble. With a front flip, she landed directly in front of Sun Chen. At this moment, just as Sun Chen was about to continue his attack on Rabbit 10, he saw two slender legs smashing down from the side. He hurriedly used his arms to block, and the immense force knocked him back 2 steps. 5th tier sub-level. The moment Lin Xiongyi struck, Sun Chen saw through her strength level, feeling deeply astonished. In this era where transcendent substances were scarce, it was quite revealing that this young girl possessed such strength. It showed that Lin Xiongyi's background was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. However, Lin Xiongyi only used transcendent power and had not utilized a specific transcendent ability, so Sun Chen could not tell what her ability was. Swoosh. Beside them, Rabbit 10 had not stopped. He controlled the hurricane to sweep towards Sun Chen once again. At the same time, Lin Xiongyi's slender legs swept over again. They were like 2 wooden clubs, extremely agile, but they could not manage to hurt Sun Chen. Relying on the power of the blood eye, Sun Chen saw through both of their flaws. Circulating the Yi Dao manual, Sun Chen first shattered Rabbit 10's hurricane with a single punch, then did a backflip to dodge Lin Xiongyi's attack. As soon as Sun Chen stepped back, Lin Xiongyi executed a backflip of her own, bringing a slender leg down on Sun Chen, intending to knock him unconscious. Sun Chen reacted quickly, but this time he did not dodge. Instead, he mobilized his transcendent power, grabbed the descending slender leg and swung forcefully, attempting to throw Lin Xiongyi out the window. Lin Xiongyi was not without combat experience and seemed to anticipate Sun Chen's move. When her calf was grabbed, her other leg had already clamped over. As Sun Chen tried to throw her out, the foot of that leg hooked the back of Sun Chen's head, attempting to drag him out along with her. Seeing through Lin Xiongyi's intention at a glance, Sun Chen tilted his body and twisted his neck, dodging her hooking foot. Ultimately, Lin Xiongyi was thrown into the tree. Bang! At that moment, a hurricane pounced from behind him. Standing by the window, Sun Chen had nowhere to hide and was forced to take the hit head-on with his body. Unfortunately, this was Rabbit 10's full-force strike. Caught off guard, Sun Chen was eventually blown out the window by the hurricane's power, landing in the nearby tree just like Lin Xiongyi. Having just grabbed a branch and steadied herself in the tree, Lin Xiongyi saw Sun Chen getting blasted out as well. The battle intent in her eyes grew even more intense, urging her to continue the fight. I have to force him to reveal his transcendent ability, Lin Xiongyi secretly made up her mind. A transcendent ability was the core of any transcendent. Only by knowing this person's ability could they figure out a way to deal with him later, even if they failed to catch him tonight. Moreover, Sun Chen had killed someone right under their noses. If they could not even force out his transcendent ability, it would be way too embarrassing. Sun Chen landed on the tree, catching a branch with one hand to break his fall, causing a shower of leaves to scatter to the ground. Hanging from the tree, Sun Chen glanced down and discovered that Lin Xiongyi and Rabbit 6 were waiting for him below. He had no intention of hanging there forever, so he let go and dropped freely to the ground. Hands up, do not move. However, the moment Sun Chen landed, a young woman charged out of the darkness with a gun, pointing it straight at him. The person who appeared was none other than Gu Liking. As a criminal police officer, Gu Liking was authorized to carry a firearm. Given the recent string of bizarre murders, it was no surprise that she was armed. When the 3 members of the Rabbit team rushed into the killer's room, Gu Liking had stayed downstairs. Once Rabbit 6 was blasted out and Lin Xunyi was thrown out immediately after, she realized that the newcomer was the mastermind behind the scenes. So she waited for the mastermind to appear, then drew her gun to step forward and capture this man who had no regard for the law. She had waited all night, and finally, her moment had come. Facing the gun, Sun Chen remained calm. He cast a faint glance at Guo Liking, then turned to Lin Xunyi and mocked, "You have certainly brought enough people. You really think highly of me." Transcendence affairs should be handled by transcendents themselves. Once ordinary people get involved, it just loses its purpose. Lin Xunyi frowned, looked at Rabbit 6, and asked, "Brother 6, is she one of yours?" Rabbit 6 looked at Guo Liking. He remembered her from earlier in the day and muttered, "No, she is with the criminal police unit. She probably just stumbled onto this by accident." Guo Liking did not care about the attitudes of these transcendents. Hearing the man in black speak so defiantly only fueled her anger. "Get on your knees with your hands on your head. Take off your hat. Are you too ashamed to show your face?" Guo Liking scolded Sun Chen loudly with a look of fury, gripping her pistol tightly as she stared him down. There was no doubt in her mind that this man was the one killing all the criminals, the same mastermind Rabbit 6 had mentioned. In Guo Liking's eyes, those who claimed to be heroes while violating the law and morality were the most hypocritical and disgusting of all. Raised with a deep respect for the legal system, she detested people like him more than anything. Even with no other Rabbit team members present, she was prepared to risk everything to bring Sun Chen to justice. Seeing how agitated Guo Liking was, Sun Chen turned to her and said, "You must have heard of transcendence, but I doubt you have ever truly seen what one is capable of." Guo Liking sneered in disdain, "I have heard of transcendence, but tell me, no matter how powerful you are, is it stronger than the gun in my hand?" Holy. As soon as the words left her lips, Guo Liking was choked instantly. Sun Chen's movement was as fast as lightning. Guo Liking had not even seen him move before he appeared right in front of her, his slightly cold grip clamping firmly around her throat. With his left hand, Sun Chen plucked the gun from Guo Liking's hand, and with his right, he lifted her off the ground as effortlessly as if she were a small chicken. "Stop!" Lin Xunyi and Rabbit 6 shouted, looking as though they were ready to risk their lives to save her from Sun Chen's grasp. Guo Liking struggled with a pained expression, her feet dangling in the air. In that moment, she truly felt the presence of death. Just as Guo Liking thought she was about to be killed by the man, Sun Chen released his grip. She collapsed limply to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she gasped for air greedily. "I am not interested in ordinary people," Sun Chen said calmly, showing that he still had his own boundaries. He did not actually want to kill Guo Liking, but she was being reckless and foolish. He had to teach her a lesson, or perhaps give her a warning. "You are just an ordinary person with nothing better to do. Meddling in the affairs of transcendence is basically a death wish." Seeing that Guo Liking was unharmed, Lin Xunyi and Rabbit 6 breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the man's attitude, at least he still had basic principles, though that did not mean the Rabbit team would just let him go. Ignoring Guo Liking's state, they both turned their attention back to Sun Chen. "Why are you only interested in transcendence?" Rabbit 6 asked. This man only targeted those transcendents who broke the law. Although the Rabbit team had guessed that Sun Chen had vigilante intentions, they wanted to hear him say it for himself. "I am only interested in transcendents who deserve to die," Sun Chen replied. Lin Xunyi said in a deep voice, "Whether or not someone deserves to die is not up to you to decide. It is determined by the law." Sun Chen said dismissively, "You are a transcendent yourself. Do you actually believe the current laws are effective against people like us?" Lin Xunyi and Rabbit 6 fell silent. Based on the current situation, the law simply had no jurisdiction over transcendence. Transcendents with extraordinary abilities could do whatever they pleased, as the police could not use conventional methods to solve cases or gather evidence. If a transcendent acted, they could easily avoid leaving any evidence behind. And even if evidence remained, what were they supposed to say in court? That the perpetrator killed someone using supernatural powers? That would certainly cause public outcry, or even spiral into widespread panic and chaos. 12 Zodiacs were founded precisely to solve this problem, to secretly handle transcendents who posed a threat to society and maintain stability. They had to try their best to keep the existence of transcendents unknown, at least for now. In other words, when it came to transcendents who threatened ordinary people, the law was helpless. The only ones who could decide their fate were the 12 Zodiacs. If the law were effective against transcendents, the 12 Zodiacs would never have been created. That was the reason for Lin Xunyi and Rabbit 6's silence. Transcendents are still human, and humans must be bound by rules. Since ancient times, there has been the idea that warriors should not use their strength to defy the law. can you really just ignore the rules? If you do, how are you any different from the killers you hunt? At that moment, Gu Liking, still sitting on the ground, looked up in fury, denouncing Sun Chen for lacking any humanity. Having recovered from the choking, she remained fearless of Sun Chen, even though he had almost killed her. In her eyes, Sun Chen's disregard for the rules was repulsive. Because often, people would hide behind the mask of justice to persecute others. Clearly, she now saw Sun Chen as just another villain. Sun Chen retorted with sarcasm, "If I do not kill them, should I let them continue attacking ordinary people and endangering their lives? So protecting killers is the duty of the police, is it?" Gu Liking frowned and said, "The police hate villains more than anyone else. Please do not doubt our determination. With your strength, you could easily restrict their actions, break their legs if you have to, and then call the police." Sun Chen's sarcasm deepened. "Are you trying to lecture me on how to be a person, or how to do my job?" At the same time, Sun Chen released his aura toward Gu Liking. Lin Xiongyi and Rabbit 6 looked at Gu Liking, speechless, feeling that she was acting like a naive activist. "You are an ordinary person, and you actually expect a transcendent to cooperate with you. Do you really think they would not dare to kill you?" Yo! Feeling the pressure radiating from Sun Chen, Gu Liking was deeply shaken and left speechless. "I have a proposition. I can provide a way for you to openly deal with those transcendents who threaten society, even to the point of killing them if necessary," Lin Xiongyi said, his eyes lighting up as he extended an olive branch. "I am not joining the rabbit team," Sun Chen said, correctly guessing his intent and rejecting it flatly. Seeing that Sun Chen was firm, Lin Xiongyi did not give up, continuing, "The 12 zodiacs represent the authorities. With that backing, you would have a layer of protection. Given your strength, if you join the rabbit team, you could at least become the person in charge of the wrong district. If you join the rabbit team, you will gain access to more training resources and insight into the secrets of transcendence. Even if you run into trouble in the future, the team will do its best to help. As long as you do not commit acts that harm the nation or society, the 12 zodiacs will always protect you. Secure job is nice, but there are too many restrictions. I do not want to be accountable to anyone, nor do I want anyone bossing me around," Sun Chen said, turning the offer down again. "Why?" Rabbit 6 asked, frowning. 12 zodiacs had powerful state backing, allowing them to operate in the light, legally and legitimately. The benefits were immense. Usually, any transcendent recruited by them would choose to join. But Sun Chen had his own reasons. Because of the blood eye, he could increase his strength by absorbing and refining the souls of other transcendents. If he joined the rabbit team, he would have to follow their rules, and that path to power would be blocked. Sun Chen explained, "Transcendent energy in the world is becoming more concentrated, and more transcendents are awakening. Crimes by transcendents will only increase. Because the rabbit team is an official body, you are often tied down by bureaucracy, treating the symptoms rather than the cause. How can you effectively deter them like that?" "Endless killing will not act as a deterrent either," Lin Xiongyi said. Gu Liking said in a deep voice, "You are just making excuses for your own killing spree." Sun Chen smiled. "Why do not you ask yourself why those people did not commit crimes when they were ordinary people, only choosing to harm others after they became transcendents? It is because those who gain extraordinary power believe they are above the law and can escape its judgment. Since that is the case, why not forge a sword that belongs to the transcendents, one that hangs over their heads?" 12 Zodiac's policy of appeasement is not suited for the world of transcendence. At least, it is ineffective for now. Instead, it just makes the newly awakened even more reckless. Otherwise, why would there be so many murders? Rabbit 6 spoke up. "Transcendents are still born from ordinary people. Since the general public is unaware of their existence, even if we had relevant regulations, they could not be enforced for the public." Sun Chen replied, "Exactly. At this stage, we should be using iron-fisted suppression, not simple arrests. Damage transcendence can inflict on ordinary people is limitless. With just a single thought, they could kill dozens. If this is not stopped immediately, more lives will be lost. Take that fire manipulator from earlier. He burned 23 innocent people to death in one go. For transcendence without a bottom line, Sun Chen naturally chose to kill them on sight." Turning his head, Sun Chen asked Gu Liking, "You talk about my killing. Can you name a single innocent person I have killed?" Gu Liking gritted her teeth. "If everyone punished criminals as they saw fit just like you, the law would have no meaning." As an ordinary person, she could not understand the power of transcendence, let alone the fact that the law had lost all restraint over them. That was why she persisted in her belief in legalism. Stop dreaming that these people will fear the law. To someone who has suddenly gained immense power and lost their mental control, they believe they are the law, Sun Chen reminded her once more. Gu Liking sat on the ground with a pale face, falling into silence. Lin Xiongyi looked at the man in black. "Since you have justice in your heart, why not join the rabbit team? Only by joining the 12 zodiacs will you have the opportunity to forge that sword to sanction other transcendence. After saying so much, Lin Xiongyi still had not given up on trying to win Sun Chen over. Sun Chen said, I have my reasons for not joining. Besides, how to build rules for transcendence should be for you, the 12 zodiacs to consider. I am just offering my opinion, do not think too highly of me. Sun Chen killed dangerous transcendence partly for his own sake, and partly because he did not want more ordinary people to get hurt. As for forging a sword to hang over the heads of all transcendents, that was not something he needed to concern himself with. He simply followed his own heart, doing what he believed to be right. Lin Xiongyi frowned and said, since you do not want to join the rabbit group, you should know that if you continue to kill, the rabbit group might also put you on our wanted list. This was a reminder and also a warning. However, Sun Chen did not care at all. He chuckled and said, those in power weigh the pros and cons. You might as well go back and ask the rabbit head. In this era where transcendents are awakening everywhere, is it better for me to be dead or alive? Lin Xiongyi and Rabbit 6 both frowned, and Guo Liking frowned as well. Sun Chen's words revealed his arrogance, as if Shi Cheng could not function without him. With that said, Sun Chen turned around and left. Before leaving, Sun Chen threw Guo Liking's pistol in front of her and said, the person who set fire to the school bus has been found. Even though he has not killed anyone, targeting a group of children makes him someone who deserves to die in my eyes. Counting the one upstairs, the only transcendent with blood on their hands left is the one with earth manipulation abilities. A hillside in the wrong district had collapsed for no reason, burying the residents below alive. Sun Chen determined that it was also the work of a transcendent. Being delayed by you guys means less time to sleep. I will probably be late for work tomorrow. Sun Chen sighed as he walked away, leaving his back to the three of them. Lin Xiongyi and Rabbit 6 did not pursue him. The three of them watched Sun Chen's figure gradually merge into the darkness and disappear. Guo Liking looked at Rabbit 6 and asked, could not we keep him here? Lin Xiongyi and Rabbit 6 both showed displeasure at Guo Liking's question. Rabbit 6 said indifferently, if ordinary people can be divided into the strong and the weak, cannot transcendence be divided into the strong and the weak too? Love. Guo Liking's face stiffened. It was already past 1 o'clock in the morning, and the surroundings were completely silent. The fight between Sun Chen and the rabbit group had not affected the sleeping people nearby. But soon, someone rushed over. Teacher Guan, why are you here? Seeing the newcomer, Guo Liking was taken aback for a moment and immediately stood up. I called him here. Rabbit 10 came down from upstairs. In order to blast Sun Chen down, Rabbit 10 had exhausted his transcendent power. He rested upstairs for a while, but had been keeping an eye on the battle downstairs the whole time. As early as when Guo Liking was almost killed by Sun Chen, Rabbit 10 had notified Guan Dang to come and get her. The world of transcendence was not something a hot-blooded ordinary person like her could get involved in. Captain 6, I am sorry. I am really sorry to have caused you trouble. Guan Dang did not even look at Guo Liking and apologized directly to Rabbit 6. Teacher Guan, I did nothing wrong. Seeing Guan Dang smiling humbly and apologizing to Rabbit 6, Guo Liking showed that stubbornness again. Guan Dang turned around, glared at Guo Liking and gritted his teeth. I will deal with you when we get back. Guo Liking showed an aggrieved expression. Rabbit 6 pointed to the stairway next to them. Captain Guan, the killer is on the 3rd floor, but he is already dead. Guan Dang paused for a moment and said, killed by Black Hand. Rabbit 6 slowly nodded. All right, I understand. Guan Dang sighed softly. Afterward, Guan Dang called the Criminal Investigation Brigade, asking them to send people over quietly to collect the body, trying not to disturb the surrounding residents in the middle of the night. Guan Dang exchanged a few more pleasantries with Rabbit 6 before calling Guo Liking to leave. At this time, Guo Liking touched her waist, then looked at the gun dropped by Sun Chen on the ground. She hurried over to pick it up, secretly rejoicing in her heart. This is the gun Black Hand held. It definitely has his fingerprints on it. Guo Liking turned around, as if she had discovered a new continent, and secretly took out a specially made phone to scan the pistol. Sigh. Even though Guo Liking's movements were subtle, the three from the rabbit group still saw this and shook their heads with a sigh. Let alone Black Hand, even they could manage not to leave fingerprints. Guan Dang was a bit confused seeing the expressions of the three rabbit group members, but soon he understood why they sighed. The pistol was crushed flat by him. How could it not have his fingerprints? Guo Liking felt secretly miserable and found it somewhat hard to believe. After the pistol was grabbed by Sun Chen, the barrel had been squeezed out of shape. This terrifying strength gave Guo Liking a jolt of shock. As to why there were no fingerprints from Sun Chen, Guo Liking could not figure it out no matter how hard she thought. Stop making a fool of yourself here, let us go. Looking at Guo Liking's stubborn and foolish appearance, Guan Dang could not stand it anymore and pushed her to leave quickly. Before leaving, Guo Liking carefully held onto the pistol, treating it as a clue to track down Black Hand. After Guan Dang and Guo Liking left, Rabbit 6 looked at Lin Xunyi and Rabbit 10, sighing, "Let us return to the base too." The trio's mood was a bit down, especially Lin Xunyi, who kept a bitter face and was depressed. Lin Xunyi was hailed as a genius by the Rabbit group. Not only were her transcendent abilities outstanding, but her cultivation talent was also enviable. At such a young age, she was already at the 5th tier sub-level, surpassing the vast majority of people in the Rabbit group. However, tonight when facing Sun Chen, she had not even managed to use her transcendent ability. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat, she was suppressed by Sun Chen at every turn. This could not help but make Lin Xunyi doubt herself and lose her confidence. Sitting in the car, the atmosphere was very stifling. It was not until they returned to the base that their expressions improved slightly. "How was it? Where is Black Hand?" Seeing Lin Xunyi and the other two return, Rabbit 7 walked over with a cat-like gait and asked. Rabbit 6 shook his head in frustration and said, "We crossed paths, but we failed this time." "You did not get him." Rabbit 7 was slightly startled, and the few remaining people in the base also looked over. Everyone in the base knew Lin Xunyi's strength. For Black Hand to defeat Lin Xunyi could only mean his strength was even greater than they imagined. Rabbit 7 did not ask further, but said, "Rabbit Head happens to be looking for Little Yi. Let us talk about it together." "Master is looking for me." Lin Xunyi was puzzled. A holographic panel appeared in front of Rabbit 7. With a light tap of her slender, fair fingers, she connected a call. Next moment, the image of a beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. It was the 3D holographic projection of Rabbit Head. At first glance, it looked as if a real person had descended, but if one reached out to touch her, there would actually be nothing there. The Rabbit Head of the Zodiac was a woman who looked only in her 30s. Wearing a blue and white cheongsam, she was elegant and dignified, exuding a mature charm from head to toe. "Master!" As soon as Rabbit Head appeared, Lin Xunyi pouted her lips aggrievedly, acting coquettishly toward her. Affection showed in Rabbit Head's eyes as she got straight to the point, smiling. "I heard from Little 7 that you and Little 6 went to meet an expert. How did it go?" Lin Xunyi pouted and said, "I could not beat him. I did not even get to use my transcendent ability." "Oh." A trace of surprise appeared in Rabbit Head's beautiful eyes as she asked, "What is the opponent's strength?" "Also a 5th tier sub-level with exceptional skills. He seems like a trained martial artist," Rabbit 6 replied. "Defeating you at the 5th tier sub-level without even using his transcendent ability, otherwise Little Yi's replication ability, would not have failed to trigger." Rabbit Head guessed the course of events. Lin Xunyi's transcendent ability was replication, copying her opponent's transcendent ability. From beginning to end, Sun Chen never used his blood eye. Therefore, Lin Xunyi could not use her own transcendent ability either, which was exactly the reason for her frustration. Rabbit Head continued asking, "Do you have a picture of him? I can go ask the old folks at Mount Qingcheng and Mount Amei. He might be one of their disciples." Rabbit 6 shook his head. The opponent was very cautious and covered his face. His voice sounded very young. Preliminary judgment is that he might be around the same age as Little Yi. The transcendent matter between heaven and earth is gradually thickening, and more people are awakening. By then, geniuses will emerge in large numbers, and all sorts of monsters and demons will appear. The era of peace has not even lasted a century. Is the world going to be plunged into chaos again? Rabbit Head sighed, her face full of lamentation. This was an era of brilliant technology. Many people were immersed in the convenience and benefits it brought, but the appearance of transcendent matter had changed the world's development, as if trying to break away from a technology-based world. Those who awakened and became transcendents began to break away from the technological world, seeking a power that surpassed it. This power made people fascinated and crazed, because rumors said that by elevating one's own power to the extreme, one could ultimately achieve immortality. "Do not worry, Master. With our Zodiac around, it will not descend into chaos." Firm conviction appeared on Lin Xunyi's cute face. Rabbit Head and Rabbit 7, beside her, revealed helpless, bitter smiles. Now that transcendent matter had only just appeared, they were already scrambling and struggling to keep up. Otherwise, it would not have been Sun Chen's turn to hunt down those criminal transcendents. Afterward, Rabbit 6 recounted Sun Chen's matters. After listening, Rabbit Head revealed a charming smile and said, "He has quite some ideas. His thoughts align with certain people within the Zodiac." "What?" Lin Xunyi, Rabbit 6, and the others showed expressions of surprise and doubt. Rabbit Head explained, at the very beginning of the Zodiac's establishment, there were debates about this issue in the capital. The disputes were endless at the time. Half of the people believed that they should suppress them with an iron fist, while the other half adhered to a people-oriented principle, wanting to arrest criminal transcendents and turn them to our own use. In the end, the higher-ups made the final decision to insist on the people-oriented approach. Even transcendents with murder cases on their hands would be absorbed, but they must be restricted, using the rest of their lives to atone for their sins. After all, on the surface, it is still a harmonious society, so we could not go too far. At that time, transcendent matter was very scarce, and very few transcendents had awakened. The Zodiac could still cope with it and secretly arrest them. But now, transcendent matter is showing signs of an outbreak. Many institutions predict that a brilliant transcendent world is about to arrive and collide with our current technological world. When that time comes, whether technology and transcendence will merge or collide, and then each take their own path, destabilizing society and splitting the world, all of these remain unknown. Everyone's expressions changed as they finally realized the severity of the problem. The arrival of the transcendent world might overturn the technological world. Therefore, conflicts would be inevitable. Different ideologies between technology and transcendence will lead to conflicts, disputes, and mutual infringement of interests. This will cause conflicts to intensify, which could ultimately evolve into war or even trigger World War III. However, no one could stop the appearance of transcendent matter, nor could they prevent people from awakening to become transcendents. The descent of the transcendent world seemed inevitable. How did transcendent matter appear? Cannot we stop it? Rabbit 7 asked. Rabbit Head replied, many scientists have been studying this question for a long time. There are many speculations, but to this day, they have not come up with an answer that can convince everyone. As for stopping the appearance of transcendent matter, that is simply impossible. 2 years ago, someone encountered a place in the desert where transcendent matter appeared. At that time, all technological means were used to blockade the area. They even carried out a nuclear explosion there, bombarding it with laser cannons to destroy the place. In the end, the transcendent matter in the devastated crater surged out continuously like a fountain, and it could not be stopped no matter what. Supernatural substances are like a ruthless gift from nature to life. They are unstoppable, forcefully thrust upon humanity, allowing humans to awaken. Awakened humans gain supernatural abilities. Those with malicious intent breed evil thoughts and use their powers to wreak havoc on the innocent. From this perspective, it really feels like nature is punishing humanity. Rabbit 6 complained to the Rabbit Chief. More and more people are awakening these days. To be honest, it is not that we are slacking off, but Wrong City is so huge, and with only a few dozen of us in the Rabbit Squad, we simply cannot keep it under control. When they joined the Rabbit Squad, they naturally upheld the principle of putting the people first, wholeheartedly dedicated to protecting the public. Manpower has its limits. With more people awakening and more evil supernaturals emerging, the number of innocent victims has multiplied, yet there are only a few dozen of us, and we simply cannot cover everything. Rabbit 10 said in a deep voice, even if we eventually catch the criminal supernaturals, we cannot save the ordinary people who have already been killed. No matter how I look at it, our actions feel like closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. We cannot prevent the tragedies before they happen. Rabbit 7 sighed. Now that I think about it, the actions of the Dark Hand might have had a certain deterrent effect. By killing his way to notoriety, perhaps many awakened supernaturals will not dare to step over the line again. For now, killing does indeed deter many people, but that is not the solution to the problem, the Rabbit Chief said. And the Rabbit Chief continued. Starting 2 years ago, research institutes have been working on instruments that can track supernaturals. Significant progress has been made, and I believe it will not be long before these tracking devices can be put to use. Once any supernatural releases their power, they will be locked onto by the instruments. Once we achieve mass production and widespread use, we will not have to chase after them like headless flies. As soon as the instruments lock onto them, we can directly restrain them, so there will not be so many ordinary people harmed. And not just us. By then, police everywhere will be able to use the positioning to arrest these supernaturals. While everyone was in low spirits, the Rabbit Chief leaked some inside information, giving them a glimmer of hope. So the state has been prepared all along. The group exchanged smiles, and much of their low mood vanished. This is the most difficult stage. Everyone in the 12 Zodiacs is exhausted. Everything we do is being watched by the higher-ups, and our colleagues in the Research Institute are working overtime to develop these tools. As long as we hold on, the dawn will eventually come, the Rabbit Chief said, not forgetting to offer some encouraging words to everyone. Even though they knew the Rabbit Chief might just be giving them a pep talk, they had no choice but to accept it. As far as the current situation goes, the Wrong City Rabbit Squad can still hold the line and prevent criminal supernaturals from committing further crimes. Of course, this is thanks to that powerful Dark Hand. Without him, I am afraid the Rabbit Squad would have to spend a massive amount of energy searching for these criminal supernaturals. Master, did you call for me because of the Dark Hand? Lin Xiongyi asked. Rabbit Chief said, of course not. I called you to tell you and the others to be careful of the sacrifice cult. Snake Chief sent word that members of the cult have come to Shu City. Their purpose is unknown and their identities are unclear. Tell everyone in Shu City to be careful. The sacrifice cult. Upon hearing that the sacrifice cult had arrived, everyone's expression changed instantly. After the few rounds of crackdowns by the Zodiac, the sissy cult still dares to come here to swindle believers. Rabbit 6 sneered, feeling nothing but contempt for them. Abroad is their home turf. It is one thing for them to stir up trouble overseas, but to come to our country and try to cause chaos, we must wipe them out completely, Rabbit 10 said ruthlessly. Do not get too excited too soon. Even if we know the cult has invaded, we do not have the energy to hunt them down. The things happening in Wrong City every day are already enough to keep us running, Rabbit 7 said, being more rational than the others and pointing out the crux of the issue. Rabbit Squad is already overwhelmed by criminal supernaturals. Now, with a foreign threat added to the mix, it seems like the squad is in for some tough times ahead. From the Rabbit Squad's perspective, domestic stability is definitely the priority, and the safety of the people is placed above all else. They will not disperse their energy to hunt down the sacrifice cult. Little 7 is right. Our top priority is to do our best to protect the people's safety. We can keep an eye on the sacrifice cult, but we cannot divert our energy to them, the Rabbit Chief said. Lin Xiongyi frowned and said, Jiazhu has a large population, and there are relatively more awakened supernaturals here compared to abroad. The sacrifice cult will not give up on such a big cake. Their danger might be even greater than those unscrupulous supernaturals. If we really let them recruit believers in our country, they will be even harder to deal with in the future. Rabbit Chief sighed slightly. The situation is as it is, and the folks in the capital are just as helpless. However, many more people have awakened recently. The 12 Zodiacs plan to expand recruitment to bring in more like-minded supernaturals to share the pressure in each region. Once we free up our hands, we will immediately track down the sacrifice cult members. Finally, some good news. The Rabbit Squad members looked at each other and then broke into relieved smiles. Rabbit Chief rolled her eyes at them with a charming look and continued, however, you must keep persevering during this period to stabilize the situation in Wrong City. Try not to let ordinary people find out about the supernatural incidents to avoid unnecessary panic. Do not worry, Chief. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will protect the safety of Wrong City. Rabbit 6 patted his chest as a guarantee. This is their duty. Just then Lin Xiongyi quickly asked, Master, what about the matter concerning the Dark Hand? Mentioning the Dark Hand, the expressions of Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 turned strange. The three of them attacked together tonight, yet they fell into the hands of the Dark Hand, losing all their face and dignity. More importantly, they could not even force the Dark Hand to reveal his supernatural abilities. It was completely embarrassing. Rabbit Chief noticed their embarrassment and chuckled softly. As long as the Dark Hand does not harm ordinary people, we will tacitly approve of his actions. For now, Wrong City really needs someone to clean up the trash. If there is a chance, try your best to recruit him into the Rabbit Squad. Even if you cannot, you must find out his identity. Perhaps there will be an opportunity for cooperation. The sacrifice cult will not give up. It is not hard to guess that they want to develop believers in Jiazhu. They also cannot find the hidden supernaturals, so they will likely set their sights on the criminal ones as well. Instead of letting these criminal supernaturals become members of the sacrifice cult and further become enemies that plague Jiazhu, it is better to let the Dark Hand deal with them. Perhaps he might run into the cultists and wipe them out along the way. Everyone nodded, and Lin Xiongyi was not very surprised. But there was one thing, the members of the sacrifice cult are not weak. Can the Dark Hand really deal with the cult's experts? Rabbit Chief's reaction was just as the Dark Hand had said. The current situation is getting worse, and the Rabbit Squad, which is already stretched thin, indeed needs someone like Chen to help out. Then the Rabbit Chief cut the connection, and the 3D holographic image disappeared. The others returned to their respective posts and began their night of busyness. Rabbit 6 and Rabbit 10 did not rest because there were fewer people out at night, making it easier for the Rabbit Squad to act, and even if there was fighting, the chance of being seen would be reduced. Wrong City Police Station. On Guan Dang's desk lay the pistol that had been flattened by Sun Chen. It is hard to imagine that such hard steel could be deformed by one person's strength. Guan Dang stared at the deformed pistol for a few seconds, then looked up and glared at Guo Liking, who was standing in front of him, his eyes filled with repressed anger. How could there be no fingerprints? Guo Liking muttered to herself. Even now, Guo Liking's mind was still stuck on the fact that the pistol had no fingerprints of the Dark Hand. She was very puzzled, wondering if the Dark Hand had somehow ground off all his fingerprints, Otherwise, how could he not have left any traces at all? Yu Liking is very careful, but her direction was wrong. The things she could think of, Sun Chen could also think of. More importantly, she was trying to understand a supernatural, using the mindset of an ordinary person. This was already a misconception. Bang! Guandang slammed his hand hard on the desk, making Yu Liking shiver. Acting on your own initiative, do you have any respect for the police force or the organization? Guandang glared at her. Yu Liking, like a student who had made a mistake, shrank her neck and did not dare to look directly at him. Being scolded by Guandang like this, Yu Liking said with some grievance, "It was an emergency, and I did not have time to notify the police station." An emergency? You were crouching there for 3 hours, and you call that an emergency? Guandang was almost furious enough to faint. Before this, Guandang had already understood the ins and outs of the matter, and from the timeline, Yu Liking was at fault. If Yu Liking had told Guandang earlier, perhaps she would not have almost been killed by Sun Chen. Of course, Yu Liking survived without any real harm, but she had already angered Guandang. Yu Liking was too scared to speak. Guandang continued his loud reprimand. Who do you think you are, trying to save a criminal supernatural, and even thinking about teaching the rabbit squad about the law? What is even more stupid is that you dared to point a gun at a supernatural. Who gave you the guts? Who gave you the courage? If you can stand here alive now, you should thank the Dark Hand for not killing you. You actually harbored the delusion of finding him through fingerprints. Do you really think those who become supernaturals only have power and no brains? More Guandang looked at Yu Liking, the angrier he got. He could not imagine how she could be so bold as to get involved in supernatural affairs. She really had no sense of fear for her own life. More than a year ago, Guandang knew of the existence of supernaturals, but he never intervened. Any case involving supernaturals was handed over to the rabbit squad. That is because he knew that even with a gun in hand, he was no match for a person with supernatural abilities. By the time he drew his gun to fire, the supernatural he was facing could have already killed him with a single thought. Yu Liking's experience was the best case study. Even when she pointed her gun at Sun Chen, he was still able to restrain her in a split second, leaving her with no chance to fire. "I am sorry, Teacher Guan." Yu Liking apologized quietly and took a cautious glance at Guandang. Regardless of whether she was truly sorry, she had to apologize at this moment to appease Guandang's anger. It was late at night, and getting angry was bad for one's health. Guandang glared at her and gritted his teeth. "Learn from your mistakes. Write me a formal review tomorrow. If it does not satisfy me, you are suspended." What really angered Guandang was not that she acted without permission, but that she got involved with supernaturals. If an ordinary person gets involved with a ruthless supernatural, they would be picking up the person's corpse tonight. Fortunately, Yu Liking encountered the Dark Hand, who had his own bottom line. Yu Liking nodded quickly to accept the punishment. "Get out of here." Guandang rubbed his temples and then waved for her to leave quickly. It was already 2 a.m, and if she did not want to rest, he still needed some sleep. The weekend passed quickly. Monday morning. The early July sun was shining brightly. Midsummer had arrived, and the sweltering heat was spreading throughout Shecheng. Whether it was office workers or students, heading out into the dazzling morning light meant being covered in sweat by the end of their walk. Sun Chen went to school as usual, walking alone on the bustling main road, and soon entered the school. Classmates in the same colored uniforms, brimming with youthful energy, chased and played past Sun Chen. The surrounding laughter and cheerful voices were truly enviable. Rings, rang, ranged. Soon, the bell for morning exercises rang. After going to the classroom to put away their bags, everyone headed to the sports field to start the morning exercises. Music for the morning exercises carried a youthful rhythm. All the students stepped to the energetic beat, warming up their bodies. After the morning exercises ended, people from each class returned to their classrooms in groups. As usual, Mo Xiu followed beside Sun Chen. The two did not speak, just listening to the others' discussions. Did you guys watch the news yesterday? Those fatal incidents from the past few days were actually man-made and have been classified as homicides. Liu Zhen had his arm draped over the shoulder of the chubby boy, Song Jingde, but was talking to Wang Shuliang on the other side. Before Wang Shuliang could speak, Mao Yahui, who was in front of them, turned around with a terrified look in her eyes and said, "The internet has already blown up over it. It is so scary. How could those people be so deranged?" "Exactly, a bunch of scums with no bottom line," Luo Lan chimed in with a curse. Clearly, he had also seen the news and was enraged by those brutal murders. Wang Qinhua frowned and said, "I want to know what kind of deep hatred or grudge could make them go so crazy. Do they not know that this is a crime?" Song Jingde looked at Wang Shuliang and said, Old Wang, do you have any inside information? The others also looked at Wang Shuliang. Wang Shuliang's father was a police officer. If there was any inside information, Wang Shuliang should know. Wang Shuliang glanced at the crowd as he walked and said in a low voice, "The internet said all the killers have been shot dead, but do you know how those killers died? Must be that those deranged people put up a stubborn resistance while being pursued and were shot dead on the spot by the police," Liu Zhen immediately said. Wang Shuliang shook his head. "Were they beaten up by the anti-square dancing by the roadside?" Song Jing said. Everyone immediately glared at Song Jing. Wang Shuliang continued to shake his head. Song Jing immediately shouted, "Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us." "Hee, I do not know either," Wang Shuliang smiled foolishly. "Get lost." Wang Shuliang provoked public outrage and was spurned by everyone. Then Wang Shuliang put away his smile and said, "Although I do not know how those killers died, I learned from my dad that they died very painfully, with fear on their faces, as if they had been tortured before they died. More importantly, there were no wounds left on their bodies." Gasp! "Stop scaring people." What Wang Shuliang said was too mysterious, making the people around him secretly shrink their necks. Luolan sneered, "You have read too many ghost stories. We are in the age of technology now. Science is our faith. Monsters and spirits do not exist at all." Liu Zhen smiled sinisterly. "Be careful walking at night. Do not bump into anything unholy. Maybe it is a female ghost who specializes in sucking yang energy. Then you would be in for a treat." Song Jing revealed a wretched smile. "A bunch of perverts." Girls nearby showed their disdain and distanced themselves from these guys. Seeing that no one believed his words, Wang Shuliang grew anxious and hurriedly shouted, "I'm telling the truth. Why do not you guys believe me?" The crowd did not even glance at Wang Shuliang and walked straight to the classroom. Wang Shuliang chased after the crowd, shouting, "Don't be so skeptical. The supernatural incident on bus number 13, the eerie crying in the old teaching building, the old grandpa who suddenly disappeared on the street. Have you guys forgotten all of these?" No matter what Wang Shuliang said, no one paid attention to him anymore. Even if others did not believe Wang Shuliang, there was someone who did, and that person was Mo Ziu. Sun Chen and Mo Ziu were walking behind them, listening to their discussion the whole time. Sun Chen heard their discussion, but as the terminator of all those cases, he felt no ripples in his heart. It was as if the deaths of those transcendents were done by someone else and had nothing to do with him. Holy crap! Besides Sun Chen, when Wang Shuliang mentioned that the killers had no wounds on their bodies, Mo Ziu was shocked on the spot, almost screaming out loud. His eyes went glassy, staring straight at Sun Chen. Others might not know Sun Chen's killing methods, but how could Mo Ziu not know? Two martial brothers had eliminated evil together in Jiuzhangu. Even though Mo Ziu was very nervous at the time, he still remembered that the person killed by Sun Chen died in the exact same way Wang Shuliang described. Mo Ziu followed Sun Chen back to the classroom with a nervous face, trying hard to conceal the shock in his heart because he had already guessed the gist of it. After sitting down, Mo Ziu first looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice and asked, "Senior brother, was it you?" Sun Chen already knew Mo Ziu would ask. He glanced lightly at Mo Ziu and said calmly, and then, "Yes." Mo Ziu buried his head under the desk, clenching his fists so hard that his veins bulged. He looked as if he had hit the jackpot, in a state of extreme excitement but not wanting anyone to find out. Even though he had already guessed in his heart that Sun Chen was most likely the one who did it, he was still very shocked and happy to hear Sun Chen admit it with his own ears. A little while later, Mo Ziu steadied his emotions, raised his head, and looked at Sun Chen with shining eyes. "Senior brother, remember to call me next time. Ridding the people of evil, bringing peace to the good, and being a knight errant who hides his merits and fame has always been my dream." Mo Ziu loved reading novels, having read plenty of classic wuxia, fantasy, and xiangxia stories. He had often fantasized about entering the worlds of the novels and becoming an elusive knight errant. Now that he had inexplicably awakened to become a transcendent, the opportunity was right in front of him, making him more excited than anyone else at this moment. "Heh, you are overestimating yourself." Sun Chen sneered mercilessly, like a basin of cold water being poured over a newly ignited fire. "Senior brother, I am very strong too. Dealing with those newly awakened people is absolutely no problem." Mo Ziu's enthusiasm was dampened, but he was still full of confidence. "Who told you that the opponents are only newly awakened people?" Sun Chen asked in return. "What do you mean?" Mo Ziu was slightly stunned. In Mo Ziu's eyes, those transcendents who attacked ordinary people were all newly awakened, but that was not actually the case. Take last Friday night, for example. Sun Chen's opponents were people from the Rabbit group. If Sun Chen had not crushed those three with his overwhelming strength, I am afraid the rabbit group would have continued to relentlessly pursue him until they captured him. If it had been Mo Xiu, he would have probably been caught by the rabbit group long ago, and under various threats and temptations, forced to join them and become their corporate slave. Sun Chen did not explain, simply saying, underestimating the enemy has always been a grave taboo in warfare. With your current mindset, going there would just be courting death. Mo Xiu lost all his excitement. He had been shot down by Sun Chen once again. It was not that Sun Chen intentionally wanted to shoot Mo Xiu down, but rather that Mo Xiu was truly weak. In Sun Chen's view, the current Mo Xiu was still not capable of facing life or death trials. His temperament was too frivolous, making him too easily manipulated by others. During morning reading time, Mo Xiu propped up his language textbook with a lack of interest, sitting there with dull eyes, feeling very dejected. Beside him, Sun Chen leaned back against his chair, not reciting any ancient poems, just sitting in the back row spacing out. When the language teacher came over to patrol, the two of them did not react at all, ignoring the teacher's presence. Faced with these two back row students, the language teacher had no choice but to turn a blind eye. When the morning reading was about to end, Mo Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he regained his spirit. He turned to look at Sun Chen and said with a resolute face, "Senior brother, I will work hard." Sun Chen said calmly, "We will talk about that when you manage to circulate the Yi Dao Sutra for 36 major cycles." Mo Xiu's eyes brightened, and he smiled excitedly, "All right." It seemed like Sun Chen was reminding Mo Xiu, but in fact, he was giving Mo Xiu a goal. Within the meridians of the Yi Dao Sutra, one major cycle equals 36 minor cycles. 36 major cycles equal 1,296 minor cycles. Given the current concentration of transcendent matter, Sun Chen could circulate 4 minor cycles in a single night. That is to say, even for Sun Chen, completing 36 major cycles would take at least 300 days. By this calculation, Mo Xiu would have to train for at least another year to achieve the goal Sun Chen had set for him. After getting the goal from Sun Chen, Mo Xiu became high-spirited, and even the way he looked at others changed. A bunch of little cuties who only know how to rote learn. I am about to become strong. Mo Xiu had already separated himself from his classmates, believing they were no longer from the same world, because he had a handsome and powerful senior brother, and they did not. By the time afternoon rolled around, Mo Xiu was not in the mood for class. His mind had wandered off to who knows where. He would occasionally furrow his brow, then look at Sun Chen, looking as if he wanted to say something but was holding back. In the end, he still could not hold back and asked Sun Chen, "Senior brother, why has my transcendent power grown, but my object control ability has not changed at all?" Mo Xiu asked. Mo Xiu's transcendent ability was object control, which, as the name implied, meant controlling all things. Since the day he awakened, Mo Xiu had been trying to control objects every day, only to find that his object control ability was as weak as ever. No matter how much he practiced, he could not improve it. At first, he thought his transcendent power was too weak, so he practiced desperately. Even when he raised his realm to the second tier, his object control ability remained the same. At that point, he realized that the ability to control objects might not have much to do with transcendent power. If object control ability had nothing to do with transcendent power, would not all the effort he had put in for so long be a sheer waste of time? Driven to desperation, Mo Xiu had no choice but to seek guidance from Sun Chen. Sun Chen, however, looked very surprised and said, "You still do not understand what you use to control objects." This time it was Mo Xiu's turn to be surprised. He scratched his head. Was he supposed to know? From Mo Xiu's blank expression, Sun Chen could confirm that Mo Xiu was indeed an idiot. Sun Chen explained, "You awakened the ability to control objects, but what you actually awakened was telekinesis. It is because of the existence of your telekinesis that you are able to control objects. Telekinesis is different from transcendent power. Transcendent power is born in the body, while telekinesis is born in the soul. Logically speaking, the stronger the soul, the stronger the telekinesis. Understanding it this way might be tiring, but if you swap the concept of the soul with human willpower, maybe you will get it. A person's spirit is tangibly manifested as willpower. A person with strong willpower is often someone with a powerful spirit." After hearing this, Mo Xiu excitedly said, "So you are saying, as long as I improve my willpower, I can enhance my telekinesis, and in turn, boost my object control ability?" Sun Chen did not nod, saying, "This is just my guess. After all, I do not have a method to strengthen the soul either. You can try improving your willpower first to see if it works." "Thank you, senior brother." Mo Xiu was overjoyed, feeling like he had found a new path. At this moment, Sun Chen added, "Don't think improving willpower is an easy task. Some things require more than just trying. What you can persist in without changing is called willpower. For example, staring straight at the sun. Mo Ziu's head was full of question marks. Staring straight at the sun. Only little cuties would do something like that. The two people in the back row chatted through the whole class, and when it was over, there was a commotion outside. What happened in the next class? Are they fighting? Let us go take a look. Those who loved to join in the fun hurried out, and students sitting by the windows also stretched their necks to look. Class 4 is next to Class 5, and the noise outside was coming exactly from Class 5. Songjing, Wang Shuliang, and others went out to stand outside Class 5, where they saw a boy with a faint mustache looking for something in a panic. I took a look at my phone before my nap at noon, and I put it in the drawer after. How could it be gone? The boy turned pale, as if he had lost something vital. At this moment, he had already emptied everything out of his drawer, mostly books and test papers. In this day and age, smartphones are everywhere, and students bring them to school, but if caught using one in class, it is a serious offense that requires a written apology. Eiling, do not worry. Think about it slowly. Maybe you subconsciously took it out after class and left it somewhere else, said a boy with a gentle voice while comforting him. Eiling was still anxious, shaking his head and denying, impossible. I remember very clearly that I have not touched my phone since my nap. Students in Class 5 frowned one after another. At this time, Su Gixing, the monitor of Class 5, called out to the class, "Students, have you seen my Ling's phone? It has a gold monkey case and a slightly cracked screen. The things inside are very important to him. If you have seen it, please return it." To prove their innocence, the students of Class 5 emptied their drawers and school bags and turned out their pockets, but they found nothing. Seeing this, Mai Ling was about to cry. It was evident that Mai Ling's phone, indeed, contained something very important. As the monitor, Su Gixing naturally did not want the class to cause a scene, so he quickly took out his own phone and handed it to Mai Ling, saying, "Mai Ling, use my phone to call yours and see." Mai Ling shook his head with red eyes. "It is useless. I have the habit of keeping my phone on silent, so even if it goes through, I will not hear anything." A student nearby said, "Modern phones have a lost and found feature. You should try calling it first. If it rings, you can verify your identity and track the phone's location." Right. The people around echoed. Hearing this, Mai Ling took Su Gixing's phone and dialed his own number. "It is ringing." The moment the phone connected, Mai Ling almost screamed. "Quick, verify your identity," shouted a student nearby. Mai Ling quickly long pressed the screen, which lit up with a virtual projection that scanned his face. In less than a second, his identity was verified, and the projection displayed various functions. Mai Ling immediately selected the tracking option. Mai Ling clicked quickly, and the projection immediately showed the phone's location and the distance from him. 6 meters. Seeing this distance, the class looked at each other in surprise, stunned for a moment. "Quick, follow the location," Su Gixing reminded him immediately. At 6 meters, they could confirm it was not in the Class 5 classroom, meaning it had to be in another class. Immediately, a group of students from Class 5 followed the phone's directions. Songjing and the others from Class 4 watched from the outside. Soon, they saw the students from Class 5 walk into the Class 4 classroom and stop at a desk near the podium. "The location is right here." Mai Ling put away the phone and stared excitedly at the seat in front of him. The students in Class 4 frowned and surrounded them one after another. "Su Gixing, what are you doing in our classroom?" Yan Penghua returned from outside and shouted at the doorway. Su Gixing looked up and sneered. "We suspect that someone in your class stole Mai Ling's phone. You have come at just the right time. Take a look for yourself." Hearing this, the expressions of the students in Class 4 changed. "Bullshit, you are the thief. I know the people in my class better than anyone. No matter what, they would not steal things." Yan Penghua was furious, defending his classmates and trusting the character of everyone in Class 4. Although Class 4 and Class 5 were adjacent, the two monitors did not have a good relationship, as there seemed to be old grievances between them, so their words were full of sarcasm. "Su Gixing, watch your mouth and bring evidence. If you slander our class again, even if you are the monitor of Class 5, I will make you regret it." The pretty girl Luo Lan stepped out, crossed her arms, and glared at Su Gixing. Su Gixing sneered. "The phone's location is the evidence. The tracking shows that Mai Ling's phone is right here." Liu Zhen sneered. "This is the 3rd floor, but the tracking is vertical. Why cannot it be on the floor above or below? How are you so sure Mai Ling's phone is here? Did you put it here yourself?" "That is right. Why are you so certain it is here?" Song Jing also sneered from the back door. For a moment, the expressions of the students in Class 5 became ugly. They were not sure if the phone was in the Class 4 room, but the location was certainly correct. Even if it was not on the 3rd floor, it had to be on the floor above or below. However, judging by the attitude of the Class 4 students, they did not seem willing to let them search, and the two sides reached a stalemate. Su Gixing said sarcastically, "Me, putting the phone here. Ridiculous. I would not come to this smelly classroom even if you invited me."
What did you say?
The Class 4 students were angry. They could not tolerate being insulted like that by Su Gixing. Several students in front lunged forward, wanting to give Su Gixing a beating.
What are you doing? Do you want to fight?
The people in Class 5 were also united. They blocked those who were going to hit Su Gixing and shouted back at the Class 4 students. Seeing this, Su Gixing became even more arrogant. He patted his own face and said, "I am right here. If you want to get expelled by the school, come and hit me." Facing Su Gixing's provocation, the students of Class 4, both men and women, were filled with anger and longed to wipe the smile off his face. Nationwide, no matter which high school it is, there is zero tolerance for fighting. Fighting often leads to voluntary withdrawal or forced expulsion. Unless the person who was hit does not admit that it was a fight, like the last incident where Yu Gui surrounded Liu Zhan and Mo Xiu.
Screech, Joe.
Just then Mo Xiu, who had been calmly watching the drama from the back row, got up. The legs of his stool scraped against the floor, making a very harsh sound. Mo Xiu silently pushed past the people blocking his way. The Class 4 students turned around, and upon seeing it was Mo Xiu, they silently made way. He walked right up to the people from Class 5 and looked at them indifferently. And when Mo Xiu appeared, the people from Class 5 turned pale, including Su Gixing. After Sun Chen became famous throughout the 8th middle school, Mo Xiu also became famous along with him. Anyone who knew Sun Chen knew that someone was always following him, and many people privately called Mo Xiu Sun Chen's lackey. So naturally, they recognized Mo Xiu. However, what truly made them change color was that after seeing Mo Xiu appear, they suddenly realized that Sun Chen might be in Class 4. Since that incident, Sun Chen had been very low-key, barely causing any big trouble in the school again, making people almost forget that such a great demon lord still existed at the school. The people from Class 5 only remembered this when they came to Class 4 and saw Mo Xiu.
We are doomed.
Everyone in Class 5 felt that they were done for, and they started to panic. They seemed to have provoked the great demon lord Sun Chen. With Mo Xiu moving, the students of Class 4 looked at him. Mo Xiu wore a smile and gestured to Su Gixing, "Come here." What do you want?" Su Gixing gulped, looking at Mo Xiu with slight tension and even took a step back. Seeing that Su Gixing did not obey, Mo Xiu continued to close in on him and slammed his palm onto a desk with a loud crack, making everyone shudder.
Whoosh.
This slap made everyone's heart skip a beat, as if the whole world had suddenly gone quiet. The people from Class 5 showed expressions of fear. Who in the whole school did not know Mo Xiu could fight? If that slap landed on them, they would be in the hospital for at least half a month. Wang Qinyue's gaze toward Mo Xiu changed again and again. She could feel that Mo Xiu had changed significantly since she had rejected him. Song Jingde and others at the back door almost laughed out loud, praising Mo Xiu's bravery in their hearts. In an instant, Mo Xiu became a hero in the eyes of everyone in Class 4. People in Class 5 looked miserable, and Su Gixing's face flushed red and then turned pale. He was both angry and afraid. It seemed he was scared, unable to utter a word for the moment. After slamming the desk, Mo Xiu stared at Su Gixing and said, "Coming to Class 4 to be impudent, are you provoking Class 4, or are you trying to provoke someone else?" Su Gixing's expression changed again, as he finally realized that what he had just said might have offended Sun Chen. I am sorry. Su Gixing was able to bend, even apologizing after being threatened. He had to apologize. Xin Qingyang was forced to leave the 8th middle school, and Yu Gui, despite such a strong background, had to bow and scrape to Sun Chen. As an ordinary person, how could he dare to provoke this great demon lord? All right, carry on. Su Gixing's attitude was sincere, and Mo Xiu waved his hand in satisfaction, telling the students of Class 5 to do whatever they were doing, then returned to his seat to continue watching the show. Everyone was stunned. Did you really come over just for that slap?
Yes.
If Su Gixing had not spoken so arrogantly, Mo Xiu would not have gotten up to give him a slap. He just could not stand Su Gixing's smug attitude. Being arrogant in front of my senior brother, you must have a death wish. After borrowing his brother's authority, Mo Xiu sat back in his seat. Eiling refocused and looked at the students of Class 4. The location shows that my phone is right here. Whose seat is this? Please allow me to look for it. If I do not find it, I am willing to apologize to this classmate. At this point, a boy stood out from behind Yan Pengyue and said, "This is my seat. A righteous person does not fear shadows. I have not stolen anything. Go ahead and search." Since the other party had said as much, they could not refuse.
Wei Kangaming.
Seeing the person speak in Class 4, one person from Class 5 had a slight change in expression. But he did not say anything, gesturing for Mai Ling to search quickly. After Mo Xiu's slap, they wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and did not want to be under the same roof as the two calm people in the back. Mai Ling did not hesitate, immediately bent down and began to search through Wei Kangeming's drawer. For fear of damaging Wei Kangeming's belongings, Mai Ling gently took out some books and test papers. In the end, he took out a golden object, which was indeed a phone. "This is my phone." Holding the phone in his hand, feeling the familiar texture, Mai Ling shouted with excitement. Mai Ling was happy, but Wei Kangeming's expression changed drastically, and the expressions of the other students in Class 4 also became grave. "Impossible, how could your phone be in my drawer?" Wei Kangeming almost screamed these words out, his eyes fixed on the phone in Mai Ling's hand. At this moment, Wei Kangeming was more panicked than anyone else. His face turned deathly pale, desperate to make everyone believe him. He firmly believed that he had not stolen Mai Ling's phone, and as for why it appeared here, he wanted to know too. How could this happen? The people in Class 4 were all dumbfounded. They previously firmly believed that Wei Kangeming would not steal a phone, but now it was found by Mai Ling right in front of them. For a moment, the way they looked at Wei Kangeming changed. They felt they had trusted the wrong person and had been deceived by him. Su Gixing covered his face and sneered, still pretending. "Do not you know in your heart how it ended up here?" The people in Class 5 started sneering one after another. "I did not steal his phone. I did not steal it." Seeing everyone's questioning gazes, Wei Kangeming roared with a crying tone. At this moment, he felt abandoned by everyone. No one believed him, especially his classmates who were also questioning and doubting him, causing him to break down on the spot. When Wei Kangeming was almost in despair, someone from Class 5 said coldly, "No wonder you came to me for materials just now. It turns out you wanted to cover up your disgraceful act." As soon as these words came out, it directly stomped Wei Kangeming into the abyss. Because the person who spoke happened to be Mai Ling's desk mate, and before the afternoon classes, he was the one Wei Kangeming borrowed things from. This person had a pretty good relationship with Wei Kangeming, but being in different classes, he naturally sided with his own desk mate. "Nonsense, I did not steal it. I really did not steal it." Wei Kangeming broke down and cried loudly. This feeling of being abandoned made him feel like dying. Yan Penghua hurriedly came over from behind, put his arm around Wei Kangeming's shoulders, and comforted him. "Do not worry, do not cry." Wei Kangeming stared at Yan Penghua with red eyes and asked, "Class monitor, I did not steal it, I really did not." "I believe you, do not cry," Yan Penghua comforted. Hearing that Yan Penghua believed Wei Kangeming, Su Gixing seized the opportunity and quickly mocked. "The witnesses and physical evidence are all here. Yan Penghua, you actually say you believe him. Do you want to shield a thief?" As expected of the class monitor, so powerful and influential, I wonder how the people in your class view you. The others in Class 5 also followed suit with the sarcasm, helping Su Gixing regain the upper hand. They could not afford to offend those two in the back row, but they definitely had the guts to mock Yan Penghua. Being targeted by the people from Class 5, Yan Penghua did not panic. He looked coldly at them and said, "Even if Mai Ling's phone was found with Wei Kangeming, it does not prove that he stole it. It is also possible that someone else planted it on him." The class monitor is right. Su Gixing, as soon as you arrived, you were absolutely certain that Mai Ling's phone was here. Without a doubt, you definitely planted it. Liu Zhen sneered at Su Gixing, biting back at him. "Bullshit." Su Gixing's expression changed and he cursed, "Do not you frame me. I think you just want to clear his name and make me the scapegoat. What a bunch of insidious and cunning people. Your 9 years of compulsory education were for nothing if you think you can frame our class monitor. Do you really think we're all naive fools?" Someone sneered. The people in Class 4 were also not to be outdone. Luolan glared with her phoenix eyes, ignoring the theft altogether, and cursed back, calling us insidious and cunning. "You are worse than pigs and dogs, looking as ugly as deformed melons and cracked dates. A few words of flattery and you think you are superior to everyone. 9 times out of 10, it was you, Su Gixing, you dog, who planted it." Despite the beautiful Luolan having a petite figure, she was incredibly fierce and imposing when scolding people. "Knock, knock, knocks. What is all the noise about?" Right at that moment, the classroom door was knocked heavily a few times, followed by a deep, booming voice. The faces of the people in Class 4 all changed, because they knew their homeroom teacher, Yan Zichen, had arrived. Everyone quickly made way for Yan Zichen to walk in, and the classroom instantly fell silent. Yan Zichen frowned, seeing that people from another class were arguing with Class 4, so he looked at the class monitor Yan Penghua, signaling him to explain. However, just as Yan Penghua was about to speak, Su Gixing struck first, sneering, "Mr. Yan, Wei Kangeming from your class stole the phone of Mai Ling from our class. Now he has been caught red-handed with the stolen goods, but he still refuses to admit it. I wonder what Mr. Yan will do about this. Yan Zichen's brows locked tightly. This was no small matter. I did not steal it, Wei Kangaming strongly denied it, but it carried no persuasive power. You just so happened to go to Mai Ling's place this afternoon, and now Mai Ling's phone is found in your drawer. With both witnesses and physical evidence, you say you did not steal it. Could it be that the phone ran into your drawer by itself? After Su Gixing finished speaking, he looked at the others, putting on a terrified expression to mock Wei Kangaming. Even with Yan Zichen present, Su Gixing did not take him seriously, maintaining his arrogant attitude, seemingly forgetting the slap from Mo Xiu just now. Phones today are very smart, but they are not intelligent robots. They have not reached the point of running away from home on their own. The people from Class 5 sneered along. Bullshit, Wei Kangaming is not that kind of person, Li Chengxi shouted. Even as a girl, the study commissary Li Chengxi was actually quite hot-tempered. Knock knock. When the two sides started arguing again, Yan Zichen knocked on the desk twice with a textbook, and the tension between both sides immediately plummeted. At this time, Wang Xuliang looked at Yan Zichen and said, "Sir, we all believe Wei Kangaming is not someone who steals. We cannot rule out the possibility that he was framed. Why do not we pull up the surveillance footage and take a look?" Wang Xuliang was indeed the son of a police officer, remembering to look for evidence at a critical moment. Nowadays, whether it is primary or secondary schools, surveillance cameras are installed in the classrooms, providing comprehensive coverage. To clear Wei Kangaming's suspicion, checking the surveillance was necessary. Yan Zichen pondered and said, "You both have your own arguments right now, so we can only find the truth by checking the surveillance." After speaking, Yan Zichen looked at the people from Class 5. Mai Ling looked at Su Gixing with some hesitation. His phone had already been found, so to him, it did not matter who stole it anymore. But Su Gixing did not want to let Wei Kangaming off the hook that easily. He sneered, "Then let us check the surveillance. Once we finish watching and confirm the real culprit, I hope the teacher will severely punish the thief." Yan Zichen gave Su Gixing a displeased look and said, "You do not need to worry about that." Afterward, Yan Zichen called the security department to have the surveillance footage from Class 4, and Class 5 pulled up and projected onto Class 4's holographic multimedia screen. Yan Zichen controlled the playback, watching the surveillance footage of Class 5. The video was very clear and even had original audio. Everyone saw that in the footage, Wei Kangaming was borrowing a book from Mai Ling's desk mate. Wei Kangaming entered the Class 5 classroom, headed straight for Mai Ling, reached out with both hands to gather the materials into his arms right in front of Mai Ling, and then turned and left the Class 5 classroom without any pause in between. Seeing this, everyone frowned. People from Class 5 also saw the problem and immediately looked at each other in dismay. Su Gixing seemed unwilling to give up and quickly said, "Mr. Yan, let us look from another angle." Yan Zichen directly switched the angle. This time, the view was from diagonally behind Mai Ling, making it possible to see Mai Ling's drawer as well as Wei Kangaming's hands. Footage was slowed down 10 times. After watching it twice, they still did not see Wei Kangaming's hand reach into Mai Ling's drawer. Switched to another angle, Su Gixing's face darkened slightly, determined to convict Wei Kangaming. Yan Zichen glared at Su Gixing, but for the sake of his student's innocence, he switched the angle again. After watching it again, they still could not see Wei Kangaming's hand reaching into Mai Ling's drawer. Instantly, Wei Kangaming wept tears of joy, and the hearts of the people in Class 4 were finally at ease. Mai Ling said his phone was kept in his drawer the whole time. We all saw that Wei Kangaming did not reach into the drawer, which proves that he did not steal it, Wang Xuliang said, looking at Su Gixing. Su Gixing gritted his teeth and said, "Then how do you explain the phone appearing here?" Wang Xuliang sneered, "You do not know." The meaning was very simple. Did not you put it there? You. Su Gixing gritted his teeth and said, "No, we cannot just watch our class's footage. We have to check Class 4's surveillance too." As Su Gixing wished, to prove Wei Kangaming's innocence, Yan Zichen brought up the surveillance footage for Class 4. The scene shifted to the Class 4 classroom, but the time was during class. From the footage, everyone could clearly see that someone was playing on their phone during class. Seeing this, everyone involuntarily looked toward the two people in the back row. The ones playing on their phones during class were none other than Sun Chen and Mo Xiu. Feeling everyone's gaze, Mo Xiu, who had been enjoying the drama like a bystander, slowly propped up a textbook to shield himself, blocking the homeroom teacher's death stare. This socially devastating scene made Mo Xiu incredibly embarrassed. He did not expect that watching the surveillance would yield such an unexpected surprise. Sun Chen, on the other hand, was unfazed. At this moment, he was still looking at his phone, paying absolutely no attention to what was happening in the classroom. Yan Zicheng glared fiercely at the two of them, then gathered his thoughts and continued watching the surveillance. Everyone saw that after Wei Kangaming left the Class 5 classroom, he returned to his seat and placed the borrowed materials on his desk, not stuffing them into his drawer. Subsequently, without needing Su Gixing to say anything, Yan Zicheng switched to a few more angles, but none showed Wei Kangaming taking Mai Ling's phone. This is impossible. If he did not take it, how could the phone end up in his drawer? The people from Class 5 were all perplexed. Even Mai Ling himself was confused. How could his phone, which he had placed in his drawer, inexplicably appear in Wei Kangaming's drawer? Wang Shuliang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said, "We can check if there are anyone else's fingerprints on the phone." Right. The others echoed their agreement. So Yan Zicheng opened a software program, using a general-purpose application to scan Mai Ling's phone, and the results came out quickly. Only his fingerprints are on it. Everyone felt a tingling sensation in their scalps. Could the phone really have run over by itself? Mai Ling and Wei Kangaming, the two main characters, were both dumbfounded, feeling a sense of panic as if they were caught in an inexplicable vortex. Things suddenly became mind-boggling. Could it be haunted? Someone muttered softly, thinking of the impossible. If science could not explain it, they would turn to the supernatural. Immediately, some people nervously looked around, as if afraid that a ghost was really watching them. As things became complicated, Su Gixing's expression turned ugly. Failing to convict Wei Kangaming and failing to strike a blow at Yan Penghua made him feel very unwilling to accept the outcome. At this time, Mai Ling whispered, "Class monitor, the phone has already been found. How about we just drop it?" The phone was found, but things had gotten complicated. Mai Ling really had no interest in finding out who the real culprit was. Su Gixing glanced at everyone and slowly nodded, saying, "Since we cannot find the real culprit, let us put this matter aside for now. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Yan. Let us go." "Wait, you are just living like this." Just as Su Gixing was about to leave, Yan Penghua stopped him. Su Gixing turned back and sneered, "We still have classes to attend. What do you want?" "Apologize," Wang Shurong shouted sharply. "Right, apologize to Wei Kangaming." The people in Class 4 were imposing, taking on a stance that they would not let Su Gixing leave unless he apologized. Su Gixing and the students from Class 5 charged into Class 4, aggressively accusing Wei Kangaming of being the culprit, only to find out he was not. If they just let Su Gixing walk away like that, where would Class 4's pride be? Su Gixing's face darkened as he glared angrily at Yan Penghua. I am so sorry, it was just a misunderstanding. Please do not take it to heart." Mai Ling apologized in front of everyone. Mai Ling was naive and thought the Class 4 students were talking to him, but in reality, they wanted an apology from Su Gixing. Su Gixing did not say a word, he just shook his head and walked away. "Stop right there." Luo Lan shouted and tried to go over and stop Su Gixing, but Yan Zicheng held her back. "Enough, this matter ends here, class is starting." Since Yan Zicheng had spoken, the students of Class 4 had no choice but to swallow their anger and let the Class 5 students leave. This was physics class, and as the homeroom teacher of Class 4, Yan Zicheng did not bring up the incident during the lesson. Class 4 and Class 5 were next to each other, and Yan Zicheng actually had a pretty good relationship with the homeroom teacher of Class 5. Strictly speaking, they should have been like brothers, but because Yan Penghua and Su Gixing did not get along, the two classes did not interact much. In the back row of Class 4, Chen put his phone away and started listening to the lecture seriously. After all, it was the homeroom teacher's class, and no matter what, they had to show some respect. However, during class, Moziu could not help but get distracted and whispered to Chen, "Brother, how did that guy's phone end up in our class? Could this be the work of an extraordinary?" The situation was so bizarre that Moziu's first thought was of an extraordinary, as only they would be capable of such a strange frame-up. "That is right," Chen nodded. Moziu's eyes widened and he asked, "Who is the extraordinary, Mai Ling or that jerk Su Gixing?" As part of Class 4, Moziu also could not stand how arrogant Su Gixing acted. Chen did not answer, and instead started drawing something on his scratch paper. Moziu leaned over slightly to look and frowned. "Is this a map?" Chen had drawn 3 large squares on the paper, then smaller squares inside them, with lines connecting the blocks. Class 4, Class 5, Class 6. Moziu immediately saw that Chen had drawn the classrooms, even including Class 6, leaving the middle box for Class 5 blank. Chen then pointed to a small square within the big block representing Class 6 and said, "Go find this person in a while." "Is this person an extraordinary?" Moziu was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that besides him and Sun Chen, there were others at number 8 high school who had awakened. We will see if they are later, just get their contact info first and find them after school, Sun Chen instructed. And if they are, should we take this jerk out? Mo Xiu asked in a low voice. Sun Chen shot a glance at Mo Xiu, who quickly gave a sheepish smile. The physics class ended quickly. After class, Yan Penghua, Luo Lan, Wang Shuliang, and the others took out their phones and started rallying their friends in the group chat. Classmates, that Su Gixing from class 5 has gone too far. It is obvious he framed Wei Kangming. Let us block him at the school gate after school. Luo Lan made the suggestion, and everyone else immediately agreed. Song Jing chimed in, he has to apologize. Otherwise, he will really think our class 4 is easy to bully. Su Gixing's attitude was truly detestable. Calling them thieves over and over again had really rubbed everyone the wrong way. At this moment, Wang Qinhua, who sat next to Luo Lan, asked quietly, should we call those two? Wang Qinhua gestured slightly toward the back. Luo Lan knew exactly who Wang Qinhua meant and said indifferently, no need. We are enough on our own. Besides, we do not even know if they would want to help. The two people Wang Qinhua was talking about were Sun Chen and Mo Xiu. If those two were involved, they might not even need to block the gate. Su Gixing might end up kneeling to apologize on the spot. Mo Xiu's slap earlier was proof enough of that. Sun Chen saw the discussion in the group chat, but he did not offer an opinion and kept lurking. Up until now, Sun Chen had not said a single word in the group. While the rest of Class 4 was discussing how to make Su Gixing apologize, Mo Xiu had already moved out. Following the map Sun Chen had drawn, he arrived outside Class 6 and walked straight in without saying a word. Since it was the break between classes, people were coming and going, and no one paid any attention to Mo Xiu's arrival. Entering the classroom, Mo Xiu stood on the podium and looked down. In the second row, at the 6th desk on the right, he saw a shifty-looking male student. It is definitely this jerk. Mo Xiu was certain. This shifty-looking guy had to be the one the senior mentioned. During the break, many were on their phones, chatting with friends or browsing the internet. Mo Xiu walked over, held out his phone, and said in a commanding tone, "Come on, add me." The boy looked up abruptly, staring blankly at Mo Xiu. Those nearby also shot strange looks his way. The guy was shifty-eyed and definitely not a beauty. Why would someone just walk up and demand his contact info? Is this normal? Or was it that some people actually have that kind of taste? The guy looked around, then seeing Mo Xiu was still staring at him, realized he was actually asking for his contact info. Oh me. He was stunned. It was his first time being asked for contact info in public, and the approach was so overbearing. Quit wasting time, hurry up, Mo Xiu said, looking impatient. Oh, all right. The guy was confused by Mo Xiu's bossy attitude, but hurried to add him. After finishing, Mo Xiu gave him a meaningful look before turning and leaving. Holy crap, Lan Qi, how did you get on Mo Xiu's bad side? Just as Mo Xiu left, the students next to him hurried over to ask. Who is Mo Xiu? Lan Qi asked, looking confused. His classmate replied, who else could it be? The henchman of the Demon King's son, that is who just left. Lan Qi was shocked. He remembered the rumors online and quickly checked his friend requests. Sure enough, the name in the request note was Mo Xiu. If you do not know him, why did he add you? The student asked. I would like to know that too. It is completely random. Lan Qi was just as baffled, unable to understand Mo Xiu's bizarre behavior. If Mo Xiu had come to ask their class beauty for her contact info, nobody would have thought it strange. But coming to him, a guy, did he actually have a thing for him? Just as Lan Qi was deep in confusion, a message popped up from Mo Xiu. If you do not want to get caught and sliced open, come find me after school. Gasp. Lan Qi shivered, and his phone nearly slipped from his hands. What is wrong? A classmate nearby looked at Lan Qi with concern. Nothing, or it is nothing. Lan Qi forced a smile, desperately trying to hide his panic, then put his phone away and looked elsewhere. How does he know? Can he see me? Lan Qi was in shock, finally realizing why Mo Xiu had come looking for him. Wei Kangming is in Class 4, and it seems he is in Class 4 too. It is over, I have been exposed. The more he thought, the more he panicked. Despite the summer heat, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands were sweating as he clenched them tight. In the back row of Class 4, Mo Xiu took back his phone, looked at the message Sun Chen had sent from it, and laughed. That jerk did not reply. He must be scared out of his mind. Sun Chen had sent the message, implying that Lan Qi's actions had been discovered and that the only way to save himself was to find Mo Xiu. As a newly awakened extraordinary, someone who had suddenly gained supernatural powers definitely would not want anyone to find out. In an era where most people did not know about the existence of extraordinaries, anyone who awakened wanted to hide, terrified of being taken to a research institute to be sliced open. That was exactly how Sun Chen had threatened Mo Xiu in the past, and now he was using the same tactic on Lan Qi. Sun Chen said, as long as he is afraid of dying, he will not be able to sit through the last class of the afternoon. As Sun Chen predicted, Lan Qi spent the last class period worried and completely lost in thought. As school closing time approached, his heart became increasingly restless, feeling like he was heading to his own execution. Ring-a-ling. The bell for the end of school rang. Lan Qi's heart was in his throat when he received another message from Mo Xiu. Wait behind the academic building. The building they were in was backed by a piece of waste ground that was originally intended for another school building, but for some reason, it was never built, and people rarely went there. Lan Qi took a deep breath, slowly went downstairs, and did as Mo Xiu instructed, waiting behind the academic building. Inside the Class 4 classroom, once the teacher left, Song Jing raised his arm and shouted, "Classmates, that jerk Su Gixing still owes our class an apology. The grudge from today cannot wait until tomorrow. We must make him apologize, so everyone can see the unity of Class 4. Let us go, let us get him." Except for Sun Chen and Mo Xiu, the whole class let out a roar. Guys and girls alike, all united in their anger, left the classroom together to block Su Gixing outside the school gate. Once the whole class had left, Mo Xiu looked at Sun Chen and said, "That looks pretty intense. Are not we going to join the fun?" Sun Chen smiled. "It looks passionate. Maybe years from now, today's events will become a nice story, but if they end up getting beaten up instead, it will just become a joke." Mo Xiu shook his head. "Forget them. Let us go check on that jerk first." Mo Xiu meant Lan Qi. Behind the building, Lan Qi had come down as soon as school ended. He had already waited 10 minutes, but since Mo Xiu still had not appeared, his anxiety continued to build. Just as he was feeling incredibly anxious, Mo Xiu finally appeared. When Sun Chen and Mo Xiu saw Lan Qi, they found that he was drenched in sweat. Son of Sun Chen. Lan Qi's eyes went wide. The moment he saw Sun Chen walking toward him with Mo Xiu, his mind went blank. "I have not done anything terrible lately, have I? Why am I so unlucky? Why would this demon king come after me? I am doomed, I am doomed." Lan Qi started shivering all over, cold sweat pouring down. Ever since Sun Chen's reputation had spread throughout number 8 high school, everyone knew who he was, even the younger students, let alone those in the same year. The person who forced Xin Yaocheng to leave and made Yu Gui bow his head. In number 8 high school, anyone who saw him would feel fear before they felt any curiosity. Lan Qi was not a girl, so he did not feel any curiosity toward another guy. To him, Sun Chen was an unreachable existence. Now this unreachable person had actually come to see him in person. He felt a sudden sense of being overwhelmed by the attention. "Use your extraordinary ability." The two stood before Lan Qi, and without even a greeting, Sun Chen told him to demonstrate his ability. Lan Qi looked shocked and confused. Sun Chen said, "You took someone else's phone and put it in our classmate's drawer. Did you really think no one saw? You could see me." The shock on Lan Qi's face turned to terror, and in that terror was a trace of shame, as if his most private secrets had been exposed. "So it really was you, you bastard," Mo Xiu sneered. Ho. Lan Qi gave a hollow laugh and said, "That kid Wei Kangaming borrowed a pen from me in middle school and never returned it. That pen was the very first birthday present I ever received in my life. Later on, he even lost it, so I wanted to use my ling to make him suffer a bit." Wei Kangaming and Lan Qi had known each other since middle school, and they were even in the same class. Originally, they had a pretty good relationship, but later, they had a falling out over a pen. Lan Qi had always held a grudge, which was why he framed him. "All right, we do not want to hear your melodramatic story right now. Hurry up and show us your supernatural ability," Mo Xiu said impatiently. Lan Qi glanced at the two of them timidly, adjusted his mindset, and quickly put on a serious expression. A surge of supernatural power gushed out from his body, and he instantly disappeared from in front of them, not even leaving a shadow. "Where is he?" Mo Xiu was shocked, his eyes wide open as he looked at Sun Chen in astonishment. At this moment, Sun Chen raised his hand and delivered a backhand slap into the empty air, as if striking someone's face. With a loud smack, Lan Qi's miserable scream rang out, and his true form was revealed. "Holy crap, invisibility!" Mo Xiu cried out in alarm, finally realizing what Lan Qi's supernatural ability was. No wonder he could silently stuff Mai Ling's phone into Wei Kangaming's drawer. Knocked out of his invisibility by Sun Chen's slap, Lan Qi covered his face and looked at Sun Chen in horror, saying, "You can actually see me." Lan Qi could not believe that Sun Chen could actually see through his invisibility. After all, ever since he gained his supernatural ability, He had tested it in front of mirrors and cameras, and his figure could not be seen at all. That was what gave him the confidence to use it. But who would have thought that the supernatural ability he was so proud of was so insignificant in front of Sun Chen, seen through with a single glance. Sun Chen said, "Do not think you are invincible just because you can turn invisible. Waving your hands wildly in front of my eyes like you just did, if it were anyone else, you would already be beaten to death." Lan Qi was even more terrified. He really could see through it. After turning invisible, he thought Sun Chen was like Mo Xiu and could not see through his invisibility, so he waved his hand in front of Sun Chen's eyes. Who knew Sun Chen was so unfathomable, slapping him back into his visible form. Blood eye that Sun Chen had awakened could originally see through illusions. Lan Qi was merely a newly awakened superhuman. In Sun Chen's eyes, Lan Qi's invisibility was practically non-existent. "Looks like you really did it." Mo Xiu went straight over and grabbed Lan Qi by the neck. Lan Qi looked pained and did not dare to move. "Confess everything wicked you have done using this invisibility, otherwise I will strangle you to death right now," Mo Xiu threatened. Sweating profusely, Lan Qi said with a contorted face, I only framed Wei Kangaming. I did not do anything else." Mo Xiu pinched Lan Qi's ear with his other hand and said sternly, "You hesitated. You actually hesitated. You definitely did more than one wicked thing. Spit it out." "I also used invisibility to steal 2 packs of spicy strips from the supermarket. That is it. That is really it." Lan Qi looked miserable as he spilled everything he had done using his invisibility. "Using a supernatural ability to steal spicy strips, is that all you're good for? Embarrassing." After speaking, Mo Xiu threw Lan Qi away in disgust, looking at him with utter contempt. Lan Qi wanted to cry but had no tears, looking at Mo Xiu pitifully. Everyone said Mo Xiu was a dog by Sun Chen's side, but no one mentioned that he was a vicious dog. After the two finished making a scene, Sun Chen looked at Lan Qi and said, "Do not use your supernatural ability recklessly, otherwise you know the consequences." This was a piece of advice and also a warning. After saying that, Sun Chen walked away. Mo Xiu pointed at Lan Qi and said, "If you do anything illegal or criminal, I will be the first to kill you." I will not, absolutely not." Lan Qi waved his hands repeatedly in assurance, watching the two terrifying figures leave with frightened eyes. It was not that Lan Qi was brushing them off. He truly was not going to use it again. Sun Chen could see through his invisibility. Who knows if others could too? After all, he had zero understanding of superhumans. He was certain in his heart that if others were like Sun Chen, turning invisible in front of them would definitely get him beaten to death on the spot. For the sake of his own little life, it would be better not to use the supernatural ability he accidentally acquired in the future. Only after Sun Chen and Mo Xiu had gone far away did Lan Qi leave the back of the teaching building, carefully exiting the school, terrified of bumping into those two again. "Senior brother, this kid's supernatural ability is not bad, and he has not done anything terribly wrong. Why not take in another junior brother?" Mo Xiu suggested to Sun Chen as they walked out of the school gates. Sun Chen said indifferently, "There will be more and more superhumans appearing in the future. We cannot just take in everyone we see. At this stage, the fewer people who know what we are doing, the better." Sun Chen was referring to the matter of secretly eliminating superhumans. Mo Xiu nodded in agreement. "I heard something happened again in science class 39-4. Let us go check it out." Suddenly, a few students ran past Sun Chen and Mo Xiu, calling out to their friends to go watch the commotion. Sun Chen and Mo Xiu knew that the students of Class 4 wanted to force Su Gixing to apologize. Because the two of them had gone to find Lan Qi, they had not tagged along. There was a large crowd of onlookers at the corner ahead. Fortunately, it was not on the main road, but in an open space in an alley next to it. This was originally a place for old ladies to square dance at night, but during the day it was commandeered by students and became a place for settling scores. "Let us go take a look," Sun Chen said. Half an hour had passed since school let out. If things had gone smoothly, they would have dispersed long ago. However, the fact that people were still watching clearly meant things had not gone very smoothly. "Let us go, let us see who dares to bully the people in our class." Without waiting for Sun Chen, Mo Xiu took the lead and charged into the crowd of onlookers. In the crowd, two groups of people were confronting each other. It was Class 4 led by Yan Penghua and Class 5 led by Su Gixing. However, standing beside Su Gixing were not only people from Class 5, but also a few burly young thugs from the streets. At this moment, a young man with dyed green hair was grabbing Liu Zhen by the collar, slapping him across the face. "You dare hit people, let us fight them." Song Jing's eyes nearly popped out of his head in rage. His chubby body charged forward like a meatball, only to be kicked directly by another thug, causing him to land heavily on his butt, his face contorted in pain. Seeing Song Jing and Liu Zhen getting beaten up, Wang Xuliang and over a dozen other male classmates were just about to swarm up, but when they saw those thugs pull out steel pipes, the people of Class 4 were instantly intimidated. "A bunch of trash, what do you have to fight me with? Especially you, Yan Penghua. We are both class monitors, but I just cannot stand the sight of you." With a few big brothers by his side, Su Gixing was arrogantly pointing at Yan Penghua's nose and cursing. Yan Penghua's face was ashen, glaring furiously at Su Gixing. Class 4 had prepared for an entire afternoon, originally intending to force Su Gixing to apologize. They had not thought about getting physical. Who knew Su Gixing was also preparing, and had even called in people from the streets, specifically targeting Yan Penghua. Su Gixing smiled fiercely. "You still want me to apologize? Ridiculous. I will put my words right here today. If you Yan Penghua do not kneel and apologize to me today, I will have you carried out of here horizontally." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. What started as a verbal dispute between classmates had escalated into a brawl, and to the point of forcing someone to kneel and apologize. What a deep grudge this must be. "Just try and hurt us," Wang Qinhua stepped forward, glaring at Su Gixing. She came from an extraordinary background and was full of confidence. Even facing these social scum, she was not afraid in the slightest. Su Gixing sneered, "Wang Qinhua, I know your family has some power and I cannot touch you, but what about the others? Can you protect them for the rest of their lives?" Aside from Sun Chen, Su Gixing knew the background of everyone in Class 4 inside out, which was one of the reasons he dared to make trouble for Yan Penghua. From within the crowd of onlookers, Sun Chen said to Mo Xiu, "A chance for you to practice, do not miss it." Mo Xiu was overjoyed. How could he not understand Sun Chen's meaning? Lately, Mo Xiu had been practicing combat, but he was training alone. Now that there were free sparring partners right in front of him, Mo Xiu certainly would not miss out. Instantly, Mo Xiu dashed forward, delivering a flying kick straight into a thug's face. The man cried out miserably and fell to the ground groaning. "What?" Everyone turned pale with fright. Mo Xiu's appearance was too sudden. No one expected such a person to dart out from the crowd. "Mo Xiu, watch out!" Wang Qinhua shouted in alarm, because she saw two thugs swinging steel pipes down toward the top of Mo Xiu's head. There was no need for Wang Qinhua's warning. Mo Xiu had long noticed them. After cultivating the Yidao scripture, Mo Xiu's physical fitness had changed drastically. Whether it was his speed or his strength, neither was something an ordinary person could match. Mo Xiu just took another quick step forward, and before the steel pipes could fall, he had already raised his foot and kicked one of them in the chin. That person instantly collapsed. At this moment, everyone saw the other person's steel pipe coming down on Mo Xiu, about to smash into his head. "Whoa!" Someone thought Mo Xiu was about to get hit by the pipe, and had already covered their eyes and screamed in advance. Who knew Mo Xiu actually caught the steel pipe with his hand, locking it in a dead grip. "You!" The thug was shocked and tried to pull the steel pipe out to strike this student again, but to his surprise, he could not budge it at all. Instead, Mo Xiu gave a light tug, pulling the man's body forward, and met him with a harsh kick to the chest, sending him flying backward. With that, holding the steel pipe in hand, Mo Xiu took the initiative to charge at the others. Clang, clangs. Those guys did not have any flashy moves. They just raised their steel pipes and smashed them violently at Mo Xiu. Immediately, the sound of clashing metal rang out repeatedly, as all of their attacks were blocked by Mo Xiu. However, Mo Xiu's speed and strength were even greater than theirs. Swinging the steel pipe, Mo Xiu struck their legs. Very soon, the 6 street thugs were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. After dealing with these guys, Mo Xiu casually swung the steel pipe and walked towards Su Gixing, gently tapping the pipe on Su Gixing's shoulder. However, Su Gixing had already been so stunned by this scene that he was terrified and trembling. Being lightly touched by the steel pipe, he collapsed directly to the ground. Mo Xiu sneered, "You are pretty arrogant. You already got a slap this afternoon, and now you are here causing all this trouble again. It seems the lesson was not enough." Brother Xiu, I was wrong, I apologize. I am sorry. Deathly pale, Su Gixing crawled over, wanting to hug Mo Xiu's leg and beg him for mercy. "Get lost." Mo Xiu kicked him away in disgust, then looked at the crowd from Class 5 behind Su Gixing. Being glared at by Mo Xiu, everyone from Class 5 collectively took several steps back. "What are you looking at? School's out, time to go home," Mo Xiu shouted loudly. Without hesitation, the people from Class 5 turned and ran, leaving behind a terrified Su Gixing. Clang! Mo Xiu tossed the steel pipe to the ground, pointed at the people on the floor and said to Su Gixing, "The people you brought, take them back yourself." I Moziu only do the killing, not the burying. Okay, we are leaving right now. Su Gixing was completely panicked, taking the 6 men and fleeing in a sorry state. Moziu did not lay a hand on the students from Class 5, nor did he have any intention of hitting Su Gixing. Those youths were outsiders. Moziu could hit them without consequence because they would not call the police, let alone tell the school. But the people from Class 5 were different. They were students of number 8 middle school. If he beat them up, he would probably be forced to call his parents that very night. Moziu knew his mother already had a difficult life, and he did not want to make her worry about his school affairs. After teaching those guys a lesson, Moziu looked up and scanned the area, seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. So cool. People from Class 4 were no exception, and some even looked at Moziu with pure admiration. They knew Moziu could fight, but they did not expect he could fight this well. He took down those street thugs armed with steel pipes in just a few moves with such agility that it was clear he had been trained. Feeling everyone's gaze, Moziu scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. What are you all still looking at? Time to go home. Moziu, you were so cool just now. Just then a girl shrieked, then covered her face and ran away, acting like a shy fangirl. Everyone burst into laughter, then began to leave one after another. Moziu, thank you. Luo Lan walked up behind Moziu and looked at him with gratitude. Moziu turned back and smiled. We are in the same class, no need to be so formal. Hearing this, Luo Lan felt extremely ashamed. Wang Qinhua had suggested inviting Sun Chen and Moziu earlier, but Luo Lan was confident they did not need their help, so she had not called them. As it turned out, when the Class 4 students ran into real trouble, it was Moziu who came to the rescue, preventing them from being bullied. Are you okay? Wang Qinhua also walked over, asking with concern if Moziu was hurt. However, Moziu happened to turn around, look into the distance, shout wait for me, senior, and rushed after him. Wang Qinhua, who had started to ask about him, received no response and was left standing there, stunned. The expressions of the others grew strange. In their eyes, Moziu was intentionally avoiding Wang Qinhua, or rather, did not want to pay any attention to her. Watching Moziu's retreating figure, Wang Qinhua felt a sense of loss, and her eyes dimmed. At that moment, she finally understood that the boy who once chased after her every day had changed his heart. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Yan Pengyu spoke first, bowing to everyone. This incident started because of me, and it nearly led to a serious mistake. I am truly sorry to everyone. Aoyahi quickly said, Class monitor, do not say that. We are not children. Su Gixing was clearly targeting our Class 4. What does this have to do with you? Exactly, Su Gixing has been arrogant for a long time. Even if this had not happened today, he would have found another chance to mess with us later. Song Jing rubbed his chest. The kick he took earlier was not light, and it still hurt a bit. Liu Zheng grinned and said, that coward Su Gixing is truly insidious. If Moziu had not arrived in time today, my slap and fatty's kick would have been for nothing. When facing those youths, none of them were afraid. But because their strength was inferior, they were suppressed by their momentum and ended up taking a slap and a kick. Luckily, Moziu appeared like a hero, turned the tide, and saved everyone. Wait, I have not paid attention for only a while. How did Moziu get so strong? Wei Kangming asked in surprise. Li Chengxi sighed, this skill certainly did not come for free. Maybe while we were resting, Moziu was training hard. An image instantly appeared in everyone's mind. In the silent dead of night, Moziu was dripping with sweat under the moonlight, while Sun Chen sat by the side, using a cane to whip and berate him. Just thinking about it was terrifying. If Moziu is this strong, how terrifying must Sun Chen be? Could he be like IP Man or Wang Feiheng, having extraordinary skills but never needing to show them because his strikes could kill? Xu Rong's eyes widened with curiosity. If that is the case, I would be willing to become Sun Chen's disciple. Song Jing was quite serious. After seeing Moziu's bravery, he felt a sudden urge to learn martial arts. Wang Shuliang said with disdain, give it a rest. With your build, do you think you can even jump? Wang Shuliang, you dare look down on me. Song Jing was furious, pointing his chubby finger at Wang Shuliang, wanting to settle it with a one-on-one fight. You two go ahead and fight, we are leaving. Luo Lan waved her hand and walked away arm-in-arm with Wang Qinhua. Ignoring the argument between the two, everyone went their separate ways home. That night in the Class 4 group chat, everyone thanked Moziu and some thanked Sun Chen, but just as always, there was no response. Nobody knew if those two had muted the group chat or were just silently lurking, ignoring their messages. That same night, a video of Moziu fighting 6 people alone was posted on the grade forum, where it received nothing but praise. Some even clipped it into a short video and posted it online, but netizens were skeptical, claiming claiming it was staged, lacked authenticity, and required no technical skill at all. Only those who witnessed it in person knew that it was not staged. It was a real, gritty fight. In short, Mo Ziu was a sensation. Next day, everyone at number 8 middle school knew who Mo Ziu was, viewing him as a master of martial arts, which made many girls admire him. For a time, Mo Ziu's popularity even overshadowed Sun Chen's. I used to say Mo Ziu was just Sun Chen's sidekick, but now I know I was wrong. Those are mechanical legs. I heard Mo Ziu is the junior disciple of Demon King Sun, and the two are seatmates. Class 4 is going to be invincible, someone said, clearly shocked after learning about Mo Ziu. With those two keeping guard in Class 4, who would dare bully them in the future? Because of the video, Mo Ziu was called to the office by Yan Zichen first thing in the morning. It was not clear if he was being criticized or praised. Mo Ziu only returned half an hour later. After Mo Ziu returned from the office, the students in Class 4 were all concerned about the homeroom teacher's attitude toward him. Yan Penghua asked Mo Ziu, "Did the teacher punish you? You only fought because you were saving us. If you got in trouble because of it, we will go and beg for leniency." Everyone looked at Mo Ziu. Mo Ziu laughed smugly. "The teacher is also afraid of being beaten by me. How could he punish me? He just told me to pull my punches so I do not accidentally kill you guys." Everyone was speechless. When class started, Mo Ziu quietly asked, "Senior, how was my performance last night?" "I did not watch." Sun Chen gave an answer that left Mo Ziu speechless. Mo Ziu was dejected. It seemed he still had to work hard on his training. As a transcendental, he only fought ordinary people yesterday, nothing to be proud of. He was now looking forward to fighting other transcendentals, but his psychic power was too weak, and his object manipulation was not skilled, so Sun Chen would not let him take the risk. Therefore, Mo Ziu's top priority was to find a way to improve his psychic power, or he would never get his chance to shine. The hot summer continued. Time reached mid-July, the time when every student is filled with anxiety. Because during this period, middle school, high school, and university students are all busy with final exams. As part of the student body, Sun Chen and Mo Ziu were no exceptions. In high school now, the subjects tested are Chinese, mathematics, history, and either science or arts comprehensive. Due to the development of the era, English has long been removed from the college entrance examination. Nowadays, both arts and science students must study history. Only by taking history as a mirror and keeping it in mind can we ensure that we and our country walk on the right path of development. High school final exams took 2 days, 2 subjects per day, with a total score of 750 points. After the exam, the subject teachers quickly graded the papers and tallied the scores. In this era of smart technology, even grading has been replaced by smart machines. Teachers only need to do a final check and confirmation to determine the final scores. According to tradition, the day after the exams, students must come to school to see their scores and receive their assignments for the next semester. In the back of Class 4, Mo Ziu was full of excitement after the exam. He turned to Sun Chen and whispered, "Senior, I discovered that after awakening, my memory is much better than before. I could do many of the questions on the exam. I am sure I will get a good grade this time." He had discovered this even before the exams. Ever since he awakened, understanding many concepts was not as difficult anymore, as if he had a breakthrough. Many difficult problems he could not understand before were suddenly clear to him. Sun Chen said it is not because of the awakening. It has to do with the Yi Dao Sutra you are cultivating. The Yi Dao Sutrados not just strengthen the physique, it also develops the brain to a certain extent. There is such a thing. Mo Ziu was surprised. Sun Chen explained, "Look at the masters of the past, like Giguzi or Zhu Liang. All of them spent years cultivating in the mountains, but they were not stupid. In fact, they were sharper than anyone else. That is because they all cultivated profound sutras, reaching the peak of brain development. Even if they had the scriptures, there was no transcendental substance in ancient times. How did they cultivate?" Mo Ziu asked, very puzzled. "Who said you need transcendental substance to cultivate scriptures?" Sun Chen said scriptures were created by the ancients based on the changes of heaven and earth, combined with the human body's meridians. You could say that scriptures encompass the pathways between heaven, earth, and humans, and they appeared to strengthen the body. Current transcendental substances are a form of material belonging to heaven and earth, a type of natural change. Naturally, they can be absorbed and refined into the body through these scriptures. In short, the scriptures existed between heaven and earth before the transcendental substances. Their appearance was just a coincidence of timing. Scriptures did not originate because of the appearance of transcendental substances, but because of the crystallization of ancient wisdom. Transcendental substances only started appearing gradually in the last 2 years, while the history of many cultivation scriptures is far longer. This means that the appearance of transcendental substances was accidental. It just so happened to fit the substances required for scriptural cultivation. Mo Xiu caught on and finally understood why he had a breakthrough. Previously, he thought it was due to his awakening, which increased his intelligence. After Sun Chen's explanation, he realized it was because of his cultivation of the scriptures. Afterward, Sun Chen sneered, "You are going to have trouble soon." Mo Xiu was startled. "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" Sun Chen said, "Your midterm exam scores were among the lowest in the class. In just half a semester, you have improved to be among the top. Who will believe that?" "Damn, you are right." Mo Xiu realized what had happened and slapped his own head in frustration. It is over, I miscalculated." Just as Mo Xiu realized the problem, homeroom teacher Yan Zichen arrived. Yan Zichen did not enter the classroom. He stood at the doorway and looked toward the back row, shouting, "Mo Xiu, come out here." The people in the classroom looked at Mo Xiu one after another, their faces full of confusion. "What is coming is coming." Mo Xiu sighed in his heart, walked out with a bitter smile, and followed the grim-faced Yan Zichen toward the office. It was not until an hour later that Mo Xiu came out of the office, strutting proudly. When Mo Xiu returned to the classroom, everyone who had been chatting away stopped their conversations and looked at him. "Mo Xiu, did you bomb the exam?" Wang Shuliang asked curiously. Mo Xiu's grades had always been at the rock bottom. Many people thought the homeroom teacher had called him in because he had failed the exam. Please watch your words. How could the great Emperor Mo Xiu be stumped by a trivial exam? Mo Xiu was very smug and full of himself. The crowd collectively showed disdain. "Mo Xiu, the floor sweeper, what did the homeroom teacher want with you?" Luo Lan asked. Ignoring the nickname Luo Lan gave him, Mo Xiu said seriously, "To praise me, of course. He literally praised me for an entire hour. It was so annoying." "Get lost," Luo Lan said bluntly. Since there was not a single serious word out of him, the others simply stopped asking about his business. After returning to his seat, Sun Chen said, "Did you take the Volume 3 Comprehensive Science exam?" Mo Xiu's eyes widened, and he gave Sun Chen a double thumbs up. Sun Chen smiled. "It is not hard to guess. Our final exams mixed the questions from Volume 1 and Volume 2. Only the backup Volume 3 questions were not released. To prevent you from memorizing the answers to another volume, they would definitely test you with Volume 3. The questions in Volume 3 were even easier than the Volume 2 I did during the exam. Swish, 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 and I confidently handed in the paper. Can you imagine how shocked the teachers looked? Senior brother," Mo Xiu laughed proudly. Because there were too many suspicious and shocking points about Mo Xiu's grades, he had been called away by Yan Zichen to take the alternative Volume 3 Comprehensive Science exam in the office. So under the supervision of many teachers, Mo Xiu finished all the questions on the paper in just 1 hour. In the end, his score was even higher than his Volume 2 score, leaving those teachers speechless. The classroom returned to a noisy mode. With the finals over and summer vacation approaching, almost everyone was discussing where to go and what to do during the break. This was what occupied students' minds during their school days. It was not until half an hour later, when Yan Zichen entered the classroom holding a few pieces of paper, that the room quieted down. The crowd saw that Yan Zichen looked radiant with joy, unable to hide the smile at the corners of his mouth, as if a tremendous piece of good news was waiting for him. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yan Zichen looked at the students and smiled. "In a hurry, another semester has passed. After today, your sophomore year of high school ends, and you will usher in an important stage of your life, the senior year. I will not say much about the importance of the college entrance examination. For the exam, the senior year is your final sprint. I hope everyone here can adjust your mindset after this summer vacation, prepare well for the sprint, and eventually enter your ideal university. All right, I have said things like this far too many times. Now, let us take a look at your grades for this semester." At this, everyone's expressions turned serious, filled with nervousness and anticipation. Yan Zichen leaned on his hands, looking down at the report card on the desk and said, "For this final, our class's grades are relatively good. I saw many people making progress, which is worthy of praise. For example, the current last-place student, Lu Yangfu, had always scored in the 300s before, but now he has broken through the 400 mark, reaching 424 points. This was a bro who, like Sun Chen, sat in the back row, except Lu Yangfu sat in the back of the first group, while Sun Chen and Mo Xiu were in the back of the fourth group." Upon hearing his score, Lu Yangfu's face showed joy. Although he was in last place, he was very happy that his score had improved. Then Yan Zichen read out everyone's grades one by one. Zhang Jing, 36th place, 527 points. Liu Zhan, 31st place, 538 points.
Mao Yayui 27th place, 555 points. Wang Xuliang 22nd place, 590 points. Everyone from 20th place onwards scored over 600 points. It was not until the 10th place that Song Jing seemed to remember something and quickly whispered to his deskmate Liu Zhan, "Why have not we heard Sun Chen and Mo Ziu? Did you notice their scores earlier?" "No, I did not pay attention," Liu Zhan shook his head. At times like this, everyone only cared about their own grades. How others did was their own business. 6th place Luo Lan, 656 points, she is improved. 5th place Li Chengxi, 671 points, not bad. When Li Chengxi's rank and score came out, everyone was shocked. The study commissary's grades have always been in the top 3 of the class. She scored 671 points this time. How is she only 5th? Many people looked at each other in dismay. Li Chengxi frowned. How could her ranking have dropped so drastically? While everyone was puzzled, Yan Zichen continued reading the grades. 4th place Wang Qinyue, 682 points. 3rd place Yan Pengyue, 687 points. What the heck? These two are not in the top 2. Wang Qinyue and Yan Pengyue were also confused. Who exactly had surpassed them? 2nd place Mo Ziu, 733 points. As soon as this score was announced, the class burst into an uproar. Mo Ziu. Did I hear that right? How could it be Mo Ziu, and 733 points at that? Someone who is perennially at the bottom of the class actually scored 733 points. Seeing everyone's faces full of disbelief, Yan Zichen on the podium smiled. This score was indeed achieved by Mo Ziu himself. There is no fraud, it was already verified in the office just now. At this, everyone turned to look at Mo Ziu in the back row. He was called out just now. Could it be that he went to take another exam? Wang Xuliang guessed. Otherwise, why would he have disappeared for so long? Shock was written all over the faces of the whole class, and the way they looked at Mo Ziu changed. At this moment, Mo Ziu leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, trying hard to stay calm, but the ecstasy in his heart made the corners of his mouth curl up uncontrollably, turning into a fake smile. The way many people looked at Mo Ziu changed again and again, especially Wang Qinyue. When Mo Ziu had publicly confessed to Wang Qinyue, she had advised him to study hard and not let his imagination run wild. Well, look at him now. Not only had Mo Ziu's grades soared, directly surpassing Wang Qinyue's, but he also had martial arts skills. Capable with both the pen and the sword, he could not be more excellent. Instead, Wang Qinyue became the awkward one. Yan Zichen continued, 1st place, Sun Chen, 746 points. After reading out the 1st place, no one in the class was surprised. Because they had all learned that, before transferring schools, Sun Chen had always been among the best. However, upon hearing Sun Chen's score of 746 points, they could not help but be shocked. So strong. Everyone was convinced by Sun Chen. Not only was he handsome, but his grades were also excellent. Although he had never made a move, they could all guess that his fighting skills were definitely not weak. He had a powerful background and was very low-key. If someone else had these merits, they probably would have been over the moon a long time ago, but Sun Chen remained calm all along, playing on his phone in the last row. What a perfect guy. If I were a girl, I definitely would have thrown myself at him long ago. Wang Xuliang looked at Luo Lan and joked. Luo Lan glanced at Wang Xuliang. No one's stopping you if you want to throw yourself at him now. Liu Zhan laughed, with Mo Ziu blocking the way. You will not be able to get to him. Forget him, I do not want to interrupt his smugness. Wang Xuliang really hated Mo Ziu's current pretend deep look. Before the students below could continue their discussion, Yan Zichen smiled and said, the student who made the biggest improvement in this final exam is undoubtedly Mo Ziu. His grades advanced by leaps and bounds, truly an overnight success. Not only is he the 2nd place in our class, but he is also the 2nd place in the entire science track of the grade. Not only is the 2nd in the grade from our class, but the 1st is as well. I hope Sun Chen and Mo Ziu will maintain their current grades and serve as role models for the whole class. Let us give them a round of applause. Clap, clap. After everyone applauded, Yan Zichen smiled again. Following our usual practice, after every exam, seats will be rearranged according to rankings. Those at the top get to choose first. Sun Chen, you go first. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that after the grades came out this time, Yan Zichen's tone, when speaking to Sun Chen and Mo Ziu, was noticeably much gentler. These were the 1st and 2nd places in the grade, and from his own class to boot. If he did not have to keep up appearances, he would be perfectly happy treating them like his own sons. Having the top 2 students in the grade in his class made Yan Zichen wake up laughing from his dreams. After all, what homeroom teacher would not want their students' grades to be as high as possible? Hearing Yan Zichen call his name, Sun Chen slowly raised his head and said faintly, "It is fine here, no need to change." Yan Zichen frowned slightly, but his tone remained unchanged, as amiable as ever. "The back row is too far from the podium, making it hard to follow the lessons. Do you want to sit at the front?" Sun Chen refused, saying, "No need, the front row is not conducive to studying." Everyone was left speechless. If you want to play on your phone in the back row, just say so. Saying the front row is not conducive to studying is pure nonsense. However, someone actually believed Sun Chen's words. The girl at the first desk of the second group stared blankly and said, "Could it be that the reason my grades are poor is because I sit in the front row?" As soon as she spoke, the girl immediately felt Yan Zichen's death glare and hurriedly shut her mouth. "Since Sun Chen does not want to change, Mo Ziu, it is your turn," Yan Zichen said. Mo Ziu smiled, "Teacher, I am not changing either." At this moment, Mo Ziu felt more comfortable than words could express. Before, he wanted to sit in the front, close to Wang Qinhua, but it was never his turn to choose, leaving him only the seats in the back. Now that he had the right to choose, he no longer missed the front row. He only wanted to stay in the back row with his beloved senior brother. Since the first two did not want to change, Yan Zichen did not try to persuade them further and continued down the list by rank. The others were not like Sun Chen and Mo Ziu. They reasonably swapped seats to correct their sitting posture and angle. Half an hour later, everyone had finished selecting their seats. Yan Chengxi left the seating chart on the podium, then left the classroom with Yan Penghua, seemingly to give some instructions. When Yan Penghua returned, everyone began to switch seats. The classroom was a chaotic mess, with only the two in the back row leisurely playing on their phones. "Do you have things to do during the summer vacation?" Sun Chen suddenly asked Mo Ziu. Mo Ziu replied, "Yes. After my grandmother passed away, it is just my mom at home. She covers all my school expenses by herself, so every winter and summer break, I look for work in the wrong district to earn as much as possible and lessen my mom's burden." Coming from a single-parent family, Mo Ziu did not have it as good as Sun Chen, who had both parents at home and who comfortably let Sun Chen live outside by himself. Every time a break came around, Mo Ziu would take the initiative to find a job. He did not mind the hard work. As long as it was not illegal and he could earn money, it was fine. Seeing Sun Chen actively bring up the summer vacation, Mo Ziu asked softly in return, "Could it be that senior brother has some work for me?" Mo Ziu was certain that Sun Chen was going to do something big over the summer break. As for what it exactly was, Mo Ziu could not guess. "We will talk about it when the time comes. I will contact you if there is a chance," Sun Chen said. With Sun Chen's words, Mo Ziu was instantly overjoyed. Senior brother is finally willing to let me tag along. Just as Class 4 was busy swapping seats, two pretty and adorable girls appeared at the classroom door. Because both of them were so outstanding in appearance, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Coincidentally, Wang Shuliang was standing by the front door. One of the girls, who wore a ponytail, asked with a smile, "Hi there, may I ask if Sun Chen is here?" Wang Shuliang was slightly dazed as he looked at the sweet-looking girl with the ponytail. Once he heard she was looking for Sun Chen, he immediately snapped out of his daydream and quickly said, Yes, he is here. He is sitting by the back door." As he spoke, Wang Shuliang pointed toward Sun Chen, who was sitting at the back door. At number 8 middle school, every classroom has 4 doors, and the ends of the first and fourth rows in the classroom are always located right next to the doors. However, during class, Sun Chen and Mo Ziu usually kept the door closed to prevent the homeroom teacher from sneaking up on them from behind. This is a common awareness for anyone sitting in the back row, a precaution engraved in their DNA. "Thanks." Sweet girl spotted Sun Chen at the back door through the chaotic crowd. After quickly thanking Wang Shuliang, she grabbed the hand of the other girl behind her and ran quickly toward the back door. Because the class was rearranging seats, the back door was open to make it easier for students to come and go. At this moment, Sun Chen was leaning against the wall, while Mo Ziu was slouched over the desk, both of them playing on their phones. "Smack. Sun Chen, it really is you." Sweet girl with the ponytail slapped Sun Chen on the shoulder as he leaned against the wall and cried out in surprise, her clear eyes revealing undisguised joy. Mo Ziu, who was playing on his phone next to him, was startled. Seeing that someone actually dared to hit Sun Chen, he felt a surge of anger. However, when he looked up and saw it was a sweet girl, his urge to strike back immediately vanished. If any clueless guy dared to hit Sun Chen, Mo Ziu would be the first to fight back, but if it was a pretty girl, he would let it slide. Let her hit him, it is not like he will die from it anyway. Others in the classroom who were moving things looked over and were shocked. Someone actually dared to hit Sun Chen. However, Sun Chen's reaction put them at ease. Having been suddenly slapped, Sun Chen, leaning against the wall, was also momentarily stunned.
He looked up at the girl and immediately broke into a smile. "Why are you here?" Sun Chen smiled from the bottom of his heart. After transferring to number 8 middle school, Sun Chen was not close with his classmates, nor did he want to join their conversations. It just did not seem necessary, so he rarely smiled in front of others. As a result, seeing Sun Chen's smile now felt like a rare and groundbreaking event for everyone in Class 4. "You are already handsome and you look even better when you smile. Why do not you smile more often?" Xu Rong looked love-struck, her eyes fixed intently on Sun Chen. Luo Lan, standing next to her, reached out and pinched Xu Rong's fair cheek, laughing and scolding. "You shameless thing, you're drooling." "None of your business." Xu Rong swatted away Luo Lan's hand, looking quite smug. Back at the door, seeing the girl again brought back all sorts of memories of middle school for Sun Chen. The sweet girl's name was Zhang Xingyao. She was in the same class as Sun Chen in middle school, and they became seatmates during their 3rd year. However, they had not seen each other since graduating from middle school. Meeting again today, it felt as if all the joys and sorrows from 2 years ago were just yesterday. Mo Ziu was also surprised. His senior brother actually smiled. Zhang Xingyao continued to pat Sun Chen and laughed. "What do you mean, why am I here? I have always been at number 8 middle school. You are the one who should be doing the explaining." After middle school, Sun Chen went to experimental middle school, while Zhang Xingyao came to number 8 middle school. Because Sun Chen got into a fight, he transferred schools twice, eventually ending up at number 8 middle school and running into his former seatmate. At this moment, Sun Chen examined Zhang Xingyao closely. 2 years later, Zhang Xingyao had transformed from a naive girl with short hair into a slender, sweet-looking beauty. Girls really do change as they grow, though her forthright personality remained the same. After looking her over, Sun Chen noticed the girl standing behind Zhang Xingyao. His thumb, resting on his phone, began tapping the screen. The next moment, Mo Ziu received a message from Sun Chen. "Do not show any supernatural powers." Mo Ziu was startled after reading the message. His expression shifted slightly, and his eyes appeared a bit unnatural. He did not know what was happening, but since Sun Chen had warned him so discreetly with a blind-typed message, it definitely was not anything good. Sun Chen's expression did not change as he joked. "If I had known you were at number 8 middle school, I would not have come." "Drop dead." Zhang Xingyao pretended to be angry and swung at Sun Chen. Sun Chen dodged out of habit, but she still managed to land a hit. They were acting like they were flirting, which left Mo Ziu staring in bewilderment. He had not expected the usually serious Sun Chen to have such a playful side. Grabbing Sun Chen's arm, Zhang Xingyao feigned a fierce look and said, "Tell me, how did you become the great demon King Sun? So many people are afraid of you. I heard that rich kids like Xinyao Cheng and Yu Gui are scared of you. Tell me the truth." To this question, Sun Chen replied with a dead serious face, "Cannot you tell? It is because I am handsome." "How ha?" Zhang Xingyao laughed uncontrollably, not caring about her image, and scolded him, "So shameless. How come you are even more shameless than Kong the Brute now?" Kong the Brute's real name was Kong Sheng. He had a permanent scowl on his face, yet he was a cheerful person with an innate sense of humor. Because he hit his growth spurt early in middle school and was burly, his classmates called him Kong the Brute. In middle school, Kong the Brute was very popular and got along well with everyone, including Sun Chen and Zhang Xingyao. After the laughter subsided, Zhang Xingyao pulled the girl with shoulder-length black hair from behind her and introduced her to Sun Chen. "Let me introduce you to this beauty, Su Yan. She is the class beauty and the top student of our class. How about it, pretty right?" Sun Chen and Mo Ziu looked over. This girl was different from Zhang Xingyao. Zhang Xingyao was the sweet type, while Su Yan was the sharp, intellectual type. She radiated an air that made people's eyes light up, and even in a standard school uniform, she gave off the aura of a dominant female executive. "Hello," Sun Chen said, glancing at Su Yan before nodding with a smile. Su Yan gave Sun Chen a deep look before responding with a smile, "Hello." Zhang Xingyao took Su Yan's hand and said, "Before you came to number 8 middle school, Su Yan was the top science student in our grade. After you arrived, you knocked her right off her pedestal. When she heard I might know you, she kept begging me to bring her to meet you. Now that you have met, it is time to settle the score." After speaking, Zhang Xingyao put on an expectant expression, constantly winking at Su Yan. Su Yan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xingyao, annoyed, and chuckled, "Who was so eager to come see whom? Do you want me to elaborate?" "Of course it was you." As if her lie had been exposed, Zhang Xingyao's face shifted slightly as she quickly tried to rebut. Afterward, Zhang Xingyao cautiously glanced at Sun Chen, secretly observing his reaction. Meanwhile, Mo Ziu was secretly surprised, his eyes fixed on Su Yan. Actually, he did not need Zhang Xingyao's introduction. Mo Ziu had recognized Su Yan immediately. As a student in the same grade, he might not know who ranked second,
but like most, he certainly knew that the grade's top student was a beauty, the very Su Yan standing before them. Sun Chen looked at Su Yan and smiled. Sorry about taking your number 1 spot. You do not mind, do you? Mo Xiu and Zhang Xingyao were instantly stunned. Was that a challenge? Upon hearing this, a competitive glint appeared in Su Yan's eyes. The corners of her mouth curved up into a charming arc as she smiled. It is fine, I will just take it back. Just as the sparks of tension began to fly, Mo Xiu chose to join the fray. Before Sun Chen could introduce him, he turned to Su Yan and smiled. Hello, Su Yan, I am Mo Xiu. Zhang Xingyao was bewildered. The smile faded from her face, and the atmosphere between the four suddenly turned icy. Mo Xiu introducing himself carried the underlying message that if Su Yan wanted to beat Sun Chen, she would have to get through him first. Because he was currently ranked 2nd in the grade. If you, the 3rd place student, want to reclaim first, should not you ask if the 2nd place student agrees? In this final exam, Su Yan had performed as usual, scoring over 700 points. However, she only scored 731, a few points less than Mo Xiu, so she was pushed to 3rd. Su Yan felt she had performed exceptionally well and expected to take 1st place again, but she had not expected Sun Chen and Mo Xiu to emerge and knock her down to 3rd. After Mo Xiu's introduction, Su Yan looked at him with a thoughtful expression and smiled. Hello. Everyone in school knows that Mo Xiu is skilled in martial arts. May I ask who your master is? Su Yan seemed to be probing Mo Xiu's background. Mo Xiu waved his hand and smiled. No one taught me. I was raised by my mother alone and I suffered a lot of bullying. I did not want to be picked on anymore these past few years, so I watched some videos and practiced on my own, which is how I got this strength. That was the truth. Mo Xiu did not come from a good background and was bullied quite a bit growing up. He remembered when he was young, following his mother to sell goods at her stall. They were pushed around and looked down upon by others in the market. Back then, Mo Xiu hated that he was not strong enough. Otherwise, those who humiliated his mother would have ended up in the hospital. Su Yan was half convinced and complimented him. I see. Self-taught, you truly have an incredible talent, Mo Xiu. I was just forced into it, Mo Xiu replied with a wry smile. Afterwards, Su Yan turned to Sun Chen and smiled. I have long heard that Sun Chen is all-powerful here at number 8, making even rich kids like Yu Gui and Xin Yaocheng fear him. Everyone calls you the Great Demon King, but I never expected you to be a top student as well. Sun Chen said helplessly, I do not know who has such a deep misunderstanding of me that everyone is isolating me now. Honestly, if I really had that kind of background, I probably would not be living so miserably. Miserably, Su Yan showed an expression of disbelief. What part of his life looked miserable? Sun Chen did not explain, but pointed to Zhang Xingyao and said, This is my ex. He paused for a second before adding, seatmate. Mo Xiu finally understood. No wonder they were so familiar with each other. You want to die. Teased by Sun Chen, Zhang Xingyao flushed red and began frantically hitting him. Sun Chen instinctively used his hands to block her onslaught. After Zhang Xingyao had let out her frustration, Mo Xiu chimed in with a grin, Nice to meet you, I am the current one. Zhang Xingyao, who had just finished venting, went after Sun Chen again, pinching his arm hard until he let out a series of wails, only then letting him go with a smug look. Having learned that Sun Chen and Zhang Xingyao were just seatmates, Mo Xiu and Su Yan no longer found their intimate behavior strange. After the commotion, the four of them began to get better acquainted. From their conversation, they learned that Zhang Xingyao and Su Yan were students from Class 10. Although Class 4 and Class 10 were in the same building, they were on different floors, and the routes to get there were different, so they rarely crossed paths. Four of them chatted for about 10 minutes, and by the end, they did not forget to exchange contact information, claiming it was for academic discussion, though no one knew if that was true or not. After Zhang Xingyao and Su Yan left, Mo Xiu asked in a low voice, Senior brother, what happened just now? Mo Xiu found it strange. Sun Chen had always been mild-mannered, yet he had taken the initiative to provoke Su Yan. This behavior was entirely too abnormal. Furthermore, after seeing Zhang Xingyao and Su Yan, Sun Chen had blindly typed a message to Mo Xiu, leaving Mo Xiu full of doubts. Sun Chen said, that woman was brazenly sweeping her mental power over us just now. To a transcendent, such behavior is a provocation. Your mental power is just too weak to feel it. Because Mo Xiu's mental power was too weak, he had not sensed Su Yan's rude behavior. However, it made Sun Chen slightly angry, which was why he deliberately provoked her about their grades, trying to anger Su Yan. She is a transcendent. Mo Xiu was shocked. His eyes widened, and he quickly huddled up, saying with a bitter face, Did she see my entire body naked? Sun Chen glared at Mo Xiu, who quickly and awkwardly added, Well, why would Su Yan come to test us? Sun Chen said, We suddenly rose to prominence. As a Tier 3 sub-level transcendent, Su Yan naturally had to come and test us to confirm if we are the same kind of people. She did not find out anything, did she? Mo Xiu became a little nervous, terrified of being taken away and sliced up for research. Just a tier 3 sub-level, nothing special, Sun Chen said dismissively.
Low.
Mo Xiu scratched his head in embarrassment. Then what did that make him? A mere tier 2 sub-level. Soon, everyone in class 4 finished changing seats and began talking animatedly. Mo Xiu, where are you going for fun this summer vacation? Just as the two were whispering to each other, the people at the desk in front of them turned around to look at Mo Xiu and Sun Chen. Sun Chen and Mo Xiu took a look. Surprisingly, it was Wei Kangming and Liu Zhan. How did you two end up back here? Mo Xiu asked curiously. Liu Zhan and Wei Kangming's grades were average in the class, so they should not have had to choose seats this far back. After all, not everyone liked sitting in the back row like Sun Chen and Mo Xiu. Wei Kangming smiled bitterly. Out of the top 30 in our class, besides you two choosing the back row, everyone else picked the front. There was no space left for us. Liu Zhan chimed in. Our grades are stuck in the middle. Since we could not get the front row, we figured we might as well hang out with you guys. Maybe your brilliance will rub off on us and pull our grades up. Sun Chen and Mo Xiu were left speechless. Where do you guys want to go for the summer vacation? Wei Kangming continued asking. Mo Xiu threw his hands up. Do not ask me. I am not like you guys. Just like previous years, I naturally have to find a summer job to earn some living expenses. Otherwise, you will not see me next semester. Mo Xiu's family conditions were arguably the poorest in the whole class. Every winter and summer break, he either helped his mother run a street stall or went out to find a summer job himself. He had never considered going anywhere for fun. This was the self-awareness of the poor. The two in front became awkward. They had heard about Mo Xiu's family background. Talking about going on a vacation in front of him really was not very appropriate. At this time, Sun Chen also said, my family is also average. I will probably go find a job and earn some pocket money. Liu Zhan and Wei Kangming showed looks of suspicion. They knew about Mo Xiu, but for Sun Chen to say the same thing was not that going too far. If your family was just average, would people like Yu Gui and Xin Yaocheng be so afraid of you? Even though it was the year 2041, it was still an era that revolved around money. Whoever had money was the boss. Therefore, absolutely no one believed Sun Chen's words, and even Mo Xiu was deeply skeptical. Who were those two beauties just now? I think one of them was Su Yan, right? Liu Zhan could not suppress his gossiping heart as he looked at Mo Xiu and asked. Mo Xiu said with a nonchalant face, yeah, the third in our grade, we just met. Liu Zhan wanted to crush Mo Xiu's face, but he was afraid of being beaten up instead. We get that you are second in the grade, but do you really have to act so pretentious? Seeing that everyone in the class had changed their seats, the class monitor Yan Penghua walked up to the podium and said loudly, quiet down everyone, I have an announcement to make. Noise in the classroom gradually quieted down before Yan Penghua said, from now on, we are high school seniors. The school has decided that the start of the next semester of our senior year will be moved forward. It has been set for August 15th. As soon as this news came out, everyone in the class showed bitter faces and wailed endlessly. It was already mid-July. If school started on August 15th, that meant their summer vacation would only be 1 month long. For many who had already planned where to go for fun, this was absolutely terrible news. Watching the continuous complaints below, Yan Penghua said seriously, I am sure you all know the importance of our senior year. This is our final sprint. Once we pass this stage, the sky will be the limit, and we can go anywhere we want. Yan Penghua's words made those who were sighing and complaining begin to reflect, and they stopped blaming the school. Then Yan Penghua smiled. All right, this semester concludes here. I wish everyone a happy summer vacation. Clap. Everyone applauded, then started packing their things to leave the school. Sitting by the back door, Sun Chen and Mo Xiu immediately stood up. Mo Xiu shouted out loud, time to slip away. The two turned around and left smoothly. The whole class looked at the two strangely, not knowing what had happened. How also? Suddenly, Liu Zhan, who had been looking at his phone, burst into maniacal laughter. After he handed his phone to Wei Kangming also clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. Quick look at the group chat. Someone noticed what was happening in the group and quickly opened their phone to check the class group chat. Everyone saw that Mo Xiu had sent an animated GIF to the group. In the GIF, Song Jingde was running when his pants suddenly dropped, revealing his cartoon underwear. After Song Jingde reached the finish line, the words time to slip away popped up above his head, looking incredibly comical and cute. Mo Xiu, I am going to kill you. Song Jingde stood up abruptly, trembling with anger, the fat on his body quivering. He roared loudly, looking as if he wanted to tear Mo Xiu to shreds. Ho ho! Whole class looked at Song Jingde and could not stop laughing wildly. some female students were already blushing and too embarrassed to look at Songjing, considering the main character was right in front of them. Pretty female students like Wang Qinhua and Luo Lan were laughing so hard they were swaying. Mo Xiu's parting move had thoroughly amused the entire class. "I cannot take it anymore, I have to save this." Wang Shuliang was laughing and rolling on the floor, not forgetting to remind everyone to save this legendary gif. "I will strangle you." Songjing was driven mad with anger. His heavyweight body pressed directly onto Wang Shuliang, and he grabbed Wang Shuliang's neck, forcing him to delete the image. He could not beat Mo Xiu, so he decided to take it out on this bad friend first. Because of the final exams and the arrival of the summer vacation, everyone had finally managed to forget about his embarrassing incident from last month. Who would have thought that Mo Xiu had recorded it back then, preserving this iconic life moment and spreading it in the class group chat. With such a shameful scene being recorded, Song Jing even had the urge to die. While Class 4's room was filled with joy, Sun Chen and Mo Xiu had already left the school. After they parted ways, Mo Xiu did not forget to remind Sun Chen, "Senior brother, if anything comes up, remember to call me." Mo Xiu was still thinking about having Sun Chen take him to be a vigilante hero. He constantly thought about it and looked forward to it, never forgetting. Sun Chen merely smiled and waved his hand with his back facing Mo Xiu, not answering. Mo Xiu sighed secretly, determined to quickly become stronger. Otherwise, his senior brother would not let him join the fun. Ignoring Mo Xiu's thoughts, Sun Chen returned to his dorm alone, entered the bathroom, and began to fill the bathtub with water. By the time the bathtub was full, Sun Chen had already stripped naked, revealing his large pectoral muscles and sharply defined 8-pack abs. Normally, Sun Chen wore loose clothes that did not highlight his physique, so it was hard to tell how good his body was. After undressing, Sun Chen got into the bathtub and slowly lay down until his whole body was submerged at the bottom. Sun Chen closed his eyes and sank in the water, motionless, like a corpse. 5 minutes passed and Sun Chen still had not come out of the water. His body began to show signs of struggling. However, Sun Chen was trying hard to restrain this survival instinct, forcing himself to stay in the water as long as possible, learning to enjoy the suffocation, and getting used to thinking while suffocating. Another minute passed. Just before his consciousness gradually faded away, Sun Chen violently bolted up from the water with a splash, scattering water everywhere, and then gasped heavily for air. Half a minute later, Sun Chen's consciousness recovered, and he was no longer panting. He closed his eyes and smiled. "My mental power has improved a bit again. There is great terror between life and death. This saying is indeed true." Sun Chen's underwater suffocation was actually to enhance his mental power. Sun Chen had only started using this underwater suffocation method a month ago. Just like he had told Mo Xiu, one had to explore methods to enhance mental power by oneself, and this was his method of enhancing mental power. For the past month, Sun Chen would soak in the water every day, continuously challenging his limits until he touched the brink of death before surfacing. Gradually, the time he stayed submerged became longer and longer, and now it had reached over 6 minutes. Although these 6 minutes seemed short, to Sun Chen who was underwater, it felt as if 6 days had passed. I hope Mo Xiu can find a suitable method to enhance his mental power for himself. Otherwise, his telekinesis ability will be wasted. Sun Chen still looked forward to Mo Xiu becoming stronger, but he did not tell Mo Xiu about the underwater suffocation method because he was not sure if this method would help Mo Xiu improve. This method of wildly testing the edge of death was not suitable for everyone. If Mo Xiu messed it up, it would cost him his life, which would only harm Mo Xiu instead. Coming out of the bathtub, Sun Chen wiped his body dry, put on his pants, and sat cross-legged on his bed, bare-chested to start practicing the Yi Dao Sutra. Ever since I broke through to the 5th tier, even though I practice the Yi Dao Sutra every day, the speed of my improvement has slowed down. After enhancing my mental power through the suffocation method, I can feel that the speed of circulating my energy has become much faster. The advancement of a transcendent is indeed related to mental power. Regarding the path of a transcendence cultivation, Sun Chen had no one to guide him. He was exploring it all on his own. After all, extraordinary substances had just appeared. Perhaps all transcendents were the same, lost in a continuous exploration. Suddenly, Sun Chen made a bold guess. The reason I awakened was because I stared directly at the sun. Mom and Dad awakened because of excessive life pressure, plus the pressure from Grandma's family. Mo Xiu awakened due to the blow of being rejected after confessing his love. Could the reason ordinary people awaken to become transcendents be because of mental power? Or rather, willpower? Comparing his own experience with the other three, Sun Chen had a feeling that the reason ordinary people could awaken was not just because of the appearance of extraordinary substances, but probably also related to humans' own mental willpower. Extraordinary substances provided the foundation for human awakening, while mental willpower determined the threshold of awakening. Of course, these were all just Sun Chen's own guesses. As for the mystery behind awakening, it still required further exploration. When the dark night fell, Sun Chen disguised himself and once again slipped into the bustling city of the wrong district to clear out the dirty rats. As extraordinary matter appears more and more frequently, the number of awakened people nationwide and even globally is gradually increasing, and criminal incidents everywhere are rising sharply. However, to prevent social unrest, various countries are trying their best to cover up the existence of extraordinary individuals. Every time something beyond reason happens, the local police rack their brains to come up with plausible excuses to handle the public. In the wrong district, the appearance of extraordinary individuals continues, and there are still plenty of them committing crimes. Sun Chen keeps a low profile, wandering through dim streets, following the scent left by extraordinary individuals to track down those who have committed crimes. Since the beginning of summer vacation, it has been the 5th night, and Sun Chen has been continuously eliminating those extraordinary individuals who have taken human lives. All things considered, 23 extraordinary individuals who killed without reason have already died by his hands. However, Sun Chen is not the only one tracking the killers. There are also people from the Rabbit Group. In a residential area in the wrong district, on the roof of a 4-story building, a middle-aged woman wearing black clothes with the number 26 embroidered on her chest taps her phone, and a virtual image appears. The holographic projection shows a model of the dilapidated building across from them. Pointing to the red dot on the model, she says, "This is a building constructed in the 1980s with a total of 9 floors. The extraordinary individual who awakened the ability to control Earth is currently on the 5th floor. Because this is a dangerous building, if we take action later, we must not give the killer any time to react." After Rabbit 26 finishes speaking, a young girl nearby numbered Rabbit 42 sneers. He has already calculated it. If someone chases and surrounds him, he will use this dangerous building to perish together with us. He is truly insane. If Sun Chen and Mo Ziu were here, they would definitely recognize that this girl, numbered Rabbit 42, is none other than the 3rd-ranked student, Su Yan. For an extraordinary individual with earth-controlling abilities, collapsing a dangerous building is an easy task. Behind Su Yan stands a cocky man who resembles her slightly in the brow. He chuckles. "What are you afraid of? Do not forget that I also have earth-controlling abilities. Do we need to be this careful when dealing with an extraordinary individual who just awakened?" Su Yan sneers. "Su Wang, we are on a mission right now. If you do not listen to orders, get out of the Rabbit Group." Su Wang helplessly waves his hand. I know. And Su Wang adds, "I am your older brother. Can you stop calling me by my full name all the time? It makes me lose face." "You still have face? 6 months ago, you were a 3rd-tier sublevel, and I was a 2nd-tier sublevel. 6 months later, you are still a 3rd-tier sublevel, while I have already reached the 3rd-tier sublevel. Have you wasted the last half year like a dog?" Su Yan looks at her biological brother with contempt. Su Wang quickly explains, "Little sister, you do not know how complicated college courses are. I have too many things to learn, so how can I find time to cultivate?" Su Yan sneers. "Things to learn. Are you talking about drinking, clubbing, hitting the nightlife, or traveling, skipping classes, and sleeping in?" Seemingly caught in a lie by Su Yan, Su Wang feels a bit embarrassed and argues weakly. "Those are just ways for me to relax after being tired from studying. I only go occasionally. Su Yan scoffs at Su Wang's nonsense and suddenly becomes gloating. "You have not gone home since the holiday started, right? Let us see how Grandpa beats you to death then." At the mention of that tough grandfather, Su Wang shivers and his whole spirit wilts. A middle-aged woman from Rabbit 26 laughs. "You 2 siblings fight as soon as you meet. It seems I need to separate you and reassign you." "That would be great." The siblings answer in unison, then look at each other and turn their heads away in mutual disgust. "You 2 siblings are really..." Rabbit 26 shakes her head helplessly. Then Rabbit 26 stares at the hologram and says, "The target has been confirmed. Let us sneak over, try not to make any noise, subdue the killer directly, escort them back to the base, and continue to track the next target." If they wanted to kill the culprit, any of the 3 could do it. But to capture the opponent without anyone noticing, all 3 need to work together to avoid casualties. What is more, the opponent is currently in a dangerous building and is ready to die together with them at any time, which forces them to be cautious. Beep beep. Suddenly, the system warned by the 3 of them emits a sharp alarm, and their expressions change. Rabbit 26 quickly looks at the holographic image and finds that the red dot on the 9-story model has disappeared. "Not good, the killer is escaping," Su Yan shouts immediately. "Wrong, the killer did not escape, he is dead," Rabbit 26 says in a deep voice. "What?" The siblings are startled, their faces showing suspicion and surprise. Go, let us go and check it out. After Rabbit 26 finishes speaking, she focuses her mind, swirling a wind around the three of them. An invisible force lifts them up and sends them to the 5th floor of the building across the street. This is a wind-controlling ability, which comes from Rabbit 26. The distance between the two buildings is not far. In just over 10 seconds, the three of them enter the 5th floor. Because it is an abandoned, dangerous building, it is full of trash. Stepping over discarded wooden boards and plastic, using the residual light shining in from outside, the three move quickly. Soon they see someone standing on the edge of the 5th floor, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and a black baseball cap. And beside this person, a young man who has lost his life is the culprit who committed the crime. Black Hand. Su-Yan and the others immediately stop in their tracks, watching the figure vigilantly, their expressions very ugly. As members of the Rabbit group, how could they not know about the existence of Black Hand? They just did not expect to run into him, given how big the wrong district is. Stop right there. Seeming to sense that Black Hand is about to leave, Su Wang shouts, but he has no intention of chasing him at all. However, Sun Chen, who has just finished devouring the soul, has no desire to linger in the fight. Knowing that the three who arrived are from the Rabbit group, and having stolen the prey from under their noses, he just wants to hurry off to find his next target. Sun Chen does not care at all about the arrival of the three, leaps down from the 5th floor, and disappears. Rabbit 26 and Su-Yan look at Su Wang, and Su-Yan sneers. You only know how to shout, why are not you chasing him? Su Wang smiles sheepishly. I just wanted to create an aura of pursuit to scare him off, so that we do not end up fighting, which would not be good for anyone. The two ignore Su Wang and walk over to the body. After taking a look, Rabbit 26 says in a deep voice, it is Black Hand's killing method, there are no wounds at all. Taking lives as if they were nothing, killing people under the guise of being a vigilante. This kind of person also deserves to die. Su-Yan is furious, seemingly resentful that Black Hand stole their prey, making them crouch in vain for a whole night. Su Wang wonders, Black Hand has been hunting down criminal, extraordinary individuals these nights. Does anyone know why he is doing this? If you say he is just protecting the peace of the wrong district, I do not buy it. This question is something only Black Hand can answer, says Rabbit 26. It is not like the people from the Rabbit group have not speculated, but they have not gotten any answers. Up until now, they have not even figured out what extraordinary ability Black Hand has awakened, so how can they deduce his purpose? Su-Yan asks regarding Black Hand, what is the Rabbit Chief's attitude? Rabbit 26 says, regardless of what Black Hand's purpose is, at least his current goal is consistent with the Rabbit groups, being able to reduce the pressure on the Rabbit group, and since the ultimate goal is to protect the people, then we should allow Black Hand to exist. But Black Hand only knows how to kill. Even if those extraordinary individuals deserve to die, they should not die by his hands. Cooperating with him, is not the Rabbit Chief afraid of being criticized by those above? Su-Yan frowns. Rabbit 26 says, the purpose of the 12 Zodiacs is to protect the public, not to protect criminal, extraordinary individuals. On this point, Black Hand's interests do not conflict with those of the 12 Zodiacs. If it were other leaders, they would probably also choose to allow Black Hand to exist. No matter what Rabbit 26 says, Su-Yan still cannot get past that mental hurdle. In any case, she still insists that even if they are criminals, they should not be executed by Black Hand. Su Wang on the side curls his lip. You are just bored. Why worry about those who deserve to die? If you have that kind of energy, you might as well go chase the next killer sooner. Let us hope this time it is not consistent with Black Hand's goal, so we can finish off these insane, extraordinary individuals sooner and restore peace to the people. As Rabbit 26 walks out, she says, the situation here has been reported to the police station. Let us go, we are going to chase the next target. Su-Yan no longer dwells on this issue, and focuses her thoughts on another criminal. As for this dead criminal, it will be left to the police to handle. It is not that the police can only do the work of collecting corpses, but until now, the 12 Zodiacs still cannot be seen in the light. When it comes to cases, the national public only recognizes the police, and does not recognize this group of extraordinary individuals hidden in the dark. Therefore, it is most appropriate for the police to handle subsequent matters. On the other side, after Sun Chen finished devouring and refining the man's soul, he did not end there. Instead, he went to the location where the murder happened as reported in the news. After finding clues, he continued to chase the next perpetrator. Someone was just here. When Sun Chen arrives at the crime scene, he frowns as he looks at the footprints on the ground. After awakening to become an extraordinary individual, the acuity of his senses has long been different from that of ordinary people. Entering the crime scene, Sun Chen can see at a glance that there is a pair of footprints on the ground with fresh mud. He caught this subtle change. About size 44 shoes, Judging from the depth of the footprints, it should be a sturdy middle-aged man. Coming here is by no means an accident. Sun Chen quickly analyzes the footprints in his heart. Currently, Sun Chen immediately gets alert to his surroundings, his nerves taut like a bowstring, and prepares for battle. He is worried that someone is lurking nearby, and that the person who came might have been targeting him. After all, in the past few days, he has been frantically slaying criminal extraordinary individuals in the wrong district, with an efficiency even faster than the rabbit group, which might lead to some unnecessary trouble. However, after a minute passes, there is no movement around. Someone else is also looking for the perpetrators, but it is not the people from the rabbit group. Who could it be? Sun Chen is confused. The people from the rabbit group usually act together with the police and would have already arrived at the scene. They would never secretly visit at night like Sun Chen. Then there is only one possibility. Other people are also searching for criminal extraordinary individuals, but it is just not clear whether their goal is the same as his, to kill. Without time to think too much, Sun Chen quickly captures the scent left by the perpetrator, leaves cautiously, and begins a new round of pursuit. In an ancient temple on the outskirts of the wrong district, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie smiled softly as he looked at the terrified woman in front of him. "Hello, please do not be nervous. I mean you no harm, please believe me." The middle-aged man kept a smile on his face, constantly showing goodwill to the woman in an attempt to make her relax. But to this plump woman, the middle-aged man in front of her was just a stranger. How could she trust him easily? The middle-aged man continued to smile. "Allow me to introduce myself to you, esteemed lady. My name is Jin Hua. I have received instructions from God to rescue you from your plight. I can help sever your sorrows and troubles and assist you in accomplishing anything you desire." The woman still did not dare to speak, but a look of confusion appeared in her eyes as she began to understand Jin Hua's words. Jin Hua smiled. "You must be worrying about what you did the day before yesterday, afraid that the police will come looking for you. It is okay, I can help you get rid of everything. You can help me shake off the police." The plump woman finally spoke. In her originally fearful eyes, a trace of joy emerged. "Of course, God guided me to help you. If I could not even handle this little matter, why would I appear before you?" Jin Hua smiled. "God? Which God? The matchmaker or the god of wealth? The four heavenly kings or the earth god?" The woman looked puzzled. Jin Hua crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. "God is everywhere, but our faith is too weak to feel his presence." The woman frowned. She had absolutely no concept of the god Jin Hua was talking about. In her mind, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West were the true gods, riding on clouds and mist, transcending the mortal world. But the person in front of her spoke of gods so vaguely that no image materialized in her mind. How could she believe him? Seeing the woman's bewildered expression, Jin Hua smiled. "Do not be frightened by the changes in your body. That is an ability bestowed by God, meant for you to eradicate heretics in God's stead and protect all living beings for him." The woman's eyes widened as she asked in surprise, "Are you saying that the reason I can control and feel the changes in the plants around me is actually a power given to me by God?" Of course, God granted you power to eliminate that family of 3 who blasphemed against him. All of this was God's arrangement. God felt your predicament and specifically guided me to help you. Jin Hua continued to brainwash the woman. The woman began to believe Jin Hua's words because her awakening and obtaining superhuman abilities were undeniably real. She had no knowledge of superhumans. At this moment, with Jin Hua explaining the changes in her body as a gift from God, she truly believed it. The woman was in a daze for a while, then snapped back to reality and said, "I killed that family of 3 who kept showing off in front of me all day, so it was actually God's arrangement. But why are the police still coming to arrest me?" Jin Hua smiled because those police are heretics. They are fooling the masses, blocking God's grace from reaching the people, and forcing them to suffer, turning the human world into a living hell. So they are heretics and therefore they deserve to die. The woman's face suddenly twisted into a vicious grimace and she laughed tremblingly. "Yes, they deserve to die. All the police deserve to die. I am helping God. How can they blame me and put a bounty on me? They even want to arrest and sentence me. How can they deceive me?" At this point, Jin Hua revealed a gratified smile and said, "Those heretics have no right to judge God's believers. The great God says they are guilty, so they all deserve to die." "Old Jin, you are right. Those heretics all deserve to die." A look of madness appeared on the woman's face. Although the address Old Jin was a bit weird, Jin Hua did not correct her and continued to brainwash the woman. Suddenly, Jin Hua paused, looked at the woman, and smiled. "Believer of God, now those heretics have come knocking on our door. Please follow me outside and see how God punishes them." The woman's gaze became sinister. Without a word, she followed Jin Hua's footsteps. Just then, 3 people arrived outside the ancient temple. It was none other than Su Yan and her 2 companions, who had crossed paths with Sun Chen not long ago. After their previous target was intercepted by Sun Chen halfway, they received a new mission from the base. The target of this mission was exactly the middle-aged woman currently hiding inside the ancient temple.
This is the place.
Rabbit 26 looked at the siblings beside her with a solemn expression, then lightly tapped her left arm. A hidden compartment opened, and two fly-like robots quickly flew out, disappearing into the night sky. In less than 2 seconds, those two tiny robots transmitted data back. The structure of the ancient temple and the life forms inside it instantly formed a holographic projection, displaying right in front of the three. In the hologram, there was only one red dot. The three trusted the power of technology and did not hold much guard. She really is here, Su Yan smiled, finally having gained something tonight. Wait, why is the person inside walking out? Does she know someone is coming and is preparing to flee? Su Wang noticed the movement trajectory of the red dot. It was heading towards them at a relatively fast pace.
Stay alert.
Rabbit 26 sensed something unusual and immediately told the other two to be on guard. The atmosphere instantly tensed up. With a creak, the dilapidated wooden door of the ancient temple was pushed open, and two people walked out from within.
Two people.
When they saw two people emerging from the ancient temple, heavy vigilance surfaced on the faces of Su Yan and her companions. They stared intently at Jin Hua next to the woman. At this moment, there was still only one red dot on the hologram, completely failing to capture Jin Hua's vital signs. In other words, the other party had shielded himself. "Who are you?" Rabbit 26 asked in a deep voice. Beside her, Su Wang and Su Yan were highly tense, entering a combat-ready state. "Who are they?" Jin Hua did not answer. Instead, the middle-aged woman beside him asked a question. Jin Hua smiled and explained to the middle-aged woman, "They are the heretics. These are the heretics who want to judge God's believers. You are from the body sacrifice cult." Su Yan and the others immediately saw through Jin Hua's origins, their expressions changing rapidly. The Zodiacs were no strangers to the body sacrifice cult. A year ago, the body sacrifice cult wanted to take root in Kyushu and develop their followers, but they were driven out of Kyushu by the Zodiacs. Those who deserved to be killed were killed, and those who deserved to be locked up were imprisoned. That encirclement and suppression campaign lasted for a month. Every member of the Zodiacs was mobilized to hunt them down everywhere. Anyone related to the body sacrifice cult was severely punished. After that great purge, the forces of the body sacrifice cult in Kyushu suffered heavy losses, which only made their interest in Kyushu grow stronger. It was also from then on that the members of the body sacrifice cult began calling the Zodiacs heretics and treating them as their greatest enemies. Little did they expect that the body sacrifice cult had not given up and wanted to stage a comeback, appearing once again on the lands of Kyushu. Moreover, this time, their targets for developing believers were no longer ordinary people, but awakened superhumans. This was unfortunate news for the Zodiacs. One must know that the destructive power of a superhuman is dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary person. If there were hundreds of superhumans across the country, causing chaos in an organized and disciplined manner, it would absolutely be a disaster for Kyushu. Being recognized by Su Yan and the others did not surprise Jin Hua in the slightest, because he never intended to hide his identity in the first place. Furthermore, the three people in front of him were not worthy of him hiding it. Jin Hua, looking kind and benevolent, smiled at the three people before him. "God says, you are guilty." The next moment, Jin Hua vanished from where he stood. The three opposite him were startled, immediately feeling a crisis descending.
Rise.
Su Wang was the first to react. Raising both hands, the dirt around the three of them surged up from the ground, erecting an earthen wall that surrounded them entirely. They could not see Jin Hua's figure, so they could only defend passively and protect themselves first.
Bang.
The earthen wall shattered as Jin Hua blasted a large hole through it, sending dirt flying in all directions. "Water bind!" Su Yan shouted loudly, and 4 arm-thick water pillars, like slithering iron chains, surged towards Jin Hua to seal off his path, attempting to bind him. Who would have thought that before the water chains could even touch Jin Hua, he vanished from his spot once more. He has awakened a speed ability. Let us not separate. Do not give him a chance to take us down one by one. Rabbit 26 was very calm and quickly reminded the Su siblings. Dodging Su Yan's water chains, Jin Hua reappeared and sneered. "In the face of absolute power, pointless struggles will only make you die faster. In that case, let me show you what true speed is." After speaking, Jin Hua's figure vanished again. "Wind rise." Rabbit 26's expression turned grave as she unhesitatingly unleashed her superhuman ability. Instantly, the three standing together felt a hurricane around them lifting them up. They wanted to take refuge in midair. They could not track Jin Hua's movements at all. Rather than taking a passive beating, it was better to rise into the air and stand in an invincible position. However, Rabbit 26 took things too much for granted. Jin Hua saw through her intentions at a glance. Whoosh! Just as the three were about to ascend, a force slammed into them, tearing apart the wind field gathered by Rabbit 26. The upward force was destroyed by Jin Hua, and the three stumbled and fell from the air. Wow! Jin Hua did not give the three a chance to regain their footing. He landed a kick on Su Wang's chest, sending him flying sideways like a sandbag to smash violently against the ground. Following that, Jin Hua locked his hands around the throats of Rabbit 26 and Su Yan, then violently bent down and slammed them downwards. The two bodies made heavy contact with the ground, smashing a crater into it. Their bodies suffered a heavy blow, as if all their bones had been shattered. The pain was unbearable, and blood continuously spewed from their mouths. Seeing that the two had no ability to resist, Jin Hua slowly released their throats. He patted the dust off his suit and turned to the middle-aged woman with a harmless smile. To the side, the middle-aged woman had long been stunned by the scene. Eyes wide, she stood frozen in place. Jin Hua walked towards the middle-aged woman, smiling as he said, "Believer of God, do you see? This is the consequence of blaspheming against God." It was only when Jin Hua reached her side that the middle-aged woman snapped back to reality. She asked, both shocked and excited, "Is this the power bestowed by God?" Jin Hua smiled. "Of course, God is omnipotent. As long as you join God's embrace, you too can possess power like mine." "Where is God? I will join him. I will join him," the middle-aged woman shouted excitedly, terrified of missing the opportunity. But Jin Hua shook his head and said, "God says you are not yet qualified and cannot see him." The middle-aged woman's face changed, and she hurriedly asked, "How can I see God? Tell me quickly." Jin Hua looked at the three lying on the ground and smiled. "To throw yourself into God's embrace, first, you must kill these heretics who blaspheme against God." The reason Jin Hua kept the three alive was to let the middle-aged woman kill them with her own hands. He called it earning a qualification, but it was actually a blood oath. Okay, I will kill them right now. The possessed middle-aged woman had no hesitation at all. Instead, she was very excited. Before this, she had already killed a family of three, so what did it matter if she killed three more? Moreover, by killing these three, she could join God's faction and work alongside God. What an exciting prospect. Middle-aged woman walked quickly toward the immobile Su Yan and Rabbit 26, a look of madness and malice in her eyes, as she glared down at the two on the ground with a savage expression. Such beautiful faces. In your next life, remember not to oppose God. After saying this, the middle-aged woman picked up a nearby stone, and just as she was about to smash it down on their faces, a black shadow appeared. The middle-aged woman did not sense the arrival of the black shadow, but Jin Hua did. Another heretic seeking death. Cold sneer tugged at the corner of Jin Hua's mouth as his figure vanished from where he stood. The black shadow darted straight toward the middle-aged woman at immense speed, but Jin Hua lunged from behind her to intercept it. What? However, just as Jin Hua thought he could stop the shadow, it slipped past the other side of his attack. Bang! Jin Hua failed to catch the shadow, while the middle-aged woman behind him was sent flying. The black shadow that had arrived was none other than Sun Chen, who had been tracking them. Sun Chen's tracking speed had been very fast, but by the time he arrived, he saw that the three members of the rabbit team had already been severely wounded by the suit-wearing Jin Hua. Seeing that Su Yan was about to be killed, he acted decisively. Utilizing the advantage of his blood eyes to see through illusions, he perfectly slipped past Jin Hua to save her. It was not that Sun Chen was being charitable. Su Yan was his classmate, she was close to Zhang Xingyao, and she was a member of the rabbit team. He could not just stand by and watch her die. The Yi Dao Sutra. Standing beside Su Yan, Sun Chen felt a familiar aura. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the distinct aura of the Yi Dao Sutra. He looked over at Su Wang on the other side, who was also quietly operating the Yi Dao Sutra, which took Sun Chen by surprise. I did not expect them to be fellow practitioners. Judging by the aura they are using, it must be a more profound version of the Yi Dao Sutra. This means they are likely internal disciples of Mount Qingcheng. By that logic, Sun Chen and Mo Xiu, who practice a simplified version of the Yi Dao Sutra, can only be considered external disciples of Mount Qingcheng. In Mount Qingcheng, there are many external disciples like them, but very few who can truly become internal disciples. Unexpectedly, he encountered two of them right here. Seeing that the three rabbit team members were not in immediate danger, Sun Chen turned to face the enraged Jin Hua. "Heretic, your insolent behavior has angered God." Cold light flickered in Jin Hua's eyes as he charged at Sun Chen once more. He did not care about the origins of this shadowy Sun Chen. Anyone who thwarted his plans was considered a heretic. However, while Jinhua's speed might be hard for others to track, to Sun Chen, it was only slightly fast, not enough to prevent him from retaliating. Sun Chen bent his knees slightly, pushed off the ground, and met Jinhua head-on. Relying on his speed, Jinhua did not rush blindly at Sun Chen. Instead, he kept probing around him, trying to force Sun Chen to reveal his transcendent abilities. After his initial strike missed, Sun Chen stood firmly in place, letting Jinhua whistle past him like the wind. In terms of pure speed, Sun Chen knew he could not compete. But if Jinhua wanted to attack him, he would inevitably show an opening. That was when Sun Chen would have his chance. After several probes failed to force out Sun Chen's abilities, Jinhua finally lost his patience and decided to strike. Jinhua whipped up a hurricane as he moved. Suddenly, the gust surged toward Sun Chen's face. Sun Chen sidestepped quickly, and Jinhua's fist missed again. Jinhua followed with a roundhouse kick. Sun Chen braced his arms to block, but the force was so great that it knocked him back 4 steps. Seeing Sun Chen retreat, Jinhua thought it was his chance. He darted behind Sun Chen, hoping to deliver a lethal blow before Sun Chen could regain his balance. Little did he know, this was an opening Sun Chen had left for him on purpose. The moment Jinhua struck, Sun Chen turned with unnatural speed, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, and delivered a punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Both men landed a punch on each other's chest and took a few steps back. Clutching his chest, Jinhua looked stunned and said coldly, "To be evenly matched with me as a Tier 5 sub-level, you should be proud, and all the more reason to die." It was no wonder Jinhua was frustrated. As a Tier 7 sub-level transcendent, not only could he not finish off this mysterious figure in black, but the two were going blow for blow. This was not just bad, it was a disgrace. "You get to decide whether I die or not," Sun Chen replied indifferently, his tone dripping with contempt. "Howdy." Jinhua laughed out of sheer fury and was about to attack again, but suddenly looked in another direction. He turned back, suppressed his killing intent, brushed the dust off his suit, and calmed himself before looking at Sun Chen. "We will see each other again. Every heretic who blocks God must die, and you are no exception." With that, Jinhua turned and left without hesitation, vanishing into the darkness, not even bothering with the brainwashed middle-aged woman. Sun Chen felt others approaching as well. It was almost certainly the experts from the rabbit team. It would not be wise for him to clash with them now, so he decided to leave and let them handle the wounded. Seconds after Sun Chen left, 2 figures descended from the sky. Rabbit 7 and Lin Xiongyi had arrived on their flight devices. As soon as Rabbit 26 had identified Jinhua, she had notified the rest of the team, and that was when the experts started converging on the location. To their dismay, they were still a step too late. "Damn it!" Seeing the 3 severely wounded on the ground, a cold, icy expression crossed Rabbit 7's beautiful face. "Sister 7, we need to treat them first," Lin Xiongyi cried out urgently. A scan revealed that Su Wang had a crushed sternum and was the most severely injured. However, when Rabbit 7 tried to treat Su Wang first, he weakly rasped, "Save my sister first." "Shut up." Rabbit 7 reprimanded him sternly, commanding him not to speak. Ignoring his plea, she pressed her palms together and then slowly opened them, revealing a glowing sphere of light between her hands. The light bathed Su Wang, and the sensation of suffocation immediately eased. A warm current flowed through his body, beginning to repair his injuries. More people arrived besides Rabbit 7 and Lin Xiongyi. As Rabbit 7 treated Su Wang, others arrived, including 2 more transcendent healers who rushed to tend to Rabbit 26 and Su Yan. Meanwhile, Lin Xiongyi, Rabbit 6, Rabbit 8, and the others surrounded the middle-aged woman whom Sun Chen had not killed. "You heretics, if you dare touch me, God will wipe you all out." Sitting on the ground, the injured woman did not seem to realize who she was facing. She kept spewing threats, echoing Jinhua's language to intimidate the rabbit team. "What should we do with her?" Lin Xiongyi asked her teammates. Rabbit 8 said coldly, "She's beyond saving. Just turn her into a vegetable and hand her over to the court for trial. We owe an explanation to the family of 3 she killed and to society as a whole." For a transcendent, wiping a person's mind was an easy feat. Ignoring her struggles and shrieks, the others dragged her away. Half an hour later, Rabbit 7 finished checking the 3 wounded and said, "Their conditions have stabilized. We can take them back to the base for continued treatment." With that, the others loaded the trio onto a helicopter, and the rest departed. Helicopters were no longer noisy double-rotor craft, but advanced models powered by controlled nuclear fusion. They flew smoothly, were completely silent, had high power, and were extremely fast and comfortable. They quickly returned to the Wrong District Rabbit team base. Su Wang, Su Yan, and Rabbit 26 were laid on high-tech hospital beds equipped with all the necessary features for patient care. Lin Xiongyi, Rabbit 6, Rabbit 7, and Rabbit 8 stood by the bedsides, checking on them while also hoping to learn about what happened that night. Su Wang lay there and said with a bitter smile, "When we arrived at the ancient temple, the people from the ritual sect had just come out. We were no match for him, but he did not kill us. He wanted the old woman to do it. It was precisely because of that the dark figure could save us after arriving." All three had carried micro-recording devices, but they had all been knocked unconscious before they could record the entire event, leaving them to rely on oral reports. Although they had survived, the mere memory of the event sent shivers down their spines. If the member of the ritual sect had killed them on the spot, or if the mysterious rescuer had arrived even a moment later, they all would have perished. Rabbit 6 said, Rabbit 10 and the others reported that they found no trace of the ritual sect member or the dark figure. It is as if they evaporated into thin air, leaving no tracks behind. While treating the wounded, the Rabbit team had already begun an outward search from the temple. An hour later, they still had nothing. Rabbit 7 sighed in resignation, "Have them return. These two have powerful psychic abilities. They can block electronic surveillance and even mask their own biological signatures. Our current technology is useless against them." This was exactly what made Transcendence so troublesome. If they could monitor every single Transcendent at all times, the Rabbit team would not be in such a passive position, running around every night. How strong was the ritual sect person? Rabbit 8 asked. Tier 7 sublevel with an awakened speed ability. We could not even track his movements, otherwise we would not have been defeated so quickly, Rabbit 26 said. What, so this Black Hand fought a Tier 7 sublevel to a standstill at the Tier 5 sublevel, Rabbit 6 gasped. Su Yan added they did not fight to the death, it was just a skirmish. Before you all arrived, they both left. Though she was severely injured at the time, her consciousness remained, and she witnessed their battle. Lin Xiongyi looked at Rabbit 6 with a wry smile, Brother 6, it seems that guy held back when we encountered him last time. Rabbit 6 rubbed his temples in embarrassment. To think they had actually tried to hunt down the Black Hand last time, turns out he had been showing mercy. If Sun Chen had harbored any malice during their last encounter, they would not have survived until now. Rabbit 8 frowned, you encountered the Black Hand before and then again at the temple. Is he tailing you guys? What for? Just to kill? They wanted to know the Black Hand's motives, but had yet to figure it out. Rabbit 7 said, regardless, the Black Hand saved our team members this time. We owe him a favor. I will report this to the team leader. As long as he does not slaughter the innocent, our wrong district team can turn a blind eye and allow him to hunt down criminal transcendents. Putting aside the issue of the Black Hand, the more pressing matter is that the ritual sect has resurfaced, and with a Tier 7 sub-level expert no less. At that, everyone's expressions turned grave. Beep-a-beep. Right at that moment, the device on Rabbit 7 beeped. He gently tapped the blinking spot on his left hand with his right hand. In the next moment, a noblewoman dressed in a kippah appeared before everyone. Greetings, Rabbit Chief. Everyone hurriedly called out. Rabbit Chief nodded gently, then looked at the three people on the hospital bed and said, I am already aware of tonight's events. You focus on recovering from your injuries first. Since the people of the sacrificial cult still dare to show themselves, we will make sure they stay in the wrong district forever. Everyone could hear the anger and killing intent in Rabbit Chief's voice. Thank you, Rabbit Chief, Su Yan said softly. Rabbit Chief chuckled softly. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? If anything had happened to you and your brother, I would not have known how to face Elder Su Mu. Su Yan replied, we chose this path ourselves, and Grandpa supported it. Even if an accident happened, it would just be fate and would have nothing to do with the Rabbit group. The Elder Su Mu that Rabbit Chief mentioned was none other than Su Yan and Su Wang's grandfather. A year ago, Su Yan and Su Wang had unexpectedly awakened and become supernaturals. At that time, the wrong district Rabbit group had just been formed and was severely short of manpower. Thus, the siblings both chose to join the Rabbit group to serve their country. Their parents were not very supportive of this, as they could not bear to see their children in danger. However, their grandfather, Su Mu, strongly supported it, which was how they managed to join the Rabbit group. Tonight was a close call. Fortunately, Black Hand appeared just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Rabbit Chief's gaze was solemn as she pondered how to find the people from the sacrificial cult. Speaking of Black Hand, Rabbit Chief began to feel curious about his identity. Judging from Black Hand's actions tonight, he was a friend to the Rabbit group, not an enemy. He might even be someone they knew. It would be such a pity not to recruit an expert like him into the Rabbit group. At this moment, Lin Xiongyi asked, Master, you just said you wanted to find the people from the sacrificial cult. but we currently do not have an expert who can match a tier 7 sublevel. Even if we find him, I am afraid we will not be able to handle him, especially since the other side has the sacrifice spell." At the mention of the sacrifice spell, a look of dread appeared in everyone's eyes. It was not the rabbit group's first time dealing with the sacrificial cult. They had suffered losses from the sacrifice spell before. Every time, they failed to gain the upper hand and even paid a heavy price. Inside the wrong district rabbit group base, most were tier 2 or tier 3 supernaturals, with the highest being only a few tier 5 sublevels. Not every tier 5 sublevel was as powerful as Sun Chen. With that level of strength, trying to deal with a tier 7 sublevel would mean that even if they went all out, they probably still would not be able to make him stay. Rabbit Chief smiled. "I have already entrusted this matter to Elder Sumyu. With him guarding the wrong district, we're guaranteed to be absolutely safe. Besides, Elder Sumyu is already on his way here." "What? My grandpa is already here." Cough, cough. Upon hearing that Sumyu was on his way, Su Wang got so agitated that he pulled his wound, immediately breaking into a fit of coughing. "Oitsam Payage." Su Yan sneered, instantly gloating over his misfortune. At home, the person Su Wang feared the most was Sumyu. Growing up, he had lost count of how many times he had been beaten and scolded. With what had just happened, Su Wang could already foresee that, when his grandpa arrived, it would not be surprising if he beat him to death. "I am doomed, I am doomed." For a moment, Su Wang's world gradually turned black and white, losing all its color. Terrified, he hastily pulled the blanket over his head, making the people next to him start mourning for him. He felt like he was definitely a goner this time. "You little brat, am I not allowed to come?" Right after Su Wang covered himself with the blanket, a deep and resonant voice came from outside, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Hearing this familiar and terrifying voice, Su Wang slumped onto the bed, completely drained of strength. A white-haired elder in his 70s wearing a Taoist robe walked into the ward. He was full of energy, walking with a vigorous stride and an imposing aura. The crowd turned to look and saw that he was indeed majestic and naturally intimidating. No wonder Su Wang was so afraid. "Greetings, Elder Sumyu." The holographic image of Rabbit Chief nodded slightly. On Mount Qingcheng, Sumyu held the position of a Mount Qingcheng Elder, so this title of Elder was also a mark of respect. Seeing Rabbit Chief, Sumyu also nodded and said, "You are too polite, Rabbit Chief." "Grandpa." Su Yan smiled from her hospital bed. Her face was still somewhat pale, which made Sumyu's heart ache. "Oh, my little Yan Yan, do not move. Just lie there nicely. Grandpa will get revenge for you," Sumyu said softly. At this time, Su Wang, who was poking half his head out, called out tremblingly, "Grandpa." Hearing Su Wang's voice, Sumyu's gaze turned fierce like a fighting tiger, shooting out two sharp glares. "How did I end up with such a useless grandson like you?" In front of everyone, Sumyu glared at Su Wang and yelled. The others were instantly intimidated by Sumyu's aura and did not dare to make a sound. They finally witnessed what a double standard was. Having one face for his granddaughter and a completely different face for his grandson, he was practically a master of face changing. Only Rabbit Chief laughed and said, "Calm down, Elder Sumyu." Su Wang performed very bravely this time. It was just that the enemy was too strong, which was why he almost fell victim to their deadly hands. 2 Tier 3 sublevels and 1 Tier 4 sublevel would be more than enough if they were just capturing a newly awakened supernatural. But facing a Tier 7 sublevel expert, the three of them did not even have room to fight back. Sumyu's gaze was like a sharp sword, looking as though he wanted to hack Su Wang to pieces. He said angrily, "If that were not the case, I would break his legs right now. I am just furious that he has been indulging in wine and women for the past half year, neglecting his cultivation. He cannot even protect his sister. A grandson like this, I am better off without him." Rabbit 6, Rabbit 8, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They finally understood why Su Wang was so afraid of his grandpa. Anyone in his shoes would be terrified. Su Wang no longer dared to make a sound. At this moment, he wished he could bury his head entirely to avoid his grandpa's ruthless death glare. Sensing that the atmosphere in the ward was somewhat heavy, Rabbit Chief looked at Rabbit 7 and said, "Little 7, whatever Elder Sumyu requests moving forward, you and the others must fully cooperate with him until the people of the sacrificial cult are eliminated." "Yes," Rabbit 7 nodded. Turning back, Rabbit Chief looked at Sumyu and said, "I will leave the matter of the sacrificial cult to you, Elder Sumyu." Sumyu finally turned to look at Rabbit Chief and said in a deep voice, "You are too polite, Rabbit Chief. The people of Mount Qingcheng are also very furious that the sacrificial cult has reappeared. My coming here is also under the instruction of the sect master. We from the older generation have all lived through those days of starvation. Today's peace and prosperity did not come easily, and we absolutely will not allow any lawless elements to destroy it." Sumyu's words were sonorous and powerful. Hearing them, everyone felt their blood boil with passion, further solidifying their determination to protect their homes and defend their country. The older generation's support and love for the country were not much less than the younger generations, and were perhaps even more passionate. They had all lived through those hard times, so they understood the preciousness of peace and prosperity even more. Unlike today's youth, many of whom only learned about those hard times from history textbooks and movies, which was completely different from experiencing it firsthand. Afterward, Rabbit Chief gave a few instructions to the others before cutting the communication. Under Rabbit 7's guidance, Su Mu went into his designated room. The injured continued to recover, while the uninjured carried on tracking down the criminal supernaturals. Some of them were already planning how to find Jin Hua and kill him with minimal casualties. The existence of the sacrificial cult posed a greater threat than local criminal supernaturals. With Su Mu guarding the area, the wrong district rabbit group's focus shifted, and they began to prioritize the matter of the sacrificial cult. Inside Sun Chen's apartment. After the battle with Jin Hua in front of the ancient temple, Sun Chen did not continue pursuing the other supernaturals, but instead returned to his dorm. As soon as he entered the dorm, he took off his shirt, revealing a purplish-black fist mark on his chest. It was exactly where Jin Hua had just attacked him. He and Jin Hua had exchanged a punch. The situation had been special at that time. He wanted to save the three from the rabbit group, so he could not show any signs of injury. By enduring the pain and fighting back, he forced Jin Hua to give up on continuing the attack. At this moment, the pain in Sun Chen's chest was unbearable, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly sat cross-legged and circulated the Yi Dao scripture with all his might. If he wanted to treat this kind of injury quickly, unless he went to the hospital right now, his only option was to use cultivation to relieve the pain and then further heal the wound. For Sun Chen, going to the hospital was out of the question. With such a specific fist mark injury, if he showed up at the hospital, the people from the rabbit group would probably figure out who he was in less than 5 minutes. In order to continue hiding his identity, he had no choice but to heal his injuries himself. Just like that, Sun Chen sat in his room for a day and a night. It was not until nightfall on the second day that Sun Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his chest. The spot where the fist mark had been no longer had any bruising, though it was still a bit red and swollen. Fortunately, it was not as painful as before, but there was still a burning sensation. Seeing his injury improve, Sun Chen lay weakly on the bed. Having not eaten for a day and a night, once he relaxed, a sudden wave of hunger washed over him. I thought my constitution had already improved a lot after cultivating the Yi Dao scripture. I did not expect to still be so frail. It seems I will have to pay more attention to improving my physical fitness in the future. Sun Chen was very dissatisfied with his physical condition. Sun Chen's physical fitness was currently much stronger than a normal adult's, but Sun Chen felt it was not enough. Especially after exchanging a punch with Jin Hua last night, he now urgently wanted to improve his body's ability to take a beating. There were many ways to improve physical fitness. For example, he could train to his limits every day like an athlete, or take body blows daily like a boxer. However, neither of these was realistic for Sun Chen. He did not have that much time, nor the financial resources to support it. Or perhaps getting the complete Yi Dao scripture. Remembering that Su Yan was likely an inner sect disciple of Mount Qingcheng and practicing a more profound Yi Dao scripture, Sun Chen also wanted to practice the complete Yi Dao scripture, but he did not know how to obtain it. He had learned from his mother, Lin Jai, that his grandmother's family had some distant ties with Mount Qingcheng. That was how he got this simplified version of the Yi Dao scripture and became an unknown outer sect disciple of Mount Qingcheng. If he wanted to practice the complete Yi Dao scripture, he would probably have to go seek it at Mount Qingcheng. But Sun Chen was not a direct disciple, so Mount Qingcheng might not even pay him any attention. Therefore, using the complete Yi Dao scripture to improve his constitution was fundamentally unrealistic at the moment. If there is no other way, I will just have to focus on improving my cultivation realm. With the special nature of the Blood Eye, as long as I reach Tier 6 sub-level, the next time I face that guy from last night, I will definitely be able to kill him. Strong confidence burst forth from Sun Chen's eyes. Although Jin Hua was a Tier 7 sub-level, due to the existence of the Blood Eye, his speed ability had absolutely no advantage over Sun Chen. The only difference between them was their cultivation realms. If the gap in their realms was narrowed, Sun Chen was confident he could defeat the strong as the weak, especially since the opponent had no idea what Sun Chen's supernatural ability was. Who on earth is that guy, and why would he want to kill the people from the rabbit group? Sun Chen began to wonder in his heart. Other party definitely knew about the rabbit group's existence. Since they knew and still went in for the kill, they were likely enemies of the rabbit group. After all, the 12 zodiacs represented the official supernatural forces of 9 provinces. Anyone who dared to kill people from the rabbit group definitely had an extraordinary background. After resting for a while, Sun Chen endured the burning sensation in his chest and took a hot shower. Then, he got dressed and went out to get something to eat. Because he was too weak today, when night fell once more, Sun Chen did not plan on going out, choosing to stay in his apartment to recover instead. After resting for 2 days, Sun Chen felt he had recovered quite well and began heading out to hunt again. That same evening, Sun Chen noticed something was off. Why are there people from the rabbit squad everywhere? After wandering around all night, Sun Chen kept running into members of the rabbit squad who were capturing the very prey he intended to hunt. By the end of the night, he had come up empty-handed. As the rabbit squad's efficiency improved, Sun Chen was very surprised. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. It was good for the public, but bad for Sun Chen, because he could no longer absorb the souls of transcendent beings. Since that is the case, I might as well take a few days off. In the end, Sun Chen gave up on the hunt, returned to his apartment feeling down, and began practicing the Yi Dao scripture. The reason for the rabbit squad's increased efficiency was not just Su Mu taking charge. Mount Qingcheng had also contributed significantly to this operation. Find the members of the sacrifice cult as quickly as possible. The rabbit squad and Mount Qingcheng joined forces to sweep through the transcendent criminals in the wrong area. Only by eliminating these scourges could the rabbit squad focus all their energy on dealing with the sacrifice cult. Secure the internal front before dealing with external threats. This was one of the reasons Su Mu personally came to the rabbit squad. After learning about the rabbit squad's operations, Sun Chen spent the next few days in his room practicing. It was not until July 28th that Sun Chen, unable to hold back any longer, had a sudden idea and quickly sent a message to Mo Ziu. Are you afraid of dying? Mo Ziu, who was busy waiting tables at a farmstead, was startled when he received the message from Sun Chen, but then replied excitedly, afraid, not a chance, let us do it. After sending the reply, Mo Ziu was almost moved to tears. Senior brother finally remembered me. Almost half a month had passed since summer break began, and Mo Ziu had been waiting for a message from Sun Chen every single moment. Now, he had finally received it. On the second day of his break, Mo Ziu had found a summer job waiting tables at a farmstead near his home. He worked during the day and practiced at night, never slacking off. For Mo Ziu, waiting tables was how he lived, but practicing was his hope. He firmly believed that once he became a transcendent, following Sun Chen would lead to a bright future, or at the very least, he would not go hungry. Sun Chen replied, then come. Mo Ziu jumped up in excitement. Senior brother is finally willing to let me in on something big. That same night, Mo Ziu quit his job and headed straight for Sun Chen's apartment. When he saw Sun Chen, Mo Ziu asked excitedly, Senior brother, when are we starting? Sun Chen looked at Mo Ziu and said, we leave for Dayan City tomorrow. Dayan City? Mo Ziu was full of confusion. Everything was fine, so why go to Dayan City? Dayan City borders Myanmar and Laos. To be precise, we are going to the border of Dayan City, Sun Chen said. Could it be that transcendent materials have appeared at the border? Mo Ziu thought for a moment and asked. Sun Chen did not explain, but simply handed his phone to Mo Ziu. 42 people in a border village in Dayan City vanished overnight, suspected of being kidnapped by bandits. This was the news Sun Chen had seen today, and it was precisely because of this that he decided to take Mo Ziu out for a trip. After reading it, Mo Ziu said in surprise, this is a major incident. The local police will definitely send people to search, and even the zodiacs might get involved. Will not our going there be useless? It will just be wandering around blindly. Sun Chen replied, sending search teams is a given, but whether any transcendents are involved is another matter. People are awakening as transcendents every day now. The rabbit squad in Dayan City is probably spread too thin already. Yang province consists of 5 cities, Shu, Cayenne, Dayan, Yu, and Zai. The rabbit squad is responsible for all transcendent affairs across the entire province, so there are indeed rabbit squad personnel in Dayan City. Mo Ziu said, Senior brother, are you guessing that the villagers' disappearance was the work of a transcendent? If it was not a transcendent, who could quietly spirit away 32 people overnight, Sun Chen said. If there were no transcendents appearing, Sun Chen would definitely suspect the villagers had left on their own. But now that transcendents are increasing, so are those with malicious intent, and it is inevitable that some maniacs will emerge. Mo Ziu gritted his teeth and said, when do we set off? Sun Chen asked, when will you be ready? Mo Ziu hesitated, not knowing what to worry about. Sun Chen said, do not worry about the costs on the road. I have enough money to cover our food and drink for a month. The problem is you need to explain it to your mother. It is summer break, so just say you are going out for a summer job, and you can come up with your own excuses for everything else. Also, there might be significant danger this time, so you can consider it again. Sun Chen had considered every problem for Mo Xiu. Mo Xiu's family life was different from Sun Chen's independent style, where he lived alone and could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, if Mo Xiu wanted to be away for a period, he might need to go home and communicate with his mother. That evening after Mo Xiu returned home, he talked to his mother. After telling one lie after another, plus various reassurances and promises, he finally got her permission to go out. Early the next morning, Mo Xiu happily carried a backpack to find Sun Chen. Sun Chen was already prepared, and the moment they met, they set off. Transportation is very advanced now. Half a day later, they arrived at Dian City. They spent another half day entering the area near the border and heading into the mountains and forests. It got dark not long after they entered the forest, but luckily both were well prepared and had brought solar-powered lamps. "Senior brother, are we just searching aimlessly like this?" Mo Xiu could not help asking while they were traveling through the darkness. Sun Chen opened the holographic map to pinpoint their location and said, "We are still some distance from the national border. Once we reach the border, we will search along it." Mo Xiu looked confused. "Will that work?" Sun Chen explained, "The village that had the incident is at the border. It is highly likely that it was the work of people from outside the country. As long as those people crossed the border, they would surely leave traces. If we can think of this, the police can certainly think of it too. Is not this just being redundant?" Mo Xiu worried. Police and soldiers will not easily cross the border due to principles, and even if they did, they would need to negotiate with the other side first. We, however, are like two wandering spirits. We can cross the border at any time. Even if they wanted to expel us, unless they also sent out transcendents, it would be difficult for them to find us. That is our advantage, Sun Chen analyzed. But is all this just to save people? Mo Xiu had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Mo Xiu wanted to act with chivalry, but there was no need to go to such lengths and travel so far. Even if the wrong area had been cleared by the rabbit squad, there were still surrounding areas to operate in. The fact that they were running all the way to the border left Mo Xiu unable to fathom Sun Chen's true purpose. Sun Chen said calmly, "Having walked for so long, have not you noticed that the transcendent energy here is much denser than in the city?" Reminded by Sun Chen, Mo Xiu finally noticed it, and his eyes lit up. In the city there are too many people, and the aura is too muddy. Even if transcendent energy exists, its density cannot compare to that of the mountains. This was the reason Sun Chen went to Jiuzhang Valley to investigate last time. So senior brother had it planned out, searching for people and practicing at the same time, Mo Xiu chuckled. Sun Chen could not guarantee that this operation would achieve its goal, but he would not allow it to be a wasted trip. Coming to the forest to find transcendent energy was their gain. The two walked for another hour through the cluttered forest. Finally, Sun Chen found a relatively open spot and said, "We will rest here for the night." Rest, as it turned out, meant practicing. There were many mosquitoes and bugs in the forest. Although they did not bring any repellent while they practiced, a sense of transcendent power permeated around them, keeping the pests away. Neither of them took a turn keeping watch. They both practiced, absorbing the transcendent energy together. For safety, Sun Chen did not practice with his whole heart. While practicing, he also released his spiritual power to stay alert, preventing attacks from large animals. The night passed quickly. At the crack of dawn, the two woke up one after another, refreshed, and continued toward the border. Mountains really are different from the city. I finished 5 minor cycles last night. Normally, even one is difficult. At this rate, I feel like I will be able to touch the threshold of the 3rd tier in under half a month. Mo Xiu was very excited. He suddenly felt Sun Chen's decision was correct. It was not just Mo Xiu who had gains. Sun Chen completed 7 minor cycles last night, absorbing several times more transcendent energy than usual, which was why they were both feeling so energized. "Are you willing to stay here for half a month?" Sun Chen glanced at Mo Xiu. Mo Xiu said sheepishly, "I was just saying, it is hard to stay in this godforsaken place even for half a day." Flutter. Perhaps startled by Mo Xiu's voice, a bird on a tree flapped its wings and flew off. As it passed over Mo Xiu's head, a lump of white, unidentified matter dropped, almost hitting him. Mo Xiu stared at the bird droppings in front of him, speechless. "Okay, this really is a godforsaken, bird-pooping place," he said. The two walked silently for another 2 hours. Suddenly, Sun Chen, who was in front, stopped and took a sharp turn in another direction. "What is wrong?" Mo Xiu's expression changed behind him. Thinking Sun Chen had discovered an enemy, he quickly followed. He saw Sun Chen stop before a tree with shiny bark, touching a snowflake mark on it. "Snowflake mark, someone has been here." Mo Xiu was startled and immediately thought of many things.
Deep in these mountains, finding a snowflake mark like this meant someone had definitely passed through. Sun Chen smiled. Someone is walking ahead of us. It looks like we chose the right direction. Who could have left this? Mo Xiu asked. I do not know, but one thing is certain. Whoever left this mark has the same goal as us. They are tracking someone. They must have discovered something, which is why they left this snowflake mark. Let us speed up and follow the marks. Sun Chen laughed. Then we will have to speed up. Mo Xiu opened his water bottle, took a sip, and braced himself for a long, grueling journey. After becoming transcendents, their stamina was far beyond normal people, so even in the mountain forest, their speed was not slow. After hitting the snowflake mark, they had a target and spent the rest of the time looking for more, following the path left by the person ahead. Another kilometer later, Sun Chen found another snowflake mark, so the two picked up their pace, running forward without stop. They spent the entire morning following the snowflake marks. By noon, they were drenched in sweat. After drinking some water, Mo Xiu panted. So far, we have found 5 snowflake marks, but we are exhausted. If only we had a flying craft. Legs really cannot keep up with high-tech. Sun Chen opened the holographic map to check their location, saying, we are at the national border now. It looks like we will have to leave the country to see what is happening. Mo Xiu joked, who would have thought my first time traveling abroad would be by trekking through the mountains. Jokes aside, after resting for a dozen minutes, they resumed their pursuit and officially left the country.